The small, broken house let in cold wind from every crack, and the paper windows could no longer keep out the chill. Chen Guilin lay weakly on the bed. The old mattress beneath her was worn thin, showing the dark, dirty cotton inside. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, and hunger made her dizzy. Even lifting a finger took all her strength. With a creak, the door opened. Her daughter, Chen Suifan, and son-in-law, Li Chang, walked in. There was no sign of concern on their faces, only impatience. Chen Suifan held a chipped bowl with half a bowl of leftover rice. She shook it in front of the old woman and said coldly, "Old woman, do you want to eat?" A faint light appeared in Chen Guilin's cloudy eyes. Her dry lips trembled as she nodded weakly. "You want to eat?" Chen Suifan sneered. "Then tell me, where are the valuables you've been hiding all your life? Don't pretend you don't know. Father said before he died that there's something hidden in this house." Li Chang stepped closer, his greedy eyes scanning the bare room. "Mother, just tell us. Once we get the things, we'll let you have a proper meal. Otherwise, you'll just stay hungry." Chen Guilin looked from her daughter's cold face to her son-in-law's greedy one, then finally at the bowl of rice. Hunger gnawed at her like countless tiny insects. At last she gave in. Using the last of her strength, she raised a trembling hand and pointed to a loose floor tile under the bed. "It's under there." Li Chang's eyes lit up. He quickly knelt down, pried open the tile, and pulled out a dusty wooden jewelry box. He opened it eagerly. Inside were golden bracelets, earrings, and a few gold bars shining faintly in the dim light. He and Chen Suifan exchanged a look of wild joy. Seeing her goal achieved, Chen Suifan shoved the bowl roughly toward the old woman's mouth, forcing the food in. A sour, spoiled taste filled Chen Guilin's mouth. She turned her head away and murmured weakly, This is spoiled." With a sharp crack, the bowl hit the floor and shattered. Chen Suifan shouted angrily, "Spoiled? Then don't eat it. You old woman, you should be grateful for the food you get. How dare you be picky? Anyway, we've already taken what we wanted. Keeping you is just a burden. Go starve." After saying that, she and Li Chang carried the jewelry box and walked out without looking back. Outside, their loud laughter echoed through the empty yard, sharp and cruel. Grandma Chen closed her eyes in despair. Her stomach burned with pain, and the instinct to survive pushed her on. Using all her strength, she rolled off the broken bed and slowly dragged herself forward with her elbows. She had to find something to eat, anything that could fill her stomach. When she finally crawled out the door, she saw her grandson in the yard. The same grandson she had cherished since he was little, always saving the best food for him. Now, 40-year-old Li Yangyang was eating a big, soft bun, enjoying every bite. "Yangyang, my dear grandson." Grandma Chen stretched out her thin, trembling hand and pleaded in a hoarse voice, "Give Grandma just one bite, please." Li Yangyang turned his head and looked at his filthy, crawling grandmother with open disgust and mockery. He waved the bun in front of her eyes, then suddenly turned and threw it to a stray dog nearby. "Ha! You old woman, still alive? You should have been gone long ago." He spat on the ground. "I'd rather feed the dog than you." The dog wagged its tail happily, devouring the food that could have saved her life. Grandma Chen's eyes stayed fixed on the bun. The last bit of light in them slowly faded away. Her body stiffened, her head hit the cold ground, and she moved no more. Her spirit rose gently, looking down at her lifeless body. She saw her daughter and son-in-law selling her gold jewelry to buy new clothes in the city. She saw her beloved grandson driving a new car through the streets. None of them ever returned to her broken home. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days passed. Her body had begun to rot, the smell attracting snakes, rats, and insects that crawled over her remains. The scene was more dreadful than any nightmare. Just then, the gate creaked open. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Xiulian, walked in carrying a basket of eggs. She had come to bring her mother-in-law some food, but as soon as she stepped into the yard, she froze in shock at what she saw. "Mother!" Lin Xiulian was heartbroken. She brushed away the insects and knelt before her, crying bitterly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have believed Chun Suifan's lies. I thought that as long as I paid the monthly support, they would take good care of you. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Mother. Chun Guilan's spirit watched everything, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The daughter-in-law she had disliked and often scolded when alive turned out to be the only one who came to take care of her after death. Xiulian, it was my fault, she whispered. Jianjun's death wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have blamed you. If there's another life, I'll treat you well. Suddenly, a strong force pulled Chun Guilan's spirit into endless darkness.
Ah!
Chun Guilan opened her eyes suddenly. What she saw wasn't a grave, but a familiar ceiling. She moved her fingers, then her legs. The body that had been paralyzed for years could move again. Struggling to sit up, she looked around. It was still the same old house, but it was clean, and a new calendar hung on the wall. With trembling hands, she got out of bed and tore off the calendar page. The date was clear, March 11th, 1983. She had been reborn more than 40 years in the past. The pain of starving to death still lingered in her body, and her stomach cramped painfully. Supporting herself against the wall, she gasped for breath.
Alive.
She was alive again, and her body was healthy, no paralysis. She walked to the water jar, scooped a ladle of water, and drank deeply. The cool water cleared her mind. More than 40 years ago, she had still been strong. Her son, Chen Jianjun, was still alive. Her daughter-in-law, Lin Xiulian, had just found out she was pregnant. Her daughter, Chen Suifan, and son-in-law, Li Chong, hadn't yet started taking advantage of the family. Her little grandson, Li Yangyang, the one who would later waste food, was only 2 years old. Everything hadn't yet gone wrong. Chun Guilan walked to the bed and fixed her gaze on the floor tile hidden deep beneath it. In her previous life, she had pointed right here and spent all her life savings in exchange for a bowl of spoiled rice. She knelt down and felt along the edge of the floor tiles. It couldn't stay here any longer. Mom, are you home? Her daughter, Chen Suifan, called from outside the courtyard gate. Old Madame Chen stood up, patted the dust off her clothes, and her expression turned blank. The door opened, and Chen Suifan walked in. She wore a synthetic fabric shirt and looked as if everything she did was perfectly reasonable. Mom, do we still have any white flour left? Give me 10 pounds. Yangyang's been craving dumplings lately. As she spoke, she headed straight toward the storage room, as if she owned the place. It was just like before. She always had some excuse to take things from home. Rice, flour, oil, and old Madame Chen, soft-hearted toward her grandson, always gave in. In the end, she had raised a family of ungrateful people. Stop. Old Madame Chen's voice was hoarse, but steady. Chun Suifan paused and turned around, looking impatient. What now, Mom? I'm just taking a little flour. Why are you making a fuss? There isn't any, said old Madame Chen. What do you mean there isn't? Chun Suifan didn't understand. No white flour. None. Old Madame Chen repeated. Chun Suifan's eyes widened. That's impossible. I saw you bring home 2 big bags just last month. Don't lie to me. Did that Lin Xiulian woman say something to you again? Mom, I'm your real daughter. Old Madame Chen looked at her, remembering the same face that had once watched her starve to death, and felt only disgust. The food in this house is mine. You're married now. You belong to the Li family. If you want grain, ask your husband's family. Chun Suifan stomped her foot angrily. Mom, you've lost your mind. I'm your daughter. Lin Xiulian is an outsider. You're taking her side. If you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. She tried to push past her mother into the inner room. Old Madame Chen didn't move. She stood firmly in the doorway. Chun Suifan reached out to push her. Mom, move aside. Old Madame Chen looked at that hand. In her past life, it was this very hand that had forced spoiled food into her mouth and smashed the bowl on the floor. Old Madame Chen raised her arm and grabbed Chun Suifan's wrist. She was very strong, the kind of strength that came from years of farm work. Chun Suifan's wrist hurt badly from the grip, and she cried out, "Ah, it hurts. Let go." Mom, are you crazy? But the old Mrs. Chen didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. "I said no. Get out of my house," she said slowly and firmly. Chen Suifan's face turned pale from the pain. She tried to push her mother away with her other hand, but Mrs. Chen threw her off with a strong motion. Chen Suifan stumbled back several steps and fell hard onto the ground. Chen Guilin grabbed a broom nearby and struck her fiercely. Chen Suifan was stunned. Her mother, who had always been under her control, was actually hitting her today. You hit me? You never even hit me when I was a child." Sitting on the ground, Chen Suifan began to cry and shout, "You're hitting your own daughter for an outsider? Are you even my mother anymore? I'm not your mother." Chen Guilin listened to her daughter's cries, but her heart felt nothing, only emptiness after deep pain. She looked down at her daughter, the one she had loved and cared for all her life. Then she raised the broom again, hitting only where it would hurt but not leave marks. As she hit her, she scolded, "I raised you, fed you, clothed you. When you got married, I gave you half of my savings as your dowry. Mom, stop. It hurts." Chen Guilin ignored her and kept hitting. "Because of that, your brother had to pay for his own wedding. When your sister-in-law married in, I didn't give her a single coin." Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear and sharp. "You married into the Li family, but you kept coming back here, one day for rice, the next for flour. Did I ever send you away empty-handed? But how did you treat me? You left me in a broken hut, gave me no blanket in the freezing winter, forced me to hand over the family heirloom, and left me hungry and cold." She couldn't say these words out loud. She could only swallow the pain from her past life. But this time, things would be different. In this life, Chen Suifan would never again make her live like a servant. Chen Suifan's cries filled the courtyard as she ran around in pain, but she was no match for her mother, who was used to hard labor. "Help! Somebody help me!" she screamed. "Mom, I was wrong." Chen Suifan never expected her usually gentle mother to argue with her like this today, and to speak so harshly. The noise in the yard had already drawn the attention of the neighbors. A few curious women were peeking over the wall to watch. "Oh my, isn't that Guilin's daughter, Suifan? Why is she sitting on the ground? Sounds like she's being scolded. Over some grain? Suifan really is something. She's already married, yet she keeps coming back to take things from her mother's house. Doesn't her husband's family feed her?" The gossip drifted into the yard, making Chen Suifan's face turn red, then pale. She cared most about saving face, and being watched like this by the neighbors felt even worse than being hit. She quickly got up from the ground, pointed at Chen Guilin, and raised her voice, trying to sound righteous.
"Mom, how can you say that to me?
Yang is your own grandson. What's wrong with him wanting to eat some dumplings? Now you only care about that outsider, Lin Xiulian, and don't even care about your own grandson." She deliberately emphasized the words outsider and own grandson. In the past, whenever she said that, the old lady would soften right away. But today, Chen Guilin didn't even raise an eyebrow, and her tone stayed firm. "Yang is my grandson, but not my family's heir. He carries the Li family name, not the Chen name," Chen Guilin said coldly. "The child Lin Xiulian is expecting is the one who will carry on our family line." Her words stunned not only Chen Suifan but also the neighbors watching from outside the wall. That was a harsh thing to say. In those days, the idea of continuing the family line was deeply rooted. What Chen Guilin said was like drawing a clear line. She had pushed her own daughter and grandson aside, placing her daughter-in-law and unborn grandchild above them. Chen Suifan trembled with anger, her face turning dark red.
Fine.
"You foolish old woman," she shouted. "You'd rather hurt your own daughter for the sake of an outsider. Just wait. When you're old and can't move, you'll see who truly cares about you." After saying that, she glared fiercely at Chen Guilin and turned to leave. "Stop." Chen Guilin spoke again. Thinking her mother had changed her mind, Chen Suifan paused, a hint of pride flashing across her face.
"What?
Now you realize you were wrong? This time, you must give me 20 pounds of flour and 200 yuan for medical expenses, or I will never forgive you." Chen Guilin ignored her and walked straight to the corner of the yard. Then she went to the spot where Chen Suifan had just been sitting and swept the ground hard, as if something dirty had been left there. "From now on, don't come to my house unless it's necessary. I don't have time to entertain you." Without looking up, Chen Guilin said coldly, "You go your way, and I'll go mine. From now on, I'll act as if I never had a daughter like you." Her words, sharp and cutting, were even more humiliating than direct insults. Chen Suifan's face burned with shame. Under the neighbors' barely hidden laughter, she fled in embarrassment. When the courtyard gate slammed shut with a loud bang, Chen Guilin finally straightened up and let out a long breath. Driving Chen Suifan away was only the first step. Just then, the team leader's voice came from outside the yard. "Sister Guilin, Jianjun just called from the island." Chen Guilin dropped her broom and hurried after the team leader, without even brushing the dust off her clothes. The team leader's house was right next door. A few villagers had already gathered in the yard to watch the excitement. Chen Suifan's shouting earlier had been so loud that probably the whole village had heard it. "Sister Guilin, your daughter Suifan really needs to change her temper. A married daughter shouldn't talk to her mother like that," said the team leader's wife kindly as she led Chen Guilin inside. Chen Guilin didn't reply, only nodded slightly. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of her son's call. She couldn't think about anything else. The telephone in the team leader's house hung on the wall of the main room. It was black and looked quite grand. "He said to have you wait here. He'll call back in a couple of minutes," the team leader said, pointing to the stool beside the phone. Chen Guilin sat down, placing her hands neatly on her knees, her back straight. Minute by minute, time passed. Everyone inside and outside the house craned their necks, waiting for the phone to ring. In the countryside, a telephone was a rare thing, and a call from a distant military base was even more special. Ring, ring, ring. The sudden, sharp sound startled everyone. The team leader quickly grabbed the receiver and shouted, "Hello? Who's calling?" "Yes, Sister Guilin is right here." "Hold on." He handed the receiver to Chen Guilin. "It's Jianjun. Hurry, take it." Chen Guilin took the heavy receiver and, imitating the team leader, placed it by her ear. "Hello, Mom. It's me, Jianjun." Her son's voice came through the line, mixed with a bit of static, but still so familiar and steady. Chen Guilin's nose tingled, and tears almost fell. In her past life, because of her own foolishness and favoritism, she had grown distant from the son. Before they could truly talk again, he had lost his life in service. "Jianjun," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "How are you in the army? Are you eating well? Keeping warm?" There was a brief pause on the other end. In Jianjun's memory, his mother had always spoken to him in a commanding tone. It was rare for her to show such care. "Mom, I'm doing well. Everything's fine." His voice carried warmth. "I called to ask how things are at home. Has Suifan been behaving herself?" He still seemed worried about his younger sister. "She wouldn't dare," Chen Guilin replied without thinking, her tone returning to its usual firmness. "I scolded her and sent her away. From now on, she has no say in this house." There was a few seconds of silence. Jianjun sounded surprised, but mostly relieved. "Mom, don't be too angry. Suifan just has that kind of temper. Let's not talk about her," Chen Guilin interrupted. She didn't want to waste this precious call on that ungrateful girl. "You called. Was there something important?" Her hand holding the receiver trembled slightly. "Yes, there is, and it's wonderful news." Jianjun's voice rose with excitement. "Mom, Xulian. She's expecting a baby." Chen Guilin's eyes filled with tears. "Last week, I took her to the military hospital. The doctor said it might be twins." "Twins?" Chen Guilin's voice rose too. She gripped the phone cord tightly, her hands shaking with joy. "Heaven has truly blessed us." In her previous life, it was around this time when her son, Jianjun, called to say that his wife was pregnant. Since he might be sent on a mission and Lin Xulian would be alone at home, he asked his mother to come and help take care of her. Back then, she disliked Lin Xulian because of her wealthy family background. Having never traveled far, and thinking the island was too remote and difficult to live on, she refused her son's request. Later, during the pregnancy, Lin Xiulian fell due to exhaustion and poor nutrition. The babies were lost, and her health was badly affected, making it hard for her to conceive again. Because of that, she scolded Xiulian every day, calling her useless and forcing her son to divorce. In the end, her son grew distant from her. Before she could make things right, her son died in service, and they never saw each other again. Thinking of all this, Qin Guilin felt as if her heart were being cut by a knife. This time, she would never let the same tragedy happen again. Mom? Mom? Are you listening? Jianjun's voice sounded worried.
Yes, I'm listening.
Qin Guilin quickly came back to her senses and said eagerly, "This is wonderful news. Our family is going to grow. Jianjun, you must take good care of Xiulian. Buy her whatever she wants to eat. Don't worry about the money." "I know," Jianjun replied with a simple smile.
So,
"Mom, I want to ask you something. The family housing here allows relatives to stay, but since I often go on missions, I worry about leaving Xiulian alone.
could you?
Could you come to the island to help take care of her?" As he asked, Jianjun felt nervous. He knew his mother didn't like Xiulian's background and thought it had affected his career. He also knew she had never traveled far, never even taken a train, and would be afraid to go to a distant island. And he knew his sister wouldn't want their mother to go.
Go?
"Of course I'll go." Chen Guilin didn't even hesitate.
Send me the address.
"I'll buy a ticket tomorrow." "No, I'll start packing today." On the other end of the line, Jianjun was stunned into silence. He had prepared a long list of reasons to persuade her, but she had agreed so easily.
Mom.
"Are you serious? Why would I lie to you?" Chen Guilin said quickly. "Just take good care of Xiulian for now. Tell her to rest well, and wait for me. I'll bring her something delicious." After Chen Jianjun gave Chen Guilin the address, she hung up right on the hour with a sharp click. "Captain, how much is it?" The captain looked at the clock and laughed. "Sister Chen, you still have perfect timing. Exactly 1 minute, not a second more or less." Chen Guilin quickly paid. "Captain, please write me a letter of introduction. I'm going to the island to join my son's family." The captain had already heard everything, so he wrote the letter in no time. Holding the letter, Chen Guilin turned and left briskly, her steps full of energy. Everyone inside and outside the house stared in surprise. "Sister Guilin is going to the island?"
Seems so.
"I heard her daughter-in-law is expecting twins, and she's going to help take care of her." "Oh my, that's really far. I heard it takes several days by train and boat." Chen Guilin ignored the chatter behind her. She had only one thought now, to go to the island, to see her daughter-in-law and her unborn grandchildren. This time, she was determined to make up for everything she owed in her past life. On the other end of the line, Chen Jianjun was still holding the receiver, stunned. Beside him, Lin Xiulian, holding her belly nervously, asked, "Jianjun, what did Mom say?" Chen Jianjun put down the phone and turned to his wife, his face full of joy.
Xiulian, Mom.
She agreed. She said she's coming right away. As soon as Chen Guilin got home, she went straight to the chicken coop in the corner of the yard. She quickly caught the 2 fattest hens and 3 ducks, grabbed the kitchen knife, and began preparing them on the stone mill in the yard. She worked fast and skillfully, cleaning and dressing the poultry in one smooth sequence. Her efficiency left the neighbors watching over the wall quietly amazed. Everyone knew Chen Guilin was capable, but no one expected her to be this decisive. She rubbed the clean chickens and ducks inside and out with salt and peppercorns, tied them with string, and hung them under the eaves to dry. This way, they would keep longer and could be taken to the island to nourish her daughter-in-law. When that was done, she hurried into the house, took down the strings of dried chili peppers, beans, mushrooms, and spices hanging on the wall, and carefully packed them into cloth bags, each in its own category. There was still more than half a bag of walnuts, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and peanuts stored in the cupboard. She didn't keep any for herself and poured them all out. These were wild nuts she had saved for more than half a year, planning to keep them for the new year or to roast as snacks when her grandson, Yang, came to visit. But now she thought she shouldn't let them go to waste. She would take them all to her daughter-in-law. The television had said that pregnant women should eat more nuts so their babies would grow smarter. Thinking of this, Chen Guilan worked even faster. Without a hammer, she took a bag of dried walnuts to the wooden door and cracked them open one by one, carefully removing the whole kernels. These dried walnuts could be kept for a long time and were easy to carry. As she worked, she planned in her mind. The trip to the island was long, so she needed to bring some food for the road. Steamed buns wouldn't last, so fried flatbreads would be better. She also had to take all the eggs at home, boil them, and use them as snacks on the way. Lin Xulian was expecting twins, so her body was more delicate than most pregnant women's. She needed extra nourishment. Over the years, Chen Guilan had collected many medicinal herbs from the mountains, and she wasn't going to leave them behind. She packed everything up. When she finished, she remembered the wild ginseng plants on the back hill. She had found them by chance when she was young and had never wanted to dig them up. They must be over 100 years old by now. Now was the right time to use them. Thinking this, Chen Guilan couldn't sit still. She grabbed a flashlight, went up the hill in the dark, and dug up the ginseng that night. There weren't too many, just enough to fill several wooden boxes. She left a few behind to keep growing. After working for a long time, Chen Guilan felt tired but happy. The old house couldn't be sold quickly, so someone had to look after it. She thought of her husband's younger brother's wife, Wang Fengying. Wang Fengying was an honest and reliable woman, and their families had always gotten along well. Chen Guilan felt at ease, leaving the house in her care. Locking the door, she went straight to Wang Fengying's home. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here in such a hurry?" Wang Fengying asked in surprise as Chen Guilan rushed in. "Fengying, I'm going on a long trip to the island to take care of Xulian," Chen Guilan said directly. "Please help me look after my house and the vegetables in the field while I'm away. You can pick the vegetables whenever you want, just don't let them rot in the field." Wang Fengying was stunned. "Sister-in-law, you're going to the island? That's so far. Are you going alone?" "Yes. Jianjun is busy, and Xulian is expecting twins." "I have to go," Chen Guilan said, as if it were only natural. "What about Suifan then? You're not going to take care of her anymore?" Wang Fengying couldn't help asking. She had already heard about Suifan's outburst at her parents' house that morning. "Don't mention her." Chen Guilan waved her hand, her face calm and cold. "If she comes, just tell her I'm not home and there's nothing left in the house. If she tries to force her way in, go find the team leader." Seeing how determined Chen Guilan looked, Wang Fengying understood and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll watch your house. Not even a blade of grass will go missing. There's one more thing." Chen Guilan took a while to find a handful of wrinkled bills from her pocket. "There's a young pig in my pen. Help me ask around if anyone wants to buy it. You can keep the money as payment for looking after my house." Wang Fengying quickly pushed the money back. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? We're like family, no need for that. I'll take the pig and raise it, and I'll pay you right away. You'll need money when you're away, so please take it." Chen Guilan didn't argue further, but silently remembered her kindness. The half-grown pig sold for about 50 or 60 yuan. When she left Wang Fengying's house, it was already getting dark. After a simple meal, she went back to work. She packed the marinated chicken and duck along with the dried goods into a large bundle, then pried open a loose floor tile under the bed. A dusty wooden jewelry box lay quietly beneath it. She opened it. Inside, the gold bracelets, earrings, and several small gold bars still shone faintly in the dim light. She divided them into several portions, wrapped each carefully in layers of old cloth, and placed them in the middle of the bundle. These were her last savings, prepared for her daughter-in-law and the unborn grandchildren. In this life, she would rather throw them into the sea than let those ungrateful people have them. After finishing everything, she went to the kitchen and took out a basket of eggs. They had been meant to help Suifan's family stay healthy, but now she decided they didn't deserve them anymore. In her previous life, she had always been reluctant to eat or wear anything nice. giving all the good things to Chen Suifan's family. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake. Chen Guilin boiled half of the eggs and mixed the other half with wheat and corn flour to make fried cakes. These would be her food for the journey. Boiled eggs and fried egg cakes were considered a real treat at this time. Besides that, she also made some mushroom and meat sauce to eat with the cakes on the road. By the time everything was ready, dawn was breaking. She had barely slept all night, but she felt full of energy. Just thinking about seeing her son and daughter-in-law again made her too excited to rest. She felt strong and full of hope. She poured the remaining wheat and corn flour into 2 cloth bags and carried them to Wang Fengying's house.
Fengying, please take this grain.
Think of it as a thank you for watching my house. Don't be polite with me. Before Wang Fengying could refuse, she put the bags down and left. It was still early, and most of the villagers were still asleep. Chen Guilin packed up everything, 3 bundles in total. In the large bundle on her back were the new cotton quilt she had originally prepared for the pregnant Chen Suifan, her own clothes, some ginseng hidden inside the quilt, and a few gold bars and pieces of jewelry. The rest of her things were packed into 2 large bags, which she carried on a shoulder pole. Chen Guilin took one last deep look at the courtyard where she had lived for 2 lifetimes. She locked the gate, handed the key to Wang Fengying, and walked straight toward the bus station in town without looking back. She was heading to the county to buy a ticket for the earliest train going south. In the morning mist, her small but steady figure looked unusually determined. The little mountain village that had raised her and trapped her for a lifetime, along with all the people and memories that had once broken her heart, were now far behind her. She knew that, unlike her past life, a brand new beginning was waiting ahead. When she reached the county, Chen Guilin bought a ticket for the next train. As the train started with a heavy jolt, she grabbed the metal pole beside her to keep her balance. She had bought her ticket late, so only standing tickets were left. The carriage was packed like a pot of boiling porridge. People pressed against each other, with hardly any space to move. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, smoke, and food, making her dizzy. Carrying her bundles and shoulder pole, Chen Guilin stood out clearly in the crowded train. She found a corner near the connection between 2 train cars, set down the load from her shoulder pole, and leaned against it. At last, she had a small space of her own. Clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of the train tracks echoed like a never-ending lullaby. In the aisle, a young man in a crisp shirt squeezed his way through the crowd. When he saw Chen Guilin resting with her eyes closed against her bundle, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Ma'am, please take my seat. I can stand." Chen Guilin opened her eyes and looked him over. He looked like a clean, polite student. She shook her head and pointed to the large bundles at her feet. "No need, young man. You sit. With all these bags, I couldn't fit there anyway. It's more comfortable leaning here." Seeing that she was firm, the young man glanced at the bundles that nearly filled half the aisle, then gave up and squeezed his way back to his seat. Chen Guilin closed her eyes again. Night slowly deepened. The noise in the carriage faded, replaced by the sound of people snoring. Those with seats slept leaning against each other, while those without tried every possible way to rest. Some lay directly on the floor under the seats. Others curled up in the aisle, using their cloth bags as pillows. Where Chen Guilin sat, near the connection between cars, the wind was strongest and coldest. She curled up behind her large bundle, pulled her thick cotton jacket tighter, and blocked the cold wind seeping through the cracks. The hard metal floor pressed painfully against her bones, and the train's vibration ran up her spine to her head. Yet, she felt a rare sense of peace. In her arms were gifts for her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, and in her heart was the joy of soon being reunited. After an unknown time, the train jolted and came to a stop. Yangqing Station. Passengers for Yangqing, please get ready to get off. Those transferring to the ferry for Reef Island, please exit from car 5. Chen Guilin woke with a start, rubbed her sore back, and followed the crowd, struggling to lift her bundles and carry them off the train. The southern air hit her face, warm and humid, so different from the dry northern climate she had known all her life. The station was packed with people, even more chaotic than the train itself. Chen Guilin didn't dare stay long. Carrying her bundle on her back, she walked out and soon saw a police officer patrolling the square. She went up politely and asked, "Officer, may I ask which way to go if I want to take a boat to Reef Island?" The officer looked at the elderly woman with her large bundle and shoulder pole and wanted to help. But Chen Guilin said, "Officer, please don't worry about me. I can manage." The officer had no choice but to give her directions kindly. "Auntie, you need to go to the pier to catch the boat. Go out this way, turn right twice, and walk for about 5 minutes. You'll see the passenger dock." Chen Guilin thanked him and followed the directions out of the train station. When she reached the pier, it was a completely different scene. Huge ships floated on the water like houses, sounding their deep whistles. The pier was crowded with people, porters carrying loads, families traveling together, and vendors shouting as they sold snacks. The place was full of noise and movement. Chen Guilin bought her ticket and joined the line to board. The air inside the cabin was even more mixed than on the train, filled with the smell of diesel and salty seawater. She found a corner, sat down beside her bundle, and placed the pole next to her. The ship slowly started moving, and the deck under her feet began to sway gently. Looking out the window at the land fading into the distance and the endless blue sea, Chen Guilin felt a little dazed. In her whole life, she had rarely even left her county. She never imagined that in her old age, she would travel by train and by ship to a faraway island. Days of travel had worn her out, and soon she couldn't keep her eyes open. Rocked by the steady motion of the ship, she leaned against her bundle and fell into a deep sleep. "Attention, passengers bound for Reef Island. We are about to arrive at Jiaozhou Port. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." The announcement woke Chen Guilin from her sleep. She opened her eyes, her whole body aching and stiff. But when she heard the words Reef Island, strength returned to her at once. She had arrived. At last. She lifted her heavy bundle, balanced her pole, and followed the crowd down the gangway. A warm breeze carrying the scent of salt and tropical plants brushed her face, refreshing her spirit. This was the place where her son and daughter-in-law lived. She took out the address of her son's station. The note was already blurred from sweat. She found a kind-looking local woman and handed her the note. "Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to this military compound?" The woman glanced at the note and smiled. "Are you a family member of a soldier?" "Yes," Chen Guilin replied. "My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and I came to help take care of her." "You're lucky to ask me," the woman said warmly. "I'm also a soldier's family member. My son serves in the army too. There's a jeep that comes once a week to pick up families, and today happens to be the day." Chen Guilin hadn't expected such good luck. After exchanging names, the two women walked out together. The army jeep was parked near the dock, its green colors standing out clearly. The local woman, Li Chunhua, pointed to it. "Sister Chen, that's the jeep sent by the army. You go ahead, I need to stop by the fish market." Chen Guilin thanked her and walked toward the jeep. The driver was a young soldier. When he saw Chen Guilin carrying a large bundle and 2 heavy sacks balanced on a pole, his eyes widened in surprise. "Comrade, my name is Chen Guilin," she said. "I'm here to join my son, Chen Jianjun." The young soldier suddenly understood. "Auntie, so you're the mother of Deputy Commander Chen. He mentioned that his mother would be coming soon. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Did you bring all this by yourself?" Chen Guilin nodded, placed her things in the jeep, and climbed in with ease. The jeep bumped along the dirt road and soon reached the family housing area. After registering at the guard post, a soldier went inside to call someone to meet her. Lin Xulian was sitting by the window, sewing a small belly band for her unborn child. The island sunlight streamed through the window, warm and gentle. A soft smile touched her face as she worked carefully, each stitch filled with hope. Suddenly, a young soldier's voice called urgently from outside the yard. "Sister-in-law. Is sister-in-law Lin Xulian, Deputy Commander Chen's family, here?" Lin Xulian set down her sewing, supported her back, and slowly stood up. Years ago, She had suffered because of her background as a capitalist's daughter, and her health had never fully recovered. After getting pregnant, she felt more uncomfortable than others, and her back hurt if she sat too long. "I'm here. What's wrong, comrade?" "Sister-in-law, you'd better go to the gate. Your mother-in-law is here." "Mother-in-law?" Lin Xiulian froze, her mind buzzing. The baby's belly band in her hand slipped to the floor. Her mother-in-law was here? How could she have come so soon? It had only been a few days since Jianjun made that phone call. She instinctively touched her belly, feeling a wave of panic. Jianjun wasn't home. He had received an urgent mission early that morning and gone out to sea. The soonest he could return was tomorrow. Now she was alone. How could she face the mother-in-law who, according to others, didn't like her? She had never met Qin Guilin, but her husband, Qin Jianjun, had warned her in advance. She knew her mother-in-law disapproved of her background, believing that her capitalist family had held Jianjun back. The wives in the family compound often chatted about their mothers-in-law. 8 out of 10 complained, describing them as fierce and hard to get along with. Hearing those stories, Lin Xiulian had grown fearful and uneasy about the woman she had never met. She took a deep breath, her palms damp with sweat. There was no way to avoid it. She bent down to pick up the baby's belly band, brushed off the dust, then stood before the mirror to fix her hair and collar. With her heart pounding, she walked toward the gate of the compound. The closer she got, the faster her heart beat. From a distance, she saw someone standing beside the guard post, a small, thin elderly woman, her back slightly hunched. But when Lin Xiulian came closer and saw clearly, she gasped. At the woman's feet was a huge bundle wrapped in worn floral cloth, taller than she was. Beside it lay a carrying pole with 2 bulging sacks, blocking the narrow entrance completely. Hearing footsteps, Qin Guilin turned around. The moment their eyes met, the tension in Lin Xiulian's mind didn't ease. It only grew more confused. The elderly woman before her looked nothing like the harsh, disapproving country mother-in-law she had imagined. The old lady's hair was neatly combed. Though streaked with gray, she looked full of energy. Her face showed the weariness of travel, yet her eyes held no trace of judgment, only a surprising brightness. She stood tall and straight, her whole presence carrying a kind of strength that seemed to come from the earth itself. Lin Xiulian felt her scalp tingle under that gaze. Her fingers, clutching the edge of her clothes, turned pale. Gathering her courage, she spoke softly.
"Mom."
"Are you Mom?" "Jianjun. He has a mission today. He went out to sea and might not be back until tomorrow." Lin Xiulian's voice grew even quieter, her heart filled with unease. It was her first time meeting her mother-in-law, and her husband wasn't home. Surely, that would make his mother unhappy. But Qin Guilin's reaction was nothing like what she expected. She dropped the small cloth bag she was carrying, reached out her rough but warm hands, and held Lin Xiulian's tightly, smiling warmly. "You must be Xiulian." Just as Jianjun said, gentle and beautiful. Lin Xiulian was completely stunned. She had imagined many possible first meetings, coldness, questions, even criticism, but never this. Her mother-in-law's hands were rough, the calluses pressing against her soft skin, yet the warmth from that touch made her heart tremble.
"Mom."
Lin Xiulian's eyes turned red, her throat dry. It took her a long moment to say that one word. "Yes, yes." Qin Guilin answered twice, circling around Lin Xiulian with a broad smile.
"Twins."
"Heaven bless us. Real twins." That Jianjun boy finally did something great. Her straightforward words made Lin Xiulian's cheeks flush, but most of her nervousness and worry melted away. The young soldier nearby was stunned. When he had helped register her earlier, he had secretly worried for this pretty officer's wife. Seeing the older woman's serious look, he thought she would be strict and hard to please. But the scene before him was completely different.
"Auntie,
All these things. The young soldier pointed at the pile of luggage stacked like a small hill, stammering. Only then did Qin Guilin remember her belongings. She patted her forehead and said to Lin Xiulian, "Look at me. I got so excited seeing you that I forgot everything." Shilian, stand over there, don't move, not at all. I'll take care of this. Then she turned around and went to lift a huge bundle that was taller than she was. Lin Shilian was startled and quickly stepped forward to help. Stay where you are, Chen Guilin said sharply without turning her head. Her tone was firm but full of care. You're expecting a baby now. You're precious. Even a small bump could be bad. These things are heavy. You shouldn't lift them. As she spoke, she used all her strength and managed to hoist the big bundle onto her shoulder. Her thin frame wobbled for a moment under the weight, but she quickly steadied herself and picked up a carrying pole from the ground. In that moment, it looked as if she wasn't carrying luggage, but a great responsibility. Lin Shilian and the young soldier beside her were both stunned. Auntie, let me help. The young soldier finally reacted, rushing forward and clumsily trying to take the bundle from Chen Guilin's shoulder. Chen Guilin didn't argue. She handed the bundle to him and then lifted the carrying pole, which had 2 heavy sacks hanging from it, while holding several cloth bags in her other hand. Come on, Shilian, let's go home. Which way is it? You just show me, but don't walk too fast, Chen Guilin said clearly and confidently. Lin Shilian, still dazed, could only lead the way. From the gate of the family compound to their small building was only a few hundred meters. All the way, Chen Guilin kept talking. Why is the weather here so damp? Do you stay warm enough at night? What do you feel like eating? Something sour or spicy? I brought lots of dried food. Whatever you want, I'll cook it for you. Is Jianjun treating you well? If he's not, I'll give him a good talking to when he gets back. Lin Shilian could only respond with soft and aha. The mother-in-law her husband had described, a strict, old-fashioned woman from the countryside who disliked her because of her background. How could she be like this? She was warm, quick, loud, and caring in a rough but genuine way, like a flame that filled the heart with warmth and left one a little overwhelmed. Her mind was in a whirl, but somehow she no longer felt afraid. Chen Guilin saw this and let out a sigh of relief. In her previous life, her first meeting with Lin Shilian as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had been very unpleasant. She had always blamed Lin Shilian for her son's failure to get promoted. Even though her son had explained that he was too young and not ready for a higher position, Chen Guilin had refused to believe it. Her daughter's constant gossip only made her dislike Lin Shilian, the daughter of a so-called red capitalist, even more. Even if she was from a revolutionary family, she was still a capitalist, part of the exploiting class, Chen Guilin had thought. She still remembered how pale Lin Shilian's face had turned when she shouted those words at her, almost fainting on the spot. Because of that argument, Lin Shilian had lived in constant fear. When she later became pregnant, she lost the baby. After that, her health completely broke down, and she could no longer have children. From then on, Jianjun's heart slowly drifted away from her. Thinking of all this, Chen Guilin paid special attention to Lin Shilian's condition. Seeing how nervous she was upon meeting her, she deliberately kept talking to ease her mind. The two of them walking together through the family compound drew a lot of attention. One was the beautiful young wife of Deputy Commander Chen, a woman from a well-off family. The other was his strong, plain-spoken mother from the countryside. The pair looked rather unusual together. The military wives passing by couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Hey, isn't that Lin Shilian?" And the one next to her, "Is that her mother-in-law? Oh my, look at all those things she's carrying. Did she move her whole house here? She doesn't look difficult to get along with. She's chatting with her daughter-in-law so warmly. Don't be fooled. It's only their first meeting. Just wait. There'll be plenty of drama later. Who knows how that country woman will treat her city daughter-in-law?" Chen Guilin had sharp ears. Every word of their gossip reached her clearly. She suddenly stopped walking, the pole on her shoulder perfectly still, standing straight in the middle of the road. Lin Shilian, walking beside her, felt her heart skip a beat. She stopped too, nervously watching her mother-in-law's face. It's over, she thought. Mother-in-law must have heard them. She's going to be angry.
Aunt Chen?
The young soldier helping them carry the luggage noticed something was wrong and asked quietly. Chen Guilin didn't answer. She slowly turned around, her tired eyes bloodshot from several sleepless nights on the train, and stared directly at the group of military wives pretending to admire the scenery not far away. The group of soldiers' wives felt uneasy under her gaze. One of them, a plump woman with permed hair, relied on her husband's small official position to act bold. She raised her voice and said mockingly, "Oh my, isn't this Deputy Commander Chen's mother? You must be tired coming all the way from the countryside. Our island isn't like your northern hometown. It's damp and hot. Your daughter-in-law is quite delicate. I wonder if she can handle it." Her words sounded polite, but every sentence carried a hidden sting. First, she mocked Chen Guilin for being from the countryside. Second, she hinted that Lin Xiulian was spoiled. Third, she implied that the two women couldn't get along. Everyone in the family compound knew that Lin Xiulian came from a wealthy family. Although her family had been cleared of past accusations, people still liked to gossip about it. Lin Xiulian's face turned pale, and her fingers tightened around the edge of her clothes. This was exactly what she feared most. But the scolding and rejection she expected from her mother-in-law never came. Chen Guilin took the carrying pole off her shoulder and dropped it heavily to the ground with a loud thud, drawing everyone's attention. She stepped forward, stood in front of the plump woman, and looked her up and down. "No wonder it smells so bad here," she said coldly. "Someone's been talking nonsense." "What did you just say?" "My old ears didn't catch it. Say it again." The woman hadn't expected the old lady to be so fierce. She froze, unable to speak. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Chen Guilin sneered. "Fine, I'll say it for you. You were trying to call my daughter-in-law a rich girl with a bad background, weren't you? Well, let me make this clear. My daughter-in-law's family are red entrepreneurs. They donated planes and cannons for the country's peace. The government has already cleared their name. Who are you to gossip? Maybe you should check your own attitude." The plump woman's face turned red and purple. I didn't mean that," she stammered. "You know exactly what you meant," Chen Guilin said sharply. "If I ever hear you talk about my daughter-in-law's background again, I'll report you to the political officer." After saying that, she strode over to Lin Xiulian, grabbed her cold hand, and pulled her close, like a mother hen protecting her chick. "She's carrying the Qin family's children, twins no less. This girl is the greatest blessing to our Qin family. If I don't care about her, who else would I care about? You people spend all day gossiping instead of doing anything useful, always peeking into other people's business. I came all the way from the countryside just to take care of my daughter-in-law. Whatever she wants to eat, I'll cook it. If she wants to rest, I won't let her lift a finger. She's like a treasure to our family, and I'm happy to look after her. None of you have any say in this." Her words were rough but powerful, like a string of firecrackers exploding in the quiet residential yard. Everyone was stunned. The wives who had gathered to watch were all wide-eyed, their mouths open in shock. They had imagined many possible scenes of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarrel, but never expected that the first outburst would be the mother-in-law defending her daughter-in-law and turning her anger on them instead. Especially the plump woman, whose face turned pale, then red, then pale again, as if she had been splashed with paint. She stood there, completely embarrassed. Lin Xiulian was also dumbfounded. She was being shielded tightly by Chen Guilin. Her mother-in-law's hands were rough and strong, gripping her wrist firmly. But that warmth spread through her skin and reached her heart. She looked up at the small but upright figure in front of her, her nose tingling as tears almost filled her eyes. This was her mother-in-law. The one she had feared would be harsh and critical. Since her parents had passed away, besides her husband, this was the only person who treated her so kindly. "Mom, thank you," Lin Xiulian said softly, her eyes red as she wiped her tears. Chen Guilin gently helped her wipe them away. "Silly child. What's there to cry about? From now on, you'll always have me to protect you." In her past life, even though things had been hard, only this daughter-in-law had truly cared for her. Without her, she might have died alone and forgotten. In this life, she would treat her like her own daughter. "And another thing," Chen Guilin said, sweeping her gaze across the women who had been whispering earlier. You'd all better watch your mouths. My daughter-in-law is sensitive and doesn't need to hear your nonsense. If I ever catch anyone gossiping about her again, don't blame me for losing my temper. After saying that, she didn't spare them another glance. She picked up the wooden pole from the ground, rested it on her shoulder, and when she turned to speak to Lin Xiulian again, her voice softened, full of care. Come on, Xiulian, let's ignore them. There's no point talking to a bunch of gossiping women. It'll just waste time we could spend resting at home. Are you tired? Hungry? Lin Xiulian, still dizzy and confused, shook her head, then nodded. Her mind was blank, and she could only follow Chen Guolan's steps without thinking. The young soldier behind them carried a huge bundle on his shoulder, hardly daring to breathe. He had really seen something new today. The mother of Deputy Commander Chen was truly a formidable woman. They walked in silence until they reached the house assigned to Chen Jianjun and Lin Xiulian. The two women led the soldier carrying the luggage and finally arrived home. The house was a typical single-story building found on the island, with an unusually large yard surrounded by a low stone wall. The yard was bare, covered with yellow dirt, except for a half-dead papaya tree and a few stubborn weeds. Sister-in-law, Annie Chun, this is the place. The young soldier set down the heavy bundle in the middle of the yard, breathing hard. I'll leave your things here. Lin Xiulian looked at the simple yard, then at her mother-in-law, feeling uneasy again. The family housing was assigned by rank. With Chun Jianjun's position, they could have gotten a new two-bedroom apartment in the nearby building, clean, bright, and with a flush toilet. But she had thought the apartment was too small. Once the baby was born and her mother-in-law came to stay, there wouldn't be enough space. Besides, she had grown up in a house with a garden and wasn't used to living in a cramped apartment. She had chosen this old, unwanted house because of its large yard. Jianjun couldn't change her mind, so he agreed. Now, though, she was afraid her mother-in-law would dislike it.
Mom.
Lin Xiulian twisted her fingers nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. The apartment upstairs was too small. I thought when the baby comes, we'll have more things, so it'd be inconvenient. That's why I chose this house with a yard. It's a bit old. Please don't mind. After speaking, she lowered her head, too nervous to look at Chen Guolan, ready for the scolding she expected. But the yard stayed silent. No criticism came. After a long moment, Lin Xiulian only heard a few sharp breaths. She carefully lifted her head and saw something that completely surprised her. Chen Guolan dropped the carrying pole and cloth bundle in her hands with a loud thud. Her eyes widened as she stared at the bare yellow earth, like a hungry wolf spotting a whole roasted lamb. She rushed to the middle of the yard, bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, smelled it, and rubbed it between her fingers. Not salty. It's good soil. She spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the whole yard, and spun around excitedly. Oh my, such a big piece of land. We can grow so many things here. Look over there. She pointed to the corner on the east side. That spot gets plenty of sunlight. We can build a few rows of frames and plant beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes. I even brought seeds. And there she pointed to the west side. That area is shady and cool. We can build a chicken coop and a duck pen. The chickens and ducks I brought are for making preserved food to help you stay healthy. After we eat, even the bones can be buried in the soil as fertilizer. When you have the baby, our chickens will lay eggs every day. You can eat as many as you want, fresh and full of nutrients. The vegetables we grow here can be picked and eaten right away, much better than those wilted ones from the supply station. The more Chen Guolan spoke, the brighter her eyes shone with plans and ideas. Before coming, she had heard from her son that life on the island was tough. Supplies all came from the mainland, and when typhoons hit, ships couldn't dock for weeks, leaving them to eat canned food and pickles every day. But now, looking at this yard, she felt none of that was a problem anymore. Mom, you don't mind it? Chen Guolan looked at her, her face full of excitement. Mind it? Why would I mind?
Xiulian,
This is a treasure land. Lin Xiulian and the young soldier were both stunned. especially Lin Xiulian. She looked at her mother-in-law, who was standing in the yard planning everything like a seasoned farmer, and her mind went blank. She had chosen this yard simply because she liked how open it was, thinking she could plant some flowers and give the children a place to play. She never imagined that, in her mother-in-law's eyes, this piece of land could hold so many possibilities. Her mother-in-law was amazing. No wonder people say, an elder in the family is a treasure. Now, their family's treasure had truly arrived. Who came up with this idea? Who chose this yard? Chen Guilin turned around, her eyes shining as she looked at Lin Xiulian. This person is truly wise. So clever. Lin Xiulian's face turned red in an instant, like a ripe tomato. Under her mother-in-law's open and bright praise, she lowered her head shyly and murmured, I chose it. Jianjun was worried you might not like it, but I said you'd definitely prefer a house like this.
He doesn't know anything.
Chen Guilin waved her hand, cutting her off. But in truth, her son did understand her, understood the person she used to be. In her previous life, she had scolded Lin Xiulian harshly over the phone. You spoiled young lady, leaving a nice apartment to live in that muddy place. Do you want Jianjun to live like a farmer with you and embarrass us all? She still remembered how Lin Xiulian had been silent for a long time on the other end, then quietly sobbed. That one call had made the already anxious, pregnant Lin Xiulian so frightened that she trembled at the sound of her name. Now, looking at her daughter-in-law, her face flushed from a simple compliment, delicate and lovely like a porcelain doll. Chen Guilin felt her heart overflow with guilt and tenderness. What a good child. In her past life, even after being treated so unfairly, when Jianjun passed away, Lin Xiulian never held a grudge. She still saved every penny to send money to Cuifan for support. Chen Guilin had been blind, mistaking glass for gems, treating a true treasure as if it were worthless. My daughter-in-law is smart and thoughtful. Chen Guilin shook off her thoughts, grabbed Lin Xiulian's hand, and said proudly, What's so good about those tiny apartments? They're cramped. This courtyard is much better, spacious and full of life. We can plant whatever we want, raise whatever we like, and live happily and freely. She patted Lin Xiulian's hand affectionately. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you and the baby will never be treated unfairly. Lin Xiulian's eyes grew warm again. She nodded firmly, giving a shy smile. I'll listen to you, Mom. You decide everything. Chen Guilin's heart softened once more. Jianjun's best decision in this life was marrying such a gentle, kind, and beautiful woman. Such a gentle and soft daughter-in-law. She really makes one want to pinch her cheek. No, calm down. Control yourself. Don't scare her. There's plenty of time ahead. Plenty of time. As soon as she entered the yard, Chen Guilin put down the carrying pole and the things in her hands, then told the young soldier to place the big bundle in the middle of the living room. All right, young man. Thank you for your hard work today. These are some local products I brought from home. They're not worth much, just a small token. Chen Guilin poured him a glass of water and gave him a handful of the local snacks she had brought. The young soldier looked flustered. Auntie, you're too kind. I can't accept these. Chen Guilin frowned slightly and stuffed another handful of peanuts into his arms. They're just small things. If you don't take them, are you looking down on me because I'm from the countryside? The young soldier quickly shook his head. No, not at all. That's better. Since I'm giving them to you, just take them, Chen Guilin said with a smile. Well, all right then. The young soldier saw he couldn't refuse, so he accepted them. His sun-darkened face broke into a wide grin, showing his white teeth. Thank you, Auntie. I have to go back on duty now, so I won't stay any longer. Chen Guilin walked him to the gate. Take care, young man. After sending him off, she returned to the house and closed the door. Now only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were left inside. Lin Xiulian stood awkwardly to the side, not knowing what to do with her hands. Mom, please. Please sit down and have some water. She started to pour water, but Chen Guilin stopped her. You're expecting a baby now. Let me do it myself. She poured herself a full enamel mug of water. During the trip, She had avoided drinking too much because it was inconvenient to find restrooms, and now her throat felt dry and burning. Compared to their hometown, the island in March was much warmer. She finished the mug of water in a few gulps. Without resting, she went to the pile of luggage, untied the rope, and spread open the large bundle. When Lin Xuelian saw what was inside, her eyes widened in surprise. Besides the necessary clothes, the bundle was filled with all kinds of local specialties from the north. Walnuts, hazelnuts, peanuts, cured chicken, cured duck, strings of bright red dried chili peppers, and cloth bags filled with dried beans, mushrooms, and black fungus. Chun Guilin, like performing a magic trick, pulled everything out at once. In no time, the table and the floor of the living room were piled high. No one could figure out how her mother-in-law had managed to pack and carry so much. All of these. You brought them yourself? Lin Xuelian asked, stammering in surprise, her eyes wide with admiration. Except for my own things, the rest are all food for you, Chun Guilin said without looking up, still sorting. You're carrying twins now. You need to eat well. Her hands moved quickly as she organized everything. When she pulled out a small jar wrapped in layers of oiled paper and cloth, she paused for a moment, a proud smile appearing on her face. She carefully untied the string and lifted the oilcloth seal. Instantly, a rich, savory aroma filled the entire room.
Smell that?
It's our homemade soybean paste, made from fermented soy blocks that sat all winter. Fragrant, isn't it? Lin Xuelian, who had been standing a little stiffly, brightened at the smell. She couldn't help leaning closer, taking a deep breath, her face lighting up with delight. Mom, Jianjun was just talking about this a few days ago. He said what he misses most is your soybean paste. He said with that, he could eat 10 steamed buns without anything else. Those words warmed Chun Guilin's heart, and her wrinkled face bloomed with a wide smile. That boy has loved this since he was little. She then began telling stories about Chun Jianjun's childhood mischief. He was only this tall back then, Chun Guilin said, gesturing with her hand. One day, while I was out in the fields, he dragged a little stool over to reach the jar of paste on the cupboard. But he slipped, and half the jar spilled all over his face. When I came back, there he was, sitting on the floor crying, looking like a little spotted cat, still licking the paste off his lips. Lin Xuelian couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook. She pictured her husband's face covered in soybean paste and felt both amused and exasperated. With that smile, the last trace of awkwardness between them completely disappeared. After laughing, Chun Guilin changed the subject, clasped her hands behind her back, and began to look around the house. She had spent her whole life around the kitchen stove, and even after being given a second chance at life, she couldn't change that habit. The first place she checked was still the kitchen. As soon as she stepped inside, her brows furrowed tightly. The kitchen was tidy, but there was only half a pot of cold porridge on the stove. In the cupboard, aside from a few bundles of noodles, there were just 2 wilted cucumbers and a few potatoes. She turned around, her face darkening. Xuelian, is this what you usually eat? Lin Xuelian's cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. After I got pregnant, I often feel sleepy and weak. The smell of cooking oil makes me uncomfortable, so I just eat whatever's easy. That won't do. Chun Guilin's voice rose sharply, filled with firm authority. You're eating for 3 now. How can you just make do like that? She strode out of the kitchen, gently but firmly pressing Lin Xuelian down into the rattan chair in the living room. Sit here and don't move. You're not allowed to do anything. Today, let me show you what a proper meal looks like. Without another word, Chun Guilin rolled up her sleeves and marched back into the kitchen. Her stance didn't look like she was going to cook. It looked like she was heading into battle. And in a way, she was. For a woman who had spent her life in the countryside, the kitchen stove was her battlefield. From the pile of luggage, Chun Guilin quickly pulled out a chicken wrapped in oiled paper, along with handfuls of dried mushrooms and bamboo shoots. She soaked, washed, and chopped them with swift, practiced movements. Soon, the sound of sizzling filled the kitchen, followed by the rich aroma of chicken soup mixed with the earthy scent of mushrooms. The smell drifted lazily but irresistibly out the open window, spreading through the courtyard. The powerful fragrance was like an invisible hand, stirring the appetites of the military wives chatting under the trees outside. "Oh my, whose house is that? What delicious food are they making? This smells amazing. It's like someone's cooking meat. I think it's coming from Deputy Commander Chen's house. Didn't his family just have an elderly lady move in from the countryside?" Everyone craned their necks toward Chen Jianjun's small building, whispering and guessing. Lu Hongmei, who lived next door, caught the scent from her own home and couldn't sit still. She was well known in the housing compound for always trying to get small favors, and now the delicious smell made her even more restless. Her eyes turned sly as she grabbed an empty bowl, slipped on her slippers, and headed straight to the Qin family's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xulian was about to get up to open the door when Chen Guilan's voice came from the kitchen. "Stay seated." Lin Xulian had no choice but to sit back down and watch her mother-in-law wipe her hands and go open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lu Hongmei's face appeared, wearing a forced smile. "Oh, you must be Mrs. Chen. I'm Lu Hongmei from the next courtyard. Is Xulian home? I need to talk to her about something." As she spoke, she stretched her neck to peek inside. When she saw the cured meats and dried goods still on the table, a greedy glint flashed in her eyes. Chen Guilan frowned, thinking about the food still cooking in the kitchen. "Xulian, you two talk. I'll go check on the dishes," she said. Then, just to be sure, she added, "If you need anything, call me. I'll be right here." With that, she turned and went back to the kitchen. Lin Xulian frowned slightly. "Sister Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Hongmei looked around the room and said with a smile, "Oh, I just ran out of soy sauce at home and thought I'd borrow a little." Lin Xulian hesitated. They didn't have much soy sauce left either, and the next supply ship wouldn't arrive for a while. She really didn't want to lend it. Lu Hongmei was always borrowing things, soy sauce, fabric coupons, anything she could, and never returned a single one. But if she refused, Lu Hongmei might start gossiping and hurt Jianjun's reputation. Just as she was struggling with what to do, Chen Guilan came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly stir-fried vegetables. She saw what was happening, set the plate down on the table with a loud thud, and stepped to the doorway, blocking Lu Hongmei's view inside.
No.
"We're not lending anything." Chen Guilan's reply was short and firm, not a single extra word. Lu Hongmei's smile froze on her face. "Annie Chen, what do you mean by that? It's just a little soy sauce. We're neighbors. What's wrong with borrowing some?" Chen Guilan interrupted her expressionlessly. "We don't have any extra soy sauce. I don't know when the next supply ship will arrive, so I really can't lend you any." Her words left no room for politeness. Lu Hongmei's face turned red, then pale. She hadn't expected this countrywoman to be so blunt. Feeling embarrassed and angry, she snapped, "Humph.
Fine.
Who cares? Stingy old woman." She turned and left, still muttering under her breath. With a loud bang, Chen Guilan shut the door, cutting off the unpleasant words outside. The room fell silent. Lin Xulian looked at the steaming plate of stir-fried vegetables on the table, then at the figure standing protectively in front of her. That figure wasn't tall, but it made her feel completely safe. Her eyes filled with tears. Since her parents had been cleared of false charges and passed away soon after, she had lived alone in this housing compound, always cautious under the mixed looks of pity, disdain, and calculation from others. Her husband cared for her, but he was away most of the time. She never told him about her troubles, afraid to make him worry, and kept everything to herself. No one had ever stood up for her so openly and firmly before. She couldn't hold back anymore. All the sadness and gratitude she had buried for so long burst out at once. Tears streamed down her face. She covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound, but soft sobs still escaped through her fingers.
Mom.
That single word came from the depths of her heart, filled with trust and affection. "From this moment on, you are my real mother." When Chen Guilan heard the crying, her heart tightened. She quickly turned around. Seeing Lin Xulian crying so hard, Her heart ached. She reached out her rough hands to wipe the tears away, but hesitated, afraid of hurting her delicate skin. "Oh, my silly child, why are you crying?" She clumsily used her sleeve to wipe the tears while murmuring, "Don't be upset over people like that. It's not worth it. If she dares to come again in the future, just watch how I deal with her." Lin Xulian sniffled as she told Chen Guilan everything about Lu Hongmei's usual habit of taking advantage, borrowing things and not returning them. Chen Guilan was furious and patted her thigh. "She's gone too far. Does she really think we have no one at home? Don't worry, with me here, no one will bully you." She comforted her for a while, watching Lin Xulian's mood gradually settle down, then helped her sit back in the chair. She brought hot food and a fragrant bowl of preserved duck soup to her. "Eat quickly. Only when you're full will you have strength. Drink all this soup to nourish your body." Seeing Lin Xulian eating little by little, her face finally regained some color. Chen Guilan sighed in relief. But in her heart, she made a decision. After Lin Xulian finished eating, Chen Guilan told her to go rest in her room. She then turned and walked back to the pile of luggage in the living room. She squatted down, rummaged at the bottom of the big package for a long time, and with a strong effort, pried it open. The inner layer of the package was torn apart, revealing an old wooden box wrapped tightly in rag. She hugged the box and went into Lin Xulian's room. Lin Xulian was leaning against the head of the bed. Seeing her mother-in-law carry in a mysterious wooden box, she was curious. Right in front of Lin Xulian, Chen Guilan placed the box on the bed and carefully unwrapped the rag layer by layer. With a click, she opened the box. A burst of golden light suddenly shone out, so bright in a not very bright room that it was almost blinding. Golden bracelets, heavy gold earrings, and several neatly arranged small yellow fish lay quietly on red velvet. Lin Xulian was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, barely stopping herself from gasping out loud. Since their family was cleared out, she had never seen so much gold. Chen Guilan didn't say a word. She simply pushed the heavy wooden box into Lin Xulian's arms. Lin Xulian was overwhelmed by the sudden weight, leaning back and clutching the box of gold, still in a daze. "Xulian, this is for you." Chen Guilan's voice was serious and solemn. "Women need money in their hands so they can stand tall and feel secure inside. You can take these things and buy whatever you want in the future, eat whatever you like, without worrying about anyone's opinion, and avoid arguing with neighbors over trivial matters." She paused, and her eyes, tired from many sleepless nights on the train, flashed with deep resentment and profound pain. "Please don't be like me, giving everything to untrustworthy people who only look down on you, and ending up with nothing." Her last words were spoken softly, but they felt like a heavy stone, crushing Lin Xulian's heart. Untrustworthy people? Ending up with nothing? Lin Xulian hugged the heavy, cold jewelry in her arms, overwhelmed by this huge amount of information, her mind going blank. She could sense that her mother-in-law's words hid great sadness and secrets. Did Cui Fun and others bully her? She opened her mouth, wanting to ask.
"Sudenli, bang, bang, bang."
A loud, urgent knocking on the door came from outside, fast and forceful, making her anxious. Then, a young soldier's worried voice sounded from outside the yard. "Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Lin, are you home?" The knocking was intense, like a hammer hitting her heart. The warmth and peace inside the house, just now rising, were instantly shattered. Lin Xulian still held the heavy box of gold, trembling from the sudden noise, her face turning pale again. "Who is it?" She instinctively wanted to set the box aside and try to get up. "Stay seated. I'll go see," Chen Guilan said, then told Lin Xulian to stay inside while she went out. The soldier's voice outside had changed tone, sounding anxious and frantic, like there was trouble. This visit was probably related to Jianjun. Chen Guilan's heart sank, a bad feeling suddenly rising. With every step she took, her heart sank deeper. Outside the yard stood a strange young soldier, looking worried. Chen Guilan didn't let him into the yard, stepping out herself and closing the gate halfway, blocking Lin Xulian's view inside. She lowered her voice, her face already pale, her voice tight. "Comrade, I am Chun Jianjun's mother. Is my son Jianjun in trouble?" Besides Jianjun, she couldn't think of anything else that would make the troops come rushing to her door so urgently. The young soldier looked at her with pain in his eyes. He managed to say a few words, his voice soft and faint, but it sounded like a thunderclap in Qin Guilan's ears. "Auntie, the army just received news. Deputy Commander Chun and his team were on a mission at sea when they encountered an unprecedented big storm. The ship lost contact. Lost contact." These two words felt like two hot iron rods stabbing into Chen Guilan's mind. Suddenly, everything went black in front of her eyes. The world spun wildly, and the ground beneath her seemed to turn into cotton, soft and unable to support her. She staggered, and if she hadn't grabbed the doorframe in time, she might have collapsed on the spot. How could this? How could this happen? Did this happen in her past life? Chun Guilan's mind was a jumble. She desperately tried to recall her past life, hoping to find some clue about this event, but there was nothing. Jianjun was always someone who only shared good news, never bad. No matter how hard he had it outside, how much suffering he endured, she, as his mother, never knew. Every time he called or wrote, he said everything was fine, so she could rest easy. Could it be that this also happened in her past life, but he returned safely, so he never told the family? Or was it because she came into this life that everything changed? In the short videos young people watched online, they often talked about the butterfly effect. Was she, this old butterfly, flapping her wings to live again, causing the wind that took her son's life? The thought suddenly struck her like a poisonous snake, wrapping tightly around her heart and squeezing so she couldn't breathe. "Auntie? Auntie, are you okay?" The young soldier looked at her pale face, trembling with worry. "I'm fine." Chen Guilan suddenly bit her tongue. The sharp pain cleared her foggy mind a little. She couldn't fall. If she fell, what would happen to the person inside the house? What about the two grandchildren still in her belly? Jianjun was gone. She was the only pillar of this family. There was no such thing in her past life. Maybe it was just a close call, and she couldn't lose her composure now. "What's the situation exactly? Tell me," Chun Guilan said, holding onto the doorframe. She forced herself to stand straight, her voice hoarse but calm. The young soldier didn't expect her to stay so calm so quickly and felt a bit impressed. He hurriedly explained everything he knew. It turned out that Commander Qin Jianjun was leading a patrol at sea. On the way back, they suddenly encountered a huge storm. The last message from the radio was a request to turn back, and then they lost contact completely. Now, all the ships have been sent out to search and rescue. The team leader and the political officer asked me to come and tell you to prepare yourself mentally. They also asked me to check on your sister-in-law, the young soldier said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Auntie, please stay strong." "Stay strong? How can she do that?" That was her flesh and blood, her only son, her precious life. Qin Guilan felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, making her bleed. She had lived through 2 lifetimes and faced many hardships and sins. The more her world was falling apart, the more she had to stay calm. She took a deep breath, her mind racing. Absolutely, she must not let Xiao Lian find out about this. She was now pregnant and emotionally fragile. If she got too upset now, it could be disastrous for everyone. "I understand." Qin Guilan wiped her face. Her weathered face showed a calm that was almost frightening. "Don't tell Xiao Lian yet. She's timid and pregnant. She can't handle this shock." The young soldier nodded blankly. "Okay, you go back first and tell your leaders I understand. I'll arrange things at home and go there myself to find out more," Qin Guilan decided quickly. "Auntie, I'll wait for you outside the yard," he said. Qin Guilan nodded, took a deep breath, and when she turned to walk into the yard, she already had a smile on her face. She turned around, pushed open the door, and went back inside. Lin Xiaolian was sitting anxiously by the bed, waiting for her. When she saw her come in, she hurriedly asked Mom what happened. "It's okay, don't scare yourself. That young comrade just made a mistake. He said I have a package left at the dock and I need to pick it up, she spoke while picking up a straw hat hanging on the wall and putting it on her head. You just finished eating and are feeling sleepy. Lie down and rest. Mom will be back soon, maybe with some fresh fish from the sea. Although Lin Xulian found it a bit strange, she looked at her mother-in-law's calm expression, smelled the lingering aroma of the food, and felt the fatigue of pregnancy. She trusted her and nodded obediently. Then you go quickly and come back soon. Be careful on the road. Got it. Chen Guilin responded and turned to leave without looking back. She was afraid that if she looked back, she wouldn't be able to hold herself together. When she stepped out of the hospital door and closed it, her carefully maintained calm suddenly collapsed. Her legs went weak, almost causing her to kneel. The young soldier hurried forward to support her, with a worried look. Auntie, are you okay? Do you want to rest at home? We can handle the matter with the deputy squad leader. Chen Guilin wiped her tears and said, No need. Grandma has seen a lot in her life and can handle it. Let's go. The young soldier looked at her and nodded. Okay. Chen Guilin followed the soldier step by step toward the office building of the military base. Every step felt like walking on a hot, sharp blade. The island's wind carried a salty, damp smell, blowing on her face, sticky like tears that could never be wiped away. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her rough palms. Sharp pain shot through her, but it was the only way she could barely keep her balance, preventing herself from collapsing on this short stretch of a few hundred meters. She couldn't fall, absolutely not. It was as if two little people were fighting inside her head, one crying loudly, tearing at her heart, shouting, "Build the army," while the other was desperately weaving lies, word by word. The package at the dock. Yes, the package. What kind of package? Was it sent from her hometown? Or did she leave it on the boat herself? No, it was more believable that she left it on the boat. What was inside? She needed to think carefully. If Xulian asked, she couldn't let any clues slip. She would say it was small clothes and shoes prepared for her unborn grandson or granddaughter. Oh, and a few pieces of good fabric she deliberately left behind. This reason is the best. Chen Guilin's mind was racing quickly, carefully thinking through every detail that might be asked until they were deeply ingrained in her memory. When she reached the office building, her back was soaked with cold sweat. The team leader and political officer were already waiting inside, two men in their 40s, with identical expressions of sadness and guilt on their faces. The office was filled with smoke, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Big Sister Chen. Commander Wang stood up, wanting to help her, his lips moving as if to say comforting words, but at this moment, he couldn't speak at all. The elderly woman in front of him was smaller and thinner than he imagined, and she looked surprisingly calm. She didn't cry or make a fuss, not even showing the usual family members' breakdown. She simply waved her hand, refusing Commander Wang's help, and walked alone to a chair to sit down. Then she looked up, her eyes bloodshot, staring directly at the two leaders. How severe is the storm? Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper, but her words were clear and very calm. The commander and the staff officer were stunned. The staff officer answered instinctively. The report says it's an unprecedented major storm, with wind speeds over level 12. Before losing contact, what was the last known location? Near the sea area at 110 degrees east longitude and 18 degrees north latitude. What is the storm center and direction? How large is the search and rescue area? How many ships were sent? Is there a chance it was pushed onto nearby uninhabited islands or reefs by the waves? A series of precise, almost professional questions came from this ordinary-looking rural woman, shocking the two battle-hardened men in the office. They exchanged glances, both seeing a deep respect in each other's eyes. The staff officer remembered something. When Chen Jianjun first applied for his family to accompany him in the military, there was a report attached to his file about his mother, Chen Guilin, once a militia captain known as the Iron Girl, in 10 miles around. During the most chaotic times, she led a female militia team and used homemade guns and spears to wipe out a small enemy unit that had entered the village to burn, kill, and loot. She was also someone who survived the 3-year famine, dragging her family through the hardest times. She couldn't read or write, but she had faced many storms in her life, far more than what books could tell. Commander Wang personally poured a glass of water for Qin Guilin, handed it to her with both hands, and spoke respectfully. "Big sister, don't worry. We have sent out all available ships and are conducting non-stop 24-hour net searches. All nearby islands and reefs are within our search area. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up." Qin Guilin did not take the glass. She slowly stood up from her chair, straightening her back that had been bent by life. She bowed deeply to the two leaders. "My son is a soldier. Protecting the country is his duty. If he has sacrificed himself for the nation, that is his honor." Her voice was still hoarse, but carried a strong, steel-like weight. "But now he is only missing. I have two requests. I hope the leaders can help. First, we must find the person alive, and if he has passed away, we must find his body. As long as we haven't found him, the search must continue. Second, this matter must be kept absolutely secret from my daughter-in-law, Lin Xiulian." She looked at the two leaders. Beneath her calm expression, there was overwhelming grief and unwavering determination.
"My son might be gone.
I can't let her and the two unborn children in her belly have any accidents. They are the last roots of my old Qin family. Don't worry, Sister Qin. We agreed to these two requests on behalf of the army. It's what we should do. Thank you, leaders." Qin Guilin left the military office. The sky was turning a dull yellow. She didn't go straight home, but, holding back the sharp pain in her heart, headed to the fishing market at the dock. The market was filled with the salty smell of seawater and the scent of fish and shrimp. The sounds of bargaining and shouting blended together. Qin Guilin's soul seemed to be half removed. She mechanically moved through the crowd, finally stopping at a stall, buying two fresh-looking sea bass. The fishmonger quickly scaled and gutted the fish. When he handed them to her, she suddenly snapped back to reality, paid, and turned to walk home with the still-dripping fish in her arms. As she carried the fish, forced a smile, and pushed open the door, she immediately saw Lin Xiulian lying on the bed, sleeping restlessly. The daughter-in-law's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, as if she were dreaming something terrible. The sound of the door opening woke her up. Lin Xiulian suddenly opened her eyes and saw her mother-in-law had returned, carrying two cleaned fish. Her lingering doubts quickly faded away. "Mom, you're back." She sat up, rubbed her eyes, but keenly noticed that her mother-in-law's eyes were red and swollen, worse than before. "Your eyes. I'm fine," Qin Guilin said casually, carrying the fish to the kitchen with a deliberately cheerful tone. "The seaside wind is strong. It makes my eyes hurt. You rest a bit longer. I'll make fish soup for you." Without waiting for Lin Xiulian to ask further, she hurried into the kitchen and shut the door.
Bang!
The sound of a kitchen knife hitting the chopping board echoed heavily. Again and again. She used this frantic activity and loud noise to hide her deep sadness inside. It turns out that when someone is extremely sad, they can't cry. Qin Guilin thought about her son's sacrifice last time, wondering if her daughter-in-law was also overwhelmed with despair and collapse. At that time, she was sick, and every time Xiulian came to see her, she not only endured her scolding but also suffered the pain of losing her husband. How desperate she must have felt then. But despite all that pain, her daughter-in-law still showed her respect and filial piety. No matter how Jianjun behaved, she wanted to protect this home for her son. The kitchen window faced the sea, and the orange-red sunset was slowly sinking into the horizon, turning the whole sea into a blood-red color. There were no windproof walls in the family compound. Although the military leaders concealed the news of Jianjun's disappearance, the large-scale deployment of ships still seemed suspicious. Some military wives who were more informed had heard some rumors. Several times during the night, Lin Xiulian woke up to see her mother-in-law's shoulders trembling in the dark, silent tears falling, like a dull knife cutting her heart. She also noticed that the other military wives in the compound looked at her differently. There was sympathy, pity, and cautious avoidance in their eyes. She understood everything now, but she dared not ask a single word. She was afraid that once she spoke, The beautiful lie her mother-in-law had worked so hard to maintain would shatter like bubbles in an instant. All she could do was pretend to be obedient and happy, eat diligently, and sleep peacefully, hoping to ease her mother-in-law's tense shoulders just a little. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were separated by a fragile wall, one struggling outside, the other pretending not to notice inside. Both were protecting each other in their own way, guarding this fragile home. That's probably what family is. The rescue boat had not returned with any news, and rumors and speculations quietly spread among people. Most felt sympathy and worry, but some just wanted to stir trouble. Lu Hongmei was one of the most active in spreading gossip. Chun Jianjun was the youngest deputy leader in the neighborhood, full of promise, and had made many people jealous. Now that he was in trouble, Lu Hongmei was secretly happy, unable to hide her glee. That day, Chun Guilan was in the yard, building vegetable beds with stones, sweating profusely. Lu Hongmei saw her chance and sneaked closer to Lin Xulian's window. She lowered her voice, pretending to be caring, and called out, "Xulian, are you home? Your sister-in-law is here to see you." Her voice was sticky and fake, like a slippery snake slipping through the crack in the window.
Xulian, you must hold on, she said.
It's better if you can't, just let it go and be done with it. She spoke while pretending to wipe tears from her eyes that weren't there. Everyone faces hardships in life. Your husband is gone, but life still goes on, right? You're pregnant too, you have to think about the baby. Before she finished, there was a loud splash. Lin Xulian suddenly pulled open the window. She stood inside, her face pale from pregnancy and worry, but her eyes, usually timid, now shone brightly, like two burning flames. Lu Hongmei was startled by her sudden action, and her words caught in her throat. "Lu, sister-in-law." Lin Xulian spoke softly, her voice faint and carrying a hint of the weakness typical of a pregnant woman, but each word was clear and strong. "My husband, Chun Jianjun, is outside performing an honorable and difficult task. He is doing very well." She paused, her gaze directly piercing Lu Hongmei's surprised face. "Please, in the future, do not come to our door to spread rumors or talk nonsense. Otherwise," Lin Xulian took a deep breath and said the most firm words she had ever spoken, "I will report you to the political office of the army for damaging military marriage and shaking the morale." Damaging military marriage. Shaking the morale. These 8 words exploded like thunder above Lu Hongmei's head. This accusation was too serious. In this era, especially in the military compound, being labeled like this could mean not only being expelled from the family housing, with everyone pointing fingers at her, but also ruining her husband's future prospects. Lu Hongmei's face instantly turned pale, losing all its color. She opened her mouth, like a fish out of water, staring at Lin Xulian inside the window, who looked like a different person and couldn't speak for a long time. She simply couldn't understand how the usually gentle, shy, businesswoman's daughter suddenly became so formidable. I just care about you, that's all. I'll leave now, I'll leave right away." After saying this, she didn't dare say more and hurried back to her own house. In the yard, Chen Guilan, who was bending down to move stones, also heard these words. Her body suddenly stiffened, and her hands holding the stones froze mid-air. She didn't turn around but slowly turned her back, raised her arm, and with her muddy sleeve, wiped her face harshly. Hot tears mixed with sweat and dirt, covering her face. Her Xulian, her good daughter-in-law. In the end, she found out. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but with her most fragile shoulders, she bore this great sorrow, fighting alongside her in her own way. "Xulian, don't be afraid, your mother is here." Chen Guilan embraced Lin Xulian. Lin Xulian also hugged Chen Guilan. "Mom, don't worry, Xulian is here too." The two women, mother and daughter-in-law, looked at each other with tears in their eyes, sharing the same strong belief. "Xulian/Mom, let's wait together for Jianjun to come back." Both of them said the same words at the same time, looked at each other and smiled through tears. Not far away, the squad leader and political officer, who had heard the words clearly, arrived just in time. The two leaders exchanged a look, their faces showing mixed feelings of complexity and emotion. They looked at the woman in the yard with a pale face but a firm gaze, and the small old man with shoulders slightly trembling, facing away from everyone. Weak, yet strong as steel. Our island military district needs such family members, calm in danger, resilient as steel, and worthy of being role models for military families. Commander Wang said to the guard Xiao Zhang beside him, "Tell the political officer later that the most outstanding family members this time are Chen Guilin and her daughter-in-law Lin Xiulian." "Yes, Commander." By the way, Commander Wang took a few steps, then stopped and frowned while looking toward Lu Hongmei's home. "Some family members in the residential area need education. Arrange a session of ideological education this month, focusing on criticizing someone named Lu Hongmei. She's just unreasonable. Also, ask her husband to come to my office." Meanwhile, Lu Hongmei didn't know that because of her words, her husband would not only be scolded but she herself would be criticized as a typical example at the military family meeting. She was at home, complaining to her mother-in-law, Zhou Dajiao. "Mom, you don't know, that bad person, the wife of the capitalist next door, Vice Regiment Chen, was so fierce to me just now." Her mother-in-law, Zhou Dajiao, was feeding her grandson Chao Tianbao, and upon hearing this, she glanced at the neighbor's house. "Why are you angry with a widow? I've always said those delicate, flirtatious women are like vampires, draining men's energy. Vice Regiment Chen will be doomed if he keeps meeting such women." Now, it seems to be true. Lu Hongmei chuckled. "Mom, you're right. Her bad days are still ahead. I can't wait to see her embarrassed." She looked at her son playing hide-and-seek with his grandmother in the main room, and she liked him more and more. "Tianbao, come here. Grandma will feed you another bite." Zhou Dajiao caught up to Chao Tianbao and fed him a piece, then turned to her daughter-in-law and said, "Hongmei, not all mothers-in-law are as easy to talk to as I am. That old lady Chen looks fierce, mean, and sharp-tongued. If she finds out her son has sacrificed, she might torment this little girl even more." Lu Hongmei stepped forward, holding Zhou Dajiao's arm. "Of course. My mother-in-law is the best in the big yard. She Lin Xiulian, a young lady from a wealthy family. How can she compare to me?" The two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seemed to see the miserable ending of the neighbor's family and laughed loudly. Since Chen Guilin and Lin Xiulian spoke openly, although the family was filled with heavy sadness, there was now a strong sense of determination. Chen Guilin managed the household well, both inside and outside. The vegetable plots in the yard were already built up, and the soil was turned soft, just waiting for planting. That afternoon, she saw the water jar was almost empty, so she found 2 buckets, skillfully hung them on a pole, and carried them outside the yard. Fresh water was precious on the island, and the entire family compound relied on an old well at the foot of the mountain behind. As she reached the well, she heard a familiar voice. "Big Sister Chen, you're fetching water too." Chen Guilin turned around and saw Li Chunhua, who had guided her when she first arrived on the island. Li Chunhua hurried over, took one end of Chen Guilin's pole, helped her unload the water bucket, and showed genuine concern on her face. "Big Sister Chen, about Jianjun. You should try to stay positive. That boy is lucky, and good fortune will come to him. Everything will be fine." Recently, Li Chunhua was one of the few who sincerely came to comfort them, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chen Guilin felt grateful and nodded at her. "Thanks for your kind words." There were already a few military wives waiting in line by the well. When they saw Chen Guilin, they greeted her warmly, and the atmosphere was quite friendly. Chen Guilin was at the end of the line, talking with Li Chunhua, when suddenly a sharp voice interrupted. Make way. Make way. Can't you see my grandson is thirsty? Let us go first." Zhou Dajiao was pulling her grandson Chao Tianbao, holding a small water bucket and confidently trying to push to the front of the line. The military wives in front frowned but remembered her daughter-in-law Lu Hongmei's sharp tongue, so they held back and moved aside. Zhou Dajiao proudly puffed out her chest and tried to squeeze past Chen Guilin. With a loud clatter, Chen Guilin placed her pole on the ground, perfectly blocking Zhou Dajiao's way. "Line up at the back," she said without even lifting her eyelids. Zhou Dajiao didn't expect anyone to stop her. She froze for a moment, then crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. You country bumpkin, do you understand the rules? My grandson is thirsty. If your eyes are so dim and your ears are deaf, that's your problem. Chin Guilin slowly raised her head, looking at her harsh face. I only know that the order is first come, first served. If you want water, just wait patiently in line. A military family member nearby tried to advise Chin Guilin softly, saying, Aunt Chin, don't argue with her. Her daughter-in-law is Lu Hongmei from next door. Their family is full of trouble once you get involved. Recently, Chin Guilin had been holding back her anger, and hearing that Lu Hongmei's mother-in-law was involved made her even more annoyed. She was worried about finding a chance to deal with them, and now the opportunity had come. I said no. You have to wait in line for water. This well isn't your family's property. Zhou Dajiao was used to causing trouble in the yard. She couldn't stand being challenged. When she saw Chin Guilin refuse, she reached out to push the pole. Get out of the way. A bad omen who lost her son, daring to block my way. Bad luck. As soon as she finished speaking, her vision blurred. Chin Guilin threw the pole she was holding onto the ground with a loud bang. She looked like a furious mother leopard, rushing straight in front of Zhou Dajiao. What did you just say? You old gossip, mind your words. Chin Guilin's voice was quiet but icy as ice. Zhou Dajiao was frightened by her imposing presence and took a step back, but she refused to admit defeat and cursed even more nastily. I said it. I'm not afraid of you. Zhou Dajiao pulled her grandson behind her, puffed out her chest, and her voice became sharp and piercing. I tell you, you two women are bad luck. One killed her husband, and now she's killing her son. Chun Jianjun, young and healthy, died outside, probably cursed by you two bad luck women. And your daughter-in-law, a rich girl, a fox spirit reincarnated, born to drain men's energy. Chun Jianjun, this unlucky guy, shouldn't have married her. He got what he deserved. You. Li Chunhua couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Chin Guilin. How can you be so vicious? Jianjun is a hero defending our country. How can you curse him like that? What if I curse him? Zhou Dajiao's insults grew more aggressive, spitting as she spoke. Old Qin family men are cursed for generations, and now you two women are the cause. Your family is doomed to have no descendants. You old hag, I'll tear your stinky mouth apart. At this moment, Chin Guilin's anger finally exploded. She suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Bigfoot Zhou's gray hair with one hand, while the other slapped her in the face, which was covered in dirt and mud. Smack! A clear, sharp sound. Ah! Bigfoot Zhou let out a loud scream. She didn't expect Chin Guilin to start hitting her so quickly and with such strength. She went crazy, scratching at Chin Guilin's face with her nails. The two elderly women, both over 100 years old, were fighting fiercely by the well, like wild hens. This wasn't fancy fighting, it was raw, aggressive fighting. You pull my hair, I grab your collar. You scratch my arm, I kick your leg. Since her son joined the army, Bigfoot Zhou hadn't done heavy work anymore. She was no match for Chin Guilin, who had farmed all her life, led militia, and fought enemies. Soon, Chin Guilin pushed her to the ground and sat on her stomach. Ow! Bigfoot Zhou's scream changed pitch, feeling like her internal organs were about to come out. Chin Guilin sat on her, freeing her hands to hold her flailing arms, and without mercy, she slapped her face. Stop talking back. Stop cursing my son. Stop talking nonsense. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. She grabbed Zhou's hair, making her unable to lift her head, and with her other hand, she delivered 2 more sharp slaps. Bigfoot Zhou cried out in pain, kicking and struggling wildly. She kicked over a water bucket belonging to a military wife nearby. The full bucket of water spilled all over the ground and splashed on both women. Suddenly, the ground was muddy. Everyone around was stunned. They hadn't expected Chin Guilin to be so fierce. Watching Zhou scream and cry, the military family members didn't feel sorry for her. Instead, they felt pleased. Usually, Bigfoot Zhou relied on her age to bully others. Whenever someone argued with her, she would lie on the ground, throw a tantrum, and scream loudly. The military families on the island were relatively young. Seeing her like this, they felt a little scared, and because she was old, they usually let her be. But now, this woman was even more aggressive. Seeing Chun Guilin scold her, everyone felt strangely happy. Bigfoot Joe was badly beaten and crying for help. Only then did the crowd realize and rush forward to pull her away. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Annie, get up quickly. Oh no, please move him aside. Someone said this while secretly kicking a few times. Chow Tianbao was so scared he cried loudly, holding onto a crooked tree by the well, shouting, "Grandma! Grandma! Don't die!" The scene was a chaotic mess. Qin Guilin had vented her anger enough and was pulled up roughly from around Zhou Dajiao by several people. She stood to the side, her chest heaving heavily, her face and body covered in mud spots, her hair messy, but her back straight and upright. Looking at Zhou Dajiao on the ground, she was in a terrible state. Her hair was pulled into a mess like a chicken coop, her face had several red marks, her clothes soaked with mud and water, 2 buttons had popped off, and she was lying there groaning and wailing, unable to get up. At that moment, a stern voice cut through all the noise. "What are you all doing? How unseemly." Everyone turned to look and saw Wang Jinghua, the political commissar, walking over quickly with a serious face. The crowd instantly quieted and made way. Seeing the savior coming, Zhou Dajiao, who was rolling and crying on the ground, suddenly raised her voice. "Comrade Wang, you have to stand up for me. That rural woman is going to beat me to death." "It's so unfair." Wang Jinghua looked at Zhou Dajiao, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground, his temples pounding. It was the same old lady again. Most of the peaceful days in the residential compound had been disturbed by her. He instinctively wanted to turn around and leave, wishing to see nothing. But Zhou Dajiao, with sharp eyes, saw the commissar trying to slip away. She abandoned her wailing and, using her hands and feet, crawled over from the muddy ground, grabbing his trouser leg tightly. "Comrade Wang, you can't leave. If you go, I'll be beaten to death here today." Her face was covered with tears and snot, and she smeared mud from the ground all over her face, smudging her neat military pants. Wang Jinggua's face darkened further. He looked down at the stain, feeling his blood pressure rising rapidly. He shook his leg, but she held on tighter. "Comrade Zhou Dajiao, let go first." "I won't let go. If you don't stand up for me today, I won't let go." Zhou Dajiao acted stubbornly, holding on even tighter. "Look at my face, beaten up by this rural woman. And my old bones are about to break from her. Someone call the police." Jinghua Wang took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. His eyes swept over the messy crowd and finally landed on Qin Guilin, who was covered in mud but stood straight and firm. "What's going on?" he asked in a serious voice. "Who started the fight?" "It was her. She was the first to hit," Zhou Dajiao hurriedly answered, pointing at Qin Guilin with a sharp voice. "I just wanted my grandson to have a sip of water first. If she didn't want to, fine, but she also cursed us and started hitting people. Comrade political officer, you must stand up for us revolutionaries. We can't let this rural woman ruin our army's good reputation." She lied and made herself seem wronged and innocent. She herself was from the countryside, and now she called Qin Guilin a rural girl. The political officer's brow furrowed even more, already guessing the truth. "Is what she said true? Can anyone tell me if it's true?" Wang Jingwei asked loudly. The soldiers present lowered their heads, looking at each other, unwilling to speak up against Qin Guilin. "Can anyone tell me if what she said is true? Or did no one see anything?" Wang Jingwei demanded. Qin Guilin stepped forward. "Comrade political officer, you don't need to make things difficult for them. It was my wife who started the fight." When Zhou Dajiao heard her admit it, she started crying again. "Comrade political officer, you heard it. She was the first to hit. We should lock her up and make her write a self-criticism. She should also pay compensation." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers couldn't stand it anymore. Li Chunhua stepped forward. "Comrade political officer," Zhou Dajiao pushed Sister Chen first and even cursed her. The words were very harsh. We all heard it. Sister Chen only fought back because she couldn't take it anymore. Other soldiers agreed. Yes, we all heard it. The curses were really nasty. What did she say? The political officer asked again. Li Chunhua looked at Chen Guilin, hesitant. The words were too vicious. She couldn't bring herself to say them. But Chen Guilin spoke up herself. Her voice was calm, without any emotion, like stones hitting everyone's hearts. She said, "She called my son a short-lived ghost, saying he deserved to die outside. She said my daughter-in-law is a fox spirit, cursing her and my son. She said our old Qin family is doomed to have no descendants, and that my mother-in-law and I are bad luck, like broom stars and death stars." With each sentence she spoke, the crowd grew quieter. When she finished the last sentence, the entire area by the well was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, except for Chao Tianbao's crying. Chun Jianjun is a hero who disappeared to protect his country. Yet, Zhou Dajiao used such cruel words to curse the hero and his family. This is no longer just a simple argument. It's like striking at the backbone of all military families. Wang Jingguo's face was no longer difficult to describe. It was a dark blue, like a storm was about to break. Zhou Dajiao. Wang Jingguo's voice sounded strained, filled with uncontrollable anger. Comrade Chen Guilin said, "What? Is it true?" Zhou Dajiao was so frightened by Wang Jingguo's expression that she stammered and tried to defend herself. I was just angry and said it out loud. Just angry and said it. Wang Jingguo laughed angrily. Comrade Qin Jianjun is a hero who patrols the borders for the country. His family members are people we should respect and protect. As a military family member, not only do you show no sympathy, but you also use the most vicious words to attack the hero's mother and wife. Where is your sense of loyalty? Where are your principles? Chen Guilin stepped forward and spoke to the political commissar confidently and respectfully. "Commissar, I was wrong to hit her. I accept the punishment." But she changed her tone, her eyes red and burning with determination. "She insulted my son and cursed my unborn grandson. This matter is not over. She must apologize to me, to my son, and to my daughter-in-law publicly, in front of everyone." Wang Jingguo looked at this small but tough old lady, feeling a mix of emotions. Earlier in the morning, Commander Wang had just told them to criticize Chao Bing's wife, Lu Hongmei, and to set Chen Guilin and her daughter-in-law as models of exemplary military families. Before they even had a meeting, her mother, Zhou Dajiao, caused such a scene again. "Zhou Dajiao," the political commissar shouted sternly. "Did you hear me? Apologize to Comrade Chen Guilin." Zhou Dajiao sat in the mud, scared and angry, her lips trembling but refusing to speak. She couldn't bring herself to apologize to an old woman she looked down on. "Not going to apologize?" The commissar sneered coldly. "Good, very good." He turned to the guards behind him, speaking loudly so everyone present could hear clearly.
"Go,"
called Deputy Battalion Commander Chow from the Logistics Department. "I want to ask him how he became the Deputy Battalion Commander." His mother openly spreads words that shake the soldiers' morale and damages the unity among the military families. As a party member and officer, does he even care? Yes. The guard immediately stood straight and was about to run back to the camp.
"No.
Don't go." Hearing that he was really going to call his son Chao Bing, Zhou Dajiao's wild temper instantly deflated. She knows her son's temper very well. In the army, he cares about face and reputation, and he hates her taking advantage of being his mother to cause trouble outside. If this matter gets to him, he would definitely tear her apart when he finds out. She no longer cared about holding on to the political officer's pants. She scrambled to get up from the muddy ground, but she was soaked and the ground was slippery. She struggled for a long time, looking like a mother hen rolling in the mud, becoming more and more helpless. Wang Jingguo took a step back to avoid getting mud on himself. The other military wives didn't step forward to help, but just watched quietly. Finally, Zhou Dajiao used her hands and feet to support herself and stood up, her face pale and blue, mixed with mud, looking like a clown in a play. Isn't that enough? Her voice was weak, no longer showing any of her previous arrogance. She moved in front of Chen Guilin, lowered her head, but her eyes kept glancing around unwillingly, and she squeezed out a few words through her teeth. Sorry. Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. If the well nearby hadn't been quiet, no one would have heard her. Louder. Political officer Wang shouted sternly. Show the strength of your curse from earlier. Zhou Dajiao trembled and shrank back in fear. She looked up, resentfully glared at Chen Guilin, then reluctantly raised her voice. Chen Guilin. Sorry. Is that enough now? This wasn't really an apology. It sounded more like a challenge. Chen Guilin ignored her, not even showing an extra expression. She simply turned around and looked at political officer Wang. Officer, just apologizing to me isn't enough. Her voice was quiet, but clear enough for everyone to hear. She cursed at my son, cursed at my daughter-in-law, and even cursed my unborn grandson. This account can't just be ignored. Hearing this, Zhou Dajiao's temper flared again. You old woman, are you getting more and more unreasonable? I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Just apologize to the old lady and be done with it. Why do you also have to apologize to a short-lived missing person? She would like to apologize to your son. Chen Guilin, call her over. Can she even be called? Maybe she's already turned into a corpse, eaten by fish in the sea. Completely gone, haha. Zhou Dajiao was secretly planning maliciously. If Chen Guilin dared to push her again, she would pretend to run and crash into the well. See how she would handle that. She didn't believe that a missing, short-lived person could be more important than her own life. Suddenly, from afar, a loud, urgent shout was heard. Uncle Chen. Aunt Chen. It was the young soldier who had previously reported to Chen Guilin, panting heavily. He quickly spotted Chen Guilin among the crowd, his eyes bright with hope. He caught his breath and shouted with all his strength, Aunt Chen. Deputy Commander Chen has been found. Jianjun found her? Chen Guilin was initially in disbelief. Then she jumped up excitedly. My Jianjun is found. Everyone around was startled by her. Commander Wang's brow twitched. This old lady was really strong. She jumped so high without hurting her back. But in the next second, oh! Chen Guilin let out a scream. She suddenly froze as if her acupoints had been pressed, unable to move. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Aunt Chen, what's wrong? Hurry, help her. Did she sprain her back? Oh no. What should we do? The military members nearby quickly gathered around. The tense atmosphere just moments ago turned into collective concern for Chen Guilin.
Don't move.
Don't move. Commander Wang was frightened by her sudden reaction and quickly stopped her. Everyone stay still. Let her rest first. Li Chunhua squatted down, worriedly asking, Old sister, did you sprain your back? Does it hurt a lot? It hurts. It hurts so much. Chen Guilin gasped in pain, but she smiled through tears and snot, saying, It's okay, I'm happy. My son is not dead. I'm happy. Another military wife also came over and said, Auntie, you're probably getting old. Your bones are loose. You can't handle such big joy and sorrow. Later, cook more fish soup to drink and help strengthen calcium. I have some medicinal wine made from island soil, which is very effective for injuries. I will send it to you later. Li Chunhua said eagerly. Everyone gathered around Chen Guilin, talking and showing concern. Standing aside, muddy and with a swollen face, Zhou Dajiao watched the scene with jealousy. Why is this countrywoman so popular? I only wanted my grandson to drink some water, but I ended up like this, with no one asking about me. These people probably heard that Chen Jianjun came back and looked down on Qiao Bing, who is just a deputy battalion commander.
Bah.
They looked down on others just to lift themselves up. Chen Guilin stood there for a while, finally able to move. She ignored her back pain and struggled to walk. Comrade, where is my son? Please take me to see him. After saying this, she seemed to remember something and turned to Zhou Dajiao. Zhou Dajiao, who said my son is a short-lived ghost. I tell you, my son will live a long life. Then she looked at Wang Zhengwei. Wang Zhengwei, thank you for being fair just now. Zhou Dajiao still owes my son and daughter-in-law an apology. But I need to see my son now. Maybe you can let Zhou Dajiao apologize publicly at the upcoming military family meeting. No way. Zhou Dajiao refused without hesitation. I already promised to apologize. What more do you want? Don't be old and bossy. Chen Guolan didn't argue. She looked at Wang Jingwei, pursing her lips, feeling very wronged. Wang Jingwei looked like he was seeing his own mother. Aunt Chun, don't worry. I agree to your request. Lu Hongmei also needs to be criticized, so let them do a public and sincere review together. Zhou Dajiao was anxious and wanted to say more, but Wang Jingwei made the decision directly. This matter is settled. Zhou Dajiao, go prepare and remind Lu Hongmei to do her review. Do you hear me? Yes. Zhou Dajiao immediately looked defeated, shrinking back and not daring to speak. Chen Guolan was eager to leave. Li Chunhua volunteered to carry water. Old sister, you can't strain your back anymore. I'll help carry the water. You go with the young comrade to see Jianjun. Thanks, girl. I'll invite you to dinner at my house later. Chen Guolan didn't bother to be polite. She followed Yang Guodong, limping but walking quickly toward the camp area. That figure didn't look like an old lady with a sore back. It looked like a soldier ready to charge into battle. On the way, Chen Guolan was worried about her daughter-in-law and asked, Comrade Yang, does my daughter-in-law know about the military parade? Don't worry, Aunt Chen. I went to the family quarters before coming here and told my sister-in-law. She's waiting at the fork to the military hospital for you. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared on the small road ahead. Lin Shulian saw her and was very happy, her eyes red. Mom, they said the military parade has been found. Chen Guolan took her hand. I know, let's go. The two of us will go pick him up and bring him home. Lin Shulian nodded. Yes, let's go home. The mother and daughter-in-law held hands and headed toward the military hospital. In the hospital, Chen Jianjun was lying on the bed, with bandages on his arm and a few scratches on his face, but he looked in good spirits. He was talking to Zhang Yuan, his assistant, sitting beside the bed, sighing and complaining. Xiao Zhang, what kind of trouble is this? I'm most worried about my family. He looked worried, not knowing how much had changed at home during the days he was out of contact. Really, Deputy Battalion Commander, Zhang Yuan scratched his head. I thought your wife was pretty easy to get along with. I even saw her joking and laughing with sisterly before. You don't understand. Chen Jianjun waved his hand. My mom is quick-tempered. She's never been happy with Shulian's background. If these two get together and I'm not home, who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause. It worries me to death. He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a very familiar voice rang out sharply at the door of the ward. You little brat, is this how you talk about your mother behind her back? Chen Jianjun stiffened and mechanically turned his head. His mother rushed in like a gust of wind, followed by his wife, who was covering her mouth and trying not to laugh. In the next second, a strong hand grabbed his ear like a pair of pliers.
Ouch. Mom.
It hurts. Give me a little face. Shulian is watching. Chen Jianjun begged, grimacing. You're still worried about face. Chen Guolan tightened her grip and said, let me tell you, if Shulian hadn't been such a good girl to accept you, with your bad temper, you'd probably be a lifelong bachelor. Lin Shulian looked at her husband's embarrassed face and smiled happily. She stepped forward and linked arms with Chen Guolan, joking. Mom is right. If Jianjun stays single, then I might as well stay with Mom. Chen Jianjun was completely stunned. He looked at his mother and then at his wife, with a face full of disbelief.
Wait.
When did you two get so close? Chen Guolan proudly puffed out her chest. You don't know? Shulian is actually my real daughter. Years ago, you and Shulian were mistakenly swapped at the clinic. We've been apart for many years, but now we've finally found each other as mother and daughter. After saying that, Chen Guolan winked at Lin Shulian, who nodded slightly in response. Chen Jianjun was still in shock and almost believed it. He looked at Lin Shulian, seeking confirmation. Lin Shulian held back her laughter, looked innocent, and nodded. Yes, Mom is my real mother. You were swapped. Mom says we are true and false daughters. Can't you tell the difference even with a swap? Chen Jianjun said, then realized and laughed bitterly. All right. You two, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, are teaming up to trick me. I'm just an outsider. Chen Guolan and Lin Shulian exchanged glances and laughed together, holding hands. Seeing how well his mother and wife got along, Chen Jianjun finally felt relieved. The heavy weight in his heart was gone. His mother and wife getting along well meant he didn't have to worry about being caught in the middle. The tense atmosphere in the hospital room was completely cleared by this small joke. After laughing, Chun Guilan's face turned serious again as she carefully examined her son's injuries. What exactly happened? How did you encounter the storm? When it came to serious matters, Chen Jianjun's expression also became serious. On our way back, we found a suspicious fishing boat. When we checked it, we discovered they were smuggling. We exchanged fire, and in pursuit, we deviated from our course and entered the storm center. Did you catch anyone? Most of them were caught, and we seized some watches, radios, and illegal drugs. But Chen Jianjun frowned. Their leader escaped. He's very clever, with a red birthmark about the size of a fingernail on his left eyebrow, very noticeable. The police and border patrol have already issued a wanted notice. Commander Wang just came in from outside, patting Chen Jianjun on the shoulder. No one can escape now. We've set a trap everywhere. You've made a big contribution this time, but you're also injured. I've approved half a month off for you. Stay at home to rest and take care of your mom and wife. Chen Guilan and Lin Xuelian both smiled when they heard this. The family was happily preparing to go home.
Oh.
Lin Xuelian suddenly called out, stopped walking, and frowned tightly. What's wrong, Xuelian? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Chen Jianjun and Chen Guilan's hearts immediately tightened. Lin Xuelian was nervous at first, then suddenly smiled with great joy, looking at her belly. It's not discomfort, it's the baby. What about the baby? Lin Xuelian happily said just now. The baby moved. Her voice was full of uncontrollable surprise and trembling, and her bright eyes instantly filled with tears. She held Chen Guilan tightly with one hand and carefully placed her other hand on her belly, as if feeling the most wonderful movement in the world. The baby moved? Chen Guilan heard this and forgot all about her back pain and Zhou Dajiao. She pushed away her son, who was trying to come closer, nervously supporting Lin Xuelian's other arm. Did it kick you? Is it strong? Come on, let me feel. She was more excited than Lin Xuelian herself, carefully extending her calloused hand, wanting to touch, but afraid of startling her unborn grandchild. Her hand hovered in the air, unsure what to do. Chen Jianjun on the hospital bed was also very happy, trying to lean over with one arm hanging. Really? My son moved? Quickly, I want to feel too. His good hand reached out, but Chen Guilan slapped it away with a smack. Go away. You big rough guy. Your hands are heavy and careless. What if you scare my grandchild? She shot him a sharp look, then protectively held Lin Xuelian in her arms, smiling happily. Xuelian, let's ignore him. Let's go home. Mom will make you some chicken soup. Lin Xuelian was amused by her mother-in-law's protective attitude. Yes, Mom, we're going home. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law happily held hands and walked closely together, supporting each other as they headed out of the hospital room. They looked very close and loving. Chen Jianjun, who was left behind, stretched out his hand in midair, looked at his red hand, then at the two figures walking ahead, and felt completely confused.
No.
I'm still behind. The woman in front, Chen Guilan, didn't turn her head and waved her hand impatiently. You're a grown man, not even hurt badly, just a little arm injury. Can't you keep up? You're a man, not a fragile kid. Don't be so slow, Lin Xuelian snorted proudly. Exactly, Mom's right. Chen Jianjun. He watched the two women's backs, one carefully protecting the other happily leaning on her, and sunlight streamed through the corridor window, casting a warm glow on them. He realized he was really the odd one out now. Chen Jianjun shook his head helplessly, feeling warm inside like he was dipped in warm water. As a brave man outside fighting battles, what he wanted most was a peaceful home and harmony between his mother-in-law and wife. Let's go home. He cheerfully followed, and the family of three headed toward their house. The walk from the military hospital to the family courtyard was a bit long. Chen Guilan kept supporting Lin Xuelian and kept talking. Xuelian, walk slowly. The road is uneven. Don't trip. Are you thirsty? Want to rest a bit? When we get home, You can lie down. You don't have to do anything. Mom will make you something tasty. Chen Jianjun, walking behind, couldn't help but complain to get attention. Mom, I still have my arm in a sling, and I lost a lot of blood. I'm the one who's hurt, okay? Chen Guilin turned and glared at him. That little skin injury? It'll heal in a couple of days. Xulian's carrying our family's roots in her belly. She's precious. You're a grown man, fighting over who gets more attention from your wife. Shameful. Though she said that, Chen Guilin was already thinking about recipes that would help her daughter-in-law's wound heal faster. Chen Jianjun had nothing more to say. Fine, your family, I was mistaken. Now I believe it. On the way, they met several military wives from the family courtyard. When they saw Chen Jianjun, they cheered happily and came over to greet him. Oh, Jianjun's back. That's great. I'm glad everyone is safe. Aunt Chen, Xulian, you can finally breathe easy now. Li Chunhua clapped her hands happily. I always knew Jianjun was lucky. He will come back safe. Everyone started talking at once, showing concern. Chen Guilin and Lin Xulian kept thanking everyone, smiling happily. Suddenly, from the other side of the crowd, a clumsy figure hobbled over. It was Zhou Dajiao just coming away from the well. Her hair was messy and stuck to her face. Her clothes were covered in mud, and she had some red marks on her face. She walked strangely and muttered to herself. The women who had been talking to Chen Jianjun's family looked at Zhou Dajiao with frowns. Their smiles faded. They moved aside, as if trying to avoid something dirty. Zhou Dajiao saw Chen's mother and wife surrounded by people. When she saw Chen Jianjun, safe and full of energy, her eyes nearly popped out. Zhou Dajiao felt both jealous and angry. That unlucky person was really back, and only with a small injury? Why didn't those smug people catch her? Why did she come back a hero? It wasn't fair. She glared at Chen's family with hatred and hurriedly walked away, wanting to get home quickly. Chen Guilin watched her with a proud smile, straightening her back. She wanted everyone to see that the Chen family was not easy to bully. Her son was a hero, her daughter-in-law was great, and she, as a mother, was strong too. Seeing her proud look made Zhou Dajiao even angrier. She felt a tight pain in her chest and was very uncomfortable. When she got home, she saw the floor covered with sunflower seed shells, fruit peels, and paper scraps. The kitchen was cold, with no fire. Her daughter-in-law, Lu Hongmei, was lying against the wall, peeking into the neighbor's yard. Zhou Dajiao slapped her. Lu Hongmei was stunned. Mom, why did you hit me? Zhou Dajiao was angry and felt her chest hurt. Look at you. How unlucky is our family. We married you, and look what a mess you made. Is this a pigsty? And what time is it now? Have you cooked dinner? Has the pot been washed? Lu Hongmei nonchalantly pouted. It's just a few sunflower seed shells. Don't make a fuss. Mom, you just sweep it up. As for the rice, Mom, you're back, right? Just cook it. I'm going out to see what's happening. She said this and, ignoring Zhou Dajiao, left the yard like a busy manager. Left behind, Zhou Dajiao stood in the sea breeze, covered in mud and bruises, almost crying but feeling helpless. Both of them are grandmothers, but she wondered why she didn't have a son who could earn military honors or a daughter-in-law who could keep the house perfectly tidy, like Chen Guilin. Next door, Chen Guilin returned home and was happy to see the yard was neat and tidy. Mom, Xulian, you two sit and rest for a while. I'll go cook for you. Chen Jianjun took off his coat and headed toward the kitchen. Stop right there. Chen Guilin grabbed him. You're injured. Don't cause trouble. Just sit quietly. She pushed her son into a chair, helped Lin Xulian sit down nearby, rolled up her sleeves, put on an apron, and cheerfully went into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw 2 large jars of water, her shoulder pole and bucket nearby, along with a bottle of medicinal wine for her back pain. Chen Guilin felt grateful. Spring Flower Girl is nice. I should bring her some special treats later to thank her. She heard that her daughter-in-law lacked milk, so she planned to make papaya, peanut, and jujube soup to help with milk production. She also decided to bring some of her homegrown dates and peanuts for Spring Flower Girl. At home, A pregnant woman and an injured person couldn't go hungry. Chen Guilin prepared some quick dishes. As for chicken soup, she would stew it after dinner. Chen Jianjun sat in the main hall, looking at his wife's familiar smile, listening to the busy sounds from the kitchen. His wandering heart finally settled down completely. This is what a home feels like. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. It wasn't fancy delicacies, just the most homely flavors. The soup base made from cured duck bones was boiling until it turned white. Fresh noodles were swirling in it, topped with a golden egg. Another simple dish was soy sauce scrambled eggs, made with homemade yellow soybean paste and free-range eggs she brought. When cooked, the eggs had a yellow-brown color, sprinkled with green scallions. The salty, fragrant taste was so strong it seemed to fill the nose. Mealtime. Chen Guilin carried a big bowl of noodles in one hand and a plate of soy sauce scrambled eggs in the other, rushing out of the kitchen with energy. Army builder, yours. She placed a bowl of noodles in front of her son, the noodles piled high and steaming. On top was a fried egg with a golden edge, looking very tempting. Xiao Lian, yours. For her daughter-in-law, she gave a small bowl with half the noodles and more broth. There was also a fried egg on top and a small dish of sour beans on the side. Mom, you should eat too. Lin Xiao Lian saw her mother-in-law serve herself half a bowl of clear noodle soup and quickly tried to give her the fried egg. Eat your own. Chen Guilin pushed her chopsticks back, looking stern. You're eating for 3 people alone. So precious. Mom isn't hungry. After saying that, she pushed a plate of stir-fried eggs with sauce toward her son. Try it. See if it still tastes the same. Chen Jianjun looked at the bowl of noodles and the plate of stir-fried eggs in front of him. His nose suddenly felt a bit sore. On the ship, they ate from big pots. The flavors from the north and south mixed together. It was enough to fill their stomachs, but the taste always felt like something was missing. He picked up his chopsticks and took a big piece of the stir-fried eggs. The savory sauce and the egg combined, salty and fresh. That familiar taste, belonging only to home, exploded on his tongue and rushed down his throat to the softest part of his heart. Chen Jianjun paused. During those days drifting at sea, the ship leaked and their food was soaked. They relied on a few compressed biscuits to survive. When the waves were at their worst, he was battered by the sea, with seawater salty and bitter in his mouth. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about awards or future plans. He was thinking about his mom's stir-fried eggs, about his wife and the baby in her belly. He was afraid he would die like this, never eat it again, never see them again. What's wrong? Not tasty. Chen Guilin looked at him, worried because he stopped eating. It should be good. Mom has made this stir-fried eggs many times, she said, trying a piece. The taste hasn't changed. No, it's still the familiar flavor, Chen Jianjun said softly. He lowered his head and took another big mouthful of noodles mixed with the eggs, eating quickly and eagerly. He ate faster and faster. As he ate, his shoulders began to tremble slightly. Lin Xiulian sensed something was wrong and gently touched his arm with concern. Jianjun? Chen Jianjun suddenly looked up, tears filling his strong, soldier-like eyes. He looked at his mother sitting across from him. Under the light, her gray hair at the temples was very noticeable, and the wrinkles around her eyes had deepened since he left home. To come to the island, she carried heavy luggage alone and traveled for days and nights by train and boat. As her son, who had been away for many years, he couldn't even show his filial piety properly and often made her worry. Chen Guilin gently patted his head, just like when he was a child, and said, "You're almost a father now. Why are you still crying?" "Mom." Chen Jianjun's voice choked with emotion. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his face with his hand. "I miss you, Mom." Chen Guilin's heart felt a sharp pain, like being pricked by needles. In her previous life, she never heard her son say such caring words before she died. Back then, she was misled by Chen Suifan and lost her heart to her son, treating him like an enemy. It wasn't until she received the terrible news of her son's sacrifice that she regretted everything. But by then, it was too late. She didn't even get to see her son's last face. In this life, she finally heard her son call her Mom again. Chun Guilan's eyes also turned red. She sniffed and forced herself to hold back tears. She added a big scoop of vegetables to her son's bowl, still speaking in her firm tone. Hurry up and eat. Only after eating will you have the strength. Look at you, so thin, like a monkey. While scolding, she kept busy, pushing most of the eggs from the plate into her son's bowl. Lin Xiulian watched the mother and son, her eyes also turning misty. She said nothing, silently picked up her spoon, added a full spoon of soup to her mother-in-law's bowl, and scooped her own poached egg over. Mom, you should eat too. Jianjun is right. You've become thin because you've worked hard for us. Qin Guilan looked at the extra poached egg in her bowl and then at her daughter-in-law's gentle and sincere face. The slight bitterness in her heart was instantly soothed and settled. Having such a son and daughter-in-law in this life, she felt her rebirth was worth it. During this meal, there were tears and laughter, but it brought the family closer than ever before. After dinner, Chun Guilan didn't let anyone interfere. She quickly cleaned up the dishes by herself and then stewed the old hen. The smell of chicken soup filled every corner of the yard, rich and fragrant, with a hint of medicinal herbs. Chun Jianjun sat in the yard. His injured arm was carefully hung on his chest with a cloth band, tied with a neat knot. His good hand was restless, wanting to pinch his wife's face, but he was enjoying the special privilege of being injured. Lin Xiulian shyly pushed his hand away. Mom, watch us. Chun Jianjun looked at his mother and smiled happily, leaning closer. Seeing us close makes you happy, Mom. Then, taking advantage of Chun Guilan not paying attention, he secretly kissed Lin Xiulian. Lin Xiulian smiled and glared at him, telling him to behave. In the kitchen, Chun Guilan didn't see what was happening behind her, but she knew everything clearly. She kept a smile on her face. After dinner, the family sat in the yard, enjoying the sea breeze and the distant scenery, feeling very relaxed. Lin Xiulian suddenly remembered the military family meeting tomorrow and asked worriedly, Mom, will Zhou Dajiao and the others really apologize openly? Does she dare not to apologize? Chun Guilan snorted coldly, standing straight. The political commissar promised personally. She'd better have 10 guts. And let the whole unit see that our Qin family isn't someone to be pushed around. Seeing her mother-in-law so spirited, Lin Xiulian's worries disappeared. She knew that as long as her mother-in-law was here, the family would have a strong backbone. Chun Jianjun held his wife's hand, looked at his energetic mother, and felt warm inside. With stability at the back, he, a soldier fighting on the front lines, could fight without worries. In stark contrast to the warm and harmonious atmosphere of the Qin family, the neighboring Chao family was now in a state of chaos. Chao Bing walked in with a gloomy face. He had just returned from the army and heard loud, terrifying noises coming from his yard. As he entered, he saw the place in mess, with 2 women pointing fingers at each other like angry crows. Enough! Are you still not ashamed? Chao Bing shouted harshly, his face dark. Seeing her son return, Zhou Dajiao immediately rushed forward, crying and complaining. Son, you're back. You must make the decision for me. That Qin Guilan is too unreasonable, and Commander Wang is protecting her. They insist I give a self-criticism at tomorrow's military family meeting. Now I've lost all my face. Chao Bing frowned and asked, a public self-criticism? Lu Hongmei added fuel to the fire. Yes, Chao Bing, not only my mother but me too. What kind of thing is this? How can I face people in the yard anymore? Hearing his mother's rambling complaints and his wife's persistent grievances, Chao Bing looked again at the Qin family yard, where faint laughter could be heard. A mix of humiliation and jealousy burned fiercely in his chest. He worked hard to climb up in the army. What was it all for? Just for face and a better future? Now everything was ruined by these 2 foolish women. He felt as if his uniform had been stripped away, and he could no longer hold his head high in front of Qin Jianjun. I'll write the self-criticism, Chao Bing said through clenched teeth, his eyes cold and fierce. Tomorrow you 2 must go on stage and read it out. If you dare cause any trouble again, just go back to your hometown. On the day of the military family meeting at the Grand Hall of the military district, Before the meeting started, the hall was already full of people. Everyone was in small groups, whispering and chatting, the atmosphere lively. When Chun Jianjun's family arrived, they immediately became the center of attention. Jianjun is back. Look at his spirit. He looks great. Chun Auntie Xiulian, you've really turned a corner. Many familiar military wives came over to greet them warmly. Chun Guilan looked radiant, standing straight and proud. Lin Xiulian leaned close to her, smiling happily. At that moment, an untimely figure blocked their way. Chao Bing, accompanied by Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei, approached. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both lowered their heads, their faces looking worse than before. Deputy Commander Chen, congratulations, Chao Bing said with a smile. I heard you made a big contribution again this time. You're really lucky, always turning danger into safety, turning bad things into good. Though it sounded like a compliment, every word was sharp and sarcastic, implying that Chun Jianjun's success was just luck. Chun Jianjun remained calm, looking at him quietly. As a soldier, protecting the country is my duty, not luck. Deputy Commander Chao, instead of congratulating me here, you should spend more time managing your own family and stop causing trouble for the army. Chao Bing's face instantly turned a sickly purple. Chun Jianjun ignored him and, protecting his mother and wife, walked straight past him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the military family meeting officially began. Qin Qing, the chairperson of the family committee and also the partner of Commander Wang from the island troops, walked onto the stage with a serious expression. Her clear voice echoed through the hall via the microphone. Comrades, today we hold a military family meeting with two important topics. The first is to seriously criticize and educate those who have recently shown low awareness and disrupted the unity among military families. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned together toward Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei, who were in the corner. Next, the comrades whose names are called come up and make a deep self-criticism. Qin Qing's gaze was sharp and serious as she looked at the crowd. Comrade Chao Bing's mother, Zhou Dajiao. Family member, Lu Hongmei. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stepped onto the stage one after the other. One looked like a shriveled eggplant, the other like a defeated rooster. Their awkward appearance caused a suppressed giggle from the audience. Zhou Dajiao held her speech, trembling like chaff in the wind. She approached the microphone and whispered weakly, I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with Comrade Chen Guilan. Lu Hongmei, on the other hand, was more dismissive. She held her speech, glanced at the ceiling, and spoke with resentment. I shouldn't have spoken behind their backs, but I was kind-hearted. I didn't want Lin Xiulian to be kept in the dark, so I couldn't help myself. I've already heard your self-criticism, Qin Qing said with disapproval. You are still arguing in front of so many people. I have already investigated and understood the situation clearly. Zhou Dajiao also chimed in. Comrade Qin, we were just confused for a moment. My wife is talkative, but she didn't mean any harm. Enough, Qin Qing interrupted her, disappointed by their unrepentant attitude. No remorse at all. Your behavior has seriously damaged the unity of our military family group and has created a very bad atmosphere in the military district's family compound. She stood up, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. After careful consideration, it has been decided to take the following actions against Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei. First, cancel all their eligibility for awards and honors this year. Second, I will punish you by requiring you to clean the public toilets in the family housing area for 1 month. You must do the cleaning every day, under the supervision and inspection of the Military Family Committee. I hope that through this labor, you'll improve your thoughts and correct your attitude. When these words were spoken, the whole hall was in an uproar. Cleaning the public toilets for a month. This punishment is much more serious than just writing a self-criticism. The military wives sitting below were first stunned, then they burst into lively discussions. Many had expressions of relief and happiness on their faces. Chao Bing sat in the audience, listening to the teasing about his family and the sympathy for the Qin family. His face turned from red to purple, then black. He felt all the eyes in the hall like needles stabbing him, pinning him to a shameful position. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles making cracking sounds. At this moment, he felt that his military career was stained with an unremovable mark. The criticism session ended, and the atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. This time, Qin Qing walked onto the stage with a smile. Her gentle voice eased the tense mood. Comrades, criticism is meant to help us improve. In our military family team, there are those who need correction, but more importantly, there are role models worth learning from and honoring. She paused, looked over the crowd, and finally focused on Qin Guilin and Lin Xiaolian. Today, I want to especially commend two comrades. They are Qin Guilin, the mother of our island hero Qin Jianjun, and Lin Xiaolian, Qin Jianjun's wife. The spotlight immediately shone on Qin Guilin and Lin Xiaolian. Qin Qing's voice was full of emotion. During the days when Qin Jianjun was missing, Qin Guilin, as a mother, endured great pain but remained resilient, providing the strongest support for her daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaolian, pregnant at the time, stayed calm and managed the household perfectly, without causing any trouble for the troops. They have shown us what true military family spirit is. What is the strongest support for us soldiers? I propose we give the warmest applause to these two outstanding military family members and pay our highest respect. As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause filled the hall. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin Guilin slowly stood up, took her tearful daughter-in-law's hand, and bowed deeply to everyone. At this moment, they are the brightest stars in the room. In the corner, Chao Bing watched the huge difference between the scene on stage and off stage. He felt that every clap and beat of applause was like a harsh slap on his face, burning and painful. The applause was loud and long-lasting. Qin Jianjun sat in the audience, looking at his mother and wife under the spotlight. Their backs were straight, tears on their faces, but they looked very radiant. A strong feeling of pride filled his heart. This is his mother and his wife. They are the best women in the world. But then, when his eyes swept over the few worn-out figures in the corner, his pride was instantly replaced by a wave of fierce anger. He now fully understood how much pressure and unfair treatment his two most loved women had endured during his uncertain days of life and death. It's okay to tease him. He's tough and has been through many hardships on the battlefield. But to bully his mother and wife, that's not acceptable. Qin Jianjun's gaze instantly turned cold, like a blade cooled with ice, directly shooting at Chao Bing's pale face. Chao Bing felt the stare. He looked up, and their eyes met in the air. Finally, the event ended. The crowd slowly dispersed, and the military wives were still excitedly discussing the awards and punishments just given. That big-footed mother-in-law and daughter-in-law really made a fool of themselves this time. Serves them right. Who told them to be so rude and bully Xiao Lian and An Chen? Still, Deputy Captain Chen's family is so admirable. Look at that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so enviable. Xiao Lian is lucky to have such a good mother-in-law. If I had one like that, I'd wake up smiling every day. These comments were quiet, but felt like needles, piercing sharply into Chao Bing's ears. Just then, Qin Jianjun stood up. He took off his honor-embodying military jacket, folded it neatly, and handed it to Lin Xiaolian. Mom, Xiaolian, go home first. I'll come back later. His voice was calm, without any emotion. When Qin Guilin saw this, she immediately knew what he was about to do. She didn't ask much, just patted her son's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead. Mom will go home and make sweet and sour pork and braised pork for you." Lin Xiaolian looked at him with some worry, opened her mouth to speak, but was stopped by her mother-in-law. "Don't worry, your man knows his limits." Qin Guilin gave her daughter-in-law a reassuring look. After giving her instructions, Qin Jianjun turned around, took long strides, and headed straight toward Chao Bing's family, who were trying to slip away. Deputy Battalion Commander Chao, want to practice at the training ground? Chao Bing had been eager to compare skills with Qin Jianjun. Deputy Platoon Leader Chen, your arm is still injured. Is that okay? Don't turn around and say I bullied the injured if I lose. I can't afford that reputation. Qin Jianjun smiled. Don't worry, just one hand is enough to fight you. Chun Guilin helped Lin Xiulian walk toward the family quarters. Lin Xiulian looked a bit worried. Mom, is Jianjun okay? Is he still hurt? Chun Guilin patted her hand. He's always been clever since he was young. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have taken action. Just relax. She glanced at Chao Bing and quietly whispered something in Lin Xiulian's ear. Lin Xiulian's eyes lit up, and her worries disappeared. Back at the family quarters, Chun Guilin was cooking in the kitchen. Lin Xiulian was not idle either. She was still in her early pregnancy, but she could do some light chores. While working, she kept an eye on the clock, counting the minutes. In less than half an hour, she saw Chun Jianjun running back quickly. Jianjun, you're back. How did it go? Who won? She asked eagerly. Chun Jianjun grinned proudly, puffing out his chest like he was showing off. Who else? When your man steps in, he's worth two. Chao Bing is just asking for a beating. As he spoke, his strong face darkened with determination, carrying the scent of sweat and victory, and his gaze fixed confidently on his wife's rosy lips. Lin Xiulian's cheeks warmed. She instinctively looked toward the kitchen, then shyly and humorously poked his firm chest with her finger. Mom said it would be quick. She said you could finish in half an hour. It's only been a little while. Chun Jianjun laughed even more happily. He seized her hand and gave her a loud kiss on the back of it. Only my mom understands me. If I beat the young ones, the elders will have to respect me. Now, let's see if the Chao family dares to bully my mother and wife again. In the kitchen, Chun Guilin's voice came out at the right moment, full of confidence, as if everything was under control. All right, heroes who have won the battle, wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. The sweet and sour pork is almost ready. As soon as he heard sweet and sour pork, Chun Jianjun's eyes lit up instantly, and his stomach's craving was hard to ignore. He hurriedly rushed to the table, looking at the plate just served, golden, crispy fried meat slices coated with sweet and sour sauce, his mouth watering. His sneaky hand reached out cautiously. Snap! With a crisp sound, Chun Guilin, holding a spatula, slapped his hand back firmly. Hey, you little rascal, Chun Guilin scolded, glaring. You just fought, haven't washed your hands, and you're sneaking food? Your wife is watching, and the baby inside is watching too. What kind of example are you setting? Do you have any sense of being a good father? Chun Jianjun quickly retracted his hand, looking wronged as he rubbed his hand, mumbling stubbornly, I just wanted a piece, just one piece. Chun Guilin ignored him and turned back into the kitchen. Chun Jianjun, still scheming, turned to cover Lin Xiulian's belly, starting to complain to the baby inside. Baby, you have to judge fairly. Your dad went out to protect you and your mom. When he comes back, he just wants to eat some meat, but your grandma hit me. Lin Xiulian giggled at his childishness, leaning into his arms with tender affection. Chun Guilin brought out the last bowl of soup, just in time to hear her son's complaint. She placed the bowl heavily on the table, then walked over to Lin Xiulian, mimicking her son's cautious gesture, gently placing her hand on her daughter-in-law's belly. Dear grandson and granddaughter, cover your ears. Don't learn from your irresponsible dad. We need to be good children with manners. The family burst into laughter, filling the house with a joyful atmosphere. At the dinner table, Chun Jianjun finally got to eat the longed-for sweet and sour pork, eating with greasy lips and praising vaguely, Mom, your cooking is the best. Even better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant. You're just good at flattery. Chun Guilin said dismissively, but she was secretly pleased, adding several more pieces to his bowl. As they ate, Chun Guilin suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I saw that empty lot behind the yard today. I already talked to Comrade Qin Qing, and she agreed to let me build a chicken coop there. Our family now has a pregnant woman and an injured person, so we need to take good care of ourselves. The few old hens I brought are almost gone. We can't dig the outhouse just because of poop. Lin Xiulian is a cultured person, shy and modest. When she heard the word, poop, her cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly, but a smile played on her lips. Chun Jianjun was eating with his mouth full, and almost choked when he heard that. After swallowing hard, he looked at his mother with wide eyes. Mom, your comparison is too crude. Xiaolian is right here. Crude? As long as it's not vulgar. Chen Guilin rolled her eyes. I'm just making an analogy. The point is, we need to think ahead and prepare early. Look at you, a deputy battalion commander in the army, and you still don't get it. Qin Jianjun was speechless from choking and could only look at his wife for help. Lin Xiaolian was amused by his sad little look. She put down her chopsticks and softly explained, Jianjun, Mom is right. She means that the hens at home are almost finished. We need to prepare new chicks before they run out, so we can always have eggs and chicken meat. That's called planning ahead. Qin Jianjun finally understood, scratched his head, and chuckled.
Oh,
I see now. My wife is really smart. He praised his wife aloud but muttered to himself inside that his mother's words were too direct, talking about poop and urine. Very unrefined. Qin Guilin looked at her son's silly expression, feeling both annoyed and amused. She reached out with her chopsticks and tapped his bowl. Can being refined help you eat? On the battlefield, do you talk about refinement with the enemy? When you're starving, you'll see if what I said makes sense. She put down her chopsticks and looked at her son and daughter-in-law. You two have been on the island for a long time. Do you know where to buy little chicks around here? The moment she asked, the atmosphere at the table froze. Chen Jianjun, with his mouth full of rice, blinked blankly. His mind was full of sea charts, storms, and battle plans. He had no idea about little chicks. Lin Xiaolian also looked confused. She had never raised chickens, let alone touched a live one. Seeing their expressions, Chen Guilin understood everything. She sighed helplessly and waved her hand. Forget it, I asked in vain. One is trained for war, and the other. Sigh, forget it. She thought she might as well rely on herself. Chen Jianjun grinned mischievously. If this family is left to Mom, it'll fall apart. Chen Guilin gave him a sharp look. I think I should go ask Sister Chunhua. She also comes from the countryside and probably knows about this, she decided quickly. Since she helped us so much, I want to give her some of the dates and peanuts I brought home. I can't let her help us for nothing. Then she got up to go inside and pack some things. At Li Chunhua's house. Oh, sister, what are you doing? You're too kind. Li Chunhua looked at the big bag of dates and peanuts Chen Guilin handed her, her face turning red with embarrassment. She kept waving her hands. I just helped you fetch some water. It was a small favor. You shouldn't give me such valuable things. Take it. Chen Guilin pushed the cloth bag into her arms and frowned. It's nothing special, just homegrown. It's not worth much. You helped me so much, and you even gave me medicinal wine. I remember that. If you don't take it, it's like you look down on me. Your older sister, Li Chunhua, couldn't refuse her, so she took the bag with a red face, feeling very touched. She thought Chen's family was really kind and easy to get along with. Old sister, sit down. Have some water. Chen Guilin didn't refuse. After sitting down, she explained her reason for visiting. Chunhua, I want to ask you something. I plan to raise a few chickens to help Xiaolian get stronger. Do you know where I can buy chicks or ducklings nearby? When she heard this, Li Chunhua's eyes lit up immediately. Oh. Sister, you've come to the right person, she said excitedly, patting her thigh. My older sister from my hometown lives near that fishing village called Wangjiako. She hatches her own chicks and ducklings every year, and she's really good at it. Her eggs are big and plentiful. She just hatched a new batch recently, and I was thinking of going to catch a few to raise in the next day or two. Chen Guilin was happy to hear this. That's great, she said. If you trust me, sister, Li Chunhua warmly invited, we can go together early tomorrow. My sister is honest and will definitely pick the best ones for you. It's only about half an hour from here, not far. All right? It's a deal. I'll come find you tomorrow morning, Chen Guilin said, feeling relieved. Her smile was even brighter. When she got home, she told her son and daughter-in-law about going to pick out chicks with Li Chunhua the next day. At night, Chen Guilin sat on the edge of her bed, counting the money she needed for tomorrow. She spread out the money she brought from her hometown on the bedspread, smoothing each piece carefully. The money was a mix of new and old bills, mostly small change, with only a few larger notes. She counted very carefully, afraid of making any mistake. This was her retirement money, saved from her small earnings. She originally planned not to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, since her daughter-in-law was so weak, how could she not help? Buying chicks, building a chicken coop, buying grain, all these cost money. She was focused on counting when she heard a gentle knock on the door. "Mom, are you asleep?" It was Chun Jianjun's voice. "I'm not. The door isn't locked. Come in," she replied without looking up, still organizing her money. Chun Jianjun pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He saw the pile of money on his mother's bed, paused for a moment, and felt a tightness in his chest, like something was stuck there, making him feel a bit sad. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Counting money for tomorrow's chicken purchase," she said matter-of-factly, carefully tying the counted bills with a cloth strip, ready to put them back in her pocket.
I was just about to talk to you about this.
"You can keep your money. Our household expenses are covered by me and Xiulian," Qin Jianjun said, stepping forward and pulling out a stack of bills from his pocket, handing it to his mother. The bills looked new, mostly 10 yuan notes, thick and stacked, worth at least a few hundred yuan. "Mom, you keep these," he said. Qin Guilin raised her eyebrows, looked at the stack of money, and paused. "What are you doing?" "I have money. I don't need yours." "Mom, listen to me," Chun Jianjun said, not pulling back his hand but pushing the money forward again. "This isn't just my idea. Xiulian and I both agree. You came from your hometown to help us, cooking for us, taking care of Xiulian. We're grateful, but we can't keep asking you to give us money." Chun Guilin's face softened a little, but she still looked firm. "I'm your mother. Why can't I spend a little of my money? Besides, the money I spend is for my future grandchildren. It's only right." "Mom, that's not how it works," he replied. Chun Jianjun forcefully handed money to Qin Guilin. "In the past, Xiulian and I didn't know better and didn't think much. This money is yours. Keep it for yourself, buy something you want to eat, or save it. It's your retirement fund. Our household expenses are covered by me and Xiulian. You can keep this money, and apart from these days' expenses, the rest is for your retirement. Before, when you followed Cui Fen, I sent money back every month. Now that you're with us, you still need to give what you owe each month." Chun Jianjun looked into his mother's eyes with seriousness and determination. "It's not easy raising us. Now that we have a family, it's time for us to show respect and care for you." Qin Guilin held the stack of fresh money, feeling it was a bit hot in her hand. Her son had truly grown up and learned to care for others. Her daughter-in-law was also sensible, and she knew that her contribution was part of this. She felt both happy and a little sad inside. In her past life, she worked hard for Qin Cui Fen's family. Her daughter, son-in-law, and grandson all thought it was their right. They didn't just refuse to give her money, they even wanted to empty her savings. Over the years, she got used to it. After rebirth, she never thought about making her son and daughter-in-law pay. But now, her son and daughter-in-law not only refused to let her spend money, but also gave her money to use. Qin Guilin couldn't help but shed tears. She was proud and tried to turn away to wipe her tears. Seeing her like this, Chun Jianjun remembered what Xiulian had told him, that his mother had given her jewelry box because she was worried she was being wronged at Qin Cui Fen's place. "Mom, tell me the truth. Did Qin Cui Fen and the others bully you?" Hearing this, Qin Guilin's tears flowed even more. Thinking about the abuse she suffered after being paralyzed in her past life, the endless despair and heartbreak, she couldn't help but cry loudly. She had been strong all these years after rebirth, but now, under her son's questioning, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Qin Cui Fen and them treat me like a servant. They conspired with Li Chong to steal the jewelry box your father left me. And Yang, he's a traitor, willing to give bread to the dog but not to me. Son, in the end, I was starved to death." She couldn't fully tell him all her past grievances, but just saying these things made Chun Jianjun furious. He slapped the bed and said, "Qin Cui Fen and the others are terrible. When I go back, I will teach them a lesson for you." He was breathing heavily, trying to hold back his anger. He hugged Qin Guilin and comforted her, saying, "Mom, from now on, you can stay with us." Xiulian said, "An elder in the family is like a treasure. We cherish you so much." As for Chun Suifin and Li Chong, just wash them up and wait. When I go back, I will take care of them. Chen Guilin had vented her feelings and wiped away her tears. She felt embarrassed about crying earlier and urged her son to go back. Mom, don't rush to put things away. I have something here. Chen Guilin was surprised. What is it now? Chen Jianjun turned around and took a wrapped package from behind the door, handing it over. This is a gift from Xiulian. Her? Chen Guilin was a bit surprised. What's inside? Just open it and see, Chen Jianjun said with a smile. Chen Guilin suspiciously untied the cloth wrapping. Inside was a set of new clothes. It was a dark blue, diagonally striped jacket with matching long pants. The fabric felt thick yet soft, with fine, sturdy stitching, clearly made by a good tailor. Is this for me? Chen Guilin couldn't believe it. She had always worn old clothes, or just mended what she had. She had never worn such a well-made, custom-fit outfit before. Before you came, Xiulian had asked the best tailor on the island to take your measurements and have the clothes made. They said if you didn't come, they would send it back. Now that you're here, try it on quickly. If anything doesn't fit, Xiulian said the tailor can make adjustments. Chen Guilin gently touched the fabric of the new clothes. The feel made her heart tremble. She looked up, her eyes a little moist. I'm already so old, I don't need new clothes. Mom doesn't need them. You can take the clothes back, have them altered, and wear them yourself and Xiulian. Mom, no, stop. Do you think I'm still hurt from my arm and can't handle it? Or, do you want your daughter-in-law to give me 2 more punches? Chen Jianjun looked worried and held up the clothes to show her. Look, this outfit suits you perfectly. Don't let Xiulian's kindness go to waste. Try it on. Well, all right then. Chen Guilin hesitated but couldn't hide her smile when she saw the new clothes. Mom, try it on quickly, Chen Jianjun urged. Xiulian is still inside waiting for news to see if it fits. Guilin couldn't argue anymore, so she stood up with the clothes, took off her old jacket and put on the new one. Chen Jianjun quickly stepped forward to help her adjust the collar and cuffs. The fit was just right, not too big, not too small, not too long, not too short. The dark blue shirt made her yellowed skin from years of hard work look brighter. Her whole appearance seemed more energetic, making her look several years younger. Guilin went to the only small mirror in the room and looked at herself shyly. The person in the mirror looked familiar, but also a little strange. She had spent 2 generations caring for her children, almost forgetting she was also a woman who needed to look nice. How do I look, Mom? Chen Jianjun asked nearby. Okay. Guilin cleared her throat, trying to sound calm. Tell Xiulian that the size is pretty accurate. No need to change it. She spoke lightly, but her hand, which kept touching the cuff, revealed her inner happiness and emotion. With this new outfit, you'll look good buying chicks tomorrow. Chen Jianjun joked. Guilin rolled her eyes. I'm just an old woman. What face do I have? Wearing such nice clothes to get chicks dirty would be a waste. You're always coming up with silly ideas. Anyway, the stuff has arrived. Go back and keep your wife company. She must be bored alone in the room. All right, Chen Jianjun replied with a smile. Rest early tomorrow. Don't get up too early. Xiulian and I will cook for you in the morning. Go away, you 2 can cook, just don't burn the kitchen down. Guilin waved her hand to send him out, but a smile stayed on her face. Chen Jianjun left the room. It became quiet again. Guilin stood alone in front of the mirror, carefully looking at herself for a long time. She touched here, tugged there, feeling warm inside like being soaked in warm water. She took off the new clothes, folded them carefully, and placed them beside her pillow, as if they were rare treasures. Then she sat back on the bed, looking at the stack of fresh money and her bundle of old money. Her son had grown up and was now in charge. Her daughter-in-law was thoughtful, filial, and sensible. This home seemed different from what she had imagined. She spent her life trying to repay kindness and make up for past regrets. She had decided to serve her son and daughter-in-law for a lifetime, like a hard-working servant. But now, it seemed they were carefully caring for her in return. This feeling was strange, but it felt good. Families should be like this, supporting each other, respecting and caring for one another, working together. Not like in her past life, when Chen Suifan's whole family bossed her around and took everything she had. Chen Guilin was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She was thinking about buying chicks tomorrow and feeling relieved that she no longer had to worry about household expenses. Her retirement money could now stay safe and sound. She even started planning for the little chicks she hadn't gotten yet. When they grow up and lay eggs, the first egg should be cooked for Shilian's son. The rest could be saved to make egg custard for her future grandson or granddaughter. Thinking about this, Chen Guilin's face showed a happy smile. In the peaceful night on the island, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just before dawn, Chen Guilin and Li Chunhua each carried a basket, chatting happily as they headed toward Wangjiaku. Li Chunhua's older sister was a cheerful and lively woman like her. When she heard Chen Guilin was a hero's mother, she admired her even more. She took them to the backyard chicken coop. As soon as they entered, they heard a chorus of chirping sounds. Dozens of fluffy, yellow chicks huddled in a big bamboo basket, like a rolling ball of soft fur. So adorable. Li Chunhua's sister picked up one chick and handed it to Chen Guilin. "Sister, look at these lively chicks." Chen Guilin excitedly looked at the basket. "These chicks are really good. Sister Li's family hatches chickens like this." She nodded her thumb in approval. Li Chunhua's sister's face, already sun-kissed and red from the sun, turned even redder. "Thank you, Sister Chen. Li's sister-in-law, my daughter-in-law is pregnant and needs good nutrition. I only want mother hens." This made Li Chunhua's sister a bit embarrassed. She scratched her head shyly. "Sister Chen, both the rooster and hen chicks look the same. I don't know which is which. We'll only find out when they grow up." "That's easy. I can tell the difference," Chen Guilin said confidently. Li Chunhua and her sister looked at her curiously, waiting to see what she would do. Chen Guilin looked at the bamboo basket, casually grabbed one chick, gently pinched its bottom with 2 fingers, then turned it over to check. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she confidently said, "This one is a boy." Then she reached into the basket herself, quickly grabbed another chick with lightning speed, did the same check and placed it into her own basket. "This one is a girl." Next, Chen Guilin seemed to become very skilled. She reached into the pile of chicks and picked one almost perfectly every time, almost without thinking, muttering to herself, "Girl.
Girl.
This one is a girl." "Oh, this is a boy. I don't want it." Li Chunhua and her older sister watched in amazement.
Wow.
"Sister Chen, you're amazing. How do you tell? Aren't all these chicks the same?" Li Chunhua's older sister couldn't help but marvel. Although she had raised chicks for many years, she still couldn't tell the difference between boys and girls when they were young. She only learned after they grew a bit. She tried to imitate Chen Guilin, grabbing a chick to look at, but still couldn't see any difference. Chen Guilin didn't hide her secret and smiled as she explained, "Look, these girl chicks have uneven fluff on their bottoms, and the feathers on the tips of their wings are of different lengths. The boys are all the same length." The 2 women listened, stunned, and also tried to imitate, but after a while, they still couldn't tell the difference. Finally, they gave up and looked at Chen Guilin with admiration as she continued her demonstration. Li Chunhua picked some chicks, and Chen Guilin helped her choose a few girls. They returned happily, said goodbye to the Li family, and headed home with cheerful hearts. On the way back, at a remote fork in the road, they encountered a man walking toward them. He wore a low-hanging straw hat that covered most of his face. His walk was strange, with a slight limp in his right leg, walking hurriedly and unevenly. Chen Guilin and Li Chunhua instinctively moved to the side of the road to let him pass. As they brushed past him, a sudden gust of wind blew fiercely. Whoosh! The man's straw hat was swept into the air, spinning as it fell several meters away. The man exclaimed, "Oh no!" clearly startled, and hurriedly turned around to pick it up. "Comrade, your hat," Chen Guilin said, helping to pick up the hat from the ground and handing it to him. When she looked up, her heart was pounding loudly. There is a bright red birthmark on the man's left brow bone, about the size of a fingernail. The bright red birthmark looked like a blazing flame, instantly hurting Chen Guilin's eyes. "It's him." Chun Jianjun had mentioned that the smuggler leader who escaped during the chaos had a red birthmark on his brow bone. In that moment, Chun Guilan's heart pounded loudly, like drums beating hard in her chest, making her ears ring. But her hand, which was holding the straw hat, stayed steady without a single tremor, and her face remained calm. She even managed a normal smile and spoke in a flat voice, "Comrade, take it. The wind is strong." The man clearly didn't expect anyone to help him pick up his hat, especially not an ordinary-looking old lady. He quickly snatched the hat from Chen Guilan's hand, glancing around suspiciously at her and Li Chunhua, then mumbled vaguely, "Thanks." After that, he lowered the brim of his hat even more, almost covering his whole face, and with a limp leg, he hurried away without looking back, almost like a quick jog. Li Chunhua watched his limping but surprisingly fast retreating figure and whispered, "That person walks so strangely. His legs aren't good, but he's faster than a rabbit." Before she finished speaking, Chen Guilan grabbed her wrist. "Big sister Chunhua, what's wrong?" "Chunhua, something big has happened." Chun Guilan's voice was very low, like it was squeezed out from between her teeth, each word carrying a heavy, undeniable weight. Li Chunhua's heart skipped a beat. Before she could ask more, Chun Guilan's next words hit her hard. "You must immediately, right now, run back to the camp as fast as you can and find Jianjun." Chun Guilan spoke quickly, like a rapid-fire gun. "Don't ask questions, don't tell anyone else, just tell Jianjun. We've found the man with the red birthmark. Tell him to bring people here. Hurry." The man with the red birthmark? Li Chunhua's mind buzzed, instantly connecting that phrase with the limping man from earlier. She turned pale with fear, instinctively grabbing Chen Guilan's arm tightly and shaking her head repeatedly. "No, Chun big sister. This is too dangerous. He's a bad person, right? Let's go back together. I can't let you stay here alone." "You're so reckless." Chen Guilan sharply interrupted her, her voice filled with frustration and concern. "Is this the time to talk about that? If we let him go and he hides on the island waiting to get revenge, all the military families on the island will be in danger. Have you forgotten what your son does? Have you forgotten why Jianjun and the soldiers are risking their lives?" These words hit her like a cold splash of water, making Li Chunhua shiver all over. Yes, they are military families, and her son is a soldier guarding the island. Seeing her wavering, Chen Guilan gently pried her hand loose and spoke more calmly, but with firm confidence. "Don't be afraid. I've been a militia leader for many years. I've dealt with enemies before. I still have some skills. Look." While speaking, she quickly broke off a bright green branch from a bush beside the road, aiming it precisely toward the direction where the man had gone. "This is a sign I and Jianjun used when we went hunting in the mountains. He'll understand it right away. I won't follow too close. Just keep enough distance to leave a mark. You need to go now. If you wait too long, you might really lose him." Li Chunhua looked at Chen Guilan's calm expression and the clearly pointed branch. Her overwhelming fear was somehow replaced by a strange sense of trust. She knew that the older sister wasn't showing off or pretending. Her eyes turned red, and she nodded heavily, her voice trembling with tears. "Big sister Chen, please be careful. Take care of yourself." She didn't dare delay even a second. She tightly hugged the noisy little chicken basket in her arms, clenched her teeth, and turned to run wildly toward the residential area. Watching her figure disappear at the end of the path, Chen Guilan took a deep breath. She carefully hid the basket with her precious chicks in the thick grass by the roadside, covering it with a few large leaves to hide it well. After finishing, she looked up, and her whole presence changed. The kind old lady who had been chatting amiably just moments ago now stood straight with a serious posture, walking very quietly. Her sharp eyes scanned ahead as she silently followed behind. She no longer took the main road, but slipped into the woods nearby, using trees and slopes as cover. Her movements were light and quick, landing silently, completely unlike an elderly person who had just strained her back a few days ago. The man was walking fast, but Chen Guilan was more patient. She kept a safe distance calmly and without rushing. Every 100 meters or so, She left a mark only Qin Jianjun could understand. Sometimes it was a stone turned over to show the damp soil underneath. Sometimes it was a few broken grass blades pointing in a specific direction. Sometimes it was a small pile of sand arranged in a special shape. These were simple tricks she learned long ago when she was fighting against enemies and bandits with her militia team. They were easy but effective. The man with the limp was very alert, looking back several times along the way. But he didn't realize that behind him was a more experienced hunter. Every time he looked back, Chen Guilin had already hidden herself using the terrain. All he saw was empty paths and trees swaying in the wind. Following him eastward, Chen Guilin gradually saw that his goal was very clear. It was the abandoned quarry behind the island's mountain. She had heard about that place. It was complicated, full of large rocks, deep and shallow pits, and caves. It was hard to find someone hiding there, let alone a small team. He was definitely prepared. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua hurried back to the residential area, gasping for breath. She ran so fast that her chest felt like a bellows, burning with pain, and her vision blurred. As she turned into her yard, she bumped into Lu Hongmei, who was carrying an empty water bucket and heading to the well. Lu Hongmei staggered from the collision and scowled, her tone sarcastic. "Oh, isn't this Aunt Li? Were you chased by wolves or what? Looks like your butt's on fire. Rushing to be reborn?" Usually, Li Chunhua would argue with her. But now she was so anxious that she had no time to bother with this gossiping woman. "Move aside." Li Chunhua pushed her aside without looking and headed straight for Qin Jianjun's house. "Is Jianjun home?" The door quickly opened from inside, and Lin Xulian peeked out with concern. "Annie Chunhua, you." "I am looking for Jianjun." Li Chunhua didn't wait for her to finish speaking and pushed into the house. She immediately saw Chen Jianjun sitting at the table, carefully wiping a military dagger with a soft cloth. She didn't bother to catch her breath and rushed over shouting, "Jianjun, your mom asked me to tell you. Find that man with the red birthmark and hurry to bring people." She went after him. "What?" Chen Jianjun suddenly stood up from his chair with a loud sound, knocking the dagger on the table. When he heard the words, "man with the red birthmark," his pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately understood how serious the situation was. "Mom is alone." Lin Xulian's hands and feet went cold with fear. She grabbed Chen Jianjun's arm tightly, her voice trembling. "Jianjun, is she in danger?" "Don't panic." Chen Jianjun held her hand back, his voice deep but calm. "Xulian, don't worry. Mom isn't the kind of person who doesn't know how to protect herself and rushes headlong. She has experience. When she fought the Japanese with the militia team back then, it was much more dangerous than now." He comforted his wife while grabbing his coat hanging on the wall. Before leaving, he bent down and kissed Lin Xulian's cold forehead, his gaze deep and strong. "Trust your man and trust our mom. Stay at home and wait for us to come back." After saying that, he turned and strode out of the house to find someone. At the edge of the quarry, Chen Guilin was carefully hiding behind a large rock about 2 people tall. From her perspective, she could clearly see that the man with a limp looked around the entrance of the quarry for a while, then skillfully slipped into a hidden cave covered with vines and weeds. Chen Guilin held her breath and patiently waited. Sure enough, not long after, another person came out of the cave to assist him. Chen Guifin squinted her eyes, trying hard to see the person's face clearly. When the person fully stepped out of the shadow of the cave and into the sunlight, Chen Guilin's heart suddenly sank. She recognized that person. Although only familiar, she had definitely seen him before. He was a regular soldier from the logistics department, responsible for procurement, with the surname Niu. That face, Chen Guilin would not mistake. Although she only exchanged a few glances with a young man named Niu at the logistics office, he left a strong impression on her. He was smooth-talking, manipulative, acting the same way with leaders and their families, but showing a different attitude toward ordinary soldiers. At that moment, Chen Guilin felt that this person was not trustworthy. She never expected that he would be involved with smugglers. A traitor. These 2 words popped into Chen Guilin's mind, making her hairs stand on end. The situation suddenly changed. This was no longer just smuggling. It was an internal problem within the army. Someone was undermining the military from inside. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Anger surged from her feet straight to her head. What does she hate most in her life? First, ungrateful traitors, and second, those who betray their organization by secretly working against it. In the cave, the soldier named Nyo clearly hadn't realized he had been exposed. He peeked outside and whispered to the man with a limp, "Biaoji, you finally arrived. Things have been tense these days. The army and border patrol are watching like wolves. I almost thought you got caught at sea." The man called Biaoji, the one with a red birthmark on his brow, spat on the ground. "Damn it, don't mention it. The cargo ship was seized by that Chen guy. Several of our brothers were caught. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be in trouble too. The loss is heavy this time. What about our goods?" Nyo's face showed greed and worry. Only part of the goods was intercepted. The main cargo is still safe. Biaoji hobbled into the cave. They haven't found it because it's hidden well. Hurry up and find a way to get the stuff out before dark. We can't stay on this island. I have to leave now. Leave? Biaoji, the whole island is under strict security now, and the port is heavily checked. How can you leave? I have my ways. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Once the goods are out, you'll benefit too. Chen Guilin listened behind the rocks, her anger growing hotter. Good, just great. One is risking life outside to catch thieves, and the other is comfortably acting like a ghost inside. She quietly shifted her position to a better spot for observation. At her feet, on a small rock, she quickly drew a crossing mark with a sharp stone. This was the highest level of warning, meaning there is an insider, the situation is complicated, and a direct attack is not possible. After finishing, she blended back into the environment like a stone sculpture, patiently waiting for her son's arrival. Meanwhile, Chun Jianjun led a group of elite soldiers through the forest at a fast march. The news brought back by Li Chunhua made him very anxious, but his years of military training kept him calm. He took the lead, his eyes sharp as he carefully examined every detail along the road. Soon, at the fork described by Li Chunhua, he saw a broken, young branch pointing east. Over here, Chen Jianjun whispered loudly, making a hand signal. The team immediately changed direction quietly and followed closely. Along the way, the marks left by the mother appeared one after another. The overturned stone revealing damp soil. The grass blades deliberately broken and pointing in a specific direction. Even a small pile of sand arranged in a special shape. These seemingly small signs, in Chun Jianjun's eyes, formed a clear and detailed map for the mission. He was very familiar with these signs. As a child, his mother used these methods to set traps in the deep mountains and chase rabbits, never losing a single time. The soldiers behind him watched the deputy squad leader sometimes stop, sometimes part the grass, feeling a bit confused. But orders are commands, and they silently and quickly followed. One young soldier couldn't help but whisper to an older soldier nearby, "Squad leader, what is the deputy squad leader doing? He looks like a scout from a movie." The old soldier lowered his voice. "Shut up, just follow. Our deputy squad leader's mother was a famous militia leader back home, fighting bandits and enemies. He's very skilled at tracking. That's his special talent." The young soldier listened with respect and looked at Chen Jianjun's back with admiration. The further they went, the heavier Chen Jianjun's mood became. The marks left by his mother grew more frequent and more hidden. This shows that the target is very alert and also indicates that they are not far from their destination. When he saw the stone marked with a crossing symbol, he suddenly stopped. There is an insider. His pupils shrank, and he immediately signaled the soldiers behind him to stop moving and hide. The soldiers quickly dispersed, sneaking into the surrounding bushes and behind rocks like leopards, with their guns aimed outward. The scene instantly became tense and serious. Chun Jianjun moved alone, crouching low, quietly sneaking forward like a cat. Soon, he saw the large stone, about 2 meters high, and behind it, the familiar figure standing still. It's her mother. If Chen Jianjun hadn't been good at seeing things and knew his mother well, he might not have noticed her. A big stone in his heart was finally lifted. He didn't make a sound, just imitated a cuckoo call twice, one long, one short. This was their secret signal. Behind the stone, Chen Guilin moved slightly and responded with a short bird call. It's safe. Chen Jianjun quickly moved to his mother's side. Mom, are you okay? He asked softly, checking her anxiously. I'm fine. Chen Guilin didn't turn around, still staring intently at the cave in that direction, nodding slightly with her chin. There are 2 people in the cave. One is limping, he's the one with the birthmark face. The other is from the logistics department, surnamed Neo. Chen Jianjun looked in the direction she pointed and saw the soldier surnamed Neo carrying a tightly wrapped box out of the cave. His face darkened instantly, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. You bastard. Betrayer. Keep your voice down. Chen Guilin shot him a sharp look. Don't alert them. I heard from them that there's more than just the batch you intercepted. We can't let them escape. Mom, do you have any plans? Chen Jianjun trusted his mother completely at this moment. The quarry has a complex terrain with many caves. If we charge in blindly, they might escape through other entrances, Chen Guilin calmly analyzed. You take people to block the front, make some noise, and push them deeper into the mountains. I remember there's a dead-end road behind the quarry that leads to a cliff. Mother, you just arrived. How do you know all this? Chen Guilin raised her chin. Who do you think I am? Do you think those things I built are just random? They're all made from stones from this quarry. I've been around here a lot. Of course I know. Maybe I look down on some people. Chen Jianjun gave a thumbs up. You're really impressive, Mom. Enough talking nonsense. They're moving. Let's do our real work. Chen Guilin shared her plan. Chen Jianjun immediately understood her intention. This is a trap. Mom, you wait here. I'll handle the rest. Chen Jianjun didn't want her to take more risks. Wait for what? Chen Guilin snapped. I'll stay here and watch. What if they come out of another hole? You go ahead, I may be old, but I can still guard the place. Hurry up, don't delay. Seeing her firm look, Chen Jianjun knew he couldn't persuade her, so he nodded heavily. Be very careful. He quickly returned to the team and quietly gave the plan. The soldiers split into 2 groups. One pretended to attack from the front, while the other, led by the squad leader, circled around to the back of the quarry and set an ambush on the dead-end road leading to the cliff. Everything was ready. Chen Jianjun took a deep breath and waved his hand sharply. Move! Don't move. We are the Liberation Army. People inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. Several soldiers rushed out from their hiding spots, guns in hand, shouting loudly at the cave entrance. The sudden shout was like a thunderclap in the empty quarry, echoing loudly. Inside the cave, Biao Ge and the soldier surnamed Neo were terrified. What's going on? How did someone find us? The soldier Neo's legs went weak, and his box clattered to the ground.
Damn.
We've been caught. Biao Ji's face, marked with a birthmark, twisted into a fierce expression. He pushed away the soldier Neo. Don't go out the cave. Follow me. There's a way out behind. He limped and ran madly into the depths of the cave. Neo also reacted quickly, scrambling after him. Chen Jianjun watched them disappear into the cave's depths, a cold smile on his lips. Fish caught. He led his people in slowly and calmly, deliberately making a lot of noise. He pulled the gun's bolt loudly and stomped heavily, putting pressure on those inside the cave. Meanwhile, at the other end of the quarry on a small, overgrown path, Chen Guilin was leaning against a crooked tree, waiting calmly. She was holding a sturdy wooden stick about the thickness of her wrist, which she had picked up from the roadside. Soon, hurried and panicked footsteps approached from afar. Biao Ge and the man surnamed Neo hurriedly ran out from a hidden exit nearby. They were gasping for breath, looking relieved to have escaped danger.
Quick.
This way. Once we cross that hill, we'll be safe. Biao Ge shouted back, urging them on. He hobbled in front, just past a corner, when suddenly he stopped in his tracks. In the middle of the road ahead, an elderly woman dressed in a dark blue new outfit was standing with her hands behind her back, looking relaxed and smiling at them. It was the same woman who had helped him pick up a straw hat earlier. Biao Ji's mind went blank for a moment, unable to react. The man surnamed Niu behind him also saw Chen Guilin. He was startled but quickly relaxed, thinking, just an old lady. What can she do? He was panting heavily and impatiently shouted at Chen Guilin, "Old woman, get out of the way. Don't block the road." Chen Guilin seemed not to hear him. Instead, her smile deepened. She took 2 steps forward, placed her stick on the ground with a dull thud.
Run.
"Why aren't you running?" Her voice was soft but carried a strange calmness. "Old me, I used to catch those quick little rabbits like you." Biao Ji's face changed completely. He realized something was wrong. This old woman was definitely not here, by chance. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he reached behind his waist and pulled out a pistol. "You old hag. You don't want to leave alive? You're asking for it. I'll make sure you regret it." Chen Guilin stood still, not moving at all. Just as Biao Ge was about to shoot, a gunshot came from the bushes behind Chen Guilin. His pistol was knocked aside into the grass. Quickly, Chen Guilin rolled to the side, grabbed her pistol, and aimed it at Biao Ge and the man surnamed Niu. Suddenly, with a loud splash, 7 or 8 soldiers of the People's Liberation Army jumped up from the bushes, pointing their dark guns at them. The squad leader shouted sharply, "Don't move." Biao Ge and the man surnamed Niu froze instantly, their faces stiff with fear, as if they had been frozen in place. Biao Ge looked at the dark gun barrels, then at the smiling old lady holding a gun aimed at him. His face was full of despair and disbelief. He couldn't understand how an ordinary 50-year-old woman could be so brave. It was simply crazy. Chen Guilin stepped forward and lightly tapped his injured leg with a wooden stick. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me." She turned her head to look at the soldier surnamed Niu, who was pale and slumped on the ground. Her smile disappeared, replaced by a cold look of disgust. "And you, the traitor, wait for the military court." At this moment, Chen Jianjun arrived quickly from behind with his men. Seeing the 2 thieves already caught, he hurried over to his mother. "Mom, you're amazing." "Of course." Chen Guilin threw down her stick, handed her gun to her son, and brushed the dust off her hands. "All right, we've caught them. Let's tie them up and take them back. My little chicks are hiding in the grass. Don't let them suffocate." She was about to leave. Chen Jianjun couldn't help but laugh and quickly stepped forward to support his mother. "Take it easy. Those chicks won't run away." Chen Guilin brushed her sleeve, as if nothing had happened. Behind them, the soldiers efficiently tied up Biao Ge and the man surnamed Niu with ropes, stuffing cloth into their mouths. The leading veteran squad leader approached Chen Jianjun, his eyes full of admiration and surprise. "Deputy squad leader, Andy, you're really something. Truly a hero in disguise," he said after a moment of hesitation. A young soldier nearby also came over, lowering his voice but still excited. "Deputy squad leader, I've seen it all now. That old lady just rolled on the ground, grabbed the gun, chambered a round. Her moves were even faster than our training. So cool. Of course. Just look at whose mother she is." Chen Jianjun listened to these heartfelt compliments, straightening his back even more. His pride was obvious on his face, and he couldn't hide it. The veteran squad leader patted his shoulder hard and laughed loudly. "I finally understand. We always said you're amazing and always get into trouble, but now I see the real reason. With your mother, the lucky star, around, no bad guys can escape." "You hit the nail on the head," Chen Jianjun said confidently, lifting his chin proudly. "That's what they say, like mother, like son." He paused and then added mysteriously, "But my mom said, if the son is average, the mother isn't. If the mother is average, the son isn't either."
Huh.
When he said that, a few soldiers nearby who were listening carefully were confused. "Vice squad leader, what does that mean?" Chen Jianjun smiled and explained, "That's what my mom said. It means if the son is ordinary, the mom isn't. If the mom is extraordinary, the son isn't. Every family has someone special." The old squad leader disagreed. "That's not right. It should be the other way around. If the son is average, the mom is even more average." "Exactly." The squad leader is right. Vice squad leader is already impressive, but my mother is even more amazing. Auntie is truly a treasure. With a mom like her, you should be proud. Chun Jianjun patted his head. That's right. My mom is my lucky star. With her, everything's perfect. The soldiers tied up Biaogo and the man named Nyo and loaded them onto a jeep to search the mountain cave. Soon, they carried out box after box of smuggled goods wrapped in oilcloth. Watches, radios, fine fabrics, everything was displayed. While searching Biaogo, one soldier found a small notebook wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. Vice squad leader, look at this. Chun Jianjun took the notebook, opened it, and saw it was filled with many dates, item names, and a series of names and code words. It was a ledger. It recorded the people and organizations behind the smuggling, the protectors and contacts. Now everything could be taken down at once. His mother was truly his lucky star. With these two men and this notebook, he would earn at least a third-class merit. When Chun Guilin returned with the chicken, Chun Jianjun and the others had just finished packing up. He stepped forward and took the basket. Mom, I'll carry it. You rest a bit. This time, Chun Guilin didn't refuse. She handed him the basket and carefully reminded him, hold it steady. Don't shake the chicks. They're just born and are very timid. Don't worry, Annie. Chun Jianjun held the basket in his hands, feeling more nervous than when holding a gun. When they came, Chun Jianjun and the others drove a jeep. On the way back, they also took a jeep, which was much faster than when Chun Guilin arrived. They soon reached the military base. At the gate, Lin Xiulian and Li Chunhua were waiting anxiously. When Li Chunhua saw Chun Guilin walking over safely, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She forgot everything else and hurried forward, grabbing Chun Guilin's arm. Sister Chun, you're finally back. You scared me to death. She cried so hard she couldn't speak clearly. Lin Xiulian quickly came over, looking her over carefully. Mom, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. I'm good. It's those bad guys who are in trouble, Chun Guilin said, pointing at the basket in Chun Jianjun's hand. Look, the chickens are all here, not a single one missing. Xiulian, now you can have eggs to eat. Li Chunhua and Lin Xiulian looked at the chirping chicks in the basket, then at Chun Guilin's calm face. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Her heart is so big. This old lady is truly impressive. She's no longer just half the sky. She can hold up the whole sky. After catching the birthmark face and his traitorous accomplice, the surface of the island seemed peaceful, but underneath, turbulent waves were brewing. In the army, they searched every corner of the logistics department thoroughly. Within a few days, several troublemakers connected to Brother Biao's line were quietly caught. This matter caused quite a stir. Chao Bing, the deputy battalion commander, didn't participate in smuggling, but since such a big mistake happened under his watch, he didn't notice any signs. He couldn't escape the blame for his oversight. I heard he was put in confinement and wrote several serious self-criticisms. There's no hope for a quick promotion now. That afternoon, Li Chunhua carried a basket with a few clothes to sew, slipping into Chun Jianjun's yard. Sister Chun, are you busy? Chun Guilin was squatting on the ground, using some bamboo sticks and wire to build a new, larger cage for the chicks. She didn't look up and said, I'm not idle. How are your chickens? They're doing well. Thanks to you, I mostly see hens and chicks. As he spoke, Li Chunhua also squatted down, lowered his voice, and nodded toward the side. That Lu Hongmei from Captain Chao's family has been acting like a scared cat these days, hardly coming out. The day before yesterday, I saw her by the water well, and she actually walked around me. Isn't it good that she's behaving herself? Chun Guilin didn't stop working and replied while doing her chores. That's true. I just find it strange, Li Chunhua said with a shrug. Her tail used to be high, like she was proud and eager to show off. Now it's drooping, and honestly, it feels satisfying to see. Chun Guilin patted the newly built base of the chicken cage and stood up happily. In the corner of the yard, the vegetable seed she brought with her had sprouted into fresh green shoots. The cucumber vines climbed up the makeshift trellis, and the beans had small purple flowers. The afternoon sun was warm, carrying the salty smell of the sea breeze. Lin Xiulian moved a small stool to sit under the eaves, holding a needle and thread, sewing tiny clothes for the unborn baby. She wore a gentle smile, occasionally looking up to watch her busy mother-in-law and husband in the yard. Chen Jianjun, who was not on duty, had changed into casual clothes. He was holding a piece of sandpaper, smoothing a wooden beam for the chicken cage. As he worked, he looked at his mother's skillful hands and couldn't help but marvel. "Mom, I've realized there's nothing you can't do. This chicken cage is sturdier and more beautiful than the one sold at the supply store. Stop talking nonsense." Chen Guilin shot him a glance. "It's not hard. When you're really hungry, you'll learn to do everything. You think everyone is like you, waiting for food to be served. I don't just wait for food." Chen Jianjun chuckled and leaned closer. "I'm helping you now, learning to be an apprentice. Once I master it, I'll take care of all the woodworking in the house." Lin Xiulian listened to the mother and son arguing and couldn't help but laugh. Such peaceful, steady days are really good. The family was enjoying this rare leisure time when suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the yard. A young soldier in uniform, running out of breath and sweating heavily, stood at the door. "Report. Is Aunt Chen Guilin here?" Yang Guodong leaned on the doorframe, catching his breath before hurriedly saying, "Aunt Chen, there's a call for you in the office." It came from her hometown. A call from her hometown? Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun looked at each other, both a bit surprised. "What's the name of the person calling?" Chen Guilin asked. Xiao Zhang shook his head. "She didn't say her name, just said she was looking for you, Aunt Chen." Her accent sounded urgent.
She said.
"She would call again in 5 minutes, so you should go and answer." "No name and so urgent?" Chen Guilin put down the bamboo stick she was holding and wiped her hands on her apron. "All right, I understand. I'll go now." "Mom, I'll go with you," Chen Jianjun said, worried. "No need. You finish tidying up that cage," Chen Guilin said, waving her hand. She walked steadily toward the yard. "Xiulian, don't sit outside too long. It's windy. Come inside." "Got it, Mom," Lin Xiulian replied. She watched her mother's back, feeling a strange unease in her heart. When Chen Guilin reached the office, the timing was just right. As soon as she stepped inside, the black telephone on the desk rang sharply and quickly, sounding very harsh in the quiet afternoon. "Aunt Chen, your phone." Chen Guilin walked over, took the still warm receiver. She pressed the receiver to her ear and spoke in a calm voice. "Hello, this is Chen Guilin." "Who is this?" There was a brief silence from the receiver, then a voice that was both familiar and made her feel a natural dislike, with a crying tone.
"Mom."
"It's me, Chui Fun." "You finally answered the phone." Before Chen Guilin could speak, Chui Fun started crying loudly, her voice sharp and full of grievance, as if she had committed a terrible sin. "Mom, help. Come back, quickly. I can't go on like this." This familiar opening made Chen Guilin's last memories of her family's exploitation flood back. The last bit of warmth on her face disappeared, and her voice was cold and firm as she cut off her crying.
"Say what you need to say."
"If there's nothing, I'll hang up." Chui Fin's crying suddenly choked, as if someone was choking her. Afraid that Chen Guilin would really hang up, she quickly stopped crying and hurriedly started complaining. "Mom, I didn't mean to cry. I really can't go on anymore. Mother-in-law scolds me every day, saying I'm not working fast enough. Li Chong doesn't help me either. When I go home, I act like an old man. I wake up before dawn every day to cook for the family, wash mountains of clothes, eat poorly, sleep little, and feel like a servant." She keeps talking all about the life Chen Guilin had in her previous life. Listening to her complaints almost word for word through the phone, Chen Guilin smirks coldly. She speaks lightly, but every word cuts deep. "All these chores you complain about, aren't they what I do every day at your house? So, when the roles change and it's your turn, you can't handle it." Suddenly, there is complete silence on the other end of the line. Chen Suifin is clearly choked up, unable to speak for a moment, her chest heaving. She never expected that her once hardworking, obedient mother, who never fought back or scolded, would say such hurtful words. It must be that Lin Xiulian, that woman, told her mother bad things about her. That damn wealthy young lady. not only took her brother away, but now is trying to take her mother too. Her brother once planned to dedicate his life to the island without marrying. Chen Suifan had already decided that Yang Yang would be like a son to Qin Jianjun, to honor him and care for him in old age. His future earnings and pension would all belong to Yang Yang. But then Lin Xuelian appeared, ruining her plans and causing her mother to turn away from her. Chen Suifan quickly changed her strategy, her voice soft and pitiful, starting to play the family card. "Mom, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I was naive." She speaks while crying. Her mother used to love her the most. Whenever she cried, her mother would always comfort her. Even her brother, the only son of the Qin family, didn't get this treatment. As long as she cried, her mother would feel sorry for her and come to take care of her. Thinking this, Chen Suifan cries even harder. "Mom, you're my real mother. Please have mercy on me. I'm pregnant now. The doctor said my pregnancy is unstable, and I have no one around who cares about me. Aren't you the one who loves me most? Come back and help me after I give birth, and see your unborn grandson." "Grandson?" Chen Guilin sneers coldly, completely cutting off her last hope. "My son Jianjun's wife is also pregnant. That'll be my Qin family's real grandson or granddaughter, and very precious. I don't have time to take care of outsiders." After saying that, Chen Guilin suddenly hung up the phone with a click, showing no hesitation. She turned around and smiled at the young soldier beside her. "Yang Guodong. Comrade Xiao Yang, thank you. If this number calls again, just say, I am not here. If they call again, say I went on a mission aboard the ship and will be back at an uncertain time. No need to contact me anymore. I don't want a daughter like that ungrateful girl." After saying this, Chen Guilin felt very relieved. Meanwhile, over there, Chen Suifan was in a state of shock. Although Yang Guodong didn't know why the old lady decided to disown her daughter, he knew that Aunt Chen was a kind person who must have been very wronged. He immediately straightened up and answered loudly, "Yes. Aunt Chen, don't worry. I will handle this." Back at her hometown, Chen Suifan held the ringing phone receiver in disbelief. Her mother had actually hung up on her? Her husband, Li Chong, leaning against the wall and munching sunflower seeds, walked over impatiently. "How is it? When will your mom come back to take care of you?" "She won't." Chen Suifan was so angry that her voice changed. "She even hung up on me. She said her daughter-in-law is the treasure, carrying a golden grandson, and that I am an outsider." "What?" Hearing this, Li Chong was furious. He threw the sunflower seeds onto the table, scattering shells everywhere. "She's gone too far. How dare she? If she calls again, I don't believe she can really be so heartless and abandon her own daughter." While dialing the phone, Chen Suifan cursed through clenched teeth. It must be that fox spirit Lin Xuelian whispering in her ear. "My brother is a coward and can't control his wife, which also causes my own sister to suffer." The call was quickly connected again. Yang Guodong answered the phone. "Hello, this is the island military unit. Are you looking for Comrade Chen Guilin? What a coincidence. Aunt Chen just went out to sea to gather seafood and is not here." Chen Suifan was stunned and hurriedly asked, "She went out to sea. Where did she go? When will she come back? This is a military secret and cannot be disclosed." Yang Guodong's tone was polite but distant. Before she left, Aunt Chen said that all matters at her hometown have been handled and there is no need to contact her anymore. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Chen Suifan to speak again, Yang Guodong simply hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal from the receiver, Li Chong's face darkened like water. That old lady definitely told him to say that. Your mom is too cruel. She's determined to cut ties with us completely. Chen Suifan was still angry and shouted sharply, "Cut ties?
Who cares? But
What about the jewelry box made of golden silk namu that my dad left her? That was my dad's treasure, and I'm sure there are hidden gold bars inside. That's an inheritance. Why should she keep it all to herself? I want my share too." Li Chong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted his thigh.
yes,
"The inheritance. If she won't give it to us, we'll go get it ourselves. We'll find her at the army unit. I don't believe that we, as caring children, Travel so far to visit her, and she still dares to turn us away. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. A greedy smile appeared on his face. Then, we'll cause trouble in the army compound, accusing her of mistreating her own daughter and secretly keeping her late husband's inheritance. I want to see where her proud son, who's a deputy regiment commander, will hide his face, and your brother, Qin Jianjun, he'll definitely want to keep the gold bars for himself. If he doesn't give us the gold, we'll expose his misconduct in the army. The army cares most about discipline. He won't be able to rise further if he's caught. Chen Suifan hesitated. Reporting my brother? Isn't that a bit too much? After all, he's my real brother. Li Chong spat out a sunflower seed shell and said, Are you stupid? You think he sees you as his sister? Think about it, your brother has a wife and kids now. He'll want to leave the gold bars for his son. They're unkind, so we shouldn't feel guilty about doing this. Chen Suifan hugged Li Chong's arm, kissed him, and said admiringly, My man is so clever. You're right. It was him who was determined to marry that troublemaker. Without her, we'd still be a loving family. They quickly agreed and decided to take a long leave, claiming they were worried about their mother and visiting her, and headed straight for the island. They planned to stage a big show of devoted children searching for their mother to get the family's inheritance back. Meanwhile, Chen Guilin hung up the phone, her mood unaffected. She strolled leisurely back to the small courtyard. Chen Jianjun was already finishing up the chicken coop. When he saw her return, he immediately went to greet her. Mom, who called? Wow. My goodness. Li Chunhua widened her eyes and circled around the vegetable garden, almost unable to believe it. Sister Chen, what kind of magic did you use on this land? How did it grow so well? Little Wang's wife also came over, looking surprised. She said, Annie, we buy our seeds from the supply cooperative, and we plant around the same time. Why is it that your plants grow so well? Look at mine, it's like it's sick. Yes, Sister Chen, please share your secrets. This isn't just farming, it's like you're raising a treasure chest, facing everyone's eager eyes. Chen Guilin was carrying meat and vegetables into the house. She just smiled lightly when she heard their questions. There's no magic involved, just working hard. She put down her things and went to the vegetable patch. Pointing at the soil, she said, This island's soil isn't good. It's too sandy, so it doesn't hold water or nutrients. When I arrived, I buried all the ashes from our burned wood and leftover vegetable leaves into the ground. A few days ago, I even went to the seaside to gather seaweed, washed it, chopped it up, and mixed it into the soil as fertilizer. Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Seaweed can be used as fertilizer. Yes, it's very good stuff, Chen Guilin said, pulling out a crooked little grass. And watering, don't just do it randomly. Every morning before the sun rises and every evening after it sets. Water once. Before watering, feel the soil with your hand to check if it's dry or wet. If it's still wet, water less so you don't drown the roots. And about bugs, she pointed to a green vegetable leaf. You need to check every day, morning and evening. If you see bugs, crush them with your fingers. Once they lay eggs, it's too late to treat them. Chen Guilin spoke casually, but the wives listening looked at each other with wide eyes, their faces flushing. They usually just sow seeds and water when they remember. They never thought about detailed care, like using ashes or seaweed as fertilizer. Li Chunhua slapped her thigh and suddenly understood. I get it now. We're just planting, but Sister Chen is taking care of her ancestors' land. No wonder her plants grow so differently. Qin Jianjun had just finished putting things away and came out, hearing this. He looked proud. He raised his chin proudly and boasted to everyone. What do you think? My mother treats this vegetable patch like she's commanding a battle. She scouts the land before planting, analyzes the soil and enemy conditions. During the fight, she plans when to fertilize, water, and weed. She patrols morning and night to eliminate any pests or invaders. This is called scientific farming. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter at his joke. Xiao Wang's wife looked at Chen Guilin with admiration. Auntie, you're really amazing. Not only are you good at catching bad guys, but you're also better at farming than us. That's nothing. Chen Guilin waved her hand with a smile. The land is honest. If you're hardworking, the land will give back good things. Just wait, soon the cucumbers and beans will be ready. Come and try some fresh ones. We'll be looking forward to it. Thanks in advance, Sister Chun. The military wives heard this and became even happier. The yard was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Shulian heard the noise outside and came out of the house. She looked at the lively vegetable garden and at her calm and confident mother-in-law surrounded by everyone. She felt warm inside. Li Chunhua looked at Lin Shulian's rosy, well-cared-for face and then at Chen Guilin. She couldn't help but hold Lin Shulian's hand and say, "Shulian, you are so lucky. Having such a capable and caring mother-in-law, all the women in our neighborhood must envy you." Lin Shulian smiled and nodded. Her eyes showed admiration and gratitude for Chen Guilin. Yes, meeting such a mother-in-law is the greatest blessing of her life. In her past life, she must have accumulated a lot of good karma to meet such a wonderful mother-in-law now. Chen Guilin looked at Lin Shulian and said, "You all are wrong. It's my good fortune that I have a smart and gentle daughter-in-law like Shulian." Lin Shulian felt a bit shy from her praise, but her pretty face lit up with a bright smile, making her look even more beautiful. Chun Jianjun was chopping wood in the yard. When he heard this, he stopped and proudly said, "No one is luckier than me. I have such a good wife and such a good mother." Everyone was surprised by his shamelessness and burst into laughter. Chen Guilin and Lin Shulian couldn't bear to look at him. "Daughter-in-law, it's not easy to tolerate such shamelessness from him." Lin Shulian also smiled and said, "Mom, raising Jianjun is even harder." They both sighed at the same time, shaking their heads at Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun. Everyone was amused by the warm and harmonious atmosphere of their family. Laughter filled the yard. In the afternoon, Chen Guilin picked the freshest cucumber from the vegetable garden and snipped a handful of tender green beans, then brought them into the kitchen. Lin Shulian followed and said, "Mom, let me wash them." "Sit down and don't move," Chen Guilin said, guiding her to sit on a small stool. "You're pregnant now, so rest more. I'll do these chores." She washed the cucumber thoroughly, sliced it into thin strips, and mixed it simply with salt and minced garlic to make a refreshing cold dish. The green beans were blanched and stir-fried with minced meat, filling the air with a delicious aroma. "Shulian, you should eat more leafy greens now, both for you and the baby," Chen Guilin said as she served the dishes. "These are homegrown, no pesticides used, so you can eat with confidence." Lin Shulian looked at the bright green beans and fragrant cucumber on the table, feeling warm inside. Back at her parents' house, she had eaten many good things, but nothing compared to these two simple home-cooked dishes made by her mother-in-law herself. These dishes carry the taste of home. In the evening, the family gathered around the table for dinner. Chun Jianjun took a bite of the cold cucumber, crisp and refreshing, and couldn't help but praise again. "Mom, your cooking skills are amazing. This cucumber is tastier than meat. Eat more if you like," Chen Guilin said, placing a stir-fried green bean on his plate. "From now on, we'll have fresh vegetables at every meal." She watched her son and daughter-in-law enjoy the food happily, then looked out the window at the vegetable field bathed in the golden sunset, feeling very content. This was the life she wanted. Having family around, working the land herself. Every bit of effort rewarded, simple and steady. Much better than serving ungrateful relatives back home, she thought happily. She remembered the phone call from Chen Suifan, but it didn't stir any feelings in her. That daughter and those troublesome past events were like weeds she had pulled out and let rot, turning into fertilizer. They no longer bothered her. Now, she only wanted to take care of her son and daughter-in-law and the grandchild or granddaughter about to be born. She aimed to manage this small vegetable patch well and keep the family strong. Lin Shulian's pregnancy had passed the most dangerous first 3 months, and her morning sickness had eased quite a bit. Under Chen Guilin's careful care, her health improved day by day, and others could see she was living a good life. Chen Jianjun's injury had healed, and after returning to the team, he was back to his usual energetic self. Summer on the island was full of typhoons. As long as there are no missions, Chun Jianjun has to take his soldiers to nearby fishing villages and work teams to help villagers reinforce roofs and repair houses. These are hard, physical jobs that require a lot of effort. Chen Guilin watches her son come home exhausted every day and thinks about making him some good food to help him recover. But on the island, supplies are scarce. There is only one supply store, and meat coupons are more valuable than money. Whether they can get what they need depends on luck. She looks at the nearly empty soy sauce bottle and vinegar jar at home, feeling worried. If they run out, cooking will lose its flavor. That afternoon, Chen Guilin is in the yard, pinching the cucumber vines. Li Chunhua rushes in like the wind. Before she reaches, her voice is already loud. Big Sister Chen. Great news. Chen Guilin straightens up and brushes the dirt off her hands. What good news? You look so happy. The transport ship. It will arrive at the dock early tomorrow morning. Li Chunhua comes closer, lowers her voice, and excitedly rubs her hands. I just heard from my son, and it's true. Is your soy sauce almost gone? And salt and vinegar too? This time, you can buy enough. The island doesn't have a fixed schedule for ships arriving. Sometimes once a month, sometimes every 2 or 3 months. Each time, it's more exciting than a festival for the residents. Usually, rare items like a whole pig, radios, watches, or various spices and fabrics only appear on this day. If you're late, you might not get anything good. So we'd better get ready quickly. Chen Guilin also feels confident now. This is a big deal. What time do you plan to leave tomorrow? I need to prepare. Li Chunhua says, Big Sister Chen, we have to get up before dawn. We used to meet at the gate of the residential area at 4 o'clock. The next day, before dawn, Chen Guilin gets up in the dark. As she moves, Chen Jianjun and Lin Shulian's doors open too. Lin Shulian, dressed, comes out. Mom, I want to go with you. No. Chen Guilin quickly refuses. The roads are slippery in the dark, and the dock is crowded, like a battlefield. If we bump into someone or get hurt, what will we do? Just stay at home and wait for us. Chen Jianjun also came over, supporting his wife's shoulder as he pushed her into the house. Listen to Mom, just stay at home and be the boss. My mom and I are the vanguard team, ensuring we complete the shopping task successfully. Lin Shulian couldn't argue with them, so she nodded. All right, what do you want for breakfast? I'll cook for you at home. Just some noodles, 2 fried eggs, simple and quick, Chen Guilin instructed. Okay. The mother and son each carried a large basket, took a few cloth bags, kept their money and tickets ready, and confidently left the house. At the gate, Li Chunhua was already waiting with a few military wives. Big Sister Chen Jianjun, you finally arrived. Li Chunhua greeted warmly when she saw them. She pointed to the women beside her and introduced them one by one. This is Sister Zhang, this is Little Wang's wife, and this is the wife of squad leader Zhou. They've all wanted to meet you. They say you're amazing, but haven't had a chance to say hello. The military wives looked at Chen Guilin with a mix of curiosity, admiration, and respect. Hello, Aunt Chen. Auntie, we've all heard about how you caught the bad guys last time. You really made us women proud. You don't know, you're now a legendary figure in our community. Everyone talks about you and gives you a thumbs up. Everyone was praising her enthusiastically. Chen Guilin felt a little shy from their words. She waved her hand. It's nothing. I just did what I should do. It's not a big deal. Chen Jianjun was happier hearing others praise his mother than if they praised him. He straightened his back and almost lifted his chin to the sky. A young wife named Little Wang, lively and cheerful, came close to Chen Guilin, jokingly but seriously said, Auntie, I've heard you have a good eye and excellent tracking skills. When we get to the dock, you have to help us see which pork is freshest and which fabric has no flaws. Chen Guilin was amused. I'm not good at grabbing things. That's strength work. Let Jianjun do it. He's tall, strong, and thick-skinned. Perfect for that.
Mom.
Chen Jianjun said with a mix of laughter and frustration. I'm a deputy regiment commander. Can you at least give me some face outside? Everyone around burst into laughter at his words. Li Chunhua patted his arm. Jianjun, don't be upset. Your mom is right. Stealing things requires being bold and quick. Our group of women soldiers relies on your strength today. Other men and sons from the families also came and watched Qin Jianjun being teased by the military wives with smiles. Everyone chatted and laughed, forming a large, lively, shopping army, heading toward the dock. The sky was beginning to lighten with dawn, and the sea breeze was cool on their faces, but it couldn't calm their excited hearts. When they reached the dock, it was still gray and dull outside. Many people had already gathered there. Military wives shopping from the residential area and some soldiers on leave, talking quietly in small groups. The salty sea wind blew in, making everyone shiver and pull their collars up. The dock was empty, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, and no ships were in sight. You came too early. Qin Jianjun stomped his foot and rubbed his hands, blowing warm air. This wind is sharp, like a knife. Early birds catch the worms. If you come late, you won't even get a leaf of vegetables. Li Chunhua glared at him and quickly took something wrapped in a clean cloth from her big bag, then handed it to Qin Gulan without explanation. Big sister Qin, hurry up and eat a baked sweet potato while it's hot. Waiting here just tires you out, and if you're too weak, you won't be able to compete later. The sweet potato was still hot, and the warmth could be felt through the cloth. Qin Gulan felt warm inside and hadn't had time to refuse when Sister Zhang nearby also took out 2 boiled eggs from her basket and handed them to Qin Jianjun. Jianjun, you should eat too.
Don't be shy.
We know you're inexperienced and coming here hungry isn't good. Gathering supplies is a tough job, almost like training. Qin Jianjun chuckled and took the eggs eagerly, stuffing one into his mouth while mumbling, "Thanks, Sister Zhang. This is pre-battle fuel, I understand." Xiao Wang's wife also opened her small lunchbox, which had sliced cornmeal cake. "Auntie, try mine. It's not as good as yours, but it's filling." Soon, everyone was handing over boiled peanuts, roasted beans, and steamed buns to Qin Gulan and Qin Jianjun. They looked like one big family, sharing good food happily, afraid to neglect the new legendary figures. Qin Guilan looked at the group of honest and warm-hearted military wives. Her initial discomfort from waking early and the cold wind disappeared instantly. She broke half of a sweet potato and handed it to her son, while she ate the other half slowly. The sweet, sticky aroma melted in her mouth, warming her stomach. "See, I told you," Li Chunhua said while nibbling on a steamed bun, sharing her experience. "When grabbing things, you need clear roles. Someone strong like Jianjun should rush to the front, push to the very front, and grab good meat or fabric as soon as they see it. We stay behind to support, responsible for paying and packing." Sister Zhang nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Especially the pork, that's the most popular. You have to be quick and spot the marbled pork right away. Don't hesitate, or someone else will grab it first. And the fabric," said Xiao Wang's wife excitedly. "Usually the supply store doesn't sell good quality fabric like this. It's all because of the rush on the transport ships. The nicer colors are always fought over. Last time, I was a second too late and watched someone snatch a sky blue piece of cloth right in front of me. I was so angry I couldn't sleep for days." Qin Jianjun listened eagerly and couldn't help but join in. "From what you're saying, this isn't just shopping. It's like going to battle. You need tactics and teamwork." "Exactly. It's a battle without gunfire," Li Chunhua said, patting her thigh. "A war without smoke. Do you think being a military wife is easy? We have to handle the household, cook, and also rush to buy supplies like we're on a battlefield." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Qin Guilan listened happily as they shared stories about life on the island. Her face was always smiling. These stories about family life and clever tricks to get a few yards of fabric or a few pounds of meat made her feel truly part of this place. Just then, Li Chunhua pointed to the distant sea, where the tide was receding. "Look at that! The tide is going out so far, it's exposing a large area of black rocks underneath. In 3 or 5 days, it will be the big tide of the month. When that happens, we'll have a good harvest from collecting seafood." "Collecting seafood?" Qin Guilan asked curiously, hearing the term for the first time. She grew up inland in the north, always dealing with the yellow land, so everything about the sea was new and exciting to her.
"Yes."
"Collecting seafood. Little Wang's wife was so excited upon hearing this that she almost forgot about stealing things. She quickly moved closer to Chen Guilin and gestured excitedly. It's when the tide goes out the farthest that we go to the beach to pick up things. There are so many good things. Clams, seashells, tiny crabs, and if you're lucky, you might even find sea cucumbers and abalone. She lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously, Auntie, you don't know. Last time, during a big tide, Old Wang and I collected a whole bucket of razor clams. We cleaned them, stir-fried with green onions, ginger, and garlic, and they were so fresh. I tell you, they taste better than meat. Another military wife got interested too. Last time, I found a big sea urchin. I steamed it with eggs, and our kids loved it. But you have to be careful not to get cut by the oyster shells on the rocks. They're very sharp, and those silly little crabs, they hide in the cracks of the rocks. When you turn over a stone, they run sideways. They're so cute. Listening to their stories, Chen Guilin's eyes lit up. She seemed to already see a wide stretch of mudflats, full of all kinds of sea treasures waiting to be collected. For her, someone who had lived through hard times and knew how to make the most of everything, this kind of free gift, relying only on strength and luck, was incredibly tempting.
Then,
Is there any special way to go tide picking? Chen Guilin asked humbly. Many rules, Li Chunhua immediately replied. You need to wear old shoes that don't mind getting wet, preferably tall rubber boots. Also, bring a small bucket, a tiny shovel, or a small rake. Most importantly, you need to understand the tide schedule, know when to go and when to come back. If you go during low tide but the tide comes in and you can't get back, it can be dangerous. Chen Jianjun listened nearby and smiled. Mom, if you want to go, I'll take leave and go with you. I know this well. That's great. Chen Guilin immediately agreed. Next time there's a big tide, we'll go. I want to see how many treasures are hidden in the sea. Li Chunhua smiled and said, Chindajia, no need to wait for Jianjun. Next time there's a big tide, a few of us will go together. When the time comes, we'll call you, and everyone can look out for each other. You'll get to experience the fun of being a fisherman. All right. That's settled. Chen Guilin happily agreed, already planning what tools she needed to prepare. Just then, the crowd at the dock suddenly became restless. Someone with sharp eyes pointed far out where the sky meets the sea and shouted, It's coming. The ship is here. Everyone quickly looked in that direction. On the calm sea, a tiny black appeared. The black grew bigger and clearer, accompanied by the buzzing sound of engines getting closer. The familiar shape was the transport ship everyone had been waiting for. Just moments ago, the cheerful, shopping team was joking and relaxed, but their faces suddenly changed. The military wives all stood up at the same time, brushed off the dust from their clothes, and quickly finished eating the leftover food. Their eyes became alert and focused. They checked their baskets and cloth bags, pulling their sleeves up higher. Chen Jianjun also stopped joking, moved his arms and legs, and said to Chen Guilin, Mom, get ready for action. Follow Aunt Li and the others, stay safe, and don't get pushed around. I'll go ahead to clear the way. Chen Guilin nodded and tightened the strap of her basket. She watched the ship getting closer and felt the tense atmosphere around her. Instead of feeling scared, she felt a strange excitement. The ship's horn sounded loudly, like a battle cry. The heavy iron anchor dropped into the water, creating splashes. When the wide wooden plank clanged onto the dock, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Charge! Someone shouted, and the orderly line suddenly turned into a rushing wave heading toward the plank.
Mom,
Stay close to me. Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, follow behind me. Chen Jianjun shouted loudly, tightening the strap on his basket. His tall figure pushed through the crowd like a breaking icebreaker, making a path. Chen Guilin was protected behind her son, feeling the crowd's movement and the mixed sense of the sea breeze hitting her face. She held tightly to Chen Jianjun's clothes with one hand and guarded her cloth bag with the other, not daring to slow down. Jianjun, slow down. Don't bump into people, Chen Guilin called from behind. Mom, I can't slow down now. If I do, I won't even get a pig's hair, Chen Jianjun replied loudly, without looking back. This is a battlefield. Speed, Accuracy and ruthlessness are what matter. Li Chunhua was squeezed beside them, her face flushed. She laughed and said, "That's right. Jianjun, you're great. Today, whether we can eat meat depends on you." The main fighter. The sailors on the ship and the supply store workers were already prepared. Several long tables were lined up, displaying various scarce supplies brought this time. The most eye-catching were the hanging pork pieces on iron hooks, still with traces of blood. "There's pork over there." Li Chunhua pointed with sharp eyes to the front left. "Got it," Chun Jianjun responded, pushing through the crowd with strong legs, quickly reaching the meat stall. The area in front of the meat was already crowded, with dozens of hands waving money and meat tickets, and many mouths shouting at once. "Master, 2 gene of pork belly, please. I want this front leg, a bit fattier. Don't push." "My shoes." The butcher in charge of cutting meat was sweating heavily, swinging his knife up and down, busy but overwhelmed. Chun Jianjun, tall and confident, immediately spotted a piece of prime pork with a good mix of fat and lean meat. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, reached out, grabbed that piece, and shouted to the butcher, "Master, this one. We want this one. All of it." A woman nearby was unhappy. "Hey, young man. Why don't you follow the rules? Everyone should take turns." "I saw that piece first." Chun Jianjun didn't turn back, his arms steady like a mountain. "Sister-in-law, there's no time for rules on the battlefield. Whoever takes the high ground first owns it. Look at that tenderloin over there. It's pretty good too." The woman was stunned by his words, but was pushed aside by others behind her. Seeing him as a soldier, and noticing how firmly he held the meat, the butcher quickly cut off the large, chunky piece of pork belly and weighed it, saying, 15 Jin 3 Liang. All set. "Great." Chen Jianjun smiled happily. At this moment, Chen Guilon and Li Chunhua finally pushed through the crowd. Chen Guilon quickly handed over money and tickets, while Li Chunhua immediately took out a prepared cloth bag and packed the precious pork inside. "Nice." Li Chunhua patted Chen Jianjun's arm, praising him non-stop. "Jianjun, your meat-grabbing skills are just as good as your fighting skills." Chen Jianjun wiped his sweat, grinning. "Of course. My mom said this is called smart shopping with tactics. We'll split the meat when we get back." Having finally secured the most difficult task, everyone felt relieved. But the fight was not over. "Fabric. The fabric is over there." Little Wang's wife shouted loudly, pointing to another busy stall. "Move quickly. Let's go," Chen Jianjun ordered, and everyone immediately changed direction, rushing toward the fabric stall. The fabric stall was mostly a woman's domain. Various colorful, dingqiuyang, fabrics were spread out like a rainbow, sky blue, pink, light green, dazzling to the eyes. "I want that pink one. Cut me 3 feet. Comrade, save that blue one for me. I'll be right there. Don't grab it." "I touched it first." Chen Jianjun, a man, squeezed into a group of women, looking out of place. He was surrounded by the smell of perfume, sweat, and the chatter of women, making him feel dizzy, even more than when facing enemy reconnaissance planes.
"Ma."
"Which one do you want?" Chen Jianjun called out loudly. "Make small clothes and diapers for the baby. I want light colors, preferably pure cotton." "Soft ones," Chen Guilon directed from behind. "If you see blue or beige, grab them." "Got it." Chen Jianjun looked over the colorful fabrics and finally spotted a piece of white cotton cloth in the corner, looking soft and gentle. Just as he reached out, an older woman beside him grabbed the fabric first. "Comrade, I want this one," the older woman said confidently. Chen Jianjun quickly reached for the other end. "Ma'am, I need this for my wife's unborn baby's diapers. Please, be kind, and let me have half." The older woman, hearing it was for an unborn child, softened her attitude immediately. She looked him over and asked, "Are you Deputy Commander Chen? Is your wife that teacher Lin?" Yes, that's me." "All right," the woman said cheerfully, releasing her grip. "Take it. For making things for the little one, you should use the best. The light yellow one next to it is also good. Pull some, make 2 small shirts for the baby." "Thank you so much, ma'am. I really appreciate it." Chen Jianjun was overwhelmed with gratitude. He quickly asked the vendor to cut 5 feet of sky blue fabric and 3 feet of light yellow. Li Chunhua and the others also each found what they wanted, holding their favorite fabrics and smiling happily. "Ma'am, look at this." Little Wang's wife proudly displayed a sky blue piece of fabric. "I wanted this color last year, but couldn't get it. Today, I finally fulfilled my dream." After solving 2 big problems, the rest was much easier. They went to buy soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and brown sugar. Chun Guilin was very careful, buying enough for 3 or 4 months, filling several cloth bags completely. Chun Jianjun carried a heavy basket on his back, holding 2 bulging bags in each hand. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his uniform was soaked at the back. "Mom, I think I'm not a deputy battalion commander. I feel like our family's transport soldier," he joked, panting. Seeing her son looking both tired and happy, Chin Guilin felt both worried and amused. She took a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe his sweat. "You've worked hard. When we get home, I'll cook you some braised pork with a pork belly I just bought today." "Really? Then all this sweat is worth it." Chin Jianjun's face lit up at the mention of braised pork.
Mom, wait a moment.
"I'll go buy a few things over there," Chin Jianjun said, sending Chin Guilin away from the shopping chaos before rushing back with his basket. Chin Guilin watched her son dive into the crowd again, full of doubt. Why is he still fussing after buying everything he needed? Li Chunhua and others also carried big and small bags, looking satisfied as they gathered together. "Big sister Chin, look, what is Jianjun rushing to buy now?" someone asked. "I don't know. I told him to buy enough, but he didn't listen," Chin Guilin muttered, though her eyes kept anxiously watching her son. Near the radio stall, there weren't many people. This item was expensive. One radio could be worth several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Not everyone could afford it. The vendor was a young man wearing glasses, lazily wiping a brand-new red lantern radio. Chun Jianjun placed his basket on the ground with a loud thud, startling the vendor. "Comrade, which is your best radio here?" Chin Jianjun asked right away. The vendor pushed up his glasses, looked him over, and pointed to the radio beside him, noticing his military uniform and confident demeanor. "This one, the Red Lantern 711, the latest model. It has 8 transistors, can pick up shortwave and medium wave, and has the loudest sound with the clearest quality." Chin Jianjun leaned in to examine the radio carefully. The red body of the radio shone brightly enough to cast shadows, with a round tuning dial in the center and 2 silver knobs beside it, looking very impressive. "Can it pick up opera shows?" "My mom loves Peking opera, with its yelping singing style." "Can you hear it clearly?" "You're asking the right person," the vendor said excitedly. "This radio is perfect for listening to shows. It guarantees smooth singing and clear drum beats, just like hearing it live at the theater." "All right, I'll take it," Chun Jianjun said, without hesitation. "How much?" "Wrap it up for me." The vendor was momentarily surprised. He was used to enthusiastic explanations, but he didn't expect the other person to buy so quickly. "Comrade, this one costs 130 yuan, he said, ready to see if the buyer hesitated. Before coming, Xiulian had given him 200 yuan and some industrial coupons. Now, Chun Jianjun didn't even blink. He took out a neat stack of bills from his pocket, counted out 13 large denomination notes, and placed them on the table. "Invoice, wrap it up." "I'm in a hurry." The vendor was completely stunned. A few soldiers and military wives nearby gasped in surprise. 130 yuan. That's a lot of money. Buying so decisively. What kind of official must he be? The vendor quickly issued a receipt, found an original cardboard box, carefully packed the radio inside, and tied it securely with a rope. Chun Jianjun picked up the big box, put the heavy basket back on his back, and turned to leave. When he rejoined the group, Li Chunhua and the others' eyes nearly popped out. "Oh my goodness. Jianjun, you brought the radio back?" Li Chunhua pointed at the big box in his arms, stammering. "How much did it cost?" "You're rich now." Sister Zhang also came over, looking amazed. Chin Guilin hurried over, staring at the box with disapproval. "Chun Jianjun, why did you buy this thing? It's not food or clothes." "Return it." "Mom, I won't return it." Chun Jianjun held the box as if protecting a treasure, smiling kindly.
This is a gift for you. For me?
I'm just an old woman. What do I need with this iron lump? Chin Guilon was furious. You're spending more and more recklessly. The other military wives fell silent, not daring to speak. They knew Chin Guilon was frugal. Over 100 yuan was a lot for any family, and they would worry about it for a long time. Chun Jianjun was confident. This radio wasn't my idea, it was Xiao Lian's. She said since you're often busy in the kitchen, listening to opera could help pass the time. When he mentioned it was his daughter-in-law's idea, Chin Guilon stopped and looked at her son with suspicion. Are you sure Xiao Lian said that? Are you trying to fool me? After all, you have a lot of past mistakes. I wouldn't dare. Chun Jianjun felt wronged. You don't really know your son. I'm careless, and if Xiao Lian hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of it. She's very thoughtful and gave me this task to buy it. If I don't finish the task, I won't be able to sleep on the bed. Just keep it. It's only a monthly allowance anyway. When Chun Guilon heard it cost over 100 yuan, she took a deep breath. Chun Jianjun didn't mind. Like Xiao Lian said, spending more money on mom is worth it. He looked at his mother with a serious, yet slightly childish proud expression. Mom, aren't you the biggest fan of opera? I remember when you were back home, mending shoes and husking corn, so tired your back couldn't straighten. You'd hum a tune to yourself. Something like I am a person from Wulonggang, or watching the king sleep peacefully in his tent. He mimicked a Beijing opera tune, singing a few odd notes. Though off-key, the familiar lyrics made Chun Guilon freeze in surprise. After her husband passed away, she had to raise 2 children alone and pay off debts. Life was hard. Her only comfort was quietly humming a few tunes from her youth late at night. She thought it was her secret, just for herself. She didn't expect her son to remember. Seeing her stunned, Chin Jianjun's voice softened even more. Before, you had no choice but to hum to yourself. Now, it's different. We have this. He patted the box in his arms. Whenever you want to listen, just ask these singers to sing for you. Authentic ones, famous stars. Want to hear the locking of the lining bag? Listen to the locking of the lining bag. Want the drunken concubine? Listen to the drunken concubine. Change it every day, no repeats. Chun Guilon's eyes suddenly turned red. She quickly looked away, not wanting anyone to see. All this wasted money. Her voice was tinged with a barely noticeable choking sound. Her words, even her scolding, sounded weak and helpless. Li Chunhua watched from the side, feeling a bit sad inside. She walked over and patted Chen Guilon on the shoulder. Big sister Chen, Jianjun is being respectful to you. Money can be earned again, but this kindness is priceless.
Don't worry about him.
As mothers, we all envy you for having such a son. Xiao Wang's wife nodded repeatedly. Yes, Auntie. Brother Jianjun is right. You've worked hard all your life, and now it's time to enjoy some happiness. Listening to a play and relaxing is so nice. Seeing this, Jianjun quickly chuckled to break the sad mood. Exactly. Money is just paper. Spending it can bring more. If my mom is happy, that's the most important thing. He carefully placed the box on top of the basket, then hung 2 big bags of seasoning on his arms and carried a 15-pound piece of pork in one hand, confidently waving his hand. Let's go. Home. I'll make braised pork for Mom, and then we can go to the village meeting. Everyone burst into laughter at his lively words. Chun Guilon kept a serious face and said nothing, walking quietly ahead. But the slight smile on her lips and her quick steps showed her true feelings. The group returned home, leaving behind the noisy battlefield. They found a quiet corner near the dock and counted their spoils. Li Chunhua opened her bag and looked at the pork with a mix of fat and lean, smiling happily. Big sister Chun, today's thanks to Jianjun. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have even gotten a piece of pork. Yes, Jianjun is really great. Sister Zhang agreed. Unlike our husband, who complains when he comes along. He says it's embarrassing for a grown man to fight over things with women. Jianjun puffed out his chest proudly. That's not fighting over things. It's about making sure we have enough supplies. It's a sacred task. Right, Mom? Just your nonsense, Chen Guilon said with a playful scold, but her face was full of smiles as she wiped the sweat from her son's forehead. She looked at the full basket of supplies: shiny, juicy pork, soft, clean cloth, bottles of seasonings with red labels. These might seem ordinary to others, but on this island, they represented a safe, prosperous life for the coming months. The sea breeze blew in, bringing a coolness from the morning, easing the heat on their bodies. Chun Jianjun leaned against the basket, tired, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at his mother and the other wives sharing their catch happily. Suddenly, he felt that lively, bustling life, fighting over a few pounds of meat or a piece of cloth, was so real and adorable. Mom, Chun Jianjun grinned, showing his big white teeth. Next time the transport ship comes, I want to be the main worker. Chun Guilin looked at her son's shining eyes and thought about their last meeting in a past life. In this life, she came to the island, and Xuelian and the children would be safe and sound. Jianjun could also avoid the worst dangers. Everything would be different. Chun Jianjun waved his hand at Chun Guilin. Mom, what's wrong? Chun Guilin smiled and said, It's nothing. I just feel so happy to have you and Xuelian with me. Chun Jianjun proudly said, Look who I am. I am the son of Comrade Chun Guilin. The large pork belly they bought in a rush was divided, with some shared with Li Chunhua and others. The remaining 5 pounds was cooked into a fragrant braised pork that night. The meat was bright red, tender, and not greasy. The family of 3 ate happily, their mouths full of oil. The remaining supplies were carefully stored away. The white and yellow fabric caught Lin Xuelian's eye. She loved it and started measuring to make small clothes for the unborn baby. Half a month passed quickly. One morning, Li Chunhua rushed into the yard like the wind, loudly. Big Sister Chun, hurry. Today is the biggest tide, the farthest retreat of the tide. Let's go fishing. Chun Guilin was watering the vegetable garden when she heard this and brightened up. She had been thinking about going fishing for half a month. All right, let's go. She put down the watering can and went inside to change her shoes. Chun Jianjun was on his day off. When he heard about fishing, he immediately volunteered. Mom, I'll go with you. I have strong arms. I can gather more. Stop dreaming. Li Chunhua waved her hand in the yard. Men are clumsy and slow. They scare the crabs away from miles around. This is women's work. You stay home and keep Xuelian company. Chun Jianjun was not convinced.
Who said that?
I'm also good at fishing. Chun Guilin directly pushed him back onto the chair. Listen to your Aunt Li, stay at home, and behave. If I go with them, I might lose my way, right? After saying that, she took out a pair of old rubber boots belonging to Chun Jianjun and put them on. She also grabbed a small iron shovel and an empty bucket from the kitchen, then followed Li Chunhua out the door. At the entrance of the yard, Sister Zhang and little Wang's wife were already waiting. They were all dressed in full gear, rubber shoes, straw hats, water buckets, and shovels, looking very professional. Aunt Chen, today I'll show you what it means to make a living from the sea, little Wang's wife said with a smile. The group set out together toward the seaside. When they arrived at the beach, Chun Guilin was truly amazed by what she saw. The usually rough and roaring sea had receded far into the distance, revealing a large, endless wet mudflat and black rocks. Many people were already on the sand, all bent over, searching the ground carefully. The air was filled with the salty smell of seawater mixed with the scent of seaweed, which made her feel energized. Oh my, Chun Guilin whispered to herself. Such a big area. How many good things must be here. Having spent half her life in the inland and dealing with yellow earth, she had never seen such a scene before. To her, this wasn't just a beach. It was a treasure land that didn't need planting or fertilizing, just waiting for people to come and pick up money. There are plenty. Li Chunhua rolled up her pants high and pointed with her shovel at some small, unremarkable holes in the sand. See those? Those are clam-breathing holes. Dig along them and you'll find something, she demonstrated, digging into one small hole. After a few shovels, she pulled out a clam about the size of her palm, which made a crisp clang as it hit the bucket. And these stones, Li Chunhua said, walking over to a rocky area and moving aside a seaweed-covered stone. There are definitely small crabs and sea snails underneath. Sure enough, a few small crabs, startled, immediately scurried away sideways, while some sea snails slowly clung to the rocks. Chun Guilin watched with wide eyes, quickly squatting down and starting to search the sand like them. She didn't look for many, just the breathing holes Li Chunhua mentioned. Having been a farmer all her life, she was very patient and had good eyesight. Soon, she figured out the trick. Each shovel brought her closer to her goal. Before long, her bucket was half full of clams. Big Sister Chun, you're learning so fast. Little Wang's wife leaned over to take a look, full of admiration. This is like your first time gathering seafood, but you're better than the seasoned experts. Chun Guilin beamed with happiness. It's not hard at all, just like digging up peanuts in the field. As long as you have good eyes and patience, it's easy. She felt very pleased inside. Back home, these things were rare and only bought during festivals. But here you can find them just by bending down like mice falling into a rice jar. While digging for clams, she kept an eye on the cracks in the rocks. Li Chunhua said that the more rocks there are, the more treasures you can find. She moved to a more remote rocky area where the stones were bigger and more oddly shaped. She used her iron shovel to push aside thick seaweed and carefully looked into the crevices of the rocks. Suddenly, she noticed something moving inside a large stone cave about the size of a basin. She squatted down and leaned in to see clearly when a sudden jet of water shot out from the cave, startling her. "Oh, what's wrong, Sister Chin?" Not far away, Li Chunhua heard the noise and hurried over. "There's something inside, and it's spraying water too." Chun Guilin pointed at the stone cave, both surprised and happy. Li Chunhua looked inside, lowered her voice, and excitedly shouted, "Oh my gosh! It's an octopus! Look at this opening, it's definitely big." An octopus? Chun Guilin had only read about them in books. This creature is very clever and strong. "We need to find a way to get it out," Li Chunhua said, pulling a small bag of salt from her bucket. "Here, sprinkle some salt inside. Make it salty enough, and it will come out on its own." Chun Guilin took the salt bag without hesitation and poured some into the cave. Sure enough, not long after, the cave started to move. First, a slimy tentacle tentatively reached out, then a second, then a third. It seemed the salt irritated it, and suddenly, the octopus started out, flailing its long tentacles wildly, trying to escape.
Quick, catch it.
"Don't let it run away," Li Chunhua shouted, quickly pressing down on the octopus's head. Chun Guilin had never seen such a large live octopus before, but she was not afraid. She threw down her shovel and rushed forward, copying Li Chunhua, hurriedly grabbing at the slippery tentacles. The octopus was very strong, and its tentacle suckers tightly held onto the rocks and their arms. The cold, slimy feeling made their skin crawl.
Wow.
"This thing is really strong." Chun Guilin felt her arm being wrapped up. "Hold its head down. Then it will lose strength." Li Chunhua, experienced, carefully controlled the critical part of the octopus. Together, they worked hard and finally managed to put the struggling big octopus into Chun Guilin's bucket. The octopus weighed about 3 or 4 jin, around 1.5 to 2 kilograms, filling the bucket completely. People nearby, who were gathering seafood, were attracted by the noise. Seeing the big octopus in the bucket, everyone was amazed. "Wow, such a big octopus. It must weigh over 3 jin. Aunt Chin, you're so lucky. We've been gathering seafood for years, but rarely find such a big one. This is the first time out, and even the heavens are rewarding us." Everyone praised her, and Chun Guilin's face lit up with a happy smile. She felt very proud inside. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the big creature in the bucket, feeling very accomplished. Springhua is more experienced. "If it weren't for her, I couldn't have handled this guy alone," she said, sharing the credit with Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua waved her hand and smiled even more happily than she did when she caught the octopus. "It's mainly because you have sharp eyes and spotted it. That's why we work so well together." With this big catch as a backup, Chun Guilin felt more confident. She continued collecting more seashells and razor clams until her water bucket was almost too heavy to carry. Then she happily stopped. On the way home, Chen Guilon's harvest became the focus of everyone's attention. She carried the heavy bucket with lighter steps. When they reached the residential area, Chen Jianjun and Lin Xuelian were waiting at the door. Seeing the huge octopus in Chen Guilon's bucket, Chen Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Mom.
You're amazing. He rushed over, marveling at the bucket. Did you go gathering seafood, or did you sneak into the Dragon King's warehouse? Lin Xuelian also covered her mouth, looking surprised. Chen Guilon placed the bucket on the ground and waved her hand confidently. Tonight, I'll cook stir-fried octopus for you. Plus some clam soup. All you can eat. Looking at her son and daughter-in-law's admiring eyes and the full table of food, Chen Guilon felt very happy. She thought this island is really a good place. As long as people work hard, they won't go hungry. In the kitchen, Chen Guilon was wearing an apron and showing her cooking skills. When she returned, she carefully asked Sister Chunhua about her cooking method. Although it was her first time cooking, she was confident that cooking was easy for her, and she quickly made the dishes look good. She blanched the octopus in boiling water, making it curl into small, pretty rings. Then she fried it in hot oil with green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili, and the aroma filled the house with a sizzling sound. In another pot, a white clam soup was bubbling and boiling, with the fresh flavor rushing out. Mom, your cooking skills are so good. You should be a chef instead of just staying at home, Chen Jianjun said, sniffing at the door of the kitchen, almost drooling. You're just talking nonsense, Chen Guilon said with a smile, serving the dishes onto plates. Go and set the table, it's time to eat. Soon, a big table of delicious seafood dishes was ready. Stir-fried octopus, green onion clams, garlic vermicelli scallops, and a bowl of creamy clam tofu soup. The cucumbers were freshly picked from their garden, smashed and mixed with garlic paste, crisp and refreshing. Lin Xuelian looked at the table full of food, her eyes shining brightly. She had been feeling less nauseous before, but recently, due to the weather or some other reason, her nausea returned. Her morning sickness was worse than before, and her appetite was poor. Nothing tasted good, but now, smelling the fresh aroma, her craving was stirred up. Eat quickly, don't just stare. Chen Guilon scooped the tenderest octopus meat onto her daughter-in-law's plate. Xuelian, eat more. This is good for your health and the baby. She also piled a spoonful of clams into her son's bowl. You too, working outside every day, you need to eat well. Chen Jianjun ate with his mouth full of food and said vaguely, Mom, you're like a superhero. You can do everything, catch spies, farm, go to the sea, and cook big meals. You're amazing. Lin Xuelian was amused by his words, eating small bites of food and feeling like she had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. It's so tasty. Mom's cooking is better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant. Chen Guilon looked at her son and daughter-in-law with satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. I plan to go sea foraging again. It's so much fun. You don't know that octopus. Chen Jianjun and Lin Xuelian watched their mother so happy and also felt pleased. While eating, they listened to Chen Guilon share stories about sea foraging, feeling very content. Reef Island Wharf. A worn-out, old passenger boat hummed as it approached the shore, lowering a shaky gangway. From the crowd emerging from the cabin, two figures looked especially disheveled. It was Chun Suifan and Li Chong, who had traveled a long way. Their clothes were wrinkled and stained with unknown dirt, their hair messy like a chicken coop, and their faces showed exhaustion from the long journey and bad luck. As soon as they got off the boat, Li Chong sat down heavily on the ground, unable to walk further. It's all your fault. You insisted on taking that slow boat to save money. It was so crowded, like sardines in a can, and people stole our money. Li Chong panted heavily, glaring fiercely at Chen Suifan. Hearing this, Chen Suifan also got angry and snapped back. And you have the nerve to blame me? If you managed the money better, we wouldn't have to suffer like this. Now we've spent all our travel funds and lost the money we brought. What are we going to do? Live on the wind? After getting off the train, they wandered around the bustling city of Yangcheng, only to have their wallets stolen, most of their savings cobbled together from different sources. Fortunately, their boat tickets were bought in advance and their certificates and documents, which weren't worth much, weren't stolen. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get onto the island. To save money, they had been eating the hardest dry food and drinking free cold water. They hadn't had a proper meal in days. Li Chong was so hungry he couldn't speak, his stomach growling with hunger, making him even more irritable. He got up from the ground, brushed the dirt off his pants. Enough, stop arguing. Find a place quickly. Once we get the gold bars, we'll eat well every day. Thinking of the gold bars, their eyes lit up again with greed. They supported each other and, dragging their heavy steps, asked around as they headed toward the military base. When they finally reached the grand gate of the military area, it was almost dark. 2 guards stood straight with guns in hand, their eyes sharp. Seeing Chen Suifan and Li Chong looking like 2 starving beggars, they immediately became alert.
Stop.
What are you doing? One young guard shouted sternly. Li Chong was so scared by his commanding tone that he shivered. He quickly put on a flattering smile and moved closer.
Kamrad, no misunderstanding.
We are here to visit family. Visit family? The guard looked them over carefully, suspicion clear in his eyes. Who are you looking for? What's their name? Which unit are they from? Chen Suifan puffed out her chest, as if saying her name would bring her great honor. She deliberately raised her voice, sounding a little sad and proud at the same time. I'm looking for my mom, Chen Goelan, and my brother, the deputy battalion commander, Chen Jianjun. The guard was momentarily stunned. The sister of Deputy Battalion Commander Chen? He looked suspiciously at Chen Suifan. She didn't seem like the family type at all. The family of Deputy Battalion Commander Chen was handsome and beautiful, and the grandmother was lively. How could this stern-looking woman be part of that family? Wait a moment, I'll make a call to verify, the guard said, turning to go to the communication room. Just then, 2 women carrying empty baskets and muddy feet passed by. It was Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Today, they also tried to go sea gathering like Chen Goelan. They heard Chen Goelan had collected a full bucket, so they wanted to try their luck too. But they didn't see anything good. Their skirts were torn on the rocks, and their feet were cut by oyster shells. When the tide came in, they almost got trapped on the rocks, scaring them half to death. They were angry and frustrated, feeling Chen Goelan was a troublemaker who took all the good luck, leaving them unlucky. Suddenly hearing the names, Chen Goelan and Chen Jianjun, they perked up their ears. They moved closer and overheard Chen Suifan complaining to the guard, "My mom is Chen Goelan. She didn't answer my calls, so I had to come find her myself." Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei exchanged glances, both seeing a look of glee in each other's eyes. Wow, what a coincidence. Seeing how ragged they looked and their bitter expressions, they must be here to cause trouble. This was going to be interesting. Zhou Dajiao immediately put on an overly friendly smile and hurried forward.
Oh.
You're looking for Sister Chen and Deputy Battalion Commander Chen? I'm their neighbor. I know where they live and can take you there. Look at you, coming from so far away. You must be tired. She quickly grabbed Chen Suifan's hand, acting very friendly, like long-lost sisters. Littly, Zhou Dajiao turned to the soldier and said, "This is the younger sister of Deputy Captain Chen.
No mistake.
We used to be neighbors with Sister Chen. We'll take them inside, so you don't have to send someone to call again." Lu Hongmei also chimed in. Yes, yes. Look how far she's come. It's not easy. Don't make her stand at the door. Seeing they were familiar faces from the family housing area and thinking it was just a quick check, the soldier nodded. Where are your IDs and introduction letters? I need to check and record them. If everything's fine, you can go in after registration. Li Chong and Chen Suifan hurriedly took out their personal introduction letters and work IDs. The soldier checked and nodded. All right, you can go in now. Chen Suifan still wasn't satisfied. Like I said, we're here to visit family. My brother is the deputy captain. Be careful, or I'll have him give you a hard time. It's ridiculous. Just a young soldier, daring to stop me, the deputy captain's sister. So clueless. After saying that, she pulled Li Chong and turned toward the family housing area. Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei didn't hesitate and followed, still asking questions. Girl, is your name Suefin? Oh, you really don't look like your mom. Where are you from? Was your trip smooth? Chin Suefin, already feeling wronged, saw their warm attitude and thought she had met kind people, so she opened up to them. She pouted, tears welling up, and said, "Don't mention it, sister-in-law. My mom. She's been bewitched by that sly fox Lin Xiulian and doesn't want me anymore. I can't go on like this. She's hiding on this island, enjoying her life." What? That really happened. Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei's eyes lit up, and they were very happy inside. That's exactly what they wanted. Come on, girl, don't talk about it on the road. Zhou Dajiao pulled her along, walking faster. Sister Chen's house is just ahead. We'll take you there. If you're upset, you should tell her clearly face to face. Lu Hongmei followed, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. How can a mother not care about her own daughter? It must be Lin Xiulian stirring things up. I want to tell you that we neighbors have seen everything. Your mother now listens to everything she says, almost treating her like an ancestor to worship. Chen Suefin felt even more angry and hurt when she heard this. As they talked, they soon reached the small yard outside Chen Jianjun's house. Before entering, a strong smell of food wafted into their noses. The aroma of meat and seafood was so tempting that it was a cruel torture for Chen Suefin and Li Chong, who were very hungry. Li Chong couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes wide with longing. Chen Suefin was so angry she was trembling all over.
Great.
While they suffer and go hungry outside, this family is hiding inside enjoying a big meal. Through the open window, they could see the house brightly lit, with several dishes on the table. Chen Jianjun was smiling and talking to his mother. Lin Xiulian sat nearby, smiling gently. The family looked happy and warm. But to Chen Suefin, this scene was more painful than a knife. Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei exchanged glances, smirking at her, as if saying, "See?
We were right."
Chen Suefin couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed open the yard door and started crying loudly.
Mom.
My dear mom, do you have any conscience? My daughter and son-in-law are starving outside, and you're here eating and drinking. How can you do this to my late father? Her loud cry instantly broke the warm atmosphere inside. Chen Jianjun's smile froze. He stood up quickly, his face dark as a pot bottom. Chen Suefin, Lin Xiulian was startled and instinctively protected her belly, her face turning pale. Chen Guilin paused with her chopsticks in midair. When she saw the woman rolling on the ground, looking exhausted and gaunt, her eyes instantly turned cold. Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei immediately went in, supporting Chen Suefin from both sides, pretending to comfort her. Oh, Suefin, what are you doing? Get up quickly. We can talk nicely. Big sister Chen, look at your daughter.
She's so thin.
She must have suffered a lot on the way here. Chen Suefin sat down on the ground, patting her thigh and crying even harder. I can't go on living anymore. My mother mistreats her biological daughter. She forgets about her own daughter after getting a daughter-in-law. She gives Lin Xiulian money and acts as a nanny, but when it's my turn, I can't even get a hot bowl of soup. Why is my life so hard? She cried while glaring with resentment at the food on the table. Chen Jianjun was so angry that his temples throbbed. He quickly stepped out, pointing at Li Chong's nose and shouting, "Li Chong, are you a real man? Letting your wife cause trouble here? I ask you, where's the 50 yuan I sent you last time? It was gone in less than 2 months?" Li Chong shrank back under his shouting, avoiding eye contact, and stammered on the way. "I had an accident and the money was lost." "Lost? I think you spent it gambling again." Chen Jianjun knew exactly what kind of person his brother-in-law was. "You're talking nonsense." Chen Suefin immediately jumped up from the ground, standing in front of Li Chong. "Brother, you're also bewitched by that sly fox Lin Xiulian. You only listen to outsiders, don't trust your own sister anymore. You're all teaming up to bully me." "Enough," a cold, commanding voice interrupted. It was small but carried undeniable authority. Everyone quieted down and looked toward Chen Guilin, who came out of the house. She didn't come forward to help Chen Suefin, nor did she scold her angrily. She didn't even show any extra emotion. She simply stood calmly on the steps, looking down at her daughter with a cold gaze as icy as winter. "Stop crying and stop pretending," Chen Guilin said slowly, her voice emotionless. "You came all this way just for money, right?" With these words, she tore apart all of Chen Suifan's pretenses. Chen Suifan's crying suddenly stopped. She opened her mouth, forgetting what she was supposed to say next. She had prepared a whole act of sorrow, but before she could start, her mother's words cut her off completely. Li Chang looked stunned, instinctively taking a step back, afraid to meet Chen Guilin's calm, steady eyes. The happiest were Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They exchanged excited glances, their gossip flames burning fiercely. "Here it comes. The real show is about to begin." Chen Guilin was definitely not an easy person. She immediately made a bold move, tearing everything apart. Zhou Dajiao cleared her throat, ready to add fuel to the fire, pretending to be a peacemaker and stepping forward. "Sister Chen, what are you saying? Suifan is your own daughter. She traveled so far. How can you say it's all about money?" Lu Hongmei quickly chimed in. "Exactly. Look at how hungry the kids are. They must have had a tough trip and are upset, so they came to talk to you. As a mother, you should be more understanding." The two of them spoke in unison, pretending to mediate, but in fact, they were just eager to stir trouble and keep the chaos going. Chen Guilin didn't even glance at them, her eyes still fixed on Suifan. She knew her daughter well. She was soft and afraid of confrontation. When trouble came, she was a coward. This trip to the island wasn't her idea. It could only be him.
Li Qian.
In the past, he deliberately pushed her down the stairs, causing her to become paralyzed. And he also incited Suifan, refusing her food and letting her starve. These two were no good. Neither of them was worth trusting. Thinking of this, Chen Guilin suddenly smiled, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Sister Zhou, Comrade Lu, this is our family matter. You don't need to worry about it. Jianjun, see them out." Zhou Dajiao's smile froze. She still wanted to stay, but Chen Jianjun stepped forward. "Aunt Zhou, please."
"Well."
"All right," Zhou Dajiao replied dryly, forcing a smile. "You all talk nicely. Don't argue. Suifan, if you have any problems, talk to your mother, okay?" Lu Hongmei also reluctantly agreed. Yes, family doesn't hold grudges forever. They took a few steps back, glancing back with expressions full of unwillingness. The big scene today had just begun, and they were already being sent away. Now they wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. After seeing the onlookers off, only the family remained in the yard. The atmosphere instantly cooled to freezing. Chen Jianjun's anger was about to explode. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. If his mother hadn't been there, he would have kicked Li Chang away long ago. Lin Xulian, holding her belly, quietly stood beside Chen Guilin. Although her mother-in-law looked strong, as a mother, her heart was tender. Being pressured by her daughter and son-in-law like this, she must have felt very sad. Chen Suifan and Li Chang had already rushed into the house and started eating eagerly when Chen Guilin and Zhou Dajiao were talking. Seeing Zhou Dajiao and Lu Honglan leave, Chen Guilin gave Chen Jianjun a look and then turned to go inside. After Chen Jianjun and Lin Xulian entered the house, Chen Jianjun said to Lin Xulian, "Xulian, go inside first. I'll call you out later." Lin Xulian nodded and warned, "Don't cause trouble or get into a fight." Chen Jianjun replied, "I know. You go in first." Outside in the yard, Zhou Dajiao and Lu Hongmei, who had just stepped out a little, still had mischievous thoughts. "Are we really going back like this? My heart feels like it's being torn apart," Zhou Dajiao whispered, looking unhappy. "Exactly," Lu Hongmei rubbed her hands. "I bet that once the door is shut, they're probably arguing loudly inside. Chen Guilin and her son are not easy to deal with. Mom, later we'll go around to the back of her house and listen by the wall." The two of them returned to their own yard and sneaked quietly to the corner of Chen's house. They held their breath and listened carefully, hoping to hear a big fight. They even imagined Chen Suifan crying and shouting, and Chen Jianjun banging the table and yelling. Suddenly, They heard footsteps getting closer, stopping just on the other side of the wall. Their hearts tightened. Had they been discovered? Then there was a loud splash. A cold, icy stream of water, like a waterfall, suddenly poured down right on their heads. Ow. Oh my goodness, they were soaked by this sudden attack, screaming and jumping up. The water carried the smell of vegetables and mud, flowing down their hair into their necks. Their padded jackets instantly got soaked. On a spring night, the sea breeze made the cold even sharper, piercing to the bone. They stood there, soaked all over, looking at each other with shocked faces, covered in water and mud, extremely embarrassed.
Chen Guilan.
She did it on purpose. Zhou Dajiao trembled with anger, gritting her teeth and cursing. How did she know we were here? Lu Hongmei asked, trembling, still a bit confused. The night was cold. When they poured water, both of them started sneezing. They didn't dare stay long, and quickly went back to their rooms to change clothes. Inside, Chen Guilin emotionlessly put the empty vegetable wash basin back in place, as if she had just casually spilled some dirty water. After dealing with the flies, now it was time to handle the trash. Chen Guilin looked at Li Chong and Chen Suifan, who were eating loudly with their backs turned to her. Her eyes were cold. She said to Chen Jianjun, "Jianjun, close the door." "No, I mean lock it. And then, chase the dogs away." "Got it." Chen Jianjun took a lock from the cabinet and locked the main door. With a click, the lock sounded very clear in the quiet house. Li Chong and Chen Suifan froze at the same time. They were stuffing meat into their mouths, greasy hands holding chicken legs. Their greedy expressions hadn't even faded before they turned to look scared. "Brother."
Mom.
"Why are you locking the door?" Chen Suifan's voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. Chen Guilin said nothing. She just crossed her arms and looked at them coldly, like she was watching two rats that had entered the grain storage and were about to be beaten to death. Chen Jianjun rolled his wrists, making a series of crisp cracking sounds. He slowly walked toward Li Chong with a chilling smile on his face. "I'm not doing anything." Chen Jianjun's voice was calm, but each word sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "I just think there's something dirty inside the house, so I need to clean it up." Li Chong felt uneasy under his gaze. He instinctively stepped back, but his back hit the cold wall. There was nowhere to go. "Jianjun, you don't do anything crazy." "I'm your brother-in-law," Li Chong shouted nervously. "Brother-in-law," Chen Jianjun sneered, suddenly taking a step forward and slapping Li Chong hard across the face. Smack! A sharp, heavy sound. Li Chong was stunned. Half of his face immediately swelled up, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His vision blurred, and his ears buzzed. Before he could react, Chen Jianjun struck again. He grabbed Li Chong by the collar, lifting him up like a chicken, and then punched him mercilessly in the stomach. Chen Suifan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. After a moment, she let out a sharp scream. "Brother, stop. You're crazy." She rushed forward, trying to pull Chen Jianjun's arm. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting my husband? He's your sister's husband." Chen Jianjun easily pushed her aside with one arm, with such force that she sat down hard on the ground. "Shut up. You have no right to speak here. He deserves to be hit. And you brainless girl, also deserve a beating." Chen Suifan was stunned by a shout, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Taking advantage of her moment of shock, Chen Jianjun started hitting Li Chong. "Ow!" Li Chong let out a painful cry, curling up like a shrimp from the pain. "I told you to stop encouraging my sister, telling her to boss around my mom, and thinking about my mom's gold bars." Chen Jianjun threw punch after punch, each one hitting its mark. His military training had given him great strength, which he now used fully against Li Chong. Li Chong was powerless to fight back under his fists, only able to cover his head and scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Stop hitting me."
Stop.
"Brother-in-law. I was wrong. Oh no. Someone's going to die. Suifan, save me." Seeing Li Chong battered and bruised, on the verge of tears, Chen Suifan rushed over, clutching Chen Jianjun's leg tightly, crying loudly. "Chen Jianjun, do you have any conscience? Hitting him is like slapping me in the face." We traveled so far to visit you, and this is how you treat us. Chen Jianjun sneered. I know hitting him is like hitting you. I did it on purpose. If your face hurts, just bear it. If Chen Suifan weren't pregnant, she would have been beaten too. After saying that, Chen Jianjun continued hitting Li Chong, targeting areas that hurt but wouldn't cause serious injury. In this, mother and son were very much alike. Chen Suifan had no choice but to look at Chen Guilan.
Mom.
Please control him. He's going to kill Li Chong. I don't want to be a widow. Seeing her sister clutching her leg, crying and sniffling, Chen Jianjun felt both angry and disappointed. You're still shameless enough to call me Mom. I entrusted Mom to you. How did you promise me back then? That you wouldn't let her suffer or be tired? That you'd treat her well? Afraid that the Li family wouldn't be satisfied, I even sent extra money every month. And this is how you take care of her. Chen Suifan, you really disappoint me. You don't deserve to be called Mom. Chen Jianjun saw Li Chong still trying to hide behind Chen Suifan and cursed, calling him a coward. He then punched him a few more times. Just as Chen Guilan saw that the beating was enough and worried about causing trouble if it continued, she spoke up. Jianjun, enough now. If you beat him to death or leave him badly hurt, it won't look good. Chen Jianjun stopped. Li Chong was crying and sniffling, hiding behind his wife, and crying in pain. This made Chen Suifan very upset. She touched the injury on his face and looked at Chen Guilan and her son as if they were enemies. Chen Jianjun, if you dare to hit Li Chong again, I swear I will report you to the political officer right away. I will say you are abusing your sister and hitting your brother-in-law because you think you can get away with it. I want to see if you, as a deputy battalion commander, will be punished. Hearing Chen Suifan's threat, Chen Jianjun's forehead veins bulged with anger. He was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Chen Guilan. Instead of getting angry, Chen Guilan smiled. Go ahead, why not go? She said calmly, even encouraging. Right now I'll go with you. Let's invite the political officer to our home and talk to him face to face. Chen Suifan was stunned. This reaction was strange. Her mother shouldn't be so scared that her face turned pale and should be begging her. Her brother shouldn't be afraid to act anymore. Why was she now voluntarily wanting to meet the leader? Before Chen Suifan could figure it out, she looked at Chen Guilan in surprise. Mom, stop pretending. Do you think you can scare me like this? Chen Guilan took a sip of water, moistening her throat, then spoke slowly. Scare you? Do I need to scare you? She said firmly, slamming the cup on the table. I have photos here of your man Li Chong gambling with others. If you don't want him to go to jail, shut your mouth. Suddenly, Li Chong's head exploded in her mind. His face turned pale, and his swollen cheeks showed fear. He instinctively wanted to deny it. You're lying. I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything, Chen Guilan sneered. Her voice sounded more terrifying than anything to Li Chong. On the 17th of last month, at night, in the backyard of Wang Matzi's house at the east end of your town. You were there with Zhao's third son and the second son from the Qian Muzheng family, right? In her past life, Li Chong often went gambling. The details of the time, place, and people involved were all things he later admitted to when he was drunk. Li Chong's face froze completely. The time, place, and people involved were exactly right. He kept this matter very secret. Even Chen Suifan didn't know how her mother managed. A while ago, someone sent me a letter with photos of you gambling, Chen Guilan continued, each word like a needle stabbing at Li Chong's most sensitive nerves. The letter said that if I didn't want your job to be lost, I should send 100 yuan. I was worried about affecting you and Suifan, so I sent the money. She paused here, looking at Chen Suifan, who was now completely stunned. I thought this shouldn't be known to you, so you wouldn't get too worried or angry. I didn't expect you to come directly to us, and even want to see the political officer. Chen Jianjun, standing nearby, was stunned. He had been resting at home recently, and didn't know anyone had sent a letter to his mother. Chen Guilan winked at him. Chen Jianjun understood. His mother was just bluffing. She sighed, looking like she was worried sick about her daughter. Go ahead. Just give the photos to the political officer, let the army arrest Li Chong. I heard there's a strict crackdown now. If caught, it's not just a few days in detention. Serious cases could even lead to more trouble, Li Chang's legs went weak, almost losing his balance. He didn't know if the army cared about family members gambling, but this was definitely shameful. If it got out, the police would surely get involved. He grabbed Chen Suifen's sleeve and shook his head desperately. Even Chen Suifen, who was usually naive, understood now. Her mother really had evidence against Li Chang. Her arrogant attitude instantly disappeared. She dared not complain anymore. Instead, she turned her words and tears started to fall, this time with real fear and sadness. Mom, I am your real daughter. Li Chang is your son-in-law and Yenyang's father. You shouldn't give the photos away, right? Qin Guilin replied, if I wanted to give them away, I wouldn't have spent 100 yuan to buy them in the first place. But whether I will give them out in the future depends on how you all behave. Qin Guilin looked at the two people being frightened and showing loyalty. She sneered inwardly, but smiled kindly on her face. All right, your brother has a lot on his plate, so I won't keep you long. Stay here tonight and go back early tomorrow. Since there are no extra rooms, sleep in the woodhouse. But Mom, that jewelry box. After all, it's my dad's inheritance. I am also his daughter. You can't be biased and leave everything to the eldest brother. After speaking, Chen Suifan looked at Chen Jianjun. Big brother, you and your wife both have stable jobs. Li Chang, and I don't have much ability and earn little. I am pregnant now, and that inheritance belongs to Dad. You can't keep it all for yourself. Even at this moment, Chen Suifan still cared about the jewelry box. Chen Guilin's dislike for her deepened. Stop crying, Chen Guilin said impatiently, interrupting her. It's all about money, isn't it? Forget about the jewelry box. It was left to me by your dad. When I die, I want to take it with me into the coffin. Take it into the coffin. Chen Suifan and Li Chang exchanged a glance, both seeing something strange in each other's eyes. Did the old lady mean she hadn't given the items to Qin Jianjun and Lin Shilian? This realization made both of them feel hopeful again. As long as the items are still in the old lady's hands, there's still a chance. Li Chang immediately signaled Chen Suifan with a look. Chen Suifan understood instantly. Her expression changed completely. Her previous resentment and tantrums vanished without a trace. Instead, her face was full of guilt and regret. She got up from the ground and walked to Qin Guilin, kneeling with a loud thud. Mom, I was wrong. She hugged Qin Guilin's leg, crying sincerely. It was all my fault before. I was naive, and I was blinded by my own foolishness, which made you angry. Don't say such angry words. Whether you live or die, just stay healthy and live a long life. Li Chang and I will definitely take good care of you in the future. This sudden change in attitude made Qin Jianjun get goosebumps. Qin Guilin lowered her eyes and looked at her daughter kneeling and holding her leg. It was the same in her past life. Jianjun wanted to take her to an island, and Chen Suifan also knelt by her bed, crying and promising to take good care of her. But after they returned, she worked like a beast, starving herself to death. She wanted to trick her into going back, then use her old tricks again, find a chance to make her fall and become paralyzed, and then slowly torment her to make her hand over the gold bars. Chen Guilin secretly sneered but kept a calm face. She couldn't let these two troublemakers stay in the family compound. There are many people like Zhou Dajiao. If they incite her, and these two fools cause trouble, it could ruin Jianjun's future. She must send them away. Thinking of this, Chen Guilin sighed and gently supported Chen Suifan's arm. Get up, she said tiredly. You're right, Mom was also wrong. Chen Suifan and Li Chang brightened up, thinking there was hope. Mom shouldn't have said those harsh words to you, Chen Guilin continued, following their words. We have to go back, but not now. Your sister-in-law is pregnant with twins, the doctor said. It's very precious. Your brother often has missions, and I really can't leave right now. Twins? Chen Suifan and Li Chang were stunned. That woman really has good luck. After a few months, when your sister-in-law has the babies, I will take care of her postpartum, and then bring the children to you when I can manage it, Qin Guilin firmly decided. So, we have to wait until some distant time? Chen Suifan was anxious. Mom, that's too long. It's settled like this. Qin Guilin interrupted her, her tone firm. You're both tired. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, your brother will buy you tickets to go back. She looked at Li Chong again. No more gambling. If it happens again, I'll send the photos directly to your factory leaders' offices. Li Chong shivered in fear and nodded repeatedly. Chen Suifan wanted to argue more. She had come all this way. How could she leave after just one night? Mom, we've never been to the island before. We want to stay a couple more days. You can't just rush us out. Chen Suifan looked suspiciously at the two. Chen Guilan and Chen Jianjun exchanged a glance. Chen Jianjun spoke. All right, just 2 more days. The army has rules. Without a permit, you can't go anywhere freely. Stay honest at home these 2 days. I'll buy tickets for you the day after tomorrow. Although Chen Suifan and Li Chong were reluctant, they knew arguing wouldn't help, so they had to agree for now. Since the matter has been settled, clean up everything on the table and wash the dishes. Jianjun, go check on Xuelian. Mom will supervise their work. Chen Suifan and Li Chong have never done chores before. In the past, Chen Guilan took care of everything. When Chen Guilan didn't do it, Li Chong's mother helped out. They even had a second child but didn't do much work. Now, making them do chores feels even more painful than punishing them. But once Chen Guilan gave the order, Chen Suifan and Li Chong, despite their reluctance, had to start working with unhappy faces. Chen Guilan doesn't spoil them. Now is a good chance for revenge, so she plans to take full advantage. Chen Suifan picked up a greasy plate and felt it was slippery and gross, making her stomach churn. Mom, how do I wash this? She has never touched water with her hands much, always served by Chen Guilan at her parents' house, and after marriage, by her mother-in-law. She has never done this kind of work. Li Chong isn't much better. Seeing the messy table and the chicken bones they chewed down to just bones, he felt a sharp pain in his heart and irritation. They had just enjoyed a delicious meal, but now looking at this mess makes him feel sick. Don't you have hands? Chen Guilan sat on a chair, holding a glass of water, drinking slowly, like a supervisor. First, separate the bones and leftover food. Throw away the bones and keep the vegetables to feed the chickens. Chen Suifan pouted and reluctantly used chopsticks to pick at the bones in the plate, moving slowly like a snail. Li Chong's eyes flicked, and he picked up a plate to dump into the trash outside. Stop right there. Chen Guilan's voice was quiet but made Li Chong jump, freezing in place. There are half a plate of scallion oil clams in the plate. Can't you see? Chen Guilan put down her water cup. Dump it? Did your money come from the wind? Or do you think our things can be wasted freely? Li Chong's face turned red and white from her words. He awkwardly put the plate back on the table. Put the leftover dishes into one bowl. Reheat them tomorrow, and they can still be eaten. Chen Guilan ordered. Chen Suifan immediately exclaimed, Mom, those are leftovers we ate. How can we eat them again? That's unhygienic. Oh, Chen Guilan raised an eyebrow. When you two were gobbling down your food just now, why didn't you say it was unhygienic? Now that you're full, you're starting to care? Don't worry, it won't be unclean. After all, it's for you two to eat. We're eating something else. That won't do. Chen Suifan jumped up angrily. We don't want to eat it. If you don't want to eat, then go hungry. This sentence made Chen Suifan choke on her words. The two could only endure their disgust and gather the leftover food together. The greasy feeling made Chen Suifan want to throw away her chopsticks several times. Finally, after tidying up the table, Chen Guilan pointed to the kitchen. Take the dishes to wash, wipe the stove and the floor clean. If I see a drop of oil tonight, you won't be allowed to sleep. Today was also the weekly big cleaning day. Chen Suifan and Li Chong exchanged a look, both seeing despair on each other's faces. In the kitchen, Chen Suifan looked at the dishes that needed washing, tears starting to form in her eyes again. This life is unbearable, she whispered to Li Chong, complaining. Look at her. She's not acting like a mother. She's more like a landlady. We came to visit family, not to be servants. Li Chong was also upset, but he was more afraid of Chen Jianjun's fists and the photos in Chen Guilan's hands. Keep your voice down, he warned, glancing toward the main room. The gold bar is still with Mom. Be patient. In a few days we'll leave. Thinking of the gold bar gave Chen Suifan some motivation. She wished she hadn't stayed 2 more days and had left earlier. Now, staying an extra day might bring more suffering. Chun Suefan sighed, rolled up her sleeves, and clumsily started washing the dishes. She didn't know how to wash properly, just rinsing with cold water. After a long time, the greasy residue on the plates was still very obvious. Chen Guilin came in, picked up a plate she had just washed, and wiped it with her finger, revealing a clear oil stain. "Are you washing dishes or greasing the plates?" She slammed the plate back into the sink. "Wash them again. Use some soap, hot water. If you can't even do this well, what can you do?" Being scolded in front of her son-in-law by her own mother, Chen Suefan's face turned pale, full of shame and anger. Tears fell uncontrollably. Li Chong wanted to pretend to be dead, but was caught by Chun Guilin's sharp gaze. "You, go scrub the pot over there. You look like you were gnawing on octopus just now. You should have enough strength to scrub a pot, right?" Li Chong didn't dare to argue. He could only pick up the brush and start scrubbing the large iron wok used for stir-frying octopus, feeling worried. The bottom of the wok was coated with a layer of burnt, fragrant sauce that stuck firmly. No matter how hard he tried, he could only scrape off a little at a time. Suddenly, Chen Guilin's feather duster hit Li Chong's hand. "Why are you using so much force? You're going to damage the wok and make everyone eat dirt. Soak it in water first, then wash it." Li Chong looked at the red marks on his hand, swollen and bruised, and obediently followed Chen Guilin's advice. The farmhand was not usually ordered around like this. "Damn old woman. Wait until I get the gold bars, then you'll see." Just then, Chun Jianjun came out of the inner room. He had just finished settling Lin Xiulian and saw the two of them wasting time in the kitchen. His mother was still standing nearby supervising, and his temper flared. He walked over, snatched the brush from Li Chong's hand, and scrubbed the bottom of the wok fiercely, making a harsh scratching sound. "Have you eaten? Can't you do even this much?" he shouted, making Li Chong shiver. Chun Jianjun threw the brush back into his arms. "Scrub harder. If you don't clean it properly, tonight you'll sleep holding the wok." "Mom, I just said you shouldn't use too much force," Li Chong said meekly. Chun Jianjun looked awkwardly at his mother, cleared his throat, and said, "If I tell you to wash, then wash. Why are you talking so much? Do you want to get hit again? Hurry up and wash. Stop dawdling." He then looked at the crying Chen Suefan, feeling even more angry. "Why are you crying? Is it hard for you to do some work? When your man was gambling, why didn't you cry? When you two were plotting against me, why didn't you cry? Now you're pretending to be pitiful." After speaking, Chun Jianjun placed a chair at the kitchen door for Chen Guilin. "Mom, sit here and supervise. These two are slow, and I don't want you to get tired." Chen Guilin sat happily. Jianjun is so filial. Meanwhile, Chen Suefan and Li Chong saw Chen Guilin sitting comfortably while they had to stand and work, grumbling. Chen Guilin patted the feather duster and said, "You two lazybones, hurry up. If you don't finish, you won't sleep tonight." Under her stern gaze, Chen Suefan and Li Chong no longer dared to slack off. One wiped the dishes with tears, and the other scrubbed the wok with gritted teeth. Their movements sped up considerably. Finally, after they finished cleaning the dishes, bowls, and wok, they were so exhausted they could hardly stand straight. "All right, now sweep the floor too." Chun Jianjun pointed to the kitchen floor, which was wet and dirty from being stepped on. Chun Suefan wanted to say, "Brother, we are too tired," but seeing Chen Jianjun's fierce expression, she swallowed her words. Li Chong grabbed a mop and mopped randomly twice, just wanting to finish quickly. "Stop right there." Chen Jianjun walked over, using his toe to draw a black dirt mark in the corner of the wall. "Is this mopping? Are you fooling around? Go get a cloth and kneel on the ground to wipe it inch by inch. Only when I am satisfied will it be considered done." Kneeling on the ground to wipe. That was a huge insult. Li Chong's face instantly turned green. "Jianjun, that's enough," Chen Guilin spoke. She wasn't worried about the mess, but afraid that if they pushed him too far, he might lose control. Chun Jianjun snorted, giving his mother face. "Did you hear that? My mom cares about you. Hurry up and mop properly." "Got it, brother-in-law. I'll do it right away." Li Chong felt like he had been given a reprieve. He quickly picked up the mop, putting all his strength into it, making every tile in the kitchen shine like a mirror. Compared to kneeling and wiping inch by inch, mopping properly was much easier for him, and he worked more efficiently. Seeing the shiny, clean tiles, he felt a sense of achievement and strangely wanted to do more work. Chun Guilan, being older, went to bed early, while Chun Jianjun supervised the rest. He was in good spirits, sharp-eyed, not giving Chen Suifan or Li Chong even a chance to slack off. By the time all the work was done, it was almost midnight. Chen Suifan and Li Chong were exhausted, like two dried-up fish, sitting on chairs and not wanting to move. "All right, go to sleep." Chun Jianjun pointed to a small, cluttered room in the corner of the yard. "You'll sleep there tonight." The room was small and dark, with only a narrow wooden bed inside, no decent bedding, just two old military blankets. "Brother, how can you let us sleep here? This isn't a place for people to sleep," Chun Suifan shouted. "Our house has no extra rooms. If you don't want to sleep, then stand or leave right now," Chun Jianjun said coldly. After that, he ignored them and turned back to his own room. The main room's light went out, leaving only Chen Suifan and Li Chong standing in the darkness. They were cold, hungry, and tired, and feelings of shame and anger were biting at their hearts like snakes. In the end, they dragged their heavy steps and entered the small dark room. Li Chong sat heavily on the wooden bed, which creaked loudly. "Chun Suifan, look at how your mother and brother treat us. We are their family, not their dogs." Li Chong's voice was tense, and he spoke through clenched teeth. Chen Suifan's crying sounded very sad in the small dark room. She sniffled, trembling from shame and exhaustion. "Stop crying." Li Chong lowered his voice, sounding impatient and firm. "What's the use of crying now? Can you cry out gold bars? Your mother and brother treat us like dogs. Do you think a few tears will make them feel sorry?" His words hurt Chen Suifan deeply, making her stop crying. "Then what should we do?" Chen Suifan wiped her face, her voice thick with a runny nose. "We can't just go out tonight, right? If they find out, look at my brother. He might really hurt you. Tonight?" Li Chong sneered, as if mocking her innocence. "Are you stupid? They are guarding us like thieves. If we try tonight, we'll just walk into a trap." He moved closer, his warm breath brushing Chen Suifan's ear, carrying a hint of scheming. "If we do it, it has to be at the right time." "What time?" she asked. "Tomorrow," Li Chong said confidently. "When I was working in the main hall earlier, I overheard your brother coming out of the back room. The door wasn't fully closed. I heard him talking to Lin Xiulian about taking your mother to the military hospital for a checkup. Twins are precious. They have to go." Chun Suifan's eyes lit up in the dark.
"So,
"They will go out tomorrow." "Exactly," Li Chong's voice was excited. "Your brother will be at work, and your mother will go with Lin Xiulian to the hospital. That leaves only us at home. Then, we can search the house as we like." The plan sounded perfect, and Chen Suifan's fear was quickly replaced by greed. She nodded, grabbed Li Chong's arm as if holding onto her only hope. Seeing her like this, Li Chong felt proud, but he sighed and gently pulled her into his arms. "Chui Fun, look, at this moment, who truly cares for you?" His hand softly patted her back, his voice gentle and soothing, full of charm. "Your brother, for a stranger, for Lin Xiulian, even disowning you, his own sister. He hits me, scolds you, and makes us sleep in this terrible place. Does he still care about you, his sister?" Chen Shuifan stiffened, tears threatening to fall again. "And your mother," Li Chong whispered in her ear. "She only cares about her son and her two unborn grandchildren. She would rather take gold bars to her grave than share one with you. You're part of her, but she's so biased." Every word hit her where she hurt most. She felt rejected by her family, called and pushed around, all her frustrations finding an outlet now. "Think about me," Li Chong said, holding her face and forcing her to look at him. "Today your brother hit me. Why didn't I fight back? I couldn't because I was afraid. If I fought, they'd have more reason to push you away. Every punch I took was for you and our unborn child." He pretended to be deeply emotional, eyes slightly red, but his expression was exaggerated, pulling at his facial injuries. Chui Fun, wake up. Besides me, no one in this family truly cares for you. Your mother and brother don't want you anymore. You only have me. We are a real family. Chen Shuifan was completely moved by his words. She threw herself into Li Chang's arms and cried loudly, her tears filled with resentment towards her family and dependence on Li Chang.
Li Qian.
How can they treat me like this? It's okay. It's okay. Don't cry anymore. Li Chang held her, a smug smile appearing in the dark. As long as we get the gold bars, we can leave here. Find a place where no one knows us, buy a big house, start a small business. Then, we'll be above everyone else, no longer having to bow to anyone. I promise, we'll give you and the baby a good life. You go steal the gold bars, I'll watch outside. We said this. Yes. Chen Suifan nodded heavily, her heart filled with bright hopes for the future, which washed away all feelings of shame and exhaustion. The two of them quietly discussed the details of their plan for tomorrow, growing more excited as they talked, as if shiny gold bars were already within reach. With dreams of the future and anger toward their family, they tiredly embraced and fell asleep. The next morning, just before dawn.
Knock.
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 A loud, urgent knocking on the door woke Chen Suifan and Li Chang from their sleep. They both jolted upright, startled. Who is it? Li Chang asked nervously, his heart pounding. Outside, Chen Guilan's calm voice sounded clearly in the quiet morning. Get up, the sun is already high. Chen Suifan and Li Chang looked at each other, both showing surprise and suspicion on their faces. Why was this old woman up so early? Li Chang hesitated but opened the creaky wooden door. As the door swung open, a salty sea breeze rushed in, making Li Chang shiver from the cold. Standing outside was Chen Guilan. She carried an empty urine bucket in one hand, supported a shiny, flat bamboo pole in the other, and casually draped two thick hemp ropes over her shoulders. Seeing her like this, Li Chang's heart sank, recalling the fear from last night when Qin Jianjun had beaten him. Mom, so early, what are you doing? Chen Suifan, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and came over. When she saw Chen Guilan's outfit, her sleepiness vanished. It's a good time to get up, Chen Guilan said, placing the urine bucket on the ground with a loud thud. Today, the island's public toilets are collecting wastewater, and everyone with a vegetable garden needs to go pick it up. You too, come with me to carry it back. Wastewater? Carry wastewater? Li Chang and Chen Suifan's faces froze instantly. They looked at each other, both thinking they must have heard wrong.
Mom.
What did you say? Chen Suifan shouted first, raising her voice sharply, hurting her ears. You want us to go? To carry manure? She couldn't believe her ears. That stuff was so dirty and smelly. How could she, someone so spoiled and pampered, do such rough work that only country folks do? Lower your voice. What are you shouting about? Chen Guilan frowned, showing no emotion. What? I can't even make you do things. Li Chang quickly forced out a smile that was even more awkward than crying and rubbed his hands as he stepped forward. Mom, look, we're not the right people for this. Besides, Suifan is pregnant. If she does heavy work, she might have a miscarriage. Yes, Mom. Chen Suifan quickly chimed in, holding her belly as if worried. I've been feeling uncomfortable lately. The doctor said I need to rest. And the place is so smelly. What if it harms your future grandchild? One of them played the good cop, the other the bad cop, thinking that mentioning the child would make Chen Guilan agree. But Chen Guilan just flicked her eyes at them without much reaction. Having a pregnancy makes you so precious? When I was pregnant with you, I was still harvesting rice in the fields the day before giving birth. You ate so many dishes last night, all from our own garden. Now the garden needs fertilizing. Shouldn't you help out? She paused, then added firmly, cutting off their escape. If you don't want to do it, fine.
Pack your things now.
Your brother will buy you the earliest boat ticket, and you can leave immediately. Leave? That's not possible. The gold bars haven't arrived yet. Li Chang and Chen Suifan both felt overwhelmed, their faces almost unable to keep their composure. Last night, Their plan was that once Chen Guolan and Lin Xiulian went for prenatal checkups and Chen Jianjun went to work, they could do as they pleased at home. But now, this old woman had already arranged such work for them early in the morning. What's going on? Did their plan get exposed? Li Chong was anxious, secretly watching Chen Guolan's expression, but he couldn't tell anything. Just then, Chen Jianjun came out of the main house, dressed in his military uniform, ready to go to the army. Seeing the scene in the yard, he raised an eyebrow. "Mom, what's going on here?" "Nothing," Chen Guolan replied calmly. "Just asking your sister and brother-in-law to go get some fertilizer for the garden." Hearing this, Chen Jianjun smiled. He walked up to Li Chong, patted his still swollen cheek gently. Not too hard or too soft, but it made Li Chong grimace in pain. "Did you hear that? My mom told you to go work. Hurry up, don't slack off. If I find out you two are being lazy and making my mom angry." He didn't finish his sentence, just clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Li Chong shrank back in fear, nodding quickly. I won't dare. Don't worry, brother-in-law, we'll work hard. Mom, I'll go do morning drills at the army base now. Take care of Xiao Lian over there, Chen Jianjun told Chen Guolan before leaving the yard. Chen Suifan felt completely hopeless. She looked at the urine bucket and the carrying pole on the ground, her stomach churning, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Mom, I really can't do it. Just smelling that makes me want to vomit. Then just vomit, Chen Guolan said, shoving the carrying pole into Li Chong's hand and handing him a rope. After you're done vomiting, keep working. Li Chong, pick 2 buckets. Suifan, follow behind and take the manure scoop. After saying that, she led the way out of the yard. Follow us. If you're late, someone else will have taken the best jobs. Li Chong and Chen Suifan stood there, holding their tools like prisoners sentenced to work. The sea breeze blew in, bringing a bit of coolness, but their hearts felt even colder. Li Chong clenched his teeth and whispered to Chen Suifan, "Hold on. It's just manure. When we get the gold bars, I'll smash them to death. The suffering today will be paid back double in the future." Chen Suifan sniffed and had to accept her fate. The two followed Chen Guolan slowly toward the public toilet. The island's morning was quiet. Some early risers were already active in the family yard. Seeing Chen Guolan with her daughter and son-in-law, carrying a carrying pole and urine bucket, curious glances were cast their way. "Big sister Chen, what are you going to do?" A familiar military wife greeted with a smile. "Just some fertilizer for the vegetable garden," Chen Guolan answered calmly. The military wife's gaze flicked over the disheveled Li Chong and Chen Suifan, then she smiled meaningfully. "Wow, your daughter and son-in-law are so filial, coming all this way to help with farm work." Those words felt worse than insults to Chen Suifan and Li Chong. Their faces turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Finally reaching the public restroom, a strong, overwhelming foul smell hit them. The smell seemed tangible and heavy, forcefully seeping into every pore. Ugh. Chen Suifan couldn't hold back anymore and started dry heaving while leaning against the wall. Li Chong's face turned pale. He covered his mouth and nose tightly, feeling like his insides were churning. However, Chen Guolan acted as if she didn't notice and calmly walked to the back of the toilet to the septic tank. There were already a few military wives waiting in line there. "Li Chong, come over," she called out. Li Chong, trying to endure the nausea, closed his eyes and moved over slowly. Chen Guolan pointed to the half-human-sized septic tank. Inside, a yellow-brown liquid was swirling, with some unidentifiable things floating on top. "Put the bucket in and fill it up." Li Chong looked at the tank, his legs trembling. How was he supposed to do this? He froze in place, unable to move. "Hurry up. Stop hesitating," Chen Guolan impatiently urged. Next to him, a military wife scooped out some of the dirty water and laughed, saying, "Sister Chen, your son-in-law is probably a gentle scholar, huh? Looks like he's scared stiff." "Exactly, he's used to comfort at home." "Never seen anything like this," Chen Guolan snorted. "Today, he'll see what real work is." Li Chong's face burned with embarrassment as he was watched by the other women. Reluctant but with no choice, he steeled himself and stepped forward. He tied the rope to the bucket and tremblingly lowered it into the tank. With a splash, the bucket quickly filled with a foul liquid. Li Chong used all his strength to lift the heavy bucket back up. A few drops of the dirty water splashed out, landing on his hand and pants. The warm, sticky feeling almost made him break down right there. He hurriedly filled another bucket and shakily carried it with a pole. The weight was much more than he expected. The pole sank deep into his shoulder, and with each step, the liquid inside the bucket swayed, as if about to spill. Chun Suifan's face turned pale from disgust. Chen Guilin handed her the full bucket. Hold it and follow. Seeing her husband's miserable state and the disgusting bucket in her hand, tears silently streamed down her face. On the way back, Li Chong walked with difficulty, each step more painful than the last. The shoulder hurt sharply, and the smell was terrible in his nose. He was walking unevenly, taking deep steps. He almost fell several times, but he held on because of his obsession with the gold bars. Finally, he managed to bring back 2 buckets of treasure. Li Chong placed the buckets on the ground, feeling exhausted. He collapsed and gasped for breath. He thought the hard part was over. But Chen Guilin closed the yard gate and pointed to the lush vegetable patch in the corner. She took out 2 small stools from inside, sat down on one, and pointed to the other. Both of you, come here. I will teach you. Chen Guilin handed them a long-handled manure fork and took 2 small wooden scoops from the kitchen. She spoke slowly, her voice clear in the quiet yard.
Don't just stand there.
Use the water-diluted manure and pour it over the roots of the vegetables, 1 scoop at a time. Be even and don't pour on the leaves. Pouring manure onto the roots 1 scoop at a time? And making sure it's even? Li Chong and Chen Suifan's minds seemed to be flooded with a foul smell, leaving them blank. They couldn't believe they had to use their hands to scoop the stuff. Mom. Chen Suifan's voice trembled, almost crying, begging, please don't make me do this. I really can't. Li Chong also felt his dignity being crushed. He repeatedly rubbed the long-handled manure fork. He worked in a factory in town and considered himself a decent person. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Chen Guilin ignored their breakdown. She calmly used the small wooden scoop to take half a scoop of diluted manure from the urine bucket. She walked to a cabbage plant and carefully poured it into the soil around the roots, skillfully avoiding splashing on the leaves. After demonstrating, she handed the wooden scoop to Chen Suifan.
See? Just do it like this.
Be careful when pouring. This is work I used to do all the time. How about it? If I can do it, why can't you too? No, we can't. Chen Suifan and Li Chong were furious but couldn't lose their temper. They could only hold back, take a deep breath, and almost faint. Then just do it. Only after finishing can you eat. The dirty wooden scoop looked more frightening to Chen Suifan than a venomous snake or beast. She kept stepping back, shaking her head like a rattle. Li Chong clenched his teeth, and his deep anger almost burst out of his eyes. Damn old woman, just wait. When I get the gold bars, you'll see what I do to you. He was furious inside, but he dared not show it. He picked up another wooden scoop, closed his eyes, and bravely reached into the urine bucket. The thick liquid coated the scoop, and the slimy feeling made his whole body shiver. He tried to imitate Chen Guilin, trembling as he watered a vegetable plant. But his hand trembled, and most of the water spilled on the leaves. What are you doing? Chen Guilin suddenly raised her voice. Pouring manure on the leaves? Can you still eat them? Do you want our family to eat manure? Li Chong was startled by her scolding, almost dropping the scoop into the bucket.
I
didn't mean to. Didn't mean to. Chen Guilin picked up a feather duster and pointed at the vegetable patch. Today, you too must finish watering these plants. If you don't even think about breakfast. Just then, the main house door opened. Lin Xiulian, supporting her waist and looking pale, came out. Mom, As soon as she stepped outside, she smelled the strong stench in the yard. Her stomach churned, and she gagged twice. Chen Guilin's face immediately changed. She ignored Chen Suifan, who was crying loudly, and hurried over to support her. Xiulian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiulian took a deep breath, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. It's nothing, Mom. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if I caught a cold last night. Oh dear, you must be careful. Chin Guilan said nervously, helping her gently. After breakfast, I'll take you to the military hospital to see a doctor. The doctor needs to check you properly. You're carrying twins, so even small problems can't be ignored. Hospital? Prenatal check? Chun Suefin, who was crying on the ground, suddenly stopped crying. Next to her, Li Chong's eyes lit up instantly. The two exchanged quick glances, both seeing the excitement they couldn't hide. The opportunity was here. Their plan from last night was just waiting for Qin Guilan and Lin Xulian to leave, for Qin Jianjun to go to work, and for the house to be empty, so they could act. It's divine help. Their joy was so overwhelming that even the smell of the 2 buckets of manure didn't seem so bad. As long as they endure a little longer and wait for them to leave, this house will be theirs. Gold bars, easily within reach. Chun Suefin immediately got up from the ground, stopped crying, brushed off the dirt on her body, and voluntarily picked up the manure shovel. She walked over to Li Chong with a completely changed attitude, like a 180-degree turn. Li Chong, Mom is right. Since we ate the vegetables she grew, we should help out. Hurry up and work, so we don't delay sister-in-law's trip to see the doctor. Li Chong understood immediately. His movements became quicker, though he was still clumsy. He no longer complained. Their small plan couldn't escape Chun Guilan's sharp eyes. She supported Lin Xulian, glancing sideways and noticing the two suddenly becoming more active. She sneered inwardly. They can't blame the pit for being hard to dig, and they surely know what's in their own minds. Do they think I'll leave the house open for them to rummage through?
Dream on.
Chun Guilan kept her expression calm, helped Lin Xulian sit on a chair under the eaves. Xulian, sit here and rest for a bit. Get some fresh air. They're slow, so once they finish their work, it's still not too late for us to go to the hospital. Mom, maybe we should tell them to stop. The smell is too strong, Lin Xulian worried. It's okay, Chen Guilan patted her hand. Young people should work more. Don't worry about them, just sit peacefully. One sentence made Chen Suefin and Li Chong's heart sink. Finish the work? Looking at the large vegetable field and the 2 big buckets of fertilizer, how long will that take? But they didn't dare rush, afraid of revealing their plans and arousing the old lady's suspicion. They could only hold back and speed up their work, hoping to finish early and send these troublesome people away. The morning passed in this strange atmosphere. Under Chun Guilan's deadly stare, Li Chong and Chen Suefin finally finished watering the 2 buckets of manure, spoon by spoon. They were so exhausted that they couldn't straighten their backs. Their hands and clothes reeked of an unbearable stench, feeling as if they had been pulled out of a dirty pit. Both their spirits and bodies suffered great hardship. Mom, we've finished the work, Li Chong said weakly, setting down the wooden scoop. Chun Guilan nodded and stood up. Go to the distant ditch and clean the bucket and spoon. Wash your hands with soap a few more times. The 2 of them felt like they had been given a pardon and hurriedly ran to the ditch, eager to scrub off every bit of dirt. When they finally finished cleaning themselves and entered the main room, lunch was already on the table. However, there were only 2 dishes on the table. One was leftover from yesterday, a cold, lumpy scallion oil clam dish, and next to it was a small plate of dark, leftover vegetables. The other was 2 hard, dry cornbreads. Lin Xulian needed to fast because she had a blood test later. But in front of Qin Guilan was steaming white rice porridge, plain steamed buns, and fresh steamed fish with vegetables. Eat up. This is your meal, Qin Guilan said, pointing to the leftover dish. You've been working all morning. You must be hungry. Eat more. Chun Suefin looked at the greasy leftovers, feeling sick again. Just yesterday, she thought they were unclean, and now she was supposed to eat this? Mom, this. If you don't want to eat, then go hungry, Qin Guilan said without even lifting her eyelids. Or, pack your things and leave now. It was the same old trick. Li Chong quickly grabbed Chun Suefin, who was about to lose her temper, and picked up a cornbread. He bit into it along with the cold scallion oil clam dish, taking big bites. He had to eat. If he didn't fill his stomach, he wouldn't have the strength to look for things later. Chun Suefin looked at him, tears of humiliation welling up in her eyes. In the end, she endured her nausea, picked up another cornbread, and ate it small bites at a time. After hurriedly finishing their meal, they looked at Chen Guilin eagerly, waiting for her to give the signal to leave. Chen Guilin slowly finished the last sip of porridge, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and finally spoke. Xiulian, Mom has eaten. Let's go. Time for the checkup. Li Chong and Chen Suifin's hearts suddenly jumped to their throats. They were finally leaving. But in the next second, they saw Chen Guilin take a lock the door, and say, "Let's go." Li Chong and Chen Suifin's minds went blank, completely stunned. What does this mean?
Mom, you.
You can't be serious. Chen Suifin stammered, her small spark of hope extinguished instantly as the iron lock snapped shut with a loud clink. Aren't we going to the hospital? Chen Guilin pocketed the key, patting it calmly. Come on, let's go. Why are you just standing there? No, Mom, what are we supposed to do? Li Chong anxiously scratched his head, his face hurting from the pulled wound. We're not sick, so why come along and cause trouble? We'll stay home and watch the house. He deliberately emphasized the words, watch the house. Watch the house? Chen Guilin shot him a cold look. What's there to watch? We're poor and have nothing. Do you think someone will come to steal? Li Chong blushed with embarrassment. Chen Guilin's dull but sharp eyes swept over him, making him feel like his little plans were exposed, as if he was stripped and thrown into a pile of clothes, with nowhere to hide. So? Are you worried that if we leave, you two will be bored at home? Chen Guilin smirked, her smile cold and without warmth. Don't worry, we won't let you sit around doing nothing. She turned and pointed at a bulging green cloth bag on the chair under the eaves. See that bag? Take it with you and come along. She then picked up a small folding stool from the corner and handed it to Chen Suifin. You hold this. Xiulian is heavy, and when she's waiting in line at the hospital, she'll need a place to sit. Chen Suifin looked at the small, paint-peeling stool in her hand and then at the big cloth bag Li Chong was holding. She was completely stunned. It was clear they weren't just going to the hospital. It was more like they were being treated as servants or even personal helpers. Mom, the hospital is crowded. We won't be able to help much. Let's just stay home. Chen Suifin tried to make a final plea. Shut up. Chen Guilin cut her off impatiently. I'm old, and Xiulian is pregnant. We walk slowly. If something happens on the way, there won't be anyone to help. You two, one is the uncle, the other is the little aunt. We're taking you along to help out. Let's go. Her final word, go, was firm and decisive. Chen Guilin helped Lin Xiulian out of the yard first, not even bothering to look back. Li Chong and Chen Suifin exchanged a glance, their plan shattered into pieces, leaving only feelings of frustration and anger. Last night, they had just sincerely apologized. Now, if they turn against each other, not only would they lose the gold bars, but they might also get beaten. Li Chong clenched his teeth and whispered to Chen Suifin, endure hardships to become better. Think of the gold bars. Come on, let's go. Just for the gold bars, I'll endure. Let's go, Chen Suifin said with tears in her eyes, carrying a small stool and following Li Chong. Along the way, Chen Guilin and Lin Xiulian walked ahead, chatting slowly, mainly Chen Guilin reminding Lin Xiulian of various precautions. Li Chong and Chen Suifin looked like followers, lagging behind. One carried a big bag, the other held a small stool, attracting many passers-by's attention. They still smelled faintly of manure from the morning, mixed with the scent of cheap soap, making them feel disgusted with themselves. When they arrived at the military hospital, a strong smell of disinfectant hit them, covering up their own odors. But the scene inside the hospital made them relax briefly, then tense up again. The hallways and waiting areas were crowded with people. People were queuing, waiting for appointments, doctors and nurses rushing by. The whole space was noisy with voices and the subdued groans of patients. Chen Guilin skillfully helped Lin Xiulian sit on a long bench in the waiting area, then turned to Li Chong and raised her chin. Go, get a registration. Obstetrics and gynecology, Lin Xiulian. Li Chong looked at the long line in front of the registration window, feeling overwhelmed. He held the big cloth bag, squeezed into the crowd. The smell of sweat, medicine, and food mixed together, making him feel nauseous. Finally, when it was his turn, the nurse at the window didn't even look up. Medical record book. Medical record book. Li Chong was confused. No record book, no registration. Is this your first visit? The nurse said impatiently, rolling her eyes. Li Chong could only sheepishly squeeze out of the crowd and go back to Chen Guilin. Mom, I need the medical record book. Chen Guilin took the record book from Lin Shulian's small bag and handed it to him. Why are things always so slow? Li Chong took the record book and rushed back into the crowd. When he finally registered, sweating profusely, and handed the record book and registration slip to Chen Guilin, he felt like he had lost half his life. All right, take a break. Chen Guilin finally showed some kindness. Li Chong was about to find a place to sit when he heard her say to Chen Suifan, Suifan, go to the payment office and pay for these test reports. She handed over several papers and some money. Chen Suifan looked at the long line of people in another direction and was also confused. Mom, hurry up, don't delay the checkup. Chen Suifan could only reluctantly move over. In this way, Li Chong and Chen Suifan became like two spinning tops, spun around by Chen Guilin. By 1983, hospitals had started using self-produced ultrasound machines. Li Chong, ask where the ultrasound room is. Suifan, fill that bamboo water bottle in the cloth bag with hot water. Li Chong, you need to have blood drawn for the test. Go queue up. Suifan, the doctor said you need to fast for the blood test. Buy 2 buns from the snack shop, and after the blood draw, use them to settle Xiao Lian's stomach. Li Chong and Chen Suifan were hurriedly sent upstairs and downstairs, paying, collecting medicine, queuing, asking for directions. They didn't even have a chance to exchange a glance or whisper to each other. Chen Guilin sat steadily on a bench, accompanying Lin Xiaolian, but her eyes seemed to be fixed on them as if they grew on their bodies. Whenever they paused, new instructions were immediately given. Li Chong ran until his legs nearly gave out. His shoulder, injured earlier from carrying manure, was now sore and painful. He waited in line again at the window to get the test report, only to be told the results weren't ready yet and to come back in half an hour. He dragged his heavy steps back, wanting to rest on an empty seat next to Chen Guilin. Before his but even touched the chair, Chen Guilin spoke. What are you standing there for? You're blocking the way. You look free. Go to the end of the corridor and see how many people are ahead in the ultrasound queue. Li Chong's anger suddenly flared up. He really wanted to throw the papers in his hand on the ground and shout, I quit. But when he looked at Chen Guilin's calm, expressionless face, all his anger was swallowed back. He wasn't afraid of the old lady, but of Chen Jianjun behind her. Those unclaimed gold bars. All right, he managed to squeeze out 2 words from his teeth, then turned and headed back to the ultrasound room. The whole morning, the two of them acted like robots following a set program, mechanically carrying out all the instructions. By the time Lin Shulian finished all her tests, it was already 5 p.m. The doctor said the fetus was very healthy and developing well, which made Chen Guilin smile happily. Feeling in a good mood, she finally decided to be kind and bought 4 steamed buns at the hospital cafeteria for Li Chong and Chen Suifan to share. They had no vegetables, just hot water from the hospital's water room, and they nibbled on the dry buns, finding them even harder to swallow than the leftover food from this morning. They were so exhausted they had no strength to speak. Their morning ambitions about gold bars had been completely worn away by all this fuss. Their minds were blank, and the only thought was to find a place to lie down. Mom, the tests are all done. Can we go home now? Chen Suifan asked weakly. Go home? Not yet, Chen Guilin replied, putting away the last test result. The doctor said Shulian has some anemia and prescribed some traditional medicine. We need to go to the herbal medicine room to get it. Let's go and see. Li Chong and Chen Suifan almost fainted on the spot. Again? The herbal medicine room was on the other side of the hospital, and they had to queue, pay, and wait again. In the end, Li Chong carried 7 or 8 heavy paper-wrapped medicine packages, each one quite heavy. On the way back, his burden felt even heavier. He had to carry the big cloth bag, and also hold a long string of traditional medicines. Chen Suifan was not much better off. Besides a small folding stool, she also carried 2 bags of apples, which Chen Guilin said were for Shulian to help her recover, bought specially from the supply store. The two of them hobbled along, looking like defeated roosters, their heads drooping in disappointment. The sun was setting in the west, stretching their shadows long across the ground. When they finally returned to the residential compound and opened the gate, Li Chang threw his things on the ground, collapsed, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. He felt as if all his bones had fallen apart. His shoulders and legs no longer felt like his own. Chun Suifin also set down her things and sat on the ground, too exhausted to even cry. That morning, they had thought about sneaking back inside to rummage through the house. Now, not only was that impossible, but even taking one more step felt like it would kill them. Chen Guilin helped Xiulian into the house to rest. When she came out, she saw the two people lying on the ground in the yard.
Enough.
Stop lying around in the yard. Go back to your rooms and rest. The two supported each other as they moved into the small, dark storage room and collapsed onto the wooden bed. The bed creaked under the weight. A musty smell filled the room, but they couldn't smell it anymore. Exhaustion overwhelmed them like a rising tide. Li Chang couldn't keep his eyes open.
His only thought was to sleep.
Gold bars? What gold bars? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Just as he was about to fall into darkness, Chun Jianjun's loud voice came from the yard. Mom, I'm back. Then, the sound of leather boots on concrete footsteps grew closer and stopped outside their door. Li Chang and Chun Suifin both tensed up. They heard Chun Jianjun call out toward the main house. Mom, the troops are going to repair the east dock tomorrow. There's a lot of work. I asked the leaders for permission to bring a helper. My brother-in-law looks energetic today, so I thought he could come along and get some exercise. Inside the storage room, Li Chang and Chun Suifin froze on the wooden bed, like two clay statues robbed of their souls. Chun Jianjun's loud voice was like a thunderclap, piercing through the thin door and stabbing into their ears. Hearing the voice, tears welled up in Li Chang and Chun Suifin's eyes. Repair the dock? Follow the troops? Get some exercise? He, who worked at a factory, writing reports and reading newspapers, was asked to do that? Would he even come back alive after a day of work? Gold bars? To hell with gold bars. They looked shiny and golden, but life was only one. Suifin, Li Chang's voice also cracked with tears. Let's go. Let's go home. Chun Suifin paused, tears blurring her vision as she looked at him. Go?
But
what about the gold bars? Later, we'll figure out the gold bars. If we don't go back now, our lives will be over here. Li Chang thought about today's situation and felt overwhelmed with sadness. Chun Suifin felt the same. The couple hugged each other and cried loudly.
they didn't sleep well that night.
Li Chang dreamed of being forced by Chun Jianjun to carry cement at the dock, each bag weighing 100 pounds, pressing down on him so he couldn't breathe. If he moved too slowly, Chun Jianjun's fist would strike him. Chun Suifin dreamed of Chen Guilin holding a huge manure shovel, chasing her and insisting she drink a whole pond of manure water. They both woke up almost at the same time from a bad dream. It was still dark outside, and the sky was gray. They looked at each other and saw that both were still shaken and scared. Let's go. Right now, Li Chang suddenly sat up quickly, but he moved too fast and pulled muscles all over his body, making him grimace in pain. They couldn't stay in bed anymore. They hurriedly got up, frantically stuffed the smelly clothes they changed out of yesterday into their bags. They didn't even dare wait until dawn. Quietly, they tiptoed and opened the door. The yard was very quiet in the morning, and the main house door was still closed. Just when they relaxed a little, the door to the main hall suddenly creaked open. Chun Guilin was dressed neatly, holding an enamel basin, ready to pour water. Seeing them ready to leave in a hurry, Chun Guilin paused for a moment. Getting up so early? Not sleeping a little longer? Li Chang's heart was pounding. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying.
Mom, we
talked about it and we decided to go back today. Chun Suifin quickly followed, using the excuse they discussed last night. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she squeezed out a few tears. Yes, Mom. I had a dream last night. I dreamed Yang was crying and calling for Mom. I feel uneasy inside, so I want to go back and see him sooner. The two of them spoke in unison, looking sincere and pleading, thinking their act was perfect. But Chun Guilin frowned after hearing this and showed a disapproving look. Nonsense. What kind of dream? Dreams are usually the opposite. Yang is doing well at home now. You should stay a bit longer and share your trip with him. How can you leave just like that? I don't agree. She put the water basin on the ground and raised her voice a little. After these two left, she wondered where she could find such good workers to command. They had only been working for a day or two and were already exhausted. But she had been doing this every day in her past life. What were they even doing? You're coming all this way, and it's only been a few days? Jianjun said he would take Li Chong to see the army today. He arranged a job at the dock, which is as good as a formal position. They pay to you on a day. Li Chong heard dock and pay, and his legs started trembling. This wasn't a good treatment, it was a death sentence. No, Mom. We understand big brother-in-law's kindness. Li Chong kept waving his hands. It's mainly because Tsuefin really wants the child. You're a mother too, so you can understand. Understand what? When I was pregnant with Jianjun, I wasn't as delicate as you all, Qin Guilin replied sharply. Li Chong's anger flared up instantly, and he was about to shout back. At that moment, the main house door opened. Chun Jianjun stepped out first, followed by Lin Xiulian, who looked sleepy. Seeing Li Chong with a fierce look in front of Qin Guilin, he clenched his fists, making crackling sounds, and said in a low, dangerous tone, "Is brother-in-law planning to get angry at Mom?" Li Chong felt a chill run down his neck from Chun Jianjun's warning words. He felt more wronged than Do-yi in the play. He was just feeling upset inside, cursing that old lady a few times, but he hadn't even moved his hands yet. If his brother caught him, he wouldn't escape a good beating. Li Chong's legs suddenly went weak, and his fierce expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a pleading, almost tearful smile. No. Brother, please don't misunderstand. He waved his hands like a drumstick. I would never get angry at Mom. I was too tired yesterday. You see, my whole body was sore, I couldn't stand steadily, and I lost control of my expression. Qin Jianjun didn't believe his nonsense at all. He just turned his head to Qin Guilin, waiting for her to speak. Mom, what's going on? Qin Guilin put down the porcelain basin, sighed slowly, and surprisingly showed a gentle, motherly look of reluctance. It's nothing. Tsuefin and Li Chong said they miss home and want to leave today. They've come a long way, and they haven't even settled in yet. They want to leave so suddenly. My heart is reluctant. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Chong and Chen Tsuefin with a look of sincere affection, which made both of them feel goosebumps all over. Reluctant? Li Chong and Chen Tsuefin's eyes nearly popped out. Has this old lady been possessed by a ghost? Yesterday, she was ordering them around like cattle, and today she's reluctant? She's probably just reluctant to lose 2 free workers. When Chun Jianjun heard this, his face softened. He patted Li Chong's shoulder with enough force to make Li Chong shiver in pain. Did you hear what Mom said? She's worried about you and wants you to stay a few more days to spend time with the elders. No, brother. Chen Tsuefin hurriedly interrupted, ignoring her manners. We really have to go back. Yang is alone at home, and we're worried. Li Chong nodded quickly. Yes, brother-in-law. Next time we'll stay longer. If they stayed 2 more days, Li Chong's life might really end on this reef island. Next time. This time, Chun Guifin firmly decided, ending their hopes. Besides, Reef Island is very remote. There are only a few boats coming and going, and tickets are hard to get. You can't just buy them whenever you want. Just stay for 2 more days, and when Jianjun gets tickets for you, then you can go. Didn't you say you already bought the tickets? Li Chong asked stubbornly. Chun Guilin gave Qin Jianjun a look and said, It's not that easy. Without tickets, even if you want to leave, you can't. It's better to stay for now. Mom hasn't seen you in so long. She's really reluctant. Qin Jianjun nodded at the right moment, showing he agreed that tickets were hard to buy. Actually, the tickets had already been bought and were in his coat pocket. Li Chong and Chen Tsuefin, despite their reluctance, had no reason to argue. Thinking about doing 2 more days of hard work made life seem dull, more boring than even a gold bar. Like a wilted eggplant after a frost, They looked droopy. Chun Jianjun watched their expressions and felt happy inside, but he kept a serious face. All right, since you're not leaving, get ready to eat. Li Chong, I see you woke up early and look energetic.
Perfect.
After eating, come with me to the army. There's work repairing the dock waiting. When Li Chong heard, repairing the dock, his vision went black, and he felt the stench of manure from yesterday rush into his nose again. His mind spun quickly. He swayed and immediately grabbed the doorframe nearby, showing a pained expression.
Oh.
Suifan, I feel dizzy, he said weakly, pretending to be unwell. Chun Suifan panicked and hurried to support him, her face full of concern. Brother, look, Li Chong is sick. He really can't go. Surely, she was tired yesterday and got caught in the sea breeze, which caused her to feel unwell. Chun Jianjun glanced at Li Chong with a cold smile. Unwell from the water and soil, he nodded seriously. I understand this kind of illness. It's caused by the sea breeze. Just need to stay out in the wind more, and you'll feel better. Feeling dizzy is normal. The dock is windy, so more wind exposure will help, and you'll be fine by the afternoon. He paused and added, also, when I reported to the military logistics department, I already added your name to the list. That counts as military duty. The army has specific spots for each task. If someone is missing temporarily, I can't explain that to the leaders. Li Chong held Qin Shuifan's hand tightly, trying to look pitiful.
Guifen.
I hurt. I really can't move. He lowered his voice, so only they could hear. Maybe you can go instead? I just signed up and I didn't write down who I was. You can go, too. As soon as he said this, the yard fell silent. Chun Guilin was stunned, not expecting him to be so shameless. Chun Jianjun's face darkened completely, as black as a pot bottom. He stared at Li Chong with icy anger in his voice. Li Chong, even if she isn't my sister, she is your wife, and she's pregnant with your child. You want a pregnant woman to do heavy work at the dock? Are you even a man? Li Chong shrank back at his shouting, silent, looking at Qin Shuifan with pity. He was good at studying and usually worked in office jobs like a pretty boy. Seeing him pretend tough made Qin Shuifan feel very distressed. She protected Li Chong behind her, puffing out her chest. Brother, don't yell at him.
He's already sick.
You're forcing him. It's just some work at the dock. I'll go. Chun Jianjun and Chun Guilin were speechless. What kind of brain does this person have? Can't she tell right from wrong? Such a love-obsessed fool. There's no saving her. Just lock her up. Chun Guilin looked at Qin Shuifan with a sudden doubt. Is this really her and old Chen's child? Could she be a fake daughter swapped at birth? Of course, Chun Jianjun wouldn't really let a pregnant woman do heavy work. He took a deep breath, too tired to argue with these fools anymore. After Li Chong finished breakfast, washed the dishes, swept the floor, and watered the vegetables, Chun Jianjun stood up directly. He walked behind Li Chong and, before he could react, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up from the stool as if he were a small chicken. Let's go. We'll go to the dock to get some fresh air and relax. Hey, brother-in-law, I really don't feel well. Suifan, help me. Li Chong kicked his legs wildly in the air, crying out loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Chun Suifan was so worried she was about to cry. She rushed forward to try to pull him back, but was stopped by Chun Guilin. What are you doing? He's a grown man. Going to the army to work up a sweat won't kill him. Stay here and behave. Chun Suifan watched as Li Chong was effortlessly dragged out of the yard by Qin Jianjun. His desperate cries for help grew fainter and finally disappeared at the alley entrance. Her heart ached as if it was being cut with a knife. Her vision blurred, her body went weak, and she sat down hard on the ground.
Li Qian.
My Li Chong. She was crying her heart out when she suddenly heard Qin Guilin's cold voice above her. If he still has the strength to cry out, he's in good spirits. Come with me to a place. Where to? Qin Guilin smiled. A good place. This second child is not as good as 10 Li Yangs combined. In her past life, she was paralyzed in bed. From a young age, this second child often encouraged Li Yang to bully her. She is a very mean and bad kid. She will never let this child get into trouble. In this life, she won't be a punching bag. When this bad kid is born, she will have a good life with Li Chong and Chen Suifan. Chen Guilin didn't have the patience to argue with Chen Suifan. Time waits for no one. If you're late, others will take the good spots. After saying that, she walked ahead, picked up a shovel and slung it over her shoulder, then pushed a large basket toward Chen Suifan. The message was very clear. Chen Suifan looked at the basket in front of her and felt even more sick than when she saw the 2 buckets of manure this morning. She stood still, silently protesting. Chen Guilin didn't rush her. She spoke slowly. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Stay at home. When Jianjun comes back, I'll tell him. His sister cares about men and doesn't want Li Chong to suffer alone at the dock. She wants to go help out. I think Jianjun will be happy to support you and your husband. Go to the dock to help Li Chong? Chen Suifan's mind suddenly flashed with the sound of Li Chong's screams when he was dragged away. Although she said she would go earlier, she was sure her brother and mother wouldn't let her, a pregnant woman, go. It was partly acting. Now that Chen Guilin really wants her to go? Chen Suifan shivered and, ignoring the dust on the ground, scrambled to her feet, grabbing the large basket and slinging it on her back. Mom, I still want to go farming with you. Chen Guilin had already seen through her thoughts. Let's go. Chen Suifan followed like a lost soul, walking behind Chen Guilin. She carried an empty basket but felt it weighed 1,000 pounds, pressing down on her and making it hard to breathe. They left the yard and headed toward an open space outside the family compound. Before reaching the spot, they saw more than 10 military wives gathered, each carrying a hoe or shovel, full of energy, chatting excitedly. Li Chunhua was among them. She spotted Chen Guilin from afar and waved vigorously. Jie Guilin, over here. The other military wives also greeted her warmly. Big sister Chen is here. Oh, and you brought some help too. Everyone's attention was on Chen Guilin's back, where Chen Suifan, looking very energetic but clearly reluctant, stood. Let me introduce you all. This is my daughter, Suifan. Chen Guilin said calmly, pushing Chen Suifan forward. She's shy and a bit nervous. Her husband was called to the army, so I thought she might feel bored staying at home, so I brought her out to stretch her legs. Oh, Sister Chen really thought of everything, Li Chunhua said with a smile as she walked over and patted Chen Suifan's arm. Girl, don't be so nervous. We're neighbors, and we'll get to know each other better over time. Today is a good day. A good day? Chen Suifan repeated blankly. What's so good about doing such rough work? It really is a good thing. Another quick-talking military wife jumped in, explaining excitedly, with spit flying. This is a benefit from the army for our families. On our island, besides the residential area, the rest is all wasteland. The leaders said we should use our hands to make the land productive. Whoever clears the land can use it, plant whatever they want, and it's free. When the military moves away in the future, we just return the land. It's like free land. Free land? Chen Suifan listened but felt nothing inside. For these military wives who had lived on the island for years with little to do, it might be a good thing. But she didn't live here. What would she do with this land? She just wanted to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. Chen Guilin ignored Chen Suifan's little thoughts. She pulled Li Chunhua aside and lowered her voice. Chunhua, just planting some vegetables isn't much use. Li Chunhua looked surprised. So, what do you mean? I've been thinking about this since yesterday. Chen Guilin's eyes sparkled. Our land is near the sea, and on the tidal flats, there are lots of wild seaweed, small fish, and shrimp. We could clear a piece of land, not plant vegetables, but build a fence and raise ducks. Ducks? Li Chunhua was shocked. Yes, sea ducks, Chen Guilin said excitedly. Think about it, sea ducks eat things from the sea, so we don't need to feed them much. Their eggs, called sea duck eggs, are more nutritious and tastier than regular eggs. We could sell them to the supply store or ship them out, and it would make more money than selling vegetables. Li Chunhua's eyes lit up. She is a straightforward person, quick-witted. When Chen Guilin gave her a hint, she immediately understood the key idea. Big Sister Guilin, how did your mind work so fast? That's a good idea. Raising ducks is a proper business. Of course, Chen Guilin said confidently. But this work can't be done alone. I was thinking we should team up. We can buy the land together, and for the ducklings and money, we'll pool our resources. You know people and have strength, and I'll come up with ideas and have secret recipes for salted eggs and duck products. We'll definitely do well together. Also, I brought along a ready helper. She glanced toward Chen Suifan. Li Chunhua looked in that direction and saw Chen Suifan still looking distracted, standing there like she was lost in thought, out of place among the lively atmosphere.
Li Chunhua hesitated a bit. Is she?
Okay. She looks delicate. She might cry after doing a little work. Don't worry, Chen Guilin snorted. Young people need some toughening up. It's settled. We'll go pick a place and mark the land first. The two agreed quickly. Chen Guilin stepped to the front of the group and called out, Chunhua, let's go. Today we aim to clear the foundation. Got it. A large group headed toward the barren land by the sea. The sea breeze from Reef Island carried a salty smell, brushing against their faces, a bit sticky. But for Chen Suifan, this smell was 1,000 times better than the foul stench of manure in the yard. However, this small comfort disappeared instantly when she saw the so-called barren land in front of her. Where was the land? It was clearly a jumble of rocks. The yellowish ground was covered with jagged stones, big as millstones, small as fists, tangled with wild grass that clung tightly to the poor soil, growing taller than a person. Forget planting vegetables or raising ducks. Just walking on it meant taking careful steps, afraid of twisting an ankle. Oh my God, this place is really wild. Yeah, but once cleaned up, it's a pretty big space. Let's work hard, sisters. From now on, this will be our vegetable basket. Unlike Chen Suifan's hopelessness, the fellow military wives were all eager and full of energy. They have been living with the army for many years. Their life is dull, and they live in government housing, without vegetable gardens. Now, having a small piece of land to improve their lives by themselves is a wonderful thing. Li Chunhua carried a hoe and walked over to Chen Guilin, pointing to a large mudflat near the sea. Guilin, what do you think of that spot? It's close to the sea, water is easy to get, and ducks can go straight into the sea to find food. Chen Guilin squinted and looked around, then nodded happily. Let's do it there. That place is flat, with fewer stones, so it's easier. She stuck her shovel into the ground, then turned to Chen Suifan in the crowd and raised her chin. Suifan, come here. Chen Suifan hesitated and moved over reluctantly, feeling very unwilling. You're not very strong, so you can do light, easy work. Chen Guilin pointed to some tall grass. See that grass? First, pull it all out. Then, pick up the small stones on the ground and put them in your basket. It's not hard work, take your time. Pulling grass? Picking stones? Chen Suifan looked at the endless grass and scattered stones, feeling her scalp tingle. Is this called easy work? She had never even tilled the land before, never touched water with her fingers, and now she was asked to do this? But she didn't dare to argue. She picked up the broken hoe, weakly and listlessly walked toward the grass. She tried to imitate others, swinging the hoe, but it was very heavy. No matter how hard she tried, she only made a white mark on the ground, and her wrist tingled from the effort. She simply dropped the hoe and reached out to pull the grass. The edges of the grass leaves were sharp like blades. As soon as she applied force, her hand was cut, and a small, bleeding cut appeared.
Ouch.
She cried out and quickly pulled her hand back, tears welling up instantly. This work was impossible for a person. She sat down on the ground, not caring if it was dirty, and put her injured finger in her mouth, looking very aggrieved, hoping Chen Guilin would feel sorry for her and let her rest. Of course, Chen Guilin saw everything clearly. In her past life, Chen Suifan always looked at her like that. As a mother, she was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to refuse. But when she finally lay on the bed, she realized it was all just Chen Suifan pretending, just to get her to do more chores. She also laughed behind Li Chong's back, calling her mother silly and saying she was born to be a nanny. This time, Chen Guilin wouldn't be fooled. She withdrew her gaze, looked at the lively scene of work in front of her, cleared her throat, and loudly shouted, "Sisters, just working like this is a bit boring, isn't it?" The military wives stopped their work and looked at her with smiles. "Jie Goelon, do you have any good ideas?" "Yeah, tell us." Chin Goelon leaned her hoe against the ground, a smile on her face. "With so many of us, why not have a contest? Let's take this crooked tree as the dividing line, split into two groups, and see which group can finish pulling weeds and clearing stones in their area first." A contest? This idea immediately caught everyone's interest. Great. That sounds fun. What about a prize? Without a prize, it's not interesting, a young military wife cheered. Yes, there must be a prize. That's exactly what Chin Goelon wanted to hear. She patted her chest and smiled brightly. Of course, there will be a prize. The winning team, each person, will get a jar of my homemade soybean paste. Soybean paste? As soon as these words left her mouth, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Really? Jie Goelon, is that the same paste you let us taste last time? Oh my god, did I hear right? That paste you mixed with noodles, so fragrant it melts in your mouth. Li Chunhua was so excited she almost threw her hoe. She ran a few steps to Chin Goelon, grabbing her arm. Jie Goelon, you can't break your promise. That paste of yours, not just a jar, even a spoonful on rice, I could eat 2 more bowls. Exactly. Last time, Jie Goelon gave me a little, and when my husband came back from his mission, he ate it with bread and almost licked the plate clean. He even asked where I bought it, saying it was 100 times better than what the supply store sells. I wanted to ask Jie Goelon last time, how do you make that paste? Even though we follow the same steps, my version just doesn't taste the same. The military wives chattered excitedly, their eyes shining. They looked as if Chin Goelon's promise was not just about soybean paste, but about gold ingots. Chin Goelon's homemade soybean paste was famous in the residential area. The ingredients are solid, with a rich soy aroma, a balanced saltiness, and a unique fresh taste. Whether mixed with noodles, used as a dip, or added to stir-fry, it instantly makes ordinary dishes more flavorful and lively. Especially for men at home who are soldiers and have strong tastes, adding this soy paste to their meals can make them eat 2 more bowls of rice. Now, hearing that winning a competition means getting a whole jar of it, who wouldn't be excited? Chun Suefin listened nearby, feeling a mix of emotions.
Soy paste?
Of course, she knew it. She had been tired of it since she was young. She never thought it was a special thing. Sometimes, when Li Chong said the sauce was too salty, she would complain a little. But now, this thing she used to look down on has become a precious treasure in others' eyes. She stared blankly at the excited faces of the military wives and at Chin Goelon, who was surrounded by everyone, feeling a bit stunned. She didn't know when Chin Goelon had become the main person everyone relied on. People were used to gathering around her, talking to her, and watching her work. Hearing about the reward, the wives became even more motivated and responded enthusiastically. Li Chunhua was also straightforward. She immediately started assigning tasks. Wang, you're strong. Join me. Xiao Lu, quick with your hands and feet. Everyone hurried to get started. Chun Guifan bit her lip, walked over to Chin Goelon, and with a tearful voice said, "Mom, I cut my hand." Chin Goelon glanced at her wound, which was about to scab over later, and said, "You're just being dramatic. Work harder, sweat more, and the blood will flow faster. It will heal quickly." What kind of words are those? Chun Suefin couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they fell with a plop. She raised her injured finger to Chin Goelon, crying so hard she was gasping, full of grievance and blame. "Mom, how can you treat me like this? My hand is bleeding. Don't you feel sorry for me? In the past at home, if I got bitten by a mosquito and a bump appeared, you would feel guilty and worried for a long time, applying cooling ointment and fanning me. Now my hand is broken and you just let me slap some wild grass on it? Mom, what's wrong with you? You've changed. I don't even recognize you anymore," Chun Suefin accused. Her words were heartfelt, full of genuine emotion and heartbreak. She thought that by bringing up the past, she could awaken her mother's gentle side. Her memory of her mother was like this. always holding her carefully, never letting her do anything on her own. As for the recent changes in Qin Guilin, she believed it was just because Lin Xiaolian had provoked her, making her angry. Once the anger passed, her mother would soften again. But Chen Guilin only listened quietly, her face showing no sign of softening. She waited until Chen Suifan had cried enough before speaking slowly. Do you know why Mom has become like this? Chen Suifan's crying paused, and she looked at her blankly.
I
don't know. Don't know? Chen Guilin repeated, then suddenly smiled. That smile was faint, but it made Chen Suifan feel a chill from her scalp to her feet. Then go think about it. Chen Guilin pointed to the endless patch of wild grass, her voice quiet but carrying a strange coldness that made Chen Suifan's heart tremble. Take your hoe, work, and think at the same time. Think carefully about why your mom and I have become like this. She took a step forward, leaned in closer, lowering her voice so only Chen Suifan could hear. If you can't figure it out, work yourself to death. When you understand, then you can rest. Go. There was still work waiting, so Chen Guilin didn't delay. She went to Li Chunhua, picked up a hoe, and aimed at a patch of hard ground covered with bushes. She took a deep breath and swung it down fiercely. Thud! The hoe sank deep into the soil. She used her waist strength, flipping over a clump of earth with roots attached. Her movements were clean, quick, and powerful, completely unlike an elderly woman. She shocked all the surrounding military wives. This was not soft garden soil. It was tough, overgrown with weeds and tangled roots. People who worked regularly would only leave a shallow mark with a hoe. But Chen Guilin's strike was clean, sharp, and deep. Oh my goodness, Sister Guilin. You've got some strength. Li Chunhua exclaimed, wide-eyed, genuinely impressed. Chen Dajia is stronger than us young folks. Looks like today's work might actually go smoothly. The military wives took turns sharing their opinions. At first, they felt a little scared, but Chen Guilin's determined effort with her hoe completely inspired them. Chen Guilin smiled quietly and kept working, swinging her hoe steadily and powerfully, again and again. The hard ground, so tough that even men found it difficult, was being cleared away quickly under her hands. Meanwhile, Chen Suifan worked mechanically, her mind a jumble of confusing thoughts.
Why?
Why did Mom change like this? Did she find out about the secret involving the gold bars between herself and Li Chong?
Impossible.
They had been so careful. How could she know?
Or was it because
she simply didn't want to give the gold bars to her? Maybe she was just trying to torment them, hoping they would give up? Yes, that must be it. That old woman. She's so cruel. That was Dad's inheritance. Why does she get to keep it? Thinking of this, Chen Suifan's anger grew stronger. The sun rose higher, drying out the dampness from the seaside, and the air grew hot and dry. Chen Suifan was very thirsty, her throat burning, but when she went out, she found her water bottle too heavy to carry, so she didn't bring it. She could only watch others drink water. The morning work finally ended. Led by Chen Guilin, their team finished early, clearing more land than the other team. She kept her promise and planned to give each person a jar of soy sauce when they went back. The other team's family members looked disappointed and envious, wishing they could go back and work faster. At noon, no one went home. The wives took out dry food from their cloth bags. Some had cornmeal cakes, others had mixed grain buns. Though simple, everyone sat together, chatting and laughing, eating happily. Li Chunhua found a big machete somewhere and suddenly cut down some coconuts from nearby palm trees. She tapped them with the back of the knife, then pried them open with the tip, and sweet, refreshing juice flowed out. Come on, everyone.
Try this.
It'll quench your thirst. The wives cheered and gathered around, sharing the coconut water, taking turns drinking. The cool juice washed away the fatigue from the morning, making everyone feel much better. Only Chen Suifan was sitting alone in the corner, gnawing on a cold, hard bun. It was given to her by Chen Guilin in the morning. She had refused to eat it out of stubbornness, but now she was so hungry that she could only swallow it with saliva. She looked at the lively crowd over there, at Chen Guilin surrounded by many people, and her heart was filled with growing anger like wild grass. Why did the person who used to love her change so much and treat her like this? Why should she suffer like this here? The work in the afternoon was even harder than in the morning. The hot sun was scorching the earth, and even the sea breeze carried heat. Chun Suefin felt she was about to faint. The blisters on her hands burst and rubbed, causing a burning pain. Finally, when the workday was over, she slung the hoe over her shoulder. The weight made her stumble, almost falling. The way home was more than 10 times longer than coming. When she finally hobbled back to the yard, it was almost dark. In the yard, Li Chong was sitting slumped on a small stool, looking like all his strength had been drained. Very weak. His cheeks and neck were sunburned and peeling, lips cracked, eyes sunken. And after a day apart, he looked 10 years older. Li Chong, Suefin, the husband and wife stood a few steps apart, one standing, one sitting, crying desperately, like a pair of lovers torn apart by life and death. Chun Jianjun stood up and approached Chen Guilin, with no particular emotion on his face. "Mom, come inside. I need to talk to you." The room was dimly lit, and Chen Jianjun didn't turn on the light. Chen Guilin looked at his strange expression and asked, "What is it? Why do you look like that?" Chen Jianjun looked at his gray-haired mother seriously and said, "Mom, what I'm about to say might be hard to accept. You need to be mentally prepared. What is it? Just tell me. I can handle it." "Mom, I suspect that Chen Suefin is not really my sister." She slowly opened the handkerchief, revealing a small, delicate gold lock resting quietly in her palm. The style of the gold lock was very familiar to her. It was engraved with a pattern of auspicious clouds and had a tiny character, Chui, on it. Chen Guilin's breath suddenly caught, and her eyes widened in shock. This isn't the long life lock I gave Chuefin back then? How come it's here with you?" Years ago, after she gave birth to her daughter, old Chen was so happy that he went to a jewelry shop and bought identical long life locks for both children. The one for Jianjun was later given to Xuelian as a token of love. And her daughters. Back then, her baby girl was still in swaddling clothes when she was kidnapped by human traffickers. Luckily, a kind aunt rescued her and returned her home. The aunt said that the gold lock on the child had been taken by the traffickers. For many years, she believed that this gold lock could never be found again. "It's not Chuefin's." Chun Jianjun's voice was very low, but it hit like a stone sinking into a calm lake. "It's my sister's." He paused before continuing. "Dad gave one to me, and one to my sister. Mine is with Xuelian. The aunt who brought my sister back said the traffickers took the gold lock. But a few days ago, I saw this at an old goods stall in town." Chen Guilin's heart suddenly clenched tightly. "I asked the stall owner, and the person selling this gold lock was the same aunt who brought my sister back." Chun Jianjun's voice carried a cold chill. "I remember clearly. She had a large beauty mark on her face."
"Mom."
Chun Jianjun looked up. In the dim light, his outline was tense. "I suspect that Chen Chuefin isn't really my sister. My real sister was swapped long ago." The room was dark, with only a little dusk coming through the window. Chen Guilin clenched the small gold lock in her hand, feeling the cold patterns on it clearly with her fingertips. "You mean, she's not my Nuno?" She spoke, her voice dry and rough, as if sandpaper had been rubbed over it. Strangely, she didn't feel the expected heartbreak or despair. Instead, it was like a heavy stone she'd carried for over 20 years was suddenly pried loose, revealing a small crack underneath. That long-held feeling of frustration finally escaped through this small opening.
No wonder.
No wonder she could never warm her heart. No wonder her sincere efforts were met with entitlement and greed. No wonder she sometimes felt so unfamiliar when looking at Chen Suefin's face. It turns out the problem was deeper. Chun Jianjun didn't speak. He just stood quietly, giving his mother enough time to process this shocking news. After a while, Chen Guilin seemed to come back to herself. She looked up, but in the dim light, she couldn't see her son's expression clearly. Though she believed most of it, she still had one last doubt. "Jianjun, your sister. Your real sister's left arm has a birthmark, shaped like a crescent moon. Chun Suifan also has one on her arm, in the same spot. This was her proof from years ago when she confirmed her child. People traffickers are cruel. When she got her child back, she was so thin and dirty that she couldn't tell what she looked like. Only that birthmark made her believe without doubt that this was her lost daughter. Mom, think carefully. When that aunt brought Nyonya back, what was she like? Chun Guilan's brows furrowed tightly. At that time, she had just lost her child and was almost going crazy. When her child was finally returned, her mind was all on her and many details became blurry. When the child was brought back, she had suffered in the trafficker's hands and her arm was red from burns. And the burn was right on the birthmark, so the mark looked different in color. But what if that birthmark was made by burning? Like a crescent moon shape? Chun Guilan paused as she said this. Chun Jianjun said, if the birthmark is fake, made by burning, then the color could match. Chun Guilan nodded. At that time, your father and I were so worried about getting her back that we didn't think carefully. Mom, a burn scar? How could it be so coincidental? It just happens to cover a birthmark and make it darker? There's no way that's just a coincidence. Chun Jianjun took a step forward, his voice filled with anger. I suspect that the so-called birthmark on Chun Suifan's arm isn't a real birthmark at all. It's a scar. A scar made by someone to pretend she's my sister. A crescent-shaped burn scar. Chun Guilan suddenly understood everything. If that person intentionally burned the child to make it look like a birthmark so that her own child could replace Nyonya, then everything makes sense. Jianjun, do you think you know who did this? Who it might be? Chun Guilan frowned. She knew that hurting a baby in a cradle was not something an ordinary person would do. If her Nyonya fell into their hands, what would happen? Thinking of this, Chun Guilan felt her heart tighten with pain, making it hard to breathe. I'm not sure, Chun Jianjun said with a cold voice. It could be a human trafficker or maybe that kind lady who brought the child back. She could sell the gold lock her sister wore, which shows she was hiding something back then. Jianjun, is there a way to find that woman? Nyonya might still be with them. Chun Guilan clung tightly to this clue. Chun Jianjun said, since she sells things in town, she probably lives nearby or has some connection here. If I describe her, someone will recognize her. Finding her is just a matter of time, but it might take a little while. As long as I find her, I can wait as long as it takes. But Nyonya. Chun Guilan's voice trembled. Where is she? How is she doing? The room fell into complete silence. Chun Jianjun couldn't answer that question. If his sister was swapped back then, was she taken by traffickers, or did that woman take her somewhere else? Is she still alive? Is she doing well? He didn't dare to think further. After a long while, Chun Jianjun spoke again, his voice hoarse but very firm. Mom, before we find out the truth, Chun Suifan and Li Chong must not be allowed to leave. Chun Guilan took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. I understand. We haven't finished investigating, so we can't scare them away. For now, let's give them some space. Chun Jianjun looked at his mother, who had quickly sorted out her thoughts. He felt a little relieved. His mother was still the same, gentle on the outside but strong inside. She had never been defeated by big problems. Mom, don't worry, Chun Jianjun said seriously as he wrapped the gold lock in a handkerchief and put it back into his mother's hand. Leave this to me. I will find my sister. In the yard, Li Chong and Chun Suifan, the unfortunate couple, had stopped crying. They were huddled together, whispering softly to comfort each other and checking each other's wounds. When they saw Chun Jianjun come out, they immediately jumped back like frightened rabbits, showing suspicion on their faces. Chun Jianjun ignored them and walked straight to the gate of the yard, leaving a message for Chun Guilan. Mom, I'm going out. You don't need to wait for me for dinner. He didn't say where he was going, but Chun Guilan understood that her son's plans had already begun. She clenched the golden lock in her hand. The cold feeling made her heart feel hot with determination. My girl, Mom will find you and make the person who took you pay the price. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky when Chun Suifan suddenly woke up in a panic. She sat up quickly, her whole body aching as if run over by a big truck. Oh no! I overslept. She turned her head and saw Li Chong sleeping like a dead pig, drooling onto the pillow.
Li Qian.
Wake up. Wake up. Chun Suifan pushed him, her voice trembling with tears. Li Chong groaned and turned over without opening his eyes. What's the fuss? Let me sleep a little more. Sleep? It's already bright outside. Chun Suifan was so anxious, she almost cried. She threw off the blanket and hurriedly dressed. That old woman will definitely scold us to death. My brother will definitely hit you again. Hearing the word, hit, Li Chong instantly woke up. He scrambled out of bed, his face pale. He quickly put on his pants, and they looked at each other, both seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. In the past 2 days, although Chen Guilin had made them work in the fields, they still did a lot of chores in the yard. Chopping wood, fetching water, cleaning the yard, and even helping Lin Xiulian wash the whole family's clothes. They were like 2 donkeys tied with reins, working from morning till night, with no rest. If they slowed down even a little, Chen Guilin's cold, emotionless gaze would sweep over them, colder than winter wind. Chun Jianjun was even more intimidating. He didn't talk much, but whenever he appeared in the yard, the oppressive feeling made Li Chong's legs weak and made it hard to breathe. The two hurriedly pushed open the door, and the yard was very quiet. Chen Guilin was sitting on a small stool, holding a shoe sole that was half-stitched. She was sewing slowly and carefully. Lin Xiulian sat next to her on a small bench, holding a radio tuned to Chen Guilin's favorite opera. Sunlight shone on the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, creating a peaceful and happy scene. But to Chen Suifan and Li Chong, this scene looked more frightening than a storm. The calm before the storm was the most scary. Chen Suifan's legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. She tugged at Li Chong's sleeve and tremblingly stepped forward.
Mom.
She whispered softly, like a tiny insect. We woke up late.
Sorry.
Li Chong quickly nodded and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Mom, it's our fault. We didn't eat breakfast. We'll go work right now. Immediately. He wanted to work, but he couldn't let his older brother-in-law hit him. He was about to go to the corner to get the axe for chopping wood. Chen Suifan also hurried to speak up. Yes, Mom. I'm not hungry. I'll go wash yesterday's clothes now. Both of them looked eager to make up for their mistake immediately. But Chen Guilin didn't even lift her eyelid. She simply spoke calmly. Why rush? Her voice was very even, showing no emotion. I left breakfast in the pot for you. Eat it first, then go work.
What?
Chen Suifan and Li Chong were stunned, thinking they had heard wrong. Left breakfast? This old lady, who usually scolds and hits, actually left them food? Chen Suifan looked toward the kitchen in disbelief. Through the gap in the curtain, she could smell a faint aroma of porridge. What are you still standing there for? Waiting for me to invite you? Chen Guilin gently poked the shoe sole with her needle, piercing through it. Both of them shivered and dared not ask more. They hurriedly ran into the kitchen like escaping. There was a pot of porridge warming on the stove, with a small dish of dark pickled vegetables beside it. Although simple, it was definitely left for them. Li Chong took a bowl, sniffed cautiously, then dipped a tiny bit with his chopsticks and licked it with his tongue. There's no strange smell, he whispered to Chen Suifan. Chen Suifan also held her bowl, feeling nervous and unsure. What exactly is this old woman up to? A few days ago, she was eager to cause trouble for them, but today she suddenly changed her attitude? Could she have drugged the food? Chen Suifan became more and more scared, her hands trembling as she held her bowl. Li Chong swallowed hard and also thought this might be possible, but his stomach was growling loudly. After a whole day of hard work yesterday, he was exhausted. Maybe. It's not that serious? Li Chong wasn't sure himself. If she wanted to hurt us, she could find other ways. She wouldn't need to go through the trouble of poisoning us. Besides, Brother Jianjun is still here. When they mentioned Chen Jianjun, both of them shivered. That's right. With Jianjun around, their mother probably wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. They nervously ate their porridge, which tasted bland and plain, making them feel like they were eating leftover food. They carefully savored each bite, afraid to taste anything strange. After finishing the meal, they didn't feel full. Instead, because they were so tense, they broke out in cold sweat. They quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, not daring to delay, and hurried to finish all the chores in the yard. Li Chong picked up an axe and started chopping at a wooden stake with loud thuds, splinters flying everywhere, using all his strength. Chun Suifin also ignored her pregnancy. She picked up a big basin of clothes and squatted in the yard, scrubbing loudly and vigorously, more energetic than anyone. In the yard, Lin Xiulian watched this strange scene and gently nudged Chen Guilon's arm in surprise. "Mom, what's wrong with them? They seem like different people." Chen Guilon put down her shoe sole, helped Lin Xiulian fix her messy hair blown by the wind, and wore a gentle smile.
Don't worry about them.
"Maybe they've had a change of heart. You're heavy. Don't sit around all day. I'll help you walk around." She supported Lin Xiulian as they slowly strolled in the yard. The warm sunshine made her feel very comfortable. Lin Xiulian leaned on her mother-in-law, feeling safe inside. She whispered, "Mom, the radio Jianjun bought for you, do you still like using it? Is it easy to use?" "It's easy to use. Why wouldn't it be?" Chen Guilon nodded, but a trace of worry flickered across her face. "It has a lot of operas and stories. It's very good for passing the time. You and Jianjun are thoughtful." Lin Xiulian listened and smiled too. "As long as you like it." Just as the mother and daughter-in-law were talking, the yard gate suddenly creaked open. Chun Jianjun strode inside, looking tired and dusty, but feeling a bit relieved. Seeing Guilon, he quickly walked over and smiled, saying, "Mom, I have some news about what you asked me to find out." Guilon's heart tightened. She held Lin Xiulian's arm tightly, then relaxed and quietly told her daughter-in-law, "Xiulian, go inside and rest. I need to talk to Jianjun for a moment." Xiulian nodded politely and didn't ask questions. She turned and went into the house. In the yard, Li Chong and Chen Suifin were busy chopping wood and washing clothes. The sounds of chopping and water mixing filled the air. Neither dared to look up, afraid of catching Chen Jianjun's attention. Chen Jianjun followed Guilon into the house and closed the door to block out the noise. "Mom." Jianjun lowered his voice and took out a small notebook from his pocket. "I asked an old friend from the army. He now works at the local police station. The woman selling gold lockets, I found her." Guilon's heart skipped a beat. She clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms.
Who is she?
"She's a woman from Qingshi Fish Village in the neighboring town.
Her name is Hyume. People call her Hisangu."
Jianjun opened the notebook and pointed at the record. She used to be a well-known matchmaker in that area. She made a lot of money by arranging marriages, helping with ghost marriages, connecting buyers and sellers, and even sending children for adoption. She's greedy, talkative, and not well-liked in the village.
Hisangu.
Where is she now? She's rarely seen in the village these years. Her whereabouts are uncertain. Jianjun frowned. My friend said that Hisangu was restless even when she was young. After she married into Qingshi village, she didn't have a steady job. She made a living by matchmaking and connecting people. Her husband died early, leaving no children. Finding her might take some effort. No children. Guilon's heart was painfully clenched again. Why would a woman without children go to such lengths to take someone else's child? Where has her girl, Nyo, ended up because of this woman? Guilon closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them, her pain was covered by a cold, decisive look. "Jianjun, don't tell anyone about this yet, and don't let your comrades get too excited, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." "I understand." Chen Jianjun nodded. "Mom, what do you plan to do?" "I have my own way," Chen Guilon said, tightening her grip on the gold lock. "As long as she is still alive, she will leave clues. I not only want to find her, but also make her pay back everything she owes us, with interest." As they spoke, Li Chuanhua's loud voice came from outside the yard. Guilon, are you home?" Chen Guilon and Chen Jianjun looked at each other and relaxed their serious expressions. Guilon went out and opened the door. Li Chuanhua, sweaty and excited, was standing at the door. "Guilon, great news," she shouted happily as she entered the yard. "I've taken care of the duckling issue for you." She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. Look, I asked my cousin for my family to check. There's a place in Qingshi fishing village that hatches ducklings. Fair prices, and the ducklings are strong. My cousin knows the owner well, so we can get a good deal. Qingshi fishing village? Guilon's heart skipped a beat. It's like finding something after searching everywhere. So easy when you least expect it. She kept her face calm, took the paper, looked at it, and smiled at Li Chunhua. Chunhua, this is all thanks to you. You're really a great helper. No need to thank me. Li Chunhua blushed and waved her hand. So, when shall we go see? My cousin said it's best if we pick the ducklings ourselves, so no one can give us weak ones. Of course we're going, Guilon said decisively. We can't just listen to others. We need to see for ourselves if the ducklings are strong and suitable for our mudflat. So, we'll go tomorrow. Li Chunhua was even happier. Great. I'll come to get you early tomorrow. After seeing Li Chunhua off, Guilon returned to the yard. Li Chong and Chen Suifan had finished their work and were sitting on small stools, catching their breath. When they saw her come out, they sat up straight, nervous. Guilon looked at them and, surprisingly, didn't criticize. Instead, she spoke calmly. That's enough for today. You look tired. Go rest. The couple looked at each other in disbelief, hardly believing their ears. Does this old woman? Have she changed again? Chen Suifan gathered her courage and asked carefully, Mom, will you be working tomorrow? Tomorrow I have to go out for a while. You two just stay at home, said Chen Guilon, then went into the kitchen and ignored them. Li Chong and Chen Suifan looked at each other, both feeling a great relief, as if they had escaped danger. They didn't have to work anymore. This old woman was finally going to let them go. Suifan, do you think? Maybe because we've been good these past few days, Mom. She has softened, Li Chong whispered excitedly into Chen Suifan's ear. I think so. Chen Suifan also felt her hard times might be over. I told you no matter how she changes, she's my real mom. A real mom always cares about her daughter. Maybe she saw we were too lazy recently and was just scolding us. The two of them thought more about it and felt their worries and fears eased a lot. Instead, a new greed grew in their hearts. Since the old woman was softening, maybe there was still hope for the gold bars? After all, it was her father's inheritance, and as her own daughter, she deserved a share. The next morning, just before dawn, Li Chunhua came to knock on the door. Chen Guilon was already prepared. She didn't wear the fine fabric her daughter-in-law bought her, but changed into a rough, faded cloth outfit, with the pant legs rolled up to show her ankles. She also wrapped a dull gray scarf around her head, covering her white hair completely. She even drew some marks on her face, making her look a bit different from herself. Jie Guilon, what are you dressed like? Li Chunhua looked at her outfit, a bit stunned. Going to buy things in the village. Why dress so nicely? People will think we're outsiders and try to charge us more. Chen Guilon explained naturally, patting her clothes. Wearing something torn makes it easier to bargain. Li Chunhua thought it made sense and admired Chen Guilon even more. But why dress up as someone else? Although she didn't understand, Chen Guilon always had a plan, so she didn't ask more. Since she couldn't figure it out, she just followed her and did as told. The two took a military supply van to the town, then switched to a bullock cart, swaying slowly toward Qingshi Fish Village. The village is small, with houses made of stones everywhere. The air smells strongly of the sea and salty dried fish. Li Chunhua's cousin was already waiting at the village entrance, leading them to the duck hatchery owner's home. In the yard, hundreds of fluffy yellow ducklings huddled together, chirping non-stop, which looked very cute. Li Chunhua happily bargained with the owner, while Chen Guilon casually started chatting with the owner's wife. Big sister, your village is really lively. It seems every family is doing well. The owner's wife was a straightforward person. While catching ducklings, she smiled and replied, Yes, we rely on the sea for our livelihood, and life is okay. But young people don't stay. They all want to leave. Yeah, it's the same everywhere, Chen Guilon sighed, then changed the subject. By the way, I heard when I was young that your village had a very good matchmaker named. What was her name? Something like Hisangu? I wonder how she's doing now. Is she still matchmaking? She pretended to try to remember. Hisengu? The owner's wife rolled her eyes and paused her work. Don't mention that woman. She's bad luck. Full of bad intentions. Always doing things that harm others. Chun Guilan's heart moved, but she kept a curious look. Oh, what happened? She's no longer a matchmaker. The owner's wife lowered her voice and leaned in closer. She doesn't have a son of her own. I heard she found a girl to raise, who looks nothing like her or her dead husband. She's lively, like in a painting. When the girl was 5, her eyes turned into different colors. The villagers say she's not her biological daughter. Chun Guilan's heart trembled. Lively like in a painting, with eyes like her father's, inheriting a rare ethnic trait. It must be her girl, Nyo. What happened next? What about that girl? Chun Guilan used all her strength to make her voice sound normal. Where else could she be? The owner's wife looked disdainful. She raised her until she was 5 or 6, then a wealthy couple passing by saw her and adopted her. Since then, Hisengu rarely stayed in the village. She probably used the money from selling her daughter to go have fun outside. The words, big boss, and adoption entered Chun Guilan's mind, easing her tightly clenched heart just a little. If Nyonya was really adopted by a wealthy big boss, at least, she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. The boss's wife was still angrily scolding Hisengu for being useless. Li Chunhua had also negotiated the price and happily ran over. Jie Guilan, it's settled. The boss agreed to help us send Nyonya to the beach. Chunhua, I trust you to handle things. Madam, do you know where that girl went later? The boss's wife shook her head. Not sure. I only know she was with a kind couple who are rich. They had a gentle husband and wife, and they were holding a little boy. Their family tradition is to have boys, so they needed a girl. When they saw that girl, they liked her a lot and paid Hisengu a good sum. Chun Guilan felt a bit disappointed. In this vast world, where could she find a big boss from over 10 years ago, whose last name she didn't even know? Would she ever see her Nyonya again in this life? Just as Chun Guilan was feeling very sad, the boss's wife suddenly patted her thigh. I just remembered. That couple's man's last name seems to be Chung. They said they came from Port City and wanted to settle down here. I remember thinking at the time that the girl was lucky. Chun Guilan excitedly held the boss's wife's hand. Sister, do you remember where they said they wanted to settle? The information was just something Hisengu boasted about at the time. We don't know much more. The clearest person would be Hisengu herself, who probably hasn't run away. Seeing Chun Guilan looked very concerned, the boss's wife added, if you want to find Hisengu, you can go to Yangcheng. Someone from our village saw her there last year. Chun Guilan was very grateful. Thank you, sister. Guilan, what's wrong with you? Li Chunhua asked worriedly. Chun Guilan shook her head. It's nothing. Just some old memories making me feel emotional. When they left the farmer's yard, Li Chunhua couldn't help but ask, Sister Guilan, you looked so worried just now. It's not just nostalgia, is it? Did something bother you? Did Hisengu owe you money? Seeing Chun Guilan's lost and exhausted look, Li Chunhua also felt a tightness in her chest. She couldn't keep her words to herself and quickly grabbed Chun Guilan's arm, raising her voice. Sister Guilan, look at your face. It's as sour as a bitter melon. Is it that person named Hisengu who owes you money? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that this was the case. Otherwise, why would Chun Guilan be asking about a matchmaker who had long disappeared? How much does she owe? Tell me the amount. Li Chunhua pounded her chest, looking angry and determined. Don't worry. My family has some useless cousins. They're not good for much, but they're great at collecting debts. I promise I'll get your money back. Chun Guilan looked at Li Chunhua's face, full of loyalty and willingness to help, and felt a warm feeling inside. Her eyes even started to water. In her past life, she was all alone, lying helpless in bed, with no one to talk to about her troubles. This life, heaven had been kind to her. It helped her see the wolves clearly, and also brought her genuine friends. She reached out and tightly held Li Chunhua's rough hand, worn from years of work. Chunhua, thank you. Her voice was a little hoarse, barely noticeable. Li Chunhua felt a bit embarrassed by her serious attitude and scratched her head. Oh, no need to thank me.
Who's who?
Just tell me how much that woman owes you, and I'll find out right away. Chinguelan took a deep breath and shook her head. It's not about money. She paused, then said softly, but with a weight like a hammer hitting Li Chuanhua's heart. It's about owing me a life. Li Chuanhua's smile froze on her face. She stared at Chen Guilin in shock, then slowly found her voice. Guilin.
You.
Don't scare me. What do you mean? It's exactly what it sounds like. Chen Guilin didn't explain further. She couldn't reveal the shocking truth about the deception. Instead, she said it differently. I have a relative. Her child was lost because of this Hisengu, and to this day, no one knows if they're alive or dead. How is that different from taking someone's life? She made her story about a fictional relative. Li Chunhua gasped, feeling cold all over. She tightly gripped the handle of her hoe, which made a clicking sound. Damn her ancestors. And such a heartless monster, she said, her face turning red with anger. Child trafficking? That's going straight to hell. Guilin, don't worry. I will take charge of this matter. She leaned close to Chen Guilin, speaking softly, but her eyes shone brightly. Sister Chen, I tell you, besides everything else, I can really help find that person. I have a childhood friend who married in Yangcheng. She's a local big shot there. I called her to ask for help. Yangcheng is so big, I don't believe no one has seen Hisengu. As long as she's still in the country, even if she hides in a mouse hole, we will find her. Li Chunhua spoke more and more excitedly, as if she already saw the scene of catching Hisengu. The big worry in Chen Guilin's heart was slightly eased. Her son Jianjun is in the army, so investigating things is difficult. He can't use many local connections. But Li Chunhua is different. She is a local, with a tangled web of relatives and friends. Sometimes, these seemingly small connections can be surprisingly useful. Chunhua, this is too much trouble for you. Sister Chen, you're being too polite. Our relationship, Li Chunhua glared. Your problems are my problems. Besides, I hate people traffickers who hurt children the most. If I catch them, I'll skin them alive. Seeing Li Chunhua so angry, Chen Guilin felt her worries settle a bit. All right, let's not talk about this now. Chen Guilin patted her hand and changed the subject. Getting upset isn't worth it. Our ducks are more important. Let's finish the main task first. Yes, the ducks. Li Chunhua slapped her thigh, finally remembering why they came today. They called the farmer and carefully packed over 200 young sea ducks into 4 large bamboo baskets, each duck placed gently inside. The 3 of them carried the baskets with shoulder poles. The fluffy yellow little creatures huddled together, chirping happily, full of life. On the way back, as the sea breeze blew, Chen Guilin looked at the lively little ducks. Her worries about Hisengu, which had been stirring inside her, were eased a lot by this vibrant scene. Nyonyo needs to be found, and life must go on. Not only must it go on, but it should be prosperous and glorious. She wants to earn a lot of money so that when she finds Nyonyo, she can give her the best life possible. On the way back to the family compound, the 3 of them passed by the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Chunhua went inside first to call her childhood friend in Guangzhou, asking her to help find out about Hisengu. Then they carried ducklings together and headed straight to the wasteland. Li Chunhua was very tired. She put down the last basket of ducklings, sat heavily on a small stool, and panted loudly. Oh my, I am so exhausted. Sister Guilin, your body is really strong, better than mine even when I was young. Chen Guilin didn't feel very tired. Since her rebirth, her body seemed to have endless energy. They had cleared a piece of mudflat, which the military wives had worked together to enclose with stones, wooden planks, and fishing nets into a big circle. Next to it, they built a small shelter with wood and straw to block the wind and rain. The ducklings finished eating millet on the ground, smelled the seawater, and happily rushed toward the mudflat, flapping their yellow wings. The scene was lively and joyful. After finishing all this, it was getting dark. They thanked the shop owner and, after seeing him off, watched the little ones playing on the mudflat, smiling happily. Back at the family compound, Chen Guilin asked Li Chunhua to wait a moment. She turned and went into the kitchen, took a clean enamel jar from the cupboard, filled it with soybean paste, and came out to hand it to Li Chunhua. Chunhua, I trust you with that girl's matter. Take this jar of soybean paste home to eat. When you're done, I have more. Li Chunhua's eyes lit up. She took it eagerly, hugged it, and smiled broadly. Big sister Chen, I won't be polite then. Honestly, my husband and I have been craving your soybean paste. She stood up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes. All right, the ducklings are delivered. I need to go home and cook. As soon as I get news, I'll let you know. Thank you, Chunhua. Safe travels. Chen Guilan saw her off. Not long after dinner was ready, Chen Jianjun returned home. Chen Guilan pulled him inside and asked, How is it? Did you find out anything? Chen Jianjun nodded. Chen Guilan's heart suddenly tightened. She clenched her fists, her voice a little tense. Is she in Guangzhou? Chen Jianjun was a bit surprised. Mom, how do you know? I asked an old comrade for help. He has many contacts and found out that Senga did appear in Guangzhou more than once. She seems to have fallen over there. This news matches exactly what the duckling seller's wife said. Chen Guilan felt her whole body surge with blood, her vision blurred, and she swayed. Chen Jianjun quickly caught her. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xiulian, who was inside and heard the noise, came out with her pregnant belly. Seeing her mother-in-law's pale face, she hurried over to help support her. Mom, what's wrong? Are you tired? Chen Guilan waved her hand to show she was fine. She leaned on her son's arm and took a moment to catch her breath.
I'm okay.
Jianjun, can we find her? Yanqing is so big, finding one person isn't easy. I've already written to my old friends to keep an eye out, but it might take some time, Chen Jianjun said with a worried look. At that moment, Lin Xiulian, who had been quietly supporting Chen Guilan, suddenly spoke up. Mom, Jianjun maybe. I can help a little. The mother-in-law and son looked at her. Lin Xiulian hesitated for a moment, but then softly said, My family used to have some old connections in Yanqing. They are some older people I know from business. We haven't been in touch much these years, but the friendship is still there. I can call them and ask for help. It might give us another way. Although she didn't know why her mother-in-law and husband wanted to find someone named Sengu, their serious expressions told her it was very important. Chen Guilan didn't expect there to be this chance. She took Lin Xiulian's hand and her eyes turned red.
Xiulian.
Thank you so much, Mom. There's no need to be so formal. Lin Xiulian gently comforted her. We are family. Your problem is my problem. I'll make the call right away. Chen Guilan and Chen Jianjun hadn't told Lin Xiulian everything yet. First, Chen Suifan's background hadn't been fully confirmed, and Nuno hadn't been found. Telling her now would only cause more worry. Second, Chen Suifan and Li Chong, the troublemakers, were still in the yard. The more people knew, the higher the risk of leaks. But Chen Guilan had already made up her mind. When the right time came, she would tell Xiulian everything. This daughter-in-law truly treats her like a mother and considers this family her own. There is Jianjun, Spring Flower, and now Xiulian with 3 possible leads. She doesn't believe she can't find Sister He. With the combined effort of the higher authorities searching, the progress is faster than expected. However, in just 3 days, an urgent call came from Yangqing. Chen Jianjun hung up the phone and looked at his mother's anxious face. Mom, we found Sister He. Chen Guilan excitedly looked at her son. Where is she? In Yangqing, in a neighborhood called Lichi Bay, Chen Jianjun supported his mother and spoke clearly. She opened a mahjong parlor there. My comrade saw it with his own eyes. Mom, people can't run forever. Jianjun, I don't want to wait anymore. I want to go to Yangqing now. Mom, don't worry yet. Chen Jianjun held back his excited mother. The earliest boat to Yangqing leaves tomorrow. I will ask for leave from work. Tonight, we need to prepare the house. Xiulian and Chen Suifan need to be taken care of. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. These words were like a cold splash of water, waking Chen Guilan from her feverish state. Yes, she couldn't just leave without a plan. Xiulian, pregnant with twins, was the top priority for the Chen family and had to be taken care of properly. The hundreds of ducklings on the mud flat were her savings, and she couldn't let them be neglected. As for the 2 ungrateful ones in the yard, They definitely couldn't stay with Xilian. Who knew what they might do? You're right, we can't rush. Chen Guilan's eyes cleared. We need to settle everything at home first. That afternoon, Chen Guilan took a small bag of homegrown peanuts and red dates to find Li Chunhua. Chunhua, I need to go far away, to Yangcheng. Li Chunhua was feeding chickens in the yard. When she heard this, she almost dropped her ladle. To Yangcheng? That far? Sister Guilan, is there news about Sister He? Yeah, Chen Guilan nodded. We found her. I have to go there myself.
Great.
Li Chunhua patted her thigh, her face turning red with excitement. That old scoundrel is finally going to get what's coming. Sister Chen, go worry-free. Don't worry about the family. She pounded her chest loudly. Your sister Xilian, I'll watch over her. I'll make sure she eats 3 meals a day. I'll also check on the ducks on the mudflat every day, so not a single one gets lost. You just go handle your big matter. Seeing how confidently Li Chunhua spoke, Chen Guilan felt warm inside. Chunhua, thank you. Thank me for what? We're just family. These peanuts are all grown by me. Last time, you said cooking them with papaya would help your daughter-in-law produce more milk. So, I brought some more. Not many, so don't be picky. Li Chunhua smiled happily. Big Sister Chen, I won't be polite. These 2 things really helped our family a lot. Seeing her happy, Chen Guilan said, next time, we can plant some on the island. I kept some of these peanuts for planting. That's great. Big Sister Chen, next time, tell me when you plant and I'll help you. Sure. After making arrangements for outside help, Chen Guilan went home. Lin Xilian was inside, sewing clothes for her unborn baby. When she saw her mother-in-law come in, she put down her needle and thread, worried. Mom, is everything arranged? Chen Jianjun had already told her everything about what happened. When Lin Xilian found out that Chen Suifan was not her mother-in-law's biological daughter, and that her own younger sister had been swapped and kidnapped since childhood, she was so shocked she couldn't speak for a long time. She finally understood why her mother-in-law's attitude toward Chen Suifan had changed completely. It wasn't cruelty, it was heartbreak and final decision after being hurt so deeply. Mom, don't worry. Go ahead. Lin Xilian took her mother-in-law's hand gently and said softly, Jianjun told me it's to find my sister. This is a great thing. I'm feeling better now, and I can take care of myself. I'll just eat at the cafeteria. Don't worry about the family. Finding my sister as soon as possible is the most important. Her understanding and considerate daughter-in-law made Chen Guilan's eyes fill with tears. She patted Lin Xilian's hand softly, finally letting go of her last worries. Now, only those 2 troublesome people remained. At dinner that night, Chen Guilan was unusually quiet, hardly touching her food and sighing repeatedly. Her long sighs made Li Chong and Chen Suifan, who were eating, feel uneasy. What mischief was this old lady up to now? Chen Guilan caught a quick glance at the 2 people's wary eyes and sneered silently. She continued to mutter aloud. Oh, I need to go to Yangcheng. The road is so long, and I don't know if I can handle everything smoothly. She paused, speaking in a moderate voice loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. There's an inheritance from my hometown that needs handling. If everything goes well, it's a lot of money. But if I leave, it could be 10 days or half a month or even longer. The ducks at home. They're all live money. No one is watching over them closely. How can I feel at ease? Inheritance? A lot of money? Li Chong and Chen Suifan's ears perked up instantly. They forgot their food and stared intently at Chen Guilan with bright eyes. Mom, what inheritance? Chen Guilan put down her bowl, her expression calm as she spoke. My maternal family has a distant uncle. When he was young, he made some mistakes during those troubled years and was labeled a bad person. To save his life, he ran away with a widow who had no children, heading south to Yangcheng. She paused again, then continued with her story. They lived there under false names all their lives. A few years ago, my uncle passed away, and not long after, the widow also left. The old couple saved some money in Yangcheng, including a house and some savings. Then the local authorities in Yangcheng traced their roots and contacted our hometown. They sent someone to tell us that I, as the only relative connected, should go to Yangcheng to handle the paperwork and claim the inheritance. Her story was detailed and convincing. Time, place, people, cause, and process all matched. She even mentioned official agencies, making it sound very credible.
Mom,
This is great news. Don't worry, go ahead. We'll take care of things at home, Li Chong said quickly, giving Chun Suifan a meaningful look. Chun Suifan also quickly agreed. Yes, yes.
Mom,
We'll stay at the marshland to watch over everything. We promise to keep the ducks healthy and fat. None will be lost. Chen Guilin shot them a sidelong glance, pretending to hesitate, and sighed. You too? Are you sure? The shed near the marsh is drafty, cold, and damp at night. You city folks, can you handle that hardship? Chun Suifan was afraid that someone else might take this good opportunity, so she quickly said, Mom, I grew up in the countryside, so I'm not delicate. Besides, I am younger and strong. Unlike my older sister-in-law, who is from the city and comes from a wealthy family. She has never done hard work and is fragile, so she can't be exposed to wind and rain. On the surface, her words seemed to show determination, but in fact, she was trying to compete with Lin Xiulian, worried that Chen Guilin might give this good job to the main family. Lin Xiulian listened and wanted to speak, but Chen Guilin gave her a look to stop her. Well, since you all have this idea, then. Okay, Chen Guilin said slowly, as if she had thought carefully before making her decision. She looked at the two people whose eyes were almost glowing with excitement, then dropped a heavy statement. Don't worry, Mom isn't a fool. I know who treats me well. When I return from Yangcheng, I will announce a big news in front of the whole family. Chen Guilin's gaze swept over Li Chong and Chen Suifan. That box of gold bars. I've thought it through. It belongs to my family, and I can't let outsiders take it. I've decided to keep it for my own children. She emphasized the word own strongly. Jianjun gets a share and my daughter will have a share too. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap, shocking Chen Suifan and Li Chong so much that they felt dizzy. Their overwhelming joy instantly flooded over them. Gold bars. A share for them. The inheritance will surely include a share for them too. Chen Suifan and Li Chong now looked at Chen Guilin with a bit more respect. All their hard work over this time hadn't been in vain. That old woman, this stinky stone in the pit, had finally warmed their sincere hearts. Mom. Chen Suifan's voice trembled with excitement as she rushed to rub Chen Guilin's legs. You really are my good mom. I knew you loved me the most. Li Chong also came over, smiling flatteringly. Mom, don't worry. We will work hard. Just wait to come back and enjoy life. The two of them, one on each side, one massaging her shoulders and the other her legs, were so attentive, like serving a beloved ancestor. All right. Chen Guilin waved her hand impatiently. Since you're going to Tantu, don't stay at home. It's inconvenient to run back and forth. Pack your things today and move into the shed. That way, you can watch the ducks nearby. Okay. We'll move right away. Would you like to live in the shed? That place is like a doghouse, full of mosquitoes in summer and freezing cold in winter. But just thinking about the shiny gold bars, this little hardship doesn't matter. Not only would they be willing to live in a shed, but even in a pigsty. Anyway, the woodshed and the shed aren't much different. The couple was so excited they forgot to eat, happily rushing back inside to pack their bedding. Seeing how eager they were, Chen Jianjun's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but feeling a bit disgusted. Lin Xiulian looked at her mother-in-law with admiration, secretly thinking, Mom's trick is really clever. Chen Guilin picked up her bowl and sipped her porridge slowly, her face showing no emotion. Thinking about the gold bars?
Sure.
Your good days are still ahead. After sending away those two greedy fools, the yard suddenly became much quieter. Without Li Chong and Chen Suifan bothering around, even the air seemed fresher. Lin Xiulian leaned on her waist, watching the couple happily rushing toward the mudflat as if they were about to claim the land, feeling both annoyed and amused. Her mother-in-law's trick of drawing a cake to satisfy hunger was truly skillful. Chen Guilin ignored the commotion outside and turned to head into the kitchen. Going to Yangcheng isn't like going to the market in town. Taking the boat back and forth takes several days, and she didn't know how long it might be delayed. Everything needed to be prepared, food and drinks. The outside goods were expensive, and she also couldn't get used to the taste. First, she kneaded a big bowl of dough. There wasn't much white flour left at home, so she mixed in some cornmeal, kneading it with warm water until soft but firm, then covered it with a damp cloth to let it rise by the stove. Next, she took down the smoked pork leg from the hanging rack above the stove, half a piece left from before. She cut the meat into large chunks, rubbed them with salt, Sichuan pepper, and her homemade soy sauce, then marinated for a while. Then she heated oil in a pot, sautéed scallions and ginger until fragrant, fried the meat until golden on both sides, poured in a generous splash of yellow wine, covered the pot, and simmered. The bubbling sound and rich aroma of meat mixed with wine quickly drifted out through the kitchen window. When Chun Jianjun pushed the door open, he smelled the strong, tempting aroma. "Mom, I'll help you start the fire." He rolled up his sleeves, naturally sat on a small stool by the stove, and added some firewood. The flickering flames reflected his determined face and the busy figure of Chen Guilin. She kneaded the risen dough into long strips, then tore them into evenly sized pieces and rolled them into thin pancakes. She watched as small bubbles formed on the surface of the pancakes. She flipped them over and cooked until both sides had some golden spots. A fragrant cornmeal pancake was ready. She cooked them one by one, stacking a tall pile. "Mom," Chen Jianjun suddenly spoke while looking at his mother's side profile. "Yes? Don't worry too much. Everything is arranged on old Qian's side. When we arrive in Yangcheng, someone will pick us up." He thought his mother was worried about the trip. Chen Guilin finished cooking the last pancake and set it aside to cool, her movements slowing down. She turned around and looked at her son. Under the firelight, her expression was a little blurry. "Jianjun, tell me, what do you think? Your sister would like to eat." Her voice was soft, with a hint of cautiousness. She didn't even notice herself. Chen Jianjun froze, the act of adding firewood stiffening his body. He looked up, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. What does sister like to eat? He didn't know. They had missed her entire childhood and teenage years, missing everything a mother and brother should have known. The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly grew heavy. The sound of braised meat bubbling in the pot was especially clear at this moment. Chun Jianjun's throat was a bit dry. "I don't know, but she's your daughter, so she must be like you, not picky, easy to feed." Chen Guilin pulled at the corner of her mouth but said nothing more. She picked up an egg, cracked it neatly on the edge of the bowl. She wanted to learn more dishes. Sweet, salty, spicy, sour. Once she found Nyo, she would cook each one for her. Surely, there would be something she liked. For dinner, there was freshly cooked braised meat, stir-fried greens, and a steaming bowl of dumpling soup. The braised meat was tender and flavorful, rich but not greasy. It was Chun Jianjun's favorite dish to serve with rice. Lin Xiulian had only taken a few bites when she suddenly felt nauseous, her stomach churning painfully. She quickly put down her chopsticks, covered her mouth, and looked pale. "What's wrong?" Chen Guilin immediately noticed. "It's nothing, Mom. Just..." Lin Xiulian felt a bit embarrassed. "Just a little sick." Morning sickness had returned. Chun Jianjun immediately became nervous. He put down his chopsticks and tried to help her. "Is it too greasy? Do you want to vomit? Xiulian, do you want to eat something? Tell Mom. I'll make it for you," Chen Guilin said softly, moving the plate of sauce-covered meat aside. Lin Xiulian looked at her mother-in-law's caring face, feeling warm inside. Her nausea seemed to lessen a bit. She thought for a moment and whispered, "Mom, I want to eat that big soy sauce chicken egg roll you make." A few days ago, she smelled the soy sauce aroma from Li Chunhua's home and had been craving it ever since. "Sure. No problem, I'll make it for you." Chen Guilin stood up without hesitation and went back into the kitchen to start cooking. The warm yellow light reflected on her face, making her look cozy and safe. When the egg roll was ready, it gave off a tempting smell: rich soy sauce, yellow eggs, green scallions, and a few vegetables. Lin Xiulian's mouth watered at the sight. She took the hot egg roll and took a big bite. The slightly sweet corn pancake wrapped salty eggs, sauce, and fresh scallions. The different flavors mixed in her mouth, instantly calming her upset stomach. Delicious, she said happily, squinting with satisfaction. Chen Guilin watched her daughter-in-law eat happily, feeling pleased inside. She picked up an egg roll and handed it to her son. Eat some too. You've been helping the villagers fix roofs and find people these days. You've lost weight. You need to eat more. After dinner, Chen Guilin wrapped the leftover pancakes and tea eggs in oil paper and put the remaining sauce meat into a porcelain jar. Thinking that her daughter-in-law loved egg rolls, she made a few extra and kept them at home. Before bed, Chen Guilin went to the bedroom door and reminded her, "Xiulian, I made some egg rolls. If you're hungry, just heat them up and add some sauce to eat." Lin Xiulian held her mother-in-law's arm. "Thank you, Mom. You've worked hard." It was late at night, and the yard was completely quiet. Chen Jianjun finished washing up and returned to the room, still damp. Lin Xiulian was not asleep yet. She sat on the edge of the bed, slowly folding a few newly sewn baby clothes under the dim yellow light. Her belly was already showing, and her side profile outlined gentle curves. She radiated a warm maternal glow. Chen Jianjun walked over, took the clothes from her hands, and gently pressed her into the bed. "I'm waiting for you," Lin Xiulian said obediently as she lay down, her eyes fixed on him. Chen Jianjun sat beside her, his large hand touching her slightly protruding belly, feeling the new life growing inside. His once tough heart, hardened by military training, softened into a gentle emotion. "Mom has everything arranged, don't worry," he whispered, thinking she was worried about tomorrow's plans. Lin Xiulian shook her head and reached under her pillow, pulling out a neatly folded envelope, which she handed to him. The envelope was a bit thick and heavy. "What is this?" Chen Jianjun asked, pinching it. "There's 1,000 yuan inside," Lin Xiulian whispered, her cheeks slightly red under the light. "It's for finding my sister. It's a big family matter. Money is tight, and saving is hard. We don't have much." She paused, her voice softer. "Take this money for now. When I find my sister, I'll buy her some nice things. It's a small gesture from us as brother and sister-in-law." Chen Jianjun's throat felt dry as he hugged Lin Xiulian. The man's embrace was firm and warm, carrying the familiar scent of soap and sweat, full of strength. He buried his face in her neck and mumbled, "Lucky me, I married such a treasure." Lin Xiulian was a bit short of breath from his hold, but didn't want to struggle. She gently patted his broad back, like soothing a large wild animal that had found its home. "We are husband and wife. Your matters are my matters," she softly said. "My sister's matters are also mine." Chen Jianjun didn't speak anymore. He held her tighter and kissed her forehead. Then he kissed her nose. Finally, he pressed his lips to hers. At first, it was a gentle touch, but soon it grew intense, carrying all the emotions accumulated over these days: gratitude, tenderness, and long-suppressed desire. Lin Xiulian was dizzy from his kisses, her whole body softening. She could only cling to his shoulders, letting him take control. After a long while, they parted lips. Both were a little breathless. Chen Jianjun looked at his blushing wife, her face flushed and eyes shimmering with tears, and his throat moved. "Wife," his voice hoarse, "didn't the doctor say? After 3 months, it will be safe?" Lin Xiulian's face suddenly flushed red, so much so that it looked like it could bleed. She clearly understood what this rough man meant. Since she found out she was pregnant, especially with twins, this man had become like a monk, very disciplined, even sleeping while holding her. Counting the days, the most dangerous time has passed. She shyly buried her face in his chest, making a soft, mosquito-like hum. This faint response was like a spark, instantly igniting all the triggers on Chen Jianjun. He rolled over and pressed her down, his rough hand slipping into her clothes, touching her smooth skin. "I miss you so much, I almost go crazy." The next morning, before dawn, Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun packed up and prepared to leave. Lin Xiulian, pregnant, saw them off at the gate, constantly reminding them, "Mom, Jianjun, be sure to stay safe on the road. I packed some food for you. Once you settle in there, call me." "Got it. You go back now, it's cold outside." Chen Guilin tightened her collar. "The house is yours now. Don't overwork yourself. If anything's uncertain, Ask Aunt Chunhua for help. I understand, Mom. Before dawn, Chen Guilan and Chen Jianjun quietly left the family compound. The sea breeze, salty and cool, brushed their faces. Chen Guilan wrapped her rough cloth clothes tighter and clenched the warm gold lock in her hand. Through the thin cloth, she could clearly feel the uneven patterns on the lock, her daughter's only keepsake. From Reef Island to Cheongzhou Island, then transferring to a big boat heading to Yangcheng. The ship cut through the blue waves, white foam rolling at the stern, then quickly left behind. The scenery along the shores changed from familiar reefs and mudflats to endless green mountains and unfamiliar town outlines. Chen Guilan leaned against the porthole, imagining her daughter's face. Does she look like her, or like her late father? The shopkeeper's wife said Nyo was lively and bright, with heterochromatic eyes. Thinking of this, her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, aching and sour, yet tinged with a hint of sweetness. Her Nyo was still alive. That was enough. After a day and night of sailing, the ship finally arrived at Yangcheng port. Chen Jianjun immediately spotted his comrade Qian Zhongjing among the crowd waiting to board, standing next to a woman in her 30s with slightly dark skin and sharp eyes. She was probably Wang Jie, Li Chuanhua's childhood friend. Old squad leader. Qian Zhongjing, a tall man, waved enthusiastically when he saw Chen Jianjun. Old Qian, Chen Jianjun smiled and stepped forward, giving him a friendly shoulder bump. Is this Aunt Wang? Chen Jianjun turned to the woman. Yes, that's me. Wang Jie cheerfully smiled, showing her white teeth. Chunhua told me about you on the phone. Hello, Sister Chen, Comrade Jianjun. After some polite chatting, Chen Guilan took 2 small packages wrapped in red paper from her cloth bag and handed them to Qian Zhongjing and Wang Jie. She also took 2 more from her bag. Zhongjing, Sister Wang, I really appreciate your help this time.
This is a small token of thanks. Please don't mind.
Qian Zhongjing and Wang Jie pinched the packages. They were thick, probably worth a few hundred yuan. Inside, the 2 bags contained well-wrapped dried goods like dates and nuts. These were rare items from the north, hard to find in Yangcheng. Oh, sister, you shouldn't do that. Wang Jie quickly declined. Chunhua is my sister, and you're her older sister. Your matters are my matters. I can't accept your money. Qian Zhongjing also said, Yes, Aunt Chen, I have a close relationship with Jianjun. Are you trying to embarrass me? But Chen Guilan pushed the packages back into their hands, her face serious and firm. Out here, we rely on friends. This money isn't for payment. It's for your expenses, fuel and tea money for running errands. We're strangers in a new place, and we'll need your help in the future. This is just a small gesture of our gratitude.
Please accept it.
Her words were sincere, giving them respect while clearly showing her stance. Wang Jie looked at this ordinary-looking older woman with more respect in her heart. He is a sensible person who understands things well. The friend he introduced, Chunhua, is quite good.
Well.
All right then, Wang Mei happily agreed. Don't worry, sister. As long as you're in Yangcheng, I promise to find out everything about him. The 4 of them didn't delay much and took a bus directly to Lichi Bay. In the 1980s, Yangcheng was full of lively scenes. Tall buildings were rising everywhere, the streets were busy with cars, and young people in bell-bottom pants and colorful shirts could be seen all around. But as the bus turned into Lichi Bay, the scene changed completely. This place is a typical urban village. Narrow alleys, just wide enough for one person, crisscrossed everywhere. Overhead, tangled, haphazard electrical wires looked like a giant spider web. The buildings on both sides, called handshake buildings, hardly let in any sunlight. Their walls were covered with moss and looked damp. The air was filled with a mix of musty smell, sewer odor, and the aroma of home-cooked food from nearby kitchens. Wang Mei was a local expert here, leading them confidently through the alleys. That is Third Auntie's place. Her mahjong parlor is quite well known around here. They stopped at a stall selling herbal tea at the alley entrance. Wang Mei ordered 4 bowls of tea, drinking while asking the old lady vendor for information. Old lady, I want to ask about someone. Do you know Third Aunt He, who runs the mahjong parlor? When the old lady heard, third Aunt He, her face immediately showed dislike. She spat on the ground and said, "That troublemaker? I can recognize her even if she turns to dust. Why are you looking for her? I tell you, that woman is very wicked. It's best to stay away." Chen Guilan's mind moved. She reached into her pocket, took out some sunflower seeds, and handed them over, then asked casually, "Old lady, what do you mean?" The old lady took the seeds, put them in her pocket, and lowered her voice. She, a couple of years ago, somehow got very lucky and became the mistress of a big boss from Hong Kong. That boss bought her a house here and gives her money every month. But she's not content with that. She dresses up beautifully every day and flirts around outside. That mahjong parlor is just a cover. Behind the scenes, she's involved in many shady activities. After gathering more information, they thanked the old lady and continued on their way. After hearing Grandma's words, Chen Guilan had a plan in mind, but she showed nothing on her face. Wang Meihao glanced into the alley and whispered, "Big sister, I think we shouldn't make a fuss and scare the snake. I know this place well. There's a tea house ahead, and the private room upstairs can see the entrance of that mahjong parlor. Let's go there first and observe the situation." "Good idea. I'll follow your lead, Meihao." Chen Guilan nodded. The group followed Wang Meihao, winding through a narrower alley. The tea house in the alley was quite old, with wooden stairs that creaked when stepped on. Wang Meihao, clearly a regular customer, directly asked the owner for a window-side private room. She pushed open the carved wooden window, giving a clear view of the shop with the "FAI Kai Mahjong" sign across the street. Wang Meihao quickly ordered a pot of chrysanthemum tea and a few plates of shrimp dumplings and barbecued buns. "Let's eat something to fill our stomachs. We might have to wait a while." She pushed the snacks toward Chen Guilan. Chen Guilan wasn't in the mood to eat. She picked up her teacup, but her eyes were fixed outside the window, unaware that her tea had cooled.
Time passed second by second.
Inside the mahjong parlor, people came and went. The noise of playing mahjong, mixed with loud curses and coarse language, was loud enough to be heard across the street. Finally, at the hottest part of the afternoon sun, a woman came out of the mahjong shop. She was about 40, with cheap, curly hair, a plump figure squeezed into a tight red dress that revealed rolls of fat. Her face was heavily made up, lips painted as if she had just finished bleeding, a small gold chain around her neck, and shiny gold bracelets on her wrists. Her triangular eyes darted around, showing sharpness and meanness. Without anyone telling her, Chen Guilan immediately recognized her. This was He Sanggu. He Sanggu's appearance now was very different from her modest, virtuous wife look when she first came to Chen Suifan's house. This was her true face. He Sanggu stood with her hands on her hips at the door, loudly scolding a thin man who came out from inside. "Still want to buy on credit? Do you think this is a charity hall? No money, no mahjong.
Get out.
If you dare to come empty-handed again, I'll break your legs." The man stammered, trying to say something, but He Sanggu didn't give him a chance. She waved her hand toward the door. Two young thugs, wearing tank tops and showing tattoos, immediately came out. One of them helped drag the man into a dark alley nearby, as if dragging a dead dog. Soon, muffled groans and low pleas for mercy could be heard from the alley. Chen Guilan clenched her teacup tightly. Next to her, Qian Zhongjing and Wang Meihao both frowned and looked disgusted. This woman really is just as the old lady said, no good at all. At that moment, a brand new black car slowly stopped at the entrance of the mahjong house. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a big gold watch stepped out. Just a second ago, He Sanggu was looking fierce, but now her face was full of a flattering smile. She twisted her waist like a sunflower in full bloom and went to greet him. "Oh, Mr. Li, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you so long. The flowers have even withered." Her voice was overly sweet, and she reached out to take the briefcase from Mr. Li, almost pressing her body close to him. Her quick change of expression was faster than flipping through a book. It was this person who replaced her girl, burned Chen Suifan's hand, and faked a birthmark, causing her to lose her girl for 20 years. It was this woman who caused the mother and daughter to be separated, forcing Chen Suifan to serve as a servant for her fake daughter all her life. Chen Guilan hated her so much, she wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. Wang Meihao said, "This Hisengu is clearly a cunning troublemaker in this area. She has a big boss backing her from the port city, and she also has thugs around her. It's not easy to catch her. This city's village is like her lair, with complex alleys and spies everywhere. If we, outsiders, try to make a move here, not only will we struggle to find her daughter, but we might not even get out alive." Chen Guilan nodded. "It seems that to get her to talk, we first need to lure her out of her shell." Wang Meihao's eyes lit up. "Sister Chen, do you have a plan?" Chen Guilan said, "I have a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Here's what I'm thinking. Now I see that this elderly lady is not an ordinary old woman. Her mind is surprisingly sharp." Wang Meihui and Qian Zhongjing listened to Chen Guilan's plan, occasionally widening their eyes. Their gazes grew brighter as they listened. Finally, Wang Meihui gave a thumbs up. "Sister Chen, your plan is clever. It will definitely lure the snake out of its hole." Chen Guilan replied, "This method still needs some props prepared." Wang Meihui said, "Leave it to me." Wang Meihui was quick and efficient. The next day, she found a complete outfit for Chen Guilan. A floral shirt made of good fabric, trendy blue pants, and a brand new pair of black leather shoes. To make it more convincing, Wang Meihui even borrowed a gold watch from an old friend and put it on Chen Guilan's wrist. Looking at her unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, Chen Guilan felt a bit uncomfortable and tugged at her clothes. This outfit made her look like a wealthy outsider from the north who didn't understand local customs. Wang Meihui also changed her clothes, curled her hair, and linked arms with Chen Guilan. The two looked like sisters traveling from different places. "Meihui, remember this," Chen Guilan whispered in her ear as a final warning. "I'll pretend I'm visiting the South for the first time, clueless about everything, just wanting to gamble big. If I lose money, I'll get upset and argue with you. You should scold me loudly, even call me a hopeless case. Okay, don't worry. Although this is my first time acting, I'll play the role of a scolding wife perfectly. I won't mess up." Wang Meihui looked at Chen Guilan with admiration. She was not very talented and a bit slow, but she liked smart and capable people. She was determined to be friends with Sister Chen. After packing up, they headed toward Hisenga's prosperous mahjong parlor. Meanwhile, Chun Jianjun and Qian Zhongjing still sat in the private room of the tea house from yesterday, from where they could see everything happening at the entrance of the opposite mahjong hall. In the afternoon, the mahjong hall was busy. As soon as Chen Guilan and Wang Meihui entered, a strong smell of smoke and the sound of clattering mahjong tiles hit them. The dim room was crowded with 4 or 5 tables, men and women sitting together, all with fierce looks on their faces. "Hey, 2 ladies, you're new here. Want to play a few rounds?" A young troublemaker with dyed yellow hair immediately approached, his eyes flickering around the 2 women, especially lingering on Chen Guilan's gold watch for a few seconds. Wang Meihao quickly took on a bossy attitude, protecting Chen Guilan behind her, and raised her chin. "What? Afraid we can't pay? Find us the biggest table and call over your best player." When she said this, several people in the room looked at them. Hisengu, sitting in the innermost grand chair, was munching sunflower seeds while watching the scene. Hearing the noise, she lazily lifted her eyelids and glanced at Chen Guilan and Wang Meihao. When her gaze fell on Chen Guilan's inappropriate outfit and her gold watch, a faint sharp glint appeared in her eyes. She saw 2 easy targets coming to her. She signaled the yellow-haired troublemaker with a look, then slowly stood up, twisting her waist as she walked over. "Hey, where are you 2 from? Your accent doesn't sound local," Hisenga said with a friendly smile, personally arranging seats for them. "Come play here, you'll have a lot of fun." Soon a card game started. Chen Guilan pretended to be inexperienced at mahjong but eager to win money. She hesitated when playing, either making mistakes or giving the next player a winning tile. Wang Meihao acted as if she knew a lot, occasionally advising Chen Guilan on which tile to play, then complaining when she played the wrong one. In less than an hour, Chen Guilan had lost more than half her money.
Wow.
"Do you even know how to play? Can you play this tile? Are you stupid?" Sister Wang slammed the table and started to complain. Chun Guilan's face turned red, and she looked upset as she explained. I didn't know. I saw them all play this tile. If they play it, you play it? If they jump into the river, why don't you? We've lost so much. This is our money for buying stock. Sister Wang's voice grew louder, and everyone in the mahjong hall looked over. Senga sat nearby, smiling as she watched the show, not stopping them, just letting them argue. Chun Guilan's eyes turned red from the scolding. Why are you so fierce? It's just some money. If we lose, we can earn it back. Out here, having fun is the most important. Wang Meihao angrily pointed at her nose and scolded, I think you're just a wasteful person. You've almost spent all the family money. No wonder you haven't had a child to carry on the family name. Serves you right for ending the family line. The words ending the family line felt like poison needles stabbing deep into Chun Guilan's heart. Although she knew it was just acting, those words had been her deepest fear and pain during late-night dreams for over 20 years. In an instant, all her disguises were torn away. The long-suppressed, heartbreaking pain surged from her heart. Her face suddenly turned pale, her lips trembling as she pointed at Meihao. You. Before she finished, her body swayed, and she quickly covered her chest, feeling a sudden tightness in her throat. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the greasy mahjong table. Chun Guilan's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed backward. The sudden change shocked everyone in the mahjong hall into silence. Everyone was stunned, including Wang Meihao, who had been the one to start the act. She was confused. Wasn't this supposed to be just acting? Why did she really vomit blood? What should she do now? Big sister. Don't scare me. Wang Meihao was so frightened her soul almost left her body. She hurried to support Chun Guilan, but her hand felt Chun Guilan's fingers squeezing her palm tightly and blinking at her quickly. Wang Meihao froze for a moment, then quickly understood. Oh my goodness, this older sister is acting so convincingly. She immediately adjusted her emotions, holding Chun Guilan and crying loudly. My dear sister, what's wrong with you? You can't have anything happen. It's all my fault, my terrible mouth. I shouldn't have said those things to upset you. Meanwhile, in the tea house across the street, Qian Zhongjing was also startled, causing his teacup to shake. Jianjun, is your mom okay? Why did she spit blood? Qin Jianjun looked calm, even with a proud smile on his face. It's just acting. Acting? Can acting make you spit blood? Qian Zhongjing didn't believe it. That's not real blood. It's chicken blood. Qin Jianjun explained slowly. Last night, near the guest house where we stayed, someone was killing chickens. My mom smelled it and went over. She politely asked for a chicken blood bag and kept it in her mouth. Qian Zhongjing was stunned and took a long time to find his voice. He sincerely praised, Wow, Auntie, you're so talented. If you weren't in the theater troupe, you'd be a star. Chun Jianjun proudly lifted his chin. Of course. Before I came here, I bought my mom a radio. She listens to plays on it every day. After a while, she learned them naturally. Qian Zhongjing was very impressed. It wasn't just that she learned. It was like she understood everything on her own, like a master. I used to think only the old squad leader could fight well, but I didn't realize Annie was such a good actress. The mahjong parlor was in chaos. Sang-gu was also surprised by the scene, but she was experienced and quickly saw the opportunity after a moment of shock. What does it mean if a woman gets upset and spits blood when touched? It shows that the issue of no children is a deep pain in her heart. What does it mean if a woman carries hundreds of yuan in cash with her? It shows she has a strong family background. A woman with a good family background, who is also suffering deeply because she has no children. That's like a piece of fat meat right in front of her. She immediately stepped forward, acting like the boss, and shouted at the crowd. What are you looking at? Disperse. Disperse. Are you still playing cards? Then she walked a few steps to Wang Jie's side, crouched down, patted her on the back, and spoke kindly. Girl, don't cry anymore. Come on, let's take your sister inside to lie down. I have hot water there, let her relax. Wang Meihui looked around helplessly and gratefully, said to Sang-gu, Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sang-gu directed her two helpers to carefully carry the unconscious Chen Guilin to a nearby chair. That chair was her usual resting place. She dismissed her helpers and poured a cup of hot water herself, saying, "Girl, let your sister drink some hot water to warm up." Wang Meihui, crying and sniffling, fed Chen Guilin water and blamed herself. "It's all my fault. My words are too harsh. My sister. She's had a hard life. She hurt her body when she had children young, and after that, she couldn't have any more. Men also looked down on her and left her. It's just us sisters relying on each other."
She's so sad inside.
Sang-gu listened, her eyes shining brighter. She seemed to sigh casually and sat down next to Sister Wang. It's all about fate. Looking at Big Sister's situation, it's a heart problem, she said. Wang Meihao's heart skipped a beat. So quickly, Sang-gu was hooked. As expected, Sister Chun is really clever. Wang Meihao kept a calm face and, following Chen Guilin's instructions, cried as she spoke, "I know. But what can I do?" Hiyume paused, lowering her voice even more, with a mysterious and tempting tone. "Sister, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Some things just crying won't help. This heart problem needs medicine for the heart." She leaned close to Wang Meihao's ear and whispered so only they could hear, "I know a way to get a newborn, pure and innocent. If you really care about your sister, maybe you could consider it?" Chen Guilin suddenly woke up just right, her cloudy eyes showing a hint of suspicion and caution. She lowered her voice and replied, "Big sister, are you serious? Do you have a way? Just to be clear, I won't do anything illegal. We're honest people. We can't afford trouble." Hearing this, Hiyume was not angry but felt more at ease. "Big sister, look at what you're saying." Hiyume extended her hand, painted with bright red nail polish, and affectionately placed it on Chen Guilin's shoulder. A strong smell of cheap perfume mixed with tobacco hit her. "What's illegal or not, that sounds so unpleasant. I just see you're honest, and want to help you find a way to do a good deed." She moved closer, lowering her voice further, with a sticky, persuasive tone. "Some families, they prefer boys and don't want girls, so they want to give them away. And some young girls they don't understand, get pregnant, and are afraid to tell their families. They secretly give birth and want to find a good family for the child. I'm just a middleman connecting people, building bridges so those poor children can have a home, and good families like yours can realize their dream of having grandchildren. This is a great kindness. How can it be illegal?" This speech was flawless, disguising the dirty human trafficking as a compassionate act. Chen Guilin sneered inwardly, but pretended to be convinced, her lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. "This place is noisy and not suitable for talking." Hiyume put her arm around her shoulder and gave a signal toward the back room of the mahjong parlor. "Big sister, let's go inside. I'll tell you everything clearly." Chen Guilin nodded to Wang Meihao to follow, and they went into the back room with Sang-gu. The room was much smaller and more cramped than outside, and the air was even more stuffy. A small bed was piled high with messy clothes, and the only table held a mirror and scattered makeup items. Hiyume closed the door, and the room suddenly became darker. She turned on the only light bulb, casting a yellowish glow that made their shadows flicker on the peeling walls. "Two big sisters, sit down." She pointed to an empty spot on the bed. Wang Meihao helped Chen Guilin sit down. "Big sister, I'll be honest with you." Hiyume lit a cigarette, took a puff, and the smoke blurred her heavily made-up face. "Having a child is easy. Both boys and girls. But the price is different." She held up 2 fingers. "For a girl, this much." Then she held up 5 fingers. "For a boy, this much." Chen Guilin's breath caught. 2,000, 5,000. In these people's eyes, a child was just a commodity that could be bought and sold at a set price. These human traffickers are truly despicable. Chen Guilin clenched her fist inside her sleeve, nails almost digging into her skin, trying to stop herself from rushing forward and tearing down this face. She pretended to be wealthy and waved her gold watch. "Money isn't a problem. If you really can get one, can you guarantee it's healthy? I don't want any sick children." Sang-gu saw her attitude and smiled. "Of course, healthy and guaranteed." Hearing that money was no issue, Hisengu's eyes lit up instantly, her wrinkles smiling into a flower shape. She loved this kind of foolish, wealthy person. Big sister, don't worry. I, Hisengu, do business here in Lizzie Bay. It's all about reputation. I promise to find you a chubby, healthy baby with no problems at all. Chin-gui-lan patted her thigh. All right then. You must find me a clever one. No problem. Just pay a 200 yuan deposit. Hisengu smiled, as if she already saw the big reunion waving hello. Chen Guilin took 20 large notes from the envelope given by Chen Jianjun. She said, "The rest I see the kids will give to you." Hisengu looked at the deposit money and smiled happily. Good, good. Anyway, she had done many things over the years and no one dared to cheat her. Those who tried were fed fish by her. The two agreed to trade at a secret place. Hisengu suggested the city village, but Chen Guilin refused. This is your territory. What if I give you the money, but you don't give me the child? No. Hisengu didn't expect the old lady to be so cautious. Instead, she felt more at ease. Chen Guilin had already made a plan in her mind. She pretended to be hesitant, rubbing her hands and showing a simple, rural look with fear. "Miss, I don't feel safe here," she said cautiously, looking around and lowering her voice. "This is your place. If I give you the money and you run away with the child, I don't know where to go to explain." Hisengu heard this and secretly cursed her as a sly fox, but she smiled more warmly. "Then, sister, where do you suggest? Let's go to the big park by the river," Chen Guilin suggested. "It's open and crowded, so I can feel safer. Plus, I want to see the child clearly in a bright place, to check if he's healthy." This made her look like a cautious buyer who was afraid of being cheated but wanted to verify everything carefully. Hisengu rolled her eyes. The park? Too crowded and noisy, not good for sneaky moves. But on the other hand, these two old women, being outsiders, wouldn't dare to do anything in broad daylight. She guessed they might bring a son or a relative for backup. With her two guards, she felt confident. Thinking of the 5,000 yuan in cash, Hisengu's greed overpowered her caution. "Okay, let's do as sister says." She clapped her thigh and agreed happily. "You seem straightforward, so it's settled. In 3 days, at 3 p.m., at the big banyan tree at the south gate of the park. You bring the money, I bring the people. Deal." Chen Guilin nodded, a faint glint flashing in her dull eyes. "Mom, are you okay?" Chen Guilin shook her head. The tension from earlier in the room eased, and her back was soaked with cold sweat. She took a deep breath, her voice soft but strong. "Jianjun, call the police." 3 days later, in Yangcheng, at Yuejiang Park. In the park during the afternoon, cicadas chirped loudly. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, mixed with the dampness of the river. Chen Guilin was dressed in her flashy outfit from earlier and sat alone on a park bench. Next to her, there was a large, bulging black cloth bag. She rested her hands on her knees, looking like a normal elderly woman waiting for her children to come home. No one knew what kind of storm was hidden beneath this calm surface. Not far behind a fake mountain, Chen Jianjun's heart was pounding in his chest. He was wearing a vest and shorts typical of local people, staring intently in his mother's direction. Beside him, Qian Zhongjing and a few plainclothes police officers were scattered around. Some looked like old men playing chess, others like couples on a date. A silent net was quietly spreading around. Wang Meihao, along with some police officers, guarded the other end of the park's exit, ready to respond to the child who might be brought out as merchandise. Time passed second by second. Chen Jianjun's palms were sweaty. He had carried out many dangerous missions before, but none had made him as nervous as today. Finally, a familiar figure appeared in his view. Hisengu came. Today, she wasn't wearing her flashy red dress. Instead, she wore a plain gray top, but her shiny gold necklace still revealed her. Behind her, 2 men followed, those tattooed troublemakers they saw at the mahjong parlor that day. One of the troublemakers was holding a baby wrapped in a small floral blanket. Chen Guilin let out a breath of relief. She had finally arrived. Hisengu approached the bench, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. Seeing nothing unusual, She then focused on the cloth bag at Chen Guilan's feet. Chen Guilan slowly raised her head, her voice trembling slightly, sounding both excited and nervous. "Where is the child?" He Sengu gestured to the thug behind her. The thug stepped forward, impatiently lifting the corner of the cloth covering the bundle. Inside was a baby who looked very new, with closed eyes, sleeping deeply. The little face was wrinkled, so it was hard to tell much. "How is it?" "A strong little one, healthy," He Sengu said proudly. "Really good quality, don't worry." Chen Guilan reached out as if to touch the baby, but halfway there, the thug pulled the bundle away. "Where's the money?" He Sengu's eyes were fixed on the black cloth bag. "The money is right here." Chen Guilan patted the bag, but didn't open it immediately. "Girl, this is a big deal. You need to let me see clearly. I want to hold him, check if the baby has any problems. That's fine, but give me the money first." He Sengu refused to back down. They both hesitated, standing still. Suddenly, Chen Guilan sighed, as if she had given in. She bent down slowly, unzipping the cloth bag, revealing a stack of large bundles wrapped in brown paper. He Sengu's eyes lit up instantly, her breathing becoming heavier. She reached out to grab them. "Wait!" Chen Guilan suddenly pressed down on the bag. "One hand for the money, one hand for the person. You give me the child, I give you the money." He Sengu hesitated for a moment, but was eventually dazzled by the sight of the money. She tilted her chin at the thug holding the baby. "Give her the child." The thug reluctantly handed over the baby. Chen Guilan extended her arms, holding the child, then quickly moved away from He Sengu and the others, shouting loudly, "Arrest them." Her voice shattered the quiet afternoon in the park. Almost at the same time, behind the artificial hill, among the trees and under the corridor, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out. "Don't move. Police! Hands on your heads! Get down!" He Sengu's greed and pride instantly froze, replaced by extreme fear. She wanted to run, but as she turned, a plainclothes officer rushed forward and pushed her to the ground. Cold handcuffs clicked shut around her wrists. The two thugs were useless. When they saw the situation, they became so scared that they almost fainted. Before the police could act, they curled up on the ground, trembling and holding their heads. Everything happened in an instant. Just a second ago, He Sengu was proud and confident, but now she was on the ground, tightly held down, cursing loudly and badly.
"Who are you?"
"Why are you arresting me? What law did I break? Old witch. How dare you scheme against me? I will kill you and your family." Chen Jianjun rushed over to his mother, nervously checking if she was okay.
"Mom, are you all right?"
"Are you scared?" Chen Guilan shook her head. Her eyes never left the woman in handcuffs. Slowly, step by step, she walked up to He Sengu. The timid, worried countrywoman from before was gone. In her place was a mother with angry eyes. He Sengu was lifted from the ground by two police officers. Seeing Chen Guilan approach, her eyes widened with rage, and she cursed loudly. "You old hag! You better find out who I really am. When I get out, you'll regret it. He Sengu, you've kidnapped so many children. You probably don't even remember who is who anymore," Chen Guilan said coldly. "But I remember you," she added. Her voice was soft but sharp, like a blade frozen with ice, piercing into He Sengu's heart. He Yume frowned. "What do you mean? 20 years ago, in the north Wangba-go." Those 6 words floated lightly but hit He Sengu like heavy hammers, smashing into her forehead. Her curse stopped abruptly, as if someone had choked her. For the first time, her triangular eyes lost their ferocity and greed, replaced by a look of shock and panic, as if she had seen a ghost.
"You."
"How do you know?" "Wangba-go. That remote, poor mountain valley. A place she never wanted to remember in her life. How could this old woman know?" "I also know." Chen Guilan continued walking closer, each step like a nail driven into He Sengu's heart. "Back then you held a baby girl. On her left arm, there was a fresh burn scar. You told our family head that the child suffered at the hands of human traffickers and was burned, which caused her birthmark to be uneven. You lied to us, saying the child's gold lock was stolen by traffickers." Chen Guilan's voice remained calm, but each word sounded like it was squeezed from her teeth, carrying a bitter tone. Third Aunt He, did you take that gold lock to sell? Did you personally burn that supposed injury? You swapped my healthy daughter for a fake one. You caused me so much pain. Her voice suddenly rose sharply at the end. The long-held feelings of grievance, pain, regret, and anger burst out all at once. In her past life, she was bedridden and worn down by her so-called good daughter, Chin Suefin, until she died. Even as she closed her eyes, she kept wondering if she had failed to teach her children properly, making her selfish and cold. She never imagined that the root of the problem was rotten from the start. That child was not even her own. Her genes were wrong. Third, and he looked at the agitated Chin Guilon and finally remembered. It was you. You are the real mother of Zhaodi. Third Aunt He was completely stunned, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. She was weakly supported by the police and muttered unconsciously, "Impossible.
This can't be. How do you know?"
How could you possibly know? This matter was known to heaven and earth, to her, and even to her long-dead husband. Even the girl she swapped out back then was just an innocent baby who didn't understand anything. How did this old woman find out? If you want no one to know, don't do it in the first place. Chun Guilon finally stepped in front of her, looking down at her from above. Her cloudy eyes burned with two flames. Third Aunt He, I only ask you once. Where's my daughter, my real daughter? Chun Jianjun watched his mother's trembling figure, feeling heartache beyond words. He stepped forward, holding her arm, and his sharp eyes coldly swept toward Third Aunt He. His voice carried the authority and menace of a soldier. Confess willingly or face harsher punishment. Hiyume, your crime is enough to keep you in prison for life. The only way out now is to tell us where my sister is. Third Aunt He shivered, finally snapping out of her shock. She looked at the police officers in uniform around her, at Chin Jianjun's tough-looking face, and at Chin Guilon's fierce expression, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Her last bit of hope was shattered. She knew she was doomed this time, completely. All her past actions could lead to the death penalty. Her instinct to survive made her mind race quickly. I'll tell you. I will, she suddenly screamed, grabbing at her last hope. But I only want to talk to her. Everyone else, go away. She pointed her chin at Chin Guilon. A police officer leading the team frowned. Hiyume, you have no right to make conditions with us. I'm not making conditions, Hisengu said excitedly, twisting her body. That child. Her situation is complicated. I only want to talk to her. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just shoot me. I have nothing to lose anyway, and maybe I can take someone down with me. She looked fearless, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. The police officer looked at Chin Guilon and Chin Jianjun, asking for their opinion. Chin Guilon took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll talk to her. Mom. Chin Jianjun was worried. It's okay. Chin Guilon patted her son's hand and gave him a reassuring look. I'm right outside the door. You're all outside too. She can't hurt me. 5 minutes later, in a makeshift office at the park management office. Hisengu was handcuffed to a chair. Opposite her, Chin Guilon pulled out a chair and sat quietly. The room was dim, with no lights on, only the light from outside the window outlining their standoff. Hisengu licked her cracked lips, her voice hoarse. If you want to know where your daughter is, I can tell you. But you have to promise me one thing. You have no right to make conditions with me, Chin Guilon said, returning her words exactly.
No.
I do, Hisengu said urgently. I know where your daughter is. I know how she's doing. If you don't agree, I won't say a word. I'll make sure you never find her, and you'll live in regret forever. Chin Guilon looked at her and suddenly smiled. Hiyume, do you think you've got a handle on my weakness? She asked. Hisengu didn't answer. She just stared at her with her triangular eyes, fixed and intense. I'll tell you, Chin Guilon said slowly, her voice quiet but sharp. Even if you don't say anything, Jianjun's father was in the military and has records. Jianjun is still in the military now. The police and military systems are both investigating. I don't believe I can't find my daughter. The reason I'm sitting here talking to you is just to find her faster, as soon as possible. If you tell the truth, maybe you can get a lighter punishment. If you don't, it doesn't matter to me. I will still find my daughter. After saying this, Chen Guilin stood up and looked like she was about to leave. This move completely broke down Hisanga's last mental barrier. Yes, her son is in the army, and he's very resourceful. If she doesn't speak, they will find out eventually. If she insists on staying silent, her only result will be a dead end. Wait, she shouted hoarsely. I'll tell everything. I'll tell you everything. Chen Guilin stopped and slowly turned around. Hisangu looked exhausted, slumping in her chair, gasping for breath, her eyes dark. Your daughter.
She was sold by me.
Even though she had guessed this result long ago, hearing the words, sold, made Chen Guilin's heart feel like a dull knife was stabbing her. The pain made her vision blur. Who was she sold to? Hisanga's mind drifted back to 14 years ago. That year, her husband was gambling outside and owed a lot of money. Debt collectors came every day, threatening to cut off his hands if he didn't pay. They were at their wits' end. At that time, she heard from a boss from a port city that he had a friend, also from the port city, named Chung. The couple had been married for many years and only had a son. They dreamed of having a daughter. They were planning to move from the port city to Yangcheng and said they would pay any amount to adopt a girl they liked. When Hisangu heard this, her eyes gleamed with greed. She thought to herself, I've raised Zhao Di, your daughter, for 5 or 6 years. I couldn't raise her properly. I found the couple from the port city. They liked Zhao Di very much and paid me a sum of money to buy her. And what about the child you brought here? Whose child is she? Hisangu casually pouted and said, I don't know whose child it was. When I was near your village, a woman approached me and offered me some money to help her switch a child. The child was brought over by her, and it seemed like her own kid. The air inside the house was heavy, like soaked cotton, making it hard to breathe. Hisangu was completely broken down, slumped in a chair like a pile of mud, with empty eyes. She explained everything clearly, telling about how she bought the daughter of the Chung family from Hong Kong City, named Zhao Di. The couple from the Chung family, the man was named Chung Di Hai, and I forgot the woman's name. They paid me 5,000 yuan and said they would treat Zhao Di as their own daughter, take her back to Hong Kong City, and give her a good life. 5,000 yuan. In the early 1980s, that was a huge amount of money that could make anyone go crazy. At a time when a household with 10,000 yuan could walk proudly in the village, 5,000 yuan was enough to build several big brick houses. Chen Jianjun clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged, wishing he could shoot this woman right now. But Chen Guilin was unusually calm. She stared at Hisangu and asked the most important question. You just said someone paid you back then to help switch a child? Hisangu nodded weakly. I ask you, who is that woman? Hisangu shook her head blankly, her cloudy eyes rolling as if struggling to remember what happened 20 years ago. I can't remember. I really can't remember. It was too dark, I couldn't see her face clearly. She covered her head with a cloth, only revealing her eyes. Not at all. Chen Jianjun moved closer, his voice filled with undeniable pressure. Think carefully. Her height, accent, or any special features. Hisangu shivered from his intimidation and desperately shook her head. All with northern accents, her height was average, not tall or short. I really can't remember. It seemed she suddenly remembered something and looked up. But I do remember her hands. Guilin's heart suddenly clenched. Her hands? What about them? Her hands didn't look like ours from the countryside. Hisangu tried hard to describe. They were rough, but the calluses on her hands were in strange places, especially her right thumb and index finger, yellow and thick, as if they had been worn down by years of twisting something hard. Her right thumb and index finger, yellow and thick. Chen Jianjun frowned and quickly thought in his mind. What kind of work left these marks? Twisting tobacco leaves?
Or...
Before he could figure it out, Chen Guilin suddenly swayed, her face turning as white as paper. Mom. Chen Jianjun quickly caught her. Chen Guilin didn't respond. Her mind was struck by a loud bang, as if a thunderclap had exploded. Her right thumb and index finger, yellow and thick. This pair of hands, she knew them very well. They belonged to her own sister, Chen Jinhua. When Chen Jinhua was young, To avoid working in the fields, she got someone to help her get a job at the county textile factory as a spinning worker. Back then, the conditions at the textile factory were very poor. The workshop was always filled with a strong smell of dye. Chun Jinhua did the hardest job, connecting the threads. Every day, she used her right thumb and index finger to quickly twist dyed cotton threads together. Day after day, year after year, the yellow dye soaked into her skin. No matter how she washed, it wouldn't come off. Her fingers also developed thick, yellow calluses. How could it be her? How could it be her? She was her own sister. In an instant, countless overlooked details from her past life flooded her mind like a tide, overwhelming her reason. She remembered that every time Qin Shuifan argued with her in her past life, she would run straight to Qin Jinhua's house. Qin Jinhua always sided with Qin Shuifan, criticizing her as a bad mother. Big sister, you're just showing favoritism. Jianjun is your son, and Shuifan is just part of your flesh and blood. Shuifan is already married. Why are you still so strict with her? What's wrong if she goes back to her parents' house to get some things? Your family is so big, why care about a little rice and flour? She also remembered one New Year's, when Qin Jinhua came to her house with 2 pieces of fine fabric, giving one to her and stuffing the other into Qin Shuifan's hand, smiling more warmly than her own mother. At that time, she felt a sour feeling inside, thinking her daughter and sister were closer than with her as their mother. She even remembered being driven into a dilapidated house by Chun Shuifan and Li Chong, starving and on the verge of death. Qin Jinhua had come to see her once. Through the drafty window, Qin Jinhua stood in the yard, sighed, and said to Qin Shuifan, "Shuifan, don't blame your mother too much. She's just stubborn. When she passes away, Andy will take care of you." At that moment, she was so hungry she felt dizzy and thought her sister was comforting Qin Shuifan. Looking back now, that wasn't comfort at all. It was clearly her own mother and daughter waiting for her. Obstacle. To die sooner. They had known all along. Qin Shuifan had long known she wasn't her biological daughter. Qin Jinhua was her real mother. Only she, the foolish one, was kept in the dark, tricked by her own beloved daughter and closest sister, drained of her strength and blood. In her past life, she never realized any of this until she died. A wave of bittersweetness rose in her throat, and Chun Guilan's vision blurred.
Mom.
What's wrong? Don't scare me. Chun Jianjun's voice was anxious. Chun Guilan bit her tongue hard, and the sharp pain cleared her mind a little. People of her generation had experienced war, famine, drought, and floods. Nothing was unfamiliar. These hardships brought her pain but also taught her resilience and courage. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, once full of sorrow and worry, now looked terrifyingly calm, like an endless deep well, with all the turbulent waves buried deep inside. She pushed away Qin Jianjun's hand and stood steadily. Then she turned around and looked at Hisengu, who was slumped in a chair, her voice hoarse but very clear. "Chengdi Hai, a businessman from Gangcheng, right?" Hisengu nodded instinctively. Qin Guilan then looked at the police officer nearby. Her previously hunched back straightened at this moment. "Comrade, sorry to trouble you. I hope you can find out about this case quickly and bring my daughter back," the police officer said. "Annie, don't worry. We will investigate this matter as soon as possible." "Thank you, officer." Qin Guilan's face was pale, and Qin Jianjun looked worried. "Mom, maybe we should go back to our hometown first." He lowered his voice, almost pleading. "You've been so upset. I'm afraid your health can't handle it. I'll ask Lao Qian to watch over things here." Qin Guilan shook her head, gently pushed his hand away, and spoke calmly, surprising Qin Jianjun. "Mom is fine. She's just a little tired. A rest will do her good." Qin Jianjun supported Qin Guilan as she sat down to rest, noticing her hands were cold. "Mom, how about I go back to our hometown with you? I still have some leave days saved." Qin Guilan shook her head, looking into the distance at the baney trees in Yuejiang Park. As long as Qin Jinhua is alive, she can't escape. Qin Jianjun saw that his mother seemed to recover quickly after a small shock. He felt relieved but also a bit confused. "Mom, you looked really upset just now. How come you're so calm now? Chen Guilin said. Jianjun, remember this. Things from the past, no matter how sad, have already happened. We can't change them. We shouldn't stay stuck in old pain and ignore the present. Finding your sister and taking care of Xuelian and her baby are more important than revenge. She would never let the tragedies of the past happen again. As for Chen Jinhua and her daughter Chen Suifan, Chen Guilan's eyes flashed with a cold light. I have the means and strength to deal with them. No need to rush. Seeing her calm demeanor, Chen Jianjun felt inspired and nodded. I understand, Mom. Wang Meihao and Qian Zhongjing had finished their work and came over to join them. Seeing Chen Guilan's face, both looked worried. Wang Meihao quickly stepped forward and held Chen Guilan's hand. Big sister Chen, are you okay? You scared me to death. Your face was so pale. Are you all right? Qian Zhongjing also came closer, showing concern. Auntie, maybe Jianjun can go with you to the clinic? The police are watching over things here. If I hear anything about your sister, I'll tell you immediately. Chen Guilin shook her head. Thanks for worrying about me. I'm just a little tired. I rested for a bit and I feel much better. She looked at the sky. It's almost mealtime. Let's go to the state-run restaurant. Jianjun, and I will treat you all to a simple meal. Seeing her face had indeed improved, they nodded. Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun stayed at a guest house near the police station to get news faster. With the police's help, they quickly found out about Nuno's foster parents. After getting the address and contact information, Chen Guilin didn't contact or visit right away. Instead, she left the initiative to the Chung family. After all these years, the Chung family raised Nuno, and Nuno didn't know about this until now. When she suddenly found out, she would definitely be caught off guard. Although she missed her daughter very much, Chen Guilin decided not to rush to accept anything. She wanted to respect Nuno and the Chung family's decision. All day, Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun stayed at the guest house, afraid they might miss a call from the Chung family. In the room, the orange-yellow light made the place look a bit dim. Chen Guilin sat by the window, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold. She looked outside, listening to the faint noise of the busy street. The night in Yangcheng was much livelier than her hometown in the north. She waited all day, but never received a call from the Chung family. Chen Jianjun sat nearby, feeling restless. He kept glancing at his mother, worried she might be upset. To him, it was heartbreaking to see his mother, after learning about her own child's whereabouts, being left waiting all day by the other family. But on her face, besides the initial tiredness, there was no sign of sadness or disappointment as he expected.
Mom, you...
Don't hold it in. Chen Jianjun finally couldn't help but speak. Maybe I should go ask the police if they missed anything. Chen Guilin slowly turned her head, looking at her son's worried face. Suddenly, she smiled. Kid, do you think your mother is suffering and in pain right now? Her voice was gentle, with a hint of teasing. Look at you, so restless. Someone might think you owe them 800 yuan. Chen Jianjun scratched his head awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm just worried about you. No news all day, and you were so excited before. Chen Guilin shook her head, her smile growing broader, showing her worldly wisdom. She put down her teacup, walked over to her son, and gently patted his shoulder. Yes, I was excited. After all, she's my own child. But after the excitement, life still goes on. Jianjun, your sister Nuno has lived at the Chung family for so many years. That's her familiar environment, with her family and friends. Chen Guilin's voice was soft but carried a calmness that couldn't be questioned. Suddenly telling her this, anyone would be shaken for a long time. Chen Jianjun didn't speak, just listened quietly. He saw his mother's profile, which under the light showed a gentle strength he had never seen before. As parents, we all want our children to be happy. That happiness should be based on her feeling comfortable, not something we force on her. Chen Guilin closed her eyes slightly, and her mind drifted to Nuno's vague childhood image. No matter what she chooses in the end, I will respect her. I won't force her to acknowledge me, nor will I force her to leave her familiar environment to live with us. That's not love. Love is respect and letting go. Compared to parents who never find their children and are always on the road, she felt she was much luckier. She opened her eyes and looked back at Qin Jianjun. Sometimes things in this world can't be rushed. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to mess things up. Maybe the Qing family didn't call because they have their reasons. They need time to process this, and Nyonya needs time too. Qin Jianjun was stunned. His upbringing was to face difficulties head-on and act quickly. But his mother's words made his restless heart gradually calm down, giving him a sense of openness he had never felt before. "Mom, what you said sounds a bit reasonable," he mumbled softly. "What do you mean? A bit reasonable?" Qin Guilin gently tapped his head. "Your mother has lived half her life, eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I have real-life experience." Just then, the door to their room opened. It was Xiaolin, the hotel staff. Seeing her, Xiaolin smiled and said, "Annie Chen, you have a phone call." The person on the line said his name is Cheng Dihai. Qin Guilin suddenly stood up. Her body moved faster than her thoughts, her legs like they were wound up, rushing straight to the door. "Oh dear, my old arms and legs," she muttered. But she kept moving without stopping. When she reached the door, she realized she was still wearing the hotel slippers, not her usual outdoor shoes. But she didn't care now. Her mind was already on the phone call. "Mom, take it slow," Qin Jianjun exclaimed and also stood up. Seeing his mother rush out without even changing her shoes, as lively as a jumping monkey, I couldn't help but smile a little. "You just said there was no rush." Qin Guilin didn't turn around, waving her hand, her voice tinged with excitement. "Different situation. Now we have news. Can't treat it the same." The phone at the guest house was in a small wooden counter downstairs. Qin Guilin hurried over, picked up the phone, her hand trembling a bit from excitement. "Hello, I am Qin Guilin." She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, gripping the receiver tightly. "Hello, I am Qin Guilin." Her voice was a little tense, but she tried to stay steady. On the other end, a man's voice came through, with a strong Hong Kong accent. It sounded calm, but carried a hint of caution. "Hello, Miss Chen." His voice was a bit deep. "I am Cheng Dihai, Mr. Cheng." Qin Guilin nodded slightly, even though he couldn't see her. Cheng Dihai paused for a moment before continuing. "The police came to our house this afternoon and told us everything. This situation. We need some time to process it." "I understand," Qin Guilin said softly. "This is sudden for you too, maybe even harder to accept." There was silence on the line. He didn't expect Qin Guilin to say such things, which eased his tense nerves a little. Over the years, many people traveled between Victoria Harbor City and Nanshui City. Some came under false pretenses, pretending to be relatives, all after the Chung family's wealth. Cheng Dihai was very cautious, worried about his daughter getting hurt again. "Miss Chen, I'm surprised you can say that," Cheng Dihai said sincerely, with less suspicion. "Our Chung family cares deeply for Haizhu. You might find it hard to imagine. Although she's not our biological daughter, she's our only girl. We've cherished her since she was little, treating her like a treasure." Hearing the name, Haizhu, Qin Guilin felt a wave of relief. Haizhu? It means Pearl of the Sea. Her daughter's foster parents truly seemed to like her and treat her well, just as Third Aunt said. This made the heavy stone in Qin Guilin's heart finally settle. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Mr. Chung, thank you and your wife for taking care of the child all these years. It is her good fortune to have met you. I am not here to take her away or disturb her current life. She has grown up and has her own thoughts and feelings. I only hope she is happy and doing well. Whether she recognizes me as her birth mother depends on her own choice. We will follow whatever makes her comfortable. I won't force her, and I will never cause trouble for her or your family. I just want to see her from afar, to know she is safe, and that will make me happy." On the other end of the phone, Qin Dihai's voice softened noticeably. "Ms. Chen, to be honest, over the years, Haizhu and we have been looking for her biological parents. We've met many people claiming to be her real family, but they just want to get benefits from us." Hearing this, Qin Guilin was a bit emotional. "Mr. Chung, are you saying that Haizhu has always known she is not Hiseng's child and has been searching for us all these years?" "Exactly. Haizhu knew from a very young age that she was not Hiseng's child." Cheng Dihai's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. We always told her that her biological parents are good people and they wouldn't abandon her. She believed this too and has been looking for you all these years. Hearing this, Chin Guilan's eyes welled up with tears. Her girl, her own daughter, had been searching for her all along. They talked a little longer about Haiju. Chung Di-hai and his wife invited her and Jianjun to visit their home. Chun Guilan agreed. After hanging up, she felt much better. Jianjun asked, "Mom, how is it?" Chun Guilan smiled and said, "Uncle Chung and Annie Fu invited us to their house the day after tomorrow, but we won't be able to see your sister this time." "Why not?" Jianjun asked, puzzled. Chun Guilan explained, "Your sister is now a senior technician at a factory in Yangcheng. She's abroad on a business trip and won't return for over half a month." Knowing her daughter's situation, the heavy burden that had weighed on Chin Guilan for 20 years finally eased. Although she hasn't seen her yet, just knowing she's doing well is more than enough. That night, Chun Guilan kept having broken dreams about her past life and her biological daughter. Although she didn't sleep well, she felt very energetic the next day and pulled Chin Jianjun to go shopping. "Let's go, Jianjun. Come with me to the state-run store." Seeing his mother walking so quickly, Chin Jianjun felt both reassured and amused. "Mom, you're changing so fast. Yesterday, you looked so worried. Can you blame me?" Chen Guilan rolled her eyes. "Yesterday, I didn't know how your sister was doing, so I was worried. Now I know she's fine, and my heart is full of happiness. Buying something nice for the person who raised your sister is just good manners." The mother and son arrived at the most grand department store in Yangcheng, the southern building. As soon as they entered, a special smell of snow cream, new fabric, and lively people hit them. The counters on the first floor were shining brightly. Salespeople in blue uniforms stood behind glass counters, holding their chins high, looking a bit proud. It was very crowded, with people shoulder to shoulder, and they had to shout to talk. Chen Guilan only glanced at the fashionable shirts and bell-bottom pants, then pulled her son straight to the second floor. She wanted to pick a decent gift for Chung Di-hai and his wife. "Comrade, please show me that Shanghai brand watch." Chen Guilan pointed at a men's watch in the display case. The salesperson lazily looked at them, then slowly unlocked the case with a key. Chun Jianjun took it and looked at it. The style was square, similar to what officers in the army wore. "Mom, this one is good. Shanghai brand, a big name." Chun Guilan waited in her hand and looked at a few other models nearby, but she felt they were not quite right. The Chung family was a big boss from Port City, used to seeing good things. Giving this would seem too ordinary. Just as she hesitated, a familiar voice came from behind. "Big Sister Chen? Jianjun? Is that really you?" She turned around and saw Wang Meihao. Today, she wasn't in her uniform but wore a fashionable floral dress, looking several years younger. "Miss Wang, what a coincidence." Chen Jianjun was also quite happy. "I'm off today. I came to buy a pair of leather shoes for my husband," Wang Meihao said with a smile, her eyes falling on the watch in Chen Guilan's hand. "Big sister, are you planning to buy a watch?" Chen Guilan nodded with some worry. She thought about buying a gift for Nuno's foster parents, but found the styles here too ordinary and not impressive enough. Wang Meihao immediately cheered up and lowered her voice. "Sister, you've come to the right person. The goods in this department store are all bought in bulk, and the styles are old. You also need a receipt. I know a place that has much more than this store. They even have imported items and rare things. You'll be spoiled for choice." Chen Guilan's eyes lit up. "Really? There's such a place." "Of course," Wang Meihao waved mysteriously. "Reform and opening up have made many new ways to get things. Come on, I'll take you to see." Wang Meihao led them through winding alleys into an area not far from the train station. This place was completely different from the fancy department store earlier. The streets were narrow, crowded with people. On both sides, there were many stalls and shops. People sold clothes, tapes, electronic watches, and the sounds of shouting and bargaining filled the air. It was noisy, but the lively, energetic atmosphere made people feel excited. Wang Meihao, like a fish familiar with these waters, skillfully led the mother and son through the crowd, finally entering a small, unremarkable building. All these things come from Port City, and you can't see them outside. As soon as they entered, Chen Jianjun's eyes widened. The shop was small, but the shelves were packed with goods. There were Swiss military knives, French perfumes, Japanese calculators, and even Coca-Cola, which he had only seen in pictures. A boss in a floral shirt quickly greeted Wang Meihao warmly. "Miss Wang, what wind brought you here today? Stop joking." "I brought friends to help your business." Wang Meihao pointed to Chen Guilin. "Show my sister some good stuff." The boss understood immediately and carefully took out a few velvet boxes from behind the counter. "Look, sister. This is a plum blossom watch, fully automatic. The boss over in Port City likes to wear it. This one is for women, French perfume. Just a little spray, and it smells wonderful." Chen Guilin immediately liked the plum blossom watch and also picked a beautifully packaged perfume for Mrs. Chen. "Boss, how much are these 2 items?" The boss held up 5 fingers. 500. Chen Jianjun took a deep breath. The shopkeeper chuckled. "Comrade, this is a 500 foreign exchange note. If you exchange it for the larger denomination, it would be more. But since you are Sister Wang's friends, I won't charge you the fee. I'll give you a cost price. Here is the amount." Although it was cheaper, the price was still high. Chen Jianjun was about to pay when he saw his mother, without a frown, counting money from her cloth bag and paying directly. After paying, she suddenly remembered her daughter was studying tractors and asked, "Boss, do you have any small models of tractors?" "Made of metal, very detailed, preferably from abroad." The shopkeeper paused, surprised that an elderly lady would ask about this. He looked at Chen Guilin a few times, scratched his head, and said, "Models? Yes, I have some. They are ordered by ship owners and placed in their offices. Very expensive, not for ordinary people." He then took a covered object from a cabinet inside. He lifted the cloth, revealing a small tractor model about the size of a palm, made of brass and various metal parts. Gears, pistons, connecting rods. Each part was crafted with great detail, so delicate that it was hard to look away. "Mom, this is so beautiful." Chen Jianjun, a soldier, was naturally fascinated by machinery. Chen Guilin's heart was instantly captured. "How much is this?" The shopkeeper made an 8 gesture with his hand.
800.
Chen Jianjun was truly shocked. Such a small model, not a real tractor, and it costs 800 yuan. "Mom, this is too expensive." "We buy it." Chen Guilin interrupted her son firmly. Chen Jianjun. "Huh?" She turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Boss, wrap this, along with the watch and perfume from earlier, in the best boxes." Chen Jianjun immediately took out the envelope his wife gave him. "Use this." Chen Guilin shoved the envelope into Chen Jianjun's arms. "No need yours. Mom has money." Chen Jianjun, who had always been thrifty, saw his mother spending money so freely for the first time. "Mom, you're spending so happily. I almost don't know how to feel." While speaking, Chen Guilin looked around and saw that there were only a few people in the shop. She then took out a large gold bracelet from a hidden pocket inside her clothes and quietly showed it to the shop owner. "Boss, look at this. How much is it worth?" "I want to exchange it for some big unity coins." The shiny gold bracelet rested in Chen Guilin's rough palm, creating a strong contrast with her simple clothes. The shop owner examined the bracelet carefully, his enthusiasm turning into a professional attitude. He took the bracelet, didn't use a scale, but just felt its weight with his fingers, then squinted at it under the light, making a tisk sound. "Miss, this is a good piece. Pure gold, and quite heavy," he said with more sincerity. Chen Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. He swallowed hard and leaned close to his mother's ear, speaking very softly. "Mom, where did you get this bracelet? I didn't know you had such a treasure." He only remembered that their family was very poor, and even during New Year, they had to plan carefully just to eat some meat. When did she have such a hidden treasure? Wang Meihao also looked surprised. She glanced at the bracelet, then at Chen Guilin's calm face, and her opinion of her aunt was refreshed. This lady was definitely not an ordinary village old lady. "This was made by your dad. It's a bit poorly made, so I can only use it to exchange some money," Chen Guilin replied to her son. Then she turned to the shop owner. "Boss, just tell me how much this can be exchanged for. Deduct the money for those 3 items I mentioned earlier, and give me the rest in big unity coins." "Deal." The boss nodded enthusiastically. He quickly fiddled with his abacus. Miss, I'll give you 4,200 yuan for this bracelet. After deducting the price of the 3 items, it leaves 1,450 yuan. I'll give you the change. Wait, Chen Guilin interrupted him. For 50 yuan? Boss, you already paid me 800 yuan for the model earlier, and the watch and perfume are also high-priced items. You can't just count the bracelet like that, right? The boss chuckled and rubbed his hands. Miss, I run a business, so I have to make a profit, right? Your bracelet is good, but I also need to sell it at a profit. That's the cost. Chen Guilin didn't say anything. She simply reached out her hand, making a move to take back the bracelet. Hey, miss. Don't be in such a hurry. Seeing her gesture, the boss quickly held her back. The price is negotiable. Very negotiable. You are Wang Jie's friend, and I don't want to let you down. So, the model costs you 700, and I'll give you a small discount on the other 2 items. The bracelet I'll price at 4,300 yuan. How does that sound? This price is fair. Just ask around in all of Yangqing, you'll see. Chen Guilin finally withdrew her hand and nodded. All right, let's do it. In the end, the shopkeeper handed Chen Guilin a large stack of great unity bills. Chen Jianjun looked at the money and felt like he was dreaming. After paying the bill, Chen Guilin carefully put the remaining money into her pocket and patted it, feeling more at ease. She turned around and saw Chen Jianjun still looking distracted, which made her smile. Come on, get your mind back. I'll pick something for you and Xulian too. If you like anything, I'll buy it for you.
Huh?
Chen Jianjun suddenly looked up. Mom, no need. We don't lack anything. You little rascal, are you feeling itchy? Chen Guilin glared at him. If I say pick something, just pick it. No more nonsense. Hurry up before I change my mind. She pointed to a small, delicate women's watch in the display case. That one looks good. Xulian is a teacher, so wearing a watch to see the time is convenient and proper. That watch was also imported. Though small, it cost over 100 yuan. Chen Jianjun looked at his mother's firm expression and felt warm inside, but he couldn't help muttering, Mom, you're spending so much today, I'm a bit worried. You're not an old lady from our family, you're a little rich lady now. You're so stingy. Chen Guilin scolded with a smile, and she asked the shopkeeper to wrap the women's watch. When it was his turn, Chen Jianjun, a grown man, wasn't interested in watches or perfumes. He wandered around the shop and finally focused on a row of colorful tapes. Mom, I don't want anything else. Just buy me a few tapes, he said, pointing to a few. Like this one, Teresa Teng's Sweet Honey, and Nongqing Wanu. He, a tough soldier, loved listening to Teresa Teng's songs so much that he never dared to tell anyone. All right, I'll buy all of them for you. Chen Guilin waved her hand and picked a few tapes of operas for herself. Having lived through it again, she finally understood. Money doesn't come with you when you're born, and it doesn't go with you when you die. Holding on to it is just holding a pile of paper. Spending on family and making everyone happy, that's what truly matters. In her past life, she was frugal and penny-pinching her whole life. In the end, who benefited? It was Chen Suifan and her ungrateful daughter. After buying the expensive gift, Chen Guilin took the two of them to the nearby fabric market. The lively atmosphere here was even more bustling than a department store. Piles of colorful fabrics were stacked high, dazzling the eyes. Chen Guilin chose a thick khaki cloth, planning to make a pair of durable pants for each family member. Boss, how much is this fabric? Chen Jianjun asked. Young man, good eye. This is the latest style. 1.5 yuan per foot, no bargaining. The stall owner was a slim local man speaking fluent Mandarin. 1.5 yuan was even cheaper than in their northern county town. Chen Jianjun felt he was getting a good deal and reached out to pay. Wait. Chen Guilin quickly stopped her son, smiling as she stepped forward. She picked up the fabric, pinched it with her fingers, then examined it under the light. Boss, this fabric isn't good, she said slowly. Look here, it's frayed. And the color isn't even. This isn't the latest style. It looks like leftover stock, probably seconds. The stall owner's face stiffened. Auntie, you can't say that. I only sell good quality goods. Whether it's good or not, we farmers deal with cotton and fabrics every day. We can tell the difference, Chen Guilin said calmly, pointing to a small spot on the fabric. This fabric, I can only offer you 80 cents per foot.
If you want to sell, fine.
If not, we'll go to another shop. 80 cents? Annie, are you joking? I buy my supplies at a higher price than 9/10 of a yuan, no more. I'll stretch it out a bit and give you a round number. I want the rest of this bolt too. Miss, you're offering too little. If I sell it, I'll lose money and I won't even have enough for my underwear. 9/10 of a yuan really can't go higher. I'm sincere about buying. Just give me a fair price. I have several neighbors interested in buying fabric, and I'll recommend some customers to you later. Since you say so, Annie, I'll sell it for 9/10 of a yuan. This is the lowest price I can offer, the stall owner said reluctantly, selling the entire bolt to Chen Guilin at that price. Chen Jianjun watched in amazement. He had never seen shopping like this before in his life. Wang Meihao also watched happily and gave Chen Jianjun a big thumbs up. Jianjun, your mom is really talented. Her bargaining skills are better than ours here. Outsiders come here, and they're often taken advantage of. Your mom is an expert. Chen Guilin proudly patted the packed fabrics. Living well means being careful with money. Spend only what's necessary, and don't waste a single cent. Chen Jianjun saw this, and was surprised when she managed to lower the price of a yard of fabric by 6 mao. He had thought 1.5 yuan was cheap earlier. Wang Meihao covered her mouth and laughed. Jianjun learned from her. Your mom really knows how to live. Chen Guilin's actions completely won Wang Meihao over. She thought this big sister was not only wealthy and confident but also wise about life, making her feel very close. Next, Chen Guilin relaxed and started choosing practical but nice gifts that weren't expensive, like pretty scarves, hairpins, and keychains. With her 2 decades of good taste, she picked beautiful items every time. These were gifts for her new friends and neighbors. Though not costly, her thoughtful gestures made Chen Jianjun and Wang Meihao feel touched and remembered. That afternoon, the 3 of them returned loaded with bags. When it was time to leave, Chen Guilin took a piece of cut fabric from a bag and handed it to Wang Meihao. Thank you, Sister Wang. This fabric isn't expensive. Take it home and make a new outfit for your child. Oh no, big sister. I was just guiding you. I can't accept your gift. Wang Meihao quickly refused. Take it. Chen Guilin pushed the fabric into her arms, her face serious. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me, a rural old lady. We've met now, so come visit often. Seeing Chen Guilin's sincere face, Wang Meihao felt warm inside and finally accepted the gift. The next morning, they arrived early as planned with Cheng's family. Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun wore their new clothes from yesterday, brought gifts, and got into the car sent by Cheng's family. They headed to Cheng's small house in Yangcheng. The black car smoothly drove along the tree-lined street and finally stopped in front of a beautiful 2-story house. At the entrance of the Western-style building, a well-dressed middle-aged couple was already waiting. The woman is named Fu Meiwan. She wears a light-colored dress, her hair carefully styled, and a smooth pearl necklace around her neck. She keeps smoothing non-existent wrinkles on her dress, looking a bit nervous. Dihai, do you think I'm overdressed? Will it scare them? She quietly asks her husband beside her. Chung Dihai wears a fresh white shirt, his hair neatly combed. He holds his wife's hand and gently pats it. No, you look good and appropriate. He comforts her softly, though he's secretly amused. He teases, I don't know who it was, but the day before yesterday, I got a call from the police and was so nervous, worried they were here to take our daughter. I couldn't sleep all night. Fu Meiwan blushes and lightly hits his arm, giving him a playful glare. Do you think you're the only one who can get what you want? I don't know who it was, but in the middle of the night, they couldn't sleep either, and they went to the living room to dance in front of the potted plant, humming a tune. Chung Dihai's face suddenly turns red. He coughs awkwardly and explains that's not. I was just stretching my muscles. Middle age means more exercise. Fu Meiwan wants to say more, but she hears her husband softly remind her. The car is here. She immediately straightens up, adjusts her expression, and her gentle eyes focus on the parked car. The car door opens and first out comes a tall, handsome young man, Chen Jianjun. He's dressed in a brand new military-style uniform, looking energetic. Next, Chen Guilin steps out of the car. She wears a deep blue silk shirt with black pants and clean cloth shoes. Her hair is neatly combed. Though her face shows signs of age, her eyes are bright, and she exudes a calm, sharp aura. Seeing Chen Guilin, all of Fu Meijuan's last worries and caution suddenly disappear. She had imagined many possibilities. Could she be a crying, tantrum-throwing rural woman? Or a greedy person who demands money at once? The woman in front of me looks clean and respectable, with a calm and reassuring presence. Chen Guilin feels a warm feeling rise in her heart when she sees Fu Meijuan. She is the person who raised her daughter and helped her. She appears gentle and well-mannered. With someone like her caring for Nyonyo, she feels at ease. Their eyes meet in the air and both see kindness and understanding in each other's faces. Big Sister Chen, Comrade Jianjun, please come in. You must be tired from the journey, Fu Meijuan quickly reacts, greeting them with a friendly smile. Mrs. Chung, Mr. Chen, sorry to bother you. Chen Guilin responds with a smile as they walk into the house. The small house is warm and elegant, with spotless wooden floors, soft sofas, and a few oil paintings on the walls, showing the host's good taste and wealth. As soon as they sit on the sofa, Chen Guilin places several large paper packages on the coffee table. Mr. Chung, Mrs. Chung, since this is our first visit, we don't know what you like. We brought some small gifts as a token of our kindness. Fu Meijuan looks at the big paper packages on the table, her face showing a gentle and slightly embarrassed smile. Big Sister Chen, we are already happy that you and Comrade Jianjun came. You don't need to bring so many things. Please take them back. Chung Dihai agrees, saying, it's enough that you came. No need to be so polite. Chen Guilin smiles but says nothing, just signals to her son with her eyes. Chen Jianjun understands his mother's meaning. He stands up a little shy and picks up the neat square box on top. He opens it and pushes it toward Chung Dihai. Uncle Chung, this is for you. Inside the box is a brand new plum blossom watch, with a gold face shining under the light. Chung Dihai is a businessman and immediately recognizes it as a popular style, quite expensive. This is too valuable. Chen Jianjun then opens another delicate small box, revealing an elegant bottle of French perfume. Aunt Fu, this is for you. Fu Meijuan looks at the perfume, a bit surprised. She recognizes the brand. It's one she uses often. She didn't expect an elderly woman from a northern countryside to choose such a gift. This coincidence makes her feel a little closer to her. You are so thoughtful. Fu Meijuan's voice becomes even softer. Chen Guilin waved her hand with a simple smile on her face. They're just small, inexpensive things. I'm glad you like them. Although these gifts were valuable, the Chung family thought they were reasonable. However, what Chen Jianjun took out next changed the expressions of the couple. It was a thick cloth-wrapped object. When opened, a brass-colored model tractor appeared before everyone. The model was only palm-sized, but every part was very detailed, with clear tire treads. Fu Meijuan paused her breath. Last time, I heard you say Haiju is a technician at the tractor factory. Chen Guilin looked at the model with a kind expression. We don't understand high-tech things, but we saw this little toy on the street. It's very finely made, and we thought she might like it. Chung Dihai and Fu Meijuan exchanged glances, both moved by the gesture. They had bought jewelry and luxury cars for their daughter, but never thought of giving her a tractor model. This gift wasn't about money. It was about genuine care and respect. This unknown mother truly cared about Haiju, understanding her career and preferences. She will like it. She will love it very much, Fu Meijuan said with teary eyes. Chen Jianjun watched the reactions of the Chen couple, feeling happy. He then took a plain, long wooden box from his bag. Chen Guilin pushed the box to the center of the coffee table. This is for both of you. It's a local specialty from the mountains in the north, used for health. Chung Dihai smiled and accepted it. Mrs. Chen, you're too kind. He had traveled all over for business and received many so-called local specialties, but he saw it as a token of kindness. He casually opened the wooden box. As the box opened, A strong, unique medicinal aroma filled the entire living room. The scent was not overwhelming but calming and soothing. Chung Dihai's smile froze. He looked down and saw a complete ginseng root lying quietly on red silk cloth. The ginseng had clear roots, tight leaves, elegant shape, and a smooth, waxy shine. As a merchant in Gangcheng who deals with many rare medicinal herbs, Chung Dihai's heart suddenly clenched at just one glance. He carefully lifted the ginseng, brought it close, and examined it closely, even breathing more softly.
This
reed bowl. His fingers trembled slightly as he pointed to the top of the ginseng. 1, 2, 3. How is this possible? Pu Meiwan also came over, puzzled, and asked, Dihai, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this ginseng? Wrong? This is more than just wrong. Chung Dihai's voice changed tone. He suddenly looked up at Chen Guilan, full of shock. Miss Chen, do you know what this is? This is wild mountain ginseng. Look at the top and the skin color. It's at least 100 years old. Such 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Now, even with money, you can't buy this kind of life-saving treasure. Jianjun Chen nearby almost dropped his jaw. What is this? 100 years? He only knew that his mother used to go to the mountains often when she was young, collecting herbs. Sometimes, if lucky, she could dig up some ginseng, but they were small and sold for a few coins at the pharmacy to help the family. He had no idea that his mother still kept such a powerful treasure. This time his mother brought a wooden box, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 of them. Could they all contain such ginseng? Pu Meiwan also covered her mouth. Although she didn't understand ginseng, she could tell from her husband's tone that this thing was priceless. But Chen Guilan still looked calm and relaxed. She slowly picked up her teacup and took a sip. Oh, what 100 years, or not. We country folks can't tell the difference. A few years ago, I often went to the mountains and happened to dig up some from an old cliff. This ginseng strengthens the body and is good for health. I give this to you to help your health. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. I still have such ginseng at home. For us, it's a valuable mountain product we can show off. If you want more, just go back to the mountains and dig some. Don't be shy. Pu Meiwan and Chung Dihai exchanged glances, knowing that delaying would only make things more awkward. All right, then we'll accept it. Thank you, sister. At that moment, a woo-woo sound accompanied by a loud cough came from under the sofa. Oh no, Chiu-Chiu. Pu Meijuan's face changed. She quickly bent down and picked up a small white dog from under the sofa. The little dog named Chiu-Chiu was at this moment struggling to breathe, stretching its neck and kicking its legs. It made clicking sounds in its throat, as if something was stuck. Its face was flushed red from effort. What's wrong? It was fine just now. Pu Meiwan was sweating nervously, patting the dog's back repeatedly. Dihai, quickly. Call Dr. Zhang. Chung Dihai also panicked. He immediately stood up to find the phone. Wait. A calm voice interrupted. Chen Guilan stood up and walked a few steps to Pu Meiwan. She looked at the small dog, then reached out with her rough fingers, gently feeling the dog's neck and belly. Don't worry. It's just choking on food or something sticky, Chen Guilan said calmly, with a reassuring tone. Do you have lard or sesame oil in your kitchen? Yes. Yes. The housemaid, sisterly, ran out after hearing this. Go bring me a small spoon of lard, the semi-solid kind, Chen Guilan ordered. Pu Meiwan held the dog, tears almost to her eyes. Sister, is this okay? Or should we take it to the hospital? Chen Guilan ignored her. She took the lard from Sisterly, pinched a small piece with her finger, then opened the dog's mouth with one hand and quickly spread the lard on the dog's tongue with the other. Chiu-Chiu struggled a little, making a louder clicking sound in its throat. Then it suddenly stretched its neck and swallowed loudly, as if gulping down something. Within seconds, the dog's breathing became steady again, and it stopped coughing. It looked a bit sad, sticking out its tongue to lick the oil near its mouth, then barked twice. It jumped out of Pu Meijuan's arms and wagged its tail happily around Chen Guilan's feet. The whole process was so quick it was hard to see clearly. Pu Meiwan and Chung Dihai both stared in shock, standing there blankly. Chen Guilan clapped her hands and sat back on the sofa, calmly explaining dogs, like people, can choke if they eat too quickly. Just a little oil to help things slide down and it'll be fine. Nothing serious. Fu Meiwan looked at her lively dog at her feet and then at Chen Guilon's calm face, feeling a storm inside her. Who exactly is this Chen's sister? She was so different from the old country woman they imagined. She was so impressive. Fu Meiwan walked over and tightly held Chen Guilon's hand, her voice full of gratitude and respect. Sister Chen, thank you so much for today. Chen Guilon waved her off casually. It's nothing, just a small favor. Fu Meijuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She was so excited she almost couldn't speak clearly. It seemed she remembered something and turned around to take a beautifully wrapped photo album from a cabinet in the living room. Sister Chen, Haiju specifically asked me before she left. She said if her family comes to see her, give this to them. Fu Meiwan carefully placed the album in front of Chen Guilon and gently opened the first page. It was a red velvet-covered album, a few years old. The edges were worn and frayed, but it was well preserved. Sister Chen, these are photos of Haiju when she was a child. She said if one day you come, you must see them. Inside, there were photos from black and white to color, showing the growth of a girl. Chen Guilon's fingers softly brushed over a black and white photo. The girl in the picture looked about 6 or 7 years old, very thin, wearing old clothes that didn't fit well, standing in the luxurious living room of the Chung family, with a shy, curious look in her eyes. Her eyes suddenly turned red. This was her little girl, her Nyo-Nyo, whom she had missed for 20 years. Fu Meiwan pointed at the photo and gently explained, this is when Haiju first came to our home. She didn't talk much, ate very carefully, afraid we wouldn't give her enough food. This is when she was 8, going to school for the first time, wearing a new dress, so happy she couldn't sleep that night. This is when she was 10, winning first place in the school's painting contest, coming home with a certificate, and the first time she hugged me voluntarily. This is when she was 18, insisting on working at the tractor factory as a technician, saying women can do half the work, and she wanted to build the best tractor in our country. Chen Guilon wiped her tears and smiled happily. That stubborn personality is just like mine, just like mine. Page after page, year after year. These photos were like fragments of time, slowly piecing together a past Chen Guilon had never been part of, filling the huge, empty gap in her heart. When Fu Meiwan turned a page, Chen Guilon's fingers suddenly froze. It was a close-up photo of Haiju from her youth. Under the sunlight, she was smiling brightly, and her eyes were clearly visible in the picture. One eye was a normal brown color. The other had a faint, glass-like blue hue. Her eyes. Chen Guilon's voice choked with emotion, almost unable to speak. They looked just like her father's, exactly the same. Chen Jianjun also leaned in to look. When he saw her eyes, the usually strong man's eyes turned red. Sure enough, they looked just like her father's. Fu Meiwan and Cheng Dihai exchanged a glance, both feeling deeply moved. We always thought her eyes were very beautiful. Maybe she had some minority blood. Turns out, they look like her dad's. Chen Guilon looked at the photo. Mrs. Chung, when did Haiju find out that she wasn't actually the biological daughter of Hisengu? Hearing this, Fu Meijuan's gentle expression faded, replaced by a look of pain and anger. That Hisengu is not a good person at all, she said, her voice trembling with anger. When Haiju first came to our home, she was covered in wounds. She was so small, barely taller than the stove, yet she had to stand on a small stool to cook for the family. Before dawn, she'd go up the mountain to gather pig grass. If she moved too slowly, she'd be beaten. Once, when she was only 5, she had a high fever, and Hisengu forced her to wash a big basin of clothes by the river. Hisengu's man came home drunk, and when he saw she hadn't cooked, they argued. That's when they mentioned Haiju's background. She was hiding behind the door, listening to everything. From that moment on, she insisted on finding her real parents. Later, when we adopted her, she told us everything. We accepted her, and that's why she was willing to stay with us. Chen Guilon looked at these photos, watching her daughter grow from a small child into a talented and ambitious young woman. Her heart was full of gratitude. Thank you all. Thank you for raising her so well. Thank you. All her words finally boiled down to this simple expression of thanks. Big sister Chen, please don't say that. Chung Di-hai also had tears in his eyes. The sentimental businessman from Hong Kong waved his hand. We should be thanking Haiju. Our son went to Hong Kong early to develop his career, and he only comes back once a year. Over the years, Haiju has been by our side, bringing us endless happiness. Being able to raise her well is our blessing.
Fu Meijuan nodded in agreement.
Yes, Haiju, like you, is strong, capable, and has her own ideas. We never treated her as an outsider. She is our own daughter. Her girl, Nyo, met the best foster parents in the world. Chen Guilan seemed to remember something and took out a small notebook and a pencil from her bag. Mrs. Chung, can you tell me about Haiju? What does she like to eat? Is there anything she doesn't like? She opened the notebook, which she had learned to write in at the literacy class. The writing was crooked, like a child's drawing, but she wrote very carefully, afraid of missing any words. Fu Meiwan watched her with a mix of emotion and amusement. She likes sweet things and spicy food. Our kitchen always has chili sauce. She doesn't like bitter melon and celery. She says they have a strange taste. Her stomach isn't good, so she can't eat cold food. Even in summer, she drinks warm water. She likes reading books any kind. She also enjoys tinkering with machine parts. We even set up a small workshop for her. Chen Guilan carefully wrote down each word, softly muttering, "No bitter melon, just like her father. Picky and loves spicy food, just like me." Chun Jianjun watched nearby, feeling a complex mix of emotions. This is his mother. No matter when, her greatest concern is always whether her children are eating well and staying warm. The two families enjoyed talking, from Haiju's childhood to her work, as if they had endless stories to share. Fu Meiwan said, Haiju is now working on a research project abroad. Communication is difficult there. We've sent her an urgent telegram, but we might have to wait a few days for her reply. No rush, no rush. Whatever time it takes, it's fine. Chen Guilan kept waving her hand. As long as she knew her daughter was safe and sound, she was happy. Chen Guilan and Fu Meiwan grew closer, initially talking mostly about Haiju. Later, they discovered they both supported revolutionary causes and fought against enemies, and they felt like long-lost sisters, talking passionately. After dinner, they talked so much that Chen Jianjun and Chung Di-hai looked surprised. Before leaving, Fu Meiwan gave Chen Guilan an album. Big sister Chen, this is a gift from Haiju for you. Please take it home. Chen Guilan smiled as she took the money. Thank you, Meiwan. When Haiju comes back, you all can come to the island. I'll cook something delicious for you. My cooking skills are just as good as those of the chefs at the state-run restaurants. That's great. I can't miss it. Today, you and Jianjun take your time on the way back. Once Haiju returns, I'll come right away. All right. After watching Chen Guilan leave, Chung Di-hai and Fu Meiwan went into the room and talked about their impressions of Chen Guilan. Fu Meijuan's face was full of smiles. Haiju's biological mother is really interesting. I never thought I'd make such a good sister like her in this life. Seeing her proud expression, Chung Di-hai couldn't help but speak. I told you Chen Dijia was good. Yesterday, you said I was bad at judging people. You said she might be pretending. Now, who's proven right? Fu Meiwan pinched him, making him grimace. I was just worried. Who knew Chen Jia would be so fun? She even said she wants to take me and Haiju to go clam digging. I've never done it before, so it must be fun. Chung Di-hai sighed affectionately. She's grown up, but when she talks about playing, she's just like a kid. I really can't do anything about her. But his wife was right. Chen Dijia was really a good person. Open, friendly, sensible. They could stay in touch in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Guilan was also talking with Chen Jianjun, saying how lucky their daughter was to meet such caring foster parents who loved her. Their first meeting went very well, and both sides were happy. The next morning, Chen Jianjun went to the dock to buy tickets for the afternoon boat ride back. Chen Guilan nodded, looked out the window at the busy streets of Yangcheng, full of cars and people. Jianjun, we still have half a day. Come with me to the market again. Jianjun was surprised. Mom, do we need to go again? We already bought enough things. Chen Guilan's eyes sparkled. The sharpness of a militia captain returned. Who says we're done shopping? I saw yesterday those ready-made clothes in the market, like those dinky liang shirts and bell-bottom pants, so fashionable. The military wives on the island wear the same few outfits all year. They'll love it. She patted the inside of her coat pocket, where a thick stack of money she had exchanged yesterday was kept. I was thinking, since we are here, why not buy some ready-made clothes to sell? Shou Lian's baby bump. When your sister gets married in the future, there will be many expenses for food, drinks, and daily needs. We should save more money. In the past, everyone bought fabric and made their own clothes, saving for a long time to get one piece. But since the reform and opening up, many things no longer require tickets. People's long-suppressed desire to buy has exploded, and even selling what we buy can make a profit. Mom, you're really quick-witted. Chen Jianjun followed behind, admiring his mother's energetic figure. He only thought about bringing something for Shou Lian, never considered this. Chen Guilan didn't look back and walked quickly. You're a soldier, always thinking about protecting the country. That's normal. But in daily life, you need money for firewood, rice, oil, salt, and everything else. She stopped and looked back at her tall son with bright eyes. Your sister has found someone. When she gets married, won't we need to prepare a decent dowry? Shou Lian is pregnant with 2 babies. When they come out, their food, clothes, and daily needs will be endless pits. Our family has little savings. We should take advantage of the opportunities during this reform and opening up, work hard now. Otherwise, what will we have to enjoy good food and drinks later? She has many plans for the future. She's only 50, just the age to take risks and try new things. Chen Jianjun was stunned by her words. He only saw what was in front of him, but his mother had already planned for the family for the next 10 or more years. It's still my mom. He puffed out his chest. Where you point, I'll go. Just doing some moving work, I promise to get the job done. Chen Guilan was amused by his confident attitude and gave him a playful glare. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, or the good stuff will be taken by others. Mother and son immediately set off again, heading for the clothing wholesale market in Yangcheng. With yesterday's experience, Chen Guilan was even more confident this time. She knew exactly where to go, straight to the ready-made clothing stalls. Boss, how much for these bell-bottom pants? She picked up a pair of deep blue pants, with wide legs that are now considered fashionable. Ma'am, good eye. These are the latest styles from Hong Kong City. 15 yuan each, no bargaining. The young boss was quick-talking and sharp.
Chen Wuitian did not speak.
He turned the pants inside out and carefully checked the seams and fabric. Then he picked up a pink, good-quality shirt. How about the shirt? It's cheap, only 8 yuan. Look at this material, smooth and shiny. Wearing it makes you look lively and feel cool. Chen Guilan placed the pants and shirt on the counter and straightforwardly said, the pants are 10 yuan, the shirt 5 yuan. That's the price I pay for each. I'll buy 20 of each first. If they sell well, I'll buy more from you later. The shop owner's smile froze on his face. Auntie, your prices are too low. I usually pay more for these goods. You're asking for my life. Chen Guilan remained calm and explained her offer logically. Young man, I'm here to do honest business. These pants are good quality, but look at the waist, it's too big. Women in the South have smaller frames, so they're hard to sell. I'll take them back and have someone alter them. That's extra cost. She pointed at the shirt. This shirt has a nice color, but the buttons are sewn unevenly, clearly rushed, and poor quality. I'll have to resew the buttons myself. Her reasoning was clear and reasonable. The shop owner was stunned, scratching his head. He had thought his clothes were good, but after hearing her, he saw problems everywhere. It felt like he was selling defective items. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Guilan knew she had a chance. She pressed on. Young man, give me a fair price. I'll be a regular customer in the future. In a city as big as Yangcheng, meeting you is fate. The shop owner, worn down by her words and sincere tone, gritted his teeth.
All right.
Auntie, I give in. 10 yuan for the pants, 5 yuan for the shirt. I'll sell them to you. Deal. Chen Jianjun watched this unfold with amazement. Next, Chun Guilin acted like a general inspecting her territory, leading Qin Jianjun through the market as they swept through. Her sharp eyes, combined with her 2 decades of experience and good taste, helped her pick out trendy, brightly colored clothes that were rare on Jiao Island. Anything with floral patterns, denim jackets, or batwing tops. If she thought it could sell and the price was right, she waved her hand. Pack it up. She spent the money she had exchanged yesterday, leaving only a few small bills. Chun Jianjun was initially shocked, then numb, and finally just focused on working hard. He carried many bags of different sizes in both hands and tucked 2 under his arms, looking like a coconut tree full of coconuts. Passers-by couldn't help but look at them with curiosity, especially when they saw Qin Jianjun, a tall and brave soldier, surrounded by colorful women's bags. The scene looked quite funny. Chun Jianjun was shy and felt a little embarrassed being watched. He lowered his voice and asked, "Mom, have we bought too much? Can we carry all this onto the boat?" "Don't worry. It's all money." Qin Guilin patted a bulging woven bag, her eyes shining like a spotlight. "When we exchange all this for money, I'll build you the biggest and brightest toilet on Jiaoshi Island." Chun Jianjun almost lost his balance and nearly fell. His mother's way of thinking was hard to understand. Why suddenly want to build a toilet? "Mom, isn't there a public toilet on the island?" Chun Guilin replied, "You don't understand. This toilet is still more convenient than the one at home. Now, the family yard only has public toilets. The last time he went, he had to run far away and sit close to others in the squat toilet. If he had diarrhea and couldn't hold it, he might have soiled his pants before reaching the toilet, losing face and dignity." She, who had grown up taking baths in communal baths, found it inconvenient. Xulian, who had grown up like a noble lady, probably wouldn't like it either. And later, when her daughter and Meiwan came, she couldn't just drag them to use the toilet without clothes. If they had money, they should build one at home. After buying clothes, mother and son carried their big and small bags, hired a tricycle, and huffed and puffed to the dock. The boat was an old diesel-powered passenger ship with a smell of diesel, sweat, and various foods inside. They bought the cheapest bunk ticket, squeezing dozens of people into one large cabin. After finding their bed, Chun Jianjun arranged his mountain of luggage, sat down exhausted, feeling like his arms didn't belong to him anymore. Chun Guilin, however, was full of energy. She took out corn cakes and preserved meat from her cloth bag, along with a water bottle. "Are you hungry? Eat something to fill your stomach." Chun Jianjun took the cake and started nibbling with the water. She looked at her mother, who was clearly more tired than herself, but showed no sign of fatigue. Her heart was filled with both concern and admiration. Chun Guilin was eating some preserved meat and drinking honey water, feeling very comfortable. The boat set sail, accompanied by a long whistle, and the busy scene of Yangcheng gradually disappeared from view. After several days and nights of rough seas, "We're here. Reef's Island is ahead," someone in the cabin shouted, and everyone became excited. Chun Guilin and Qin Jianjun also stood up and followed the crowd onto the deck. When they saw the familiar, bare Reef's Island on the horizon, Chun Jianjun felt a strong sense of relief and homecoming. After getting off the boat, the two stood on the dock, looking at the pile of luggage in front of them, feeling a bit worried. Just as Chun Jianjun was about to roll up his sleeves and start carrying the luggage one trip at a time, a green military truck suddenly stopped in front of them with a squeak. A familiar, dark head peeked out of the window. It was the young soldier who had come to the island with Qin Guilin last time. "Hey, Deputy Group Leader? Aunt Qin? Is that you?" The young soldier's eyes lit up when he saw them. Then he was surprised again by the pile of luggage at their feet. "Wow, you all brought the supply station back." Qin Guilin smiled happily. "Little comrade, long time no see. We just went to visit relatives in the city, saw some good things and bought a few to sell." "Perfect. I came to pick up a few new military wives, and I can take you all along. Come on, let me help you carry." With the young soldier's help, the luggage was finally loaded onto the truck. The truck started with a jolt and drove along the bumpy dirt road toward the residential area. Qin Guilin sat in the truck bed, the sea breeze blowing her hair. She looked at the gray military barracks in the distance, thinking that this trip had been truly rewarding. Not only did she find her daughter's whereabouts, but she also managed to make a little profit. She noticed a new military wife nearby who kept secretly watching her bag with curiosity. She quietly unzipped a small opening, revealing various ready-made clothes inside. The woman saw the beautiful clothes, and her eyes lit up. "Auntie, are you selling these clothes?" As soon as she asked, other military wives around looked over, also eager to see the clothes and hoping to buy some. "Yes, yes, I am selling." Chen Guilin happily grinned and gave Chen Jianjun a proud look. "See, I told you this business would come to us." Chen Jianjun secretly gave his mother a thumbs up. As expected, experience makes one wiser. The few military wives were initially just curious. When they heard the clothes were for sale, their eyes lit up and they quickly gathered around. "Auntie, how do you sell these clothes? This blue shirt is really nice. What material is it made of? Oh, and there are skirts too. You can't buy these on our island. Reef Island only has a small supply store that sells basic daily necessities. The clothes are old-fashioned and plain, with only a few styles available." These young military wives, who came from the city with their husbands, are at an age where they love to look good. Seeing so many fashionable styles made them very excited. Suddenly, the truck bed was lively like a small market. Chen Guilin saw how excited they were and kindly reminded them, "Be careful on this island's uneven roads. The vehicle will shake. Ladies, stay safe. We still have some time before heading home, so take your time looking." She fully opened her packages and showed each item. "These are all from Guangzhou. The fabric is good, the styles are new, and the prices are fair." One of the youngest-looking military wives, with a round face, was holding a light yellow Dingliang shirt, loving it but also hesitant. "Annie, this shirt looks nice, but I have dark skin. Would wearing this color make me look darker?" Another military wife beside her also looked over. "Xiao Lu, I think you'd look better in darker colors. This one is a bit tricky for everyone." Hearing this, the round-faced wife's happiness turned to disappointment, and she was about to put the shirt back.
Who said that?
Chen Guilin quickly took the shirt and, without hesitation, held it against her. "What do you mean dark? This is a healthy wheat color. City girls can't even get this tan." Her words were sincere, not like a compliment. "This light yellow suits your skin tone perfectly. It makes you look lively. Look, there's a little lace on the collar. So cute." While talking, Chen Guilin suddenly pulled out a deep blue A-line skirt from another package, as if performing magic. "Pair this skirt with the shirt, tuck the hem in, and you'll look great. Like the celebrities on the magazine." Hearing this, Xiao Lu's eyes lit up again. The other military wives looked at how Chen Guilin quickly put together a matching outfit and also felt surprised. "Hey, I have to say, this matching set actually looks pretty good. Yeah, it's much better than just looking at one piece of clothing alone." Chen Guilin saw that the clothes were almost ready and smiled at Xiao Lu. "Girl, trust Auntie.
Try it on.
If it doesn't look good, I won't take your money." Chen Jianjun stood nearby, watching his mother work so smoothly, with his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He never expected his mother to be so good at selling clothes for the first time. Xiao Lu was so moved by her words that she immediately took out her money. Just then, a quiet military wife who had been silently watching spoke up. She looked a few years older, with a calmer demeanor, wearing a plain white dress that made her look less attractive. "Big sister, don't just focus on helping others. Can you help me pick out a few outfits too?" She smiled politely. "I don't know much about these things. You have good taste, so help me choose a few to wear." Seeing this, Chen Guilin knew she had a big customer. She quickly assessed the woman's figure and temperament. "Young lady, you're tall and fair-skinned. Anything you wear will look good. But I can tell you're steady, so I wouldn't recommend anything too flashy." As she finished speaking, everyone's attention was on her. Chen Guilin held a sky-blue double silk blouse and pulled out a pair of navy blue suit pants from her bag. "Look at this, young lady." She handed the clothes over. "You're tall and fair. Wearing this sky blue color makes you look energetic. The fabric is smooth and cool for summer. Pair it with these pants. They're neat and sharp-looking. Perfect for a meeting at the military or a trip to the county. It won't make you look out of place. The military wife, surnamed Zhou, was the wife of the instructor in the camp. She tried on the clothes and found them comfortable and stylish. Mrs. Zhou, this outfit looks great and really shows your elegance. Xiao Lu sincerely praised. Mrs. Zhou also felt satisfied but hesitated when she looked at the ill-fitting dress she was wearing. This dress was bought for her by someone from Nanchi City, costing quite a bit of money, but whenever she wore it, she always felt something was off. Chen Guilin, with her years of experience, immediately saw through her thoughts. Girl, when women choose clothes, it's not about the price but whether it fits well. With your figure, you should wear something that shows off your waist. This dress is too loose and hides your good shape. Her words touched Sister Zhou's heart, and her eyes looked at Chen Guilin with more trust. Big sister, you have a good eye. Besides this one, could you help me pick out another outfit? I usually take care of the kids and want to wear something comfortable. No problem, Chen Guilin said happily. She turned around and quickly found a beige cotton shirt and a military green skirt from her bag. Look at this set. The shirt is cotton, so it absorbs sweat. The skirt is easy to move in. Whether you're playing with the kids in the courtyard or walking around the vegetable garden, this is perfect, and the colors match well, looking fresh. The surrounding military wives were all amazed. This elderly lady was incredible, like the best salesperson in a department store. No, better than any salesperson in a department store at matching clothes. Her outfits looked fashionable and beautiful, even more stylish than what the young women could pick out. Sister Zhou was completely convinced. She pointed at the two sets of clothes and confidently waved her hand. Big sister, I want both of these. And help me pick out a dress. I'm going to my cousin's wedding next month. Sure, Chen Guilin smiled happily. This time, she brought out a dusty rose-colored dress with a square neckline, puff sleeves, a fitted waist, and a wide skirt. This dress is a style from Hong Kong City, now popular in Yongcheng. The color is festive but not tacky. You have fair skin, and this will make you look even more radiant. Sister Zhou's eyes lit up when she saw the dress. Okay, I'll take this one. All three sets, I want them all. Sister Zhou, you really have money, Xiao Lu said enviously. Sister Zhou smiled. My husband's allowance is high, and I also do some sewing for others to save a little money. Plus, these clothes are really beautiful and worth the price. Chen Guilin was overjoyed and quickly started calculating. The blue set, shirt 12 yuan, pants 15 yuan, total 27. The set of off-white clothes included a shirt costing 8 yuan and a skirt costing 10 yuan, totaling 18 yuan. The dress was made of good fabric and was a bit more expensive, costing 30 yuan. In total, the three sets cost 75 yuan. 75 yuan. A gasp sounded from the truck bed. That was enough to cover a regular worker's wages for 2 months. Chan Jianjun listened nearby, feeling nervous and worried that people might think the price was too high and not buy. Unexpectedly, Sister Zhou didn't blink. She took a handkerchief pouch from her pocket, opened it layer by layer, counted out 75 yuan, and handed it over. Big sister, please count. All right. Chen Guilin took the money without counting it carefully and quickly put it into her pocket. She then took a small item wrapped in oil paper from the bottom of her bag and handed it to Sister Zhou. Young lady, you bought a lot. This is a gift from Andy. All three sets you bought today can match with this. Sister Zhou opened it and saw a light purple silk scarf embroidered with a delicate orchid flower. This is so beautiful. Sister Zhou loved it and didn't want to put it down. At this moment, the other military wives looked at Chen Guilin. Auntie, if I buy 3 sets, will I also get such a beautiful scarf? Seeing their eager expressions, Chen Guilin thought about how many scarves she had with her and nodded immediately. Yes, I'll give one. Xiao Lu saw this and couldn't sit still. She quickly took the set she liked earlier. Auntie, I want this set too. Please help me pick another one. Sure. Chen Guilin helped her choose a set, took the money, and indeed gave her a scarf. Xiao Lu held her new clothes and scarf happily, feeling very pleased. With Sister Zhou and Xiao Lu leading, the other military wives also started buying. Those with enough money bought entire outfits, while others bought a shirt or a pair of pants. Some wanted to buy 3 sets and get scarves, but they didn't have enough money. They asked, Annie-chan, I want to buy 3 sets too. Can I take one now and pay for the rest when I get home? Will I still get a scarf? There was no problem with that. Chun Guilin waved her hand. Yes, that's fine. Great then. Soon, Chun Jianjun's truck, a Liberation brand big truck, became a mobile clothing store. Chun Jianjun watched as his mother sold clothes smoothly and confidently. His face went from shock to numbness, and finally, to admiration. The truck swayed and finally stopped at the gate of the residential compound. The military wives who bought new clothes happily jumped out of the truck, each holding their loot and smiling with satisfaction. Before leaving, Chun Guilin told them her home address and invited them to come back with 3 sets of clothes to receive a scarf. The wives cheerfully said goodbye to Chun Guilin, holding their new clothes like a group of happy birds, chattering as they dispersed. Watching their backs, Chun Jianjun finally recovered from the excitement of the shopping frenzy. He looked down at the bulging money bag in his hand, feeling like he was dreaming. In just a short while, his mother had sold most of the clothes she had packed and made a lot of money. He followed Chun Guilin home, holding back for a long time before finally speaking. Mom, tell me honestly, did you secretly attend some training class at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Chun Guilin shot him a quick look and proudly lifted her chin. What training class? Your mother has a natural talent, you know? She patted her own pocket, which was also bulging, feeling very happy. Besides, living day by day means watching all around and listening carefully. Do you think I chat with those big sisters and sisters-in-law in the yard for nothing? Knowing what they like, what they lack, what they're hoping for, I understand everything. Chun Jianjun was stunned. He scratched his head and sincerely sighed. Mom, I think you should open a department store. You'd be great at it. Stinky kid, just knows how to talk back. Chun Guilin scolded with a smile, her steps lighter than before. Back at the residential compound, Xiaolian wasn't home. Chun Guilin guessed she was out for a walk. She took out the remaining packages and started organizing. Before she could sit down comfortably, she heard Chen Suifan and Li Chong shouting and crying loudly. Mom, my dear mom, you finally came back. Before Chun Guilin could catch her breath, the gate was suddenly pushed open from outside. Chen Suifan and Li Chong rushed in, crawling and tumbling. They looked like they had just been pulled out of a mud pit, their already shabby clothes now torn into rags, covered with mud and unknown stains. The most noticeable thing was the large red bumps on their exposed arms and faces, caused by mosquito bites. Some were even scratched open, bleeding and making people's skin crawl just by looking at them.
Mom.
My dear mom, when Chen Suifan entered the house, her legs went weak, and she rushed toward Chun Guilin. Chun Guilin quickly dodged her. Chen Suifan didn't mind and immediately hugged a nearby broom, starting to cry loudly, with tears and snot covering the broom. You're finally back. If you don't come back soon, I might never see my daughter again. Li Chong also didn't hold back. He found a spot on the side, knelt down with a loud thud, and pounded the ground with his fists, crying more painfully than if he had lost his own father.
Mom.
We almost lost our lives at the seaside for this family. Chun Jianjun, who had just put down his money bag, saw how reckless these two were and immediately looked angry, with veins bulging on his forehead. Chun Suifan ignored her brother's expression and kept pretending to be pitiful. She deliberately showed the reddest, most swollen part of her arm to Chun Guilin and cried out, Mom, look at this. The mosquitoes at the seaside are bigger than our bowls. They buzz around us at night like they want to eat us. And in the sea, they're strange creatures. At night, it's so dark, and we hear splashing sounds from the water. Li Chong and I were so scared we didn't dare to sleep all night. She got more and more excited, as if she had really fought for her life. Li Chong fell off a rock trying to chase away the seagulls that steal the ducks, and he sprained his ankle. He's still limping now. While talking, she elbowed Li Chong, who was still pounding the ground. Li Chong immediately understood and played along, groaning in pain, clutching his ankle, grimacing.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. Mom, I think my foot is ruined, but just thinking about those hundreds of ducks makes it worth it. It's all for you, for our family. The two of them kept saying, for you, and it's worth it. never mentioning any benefits, but their little thoughts were obvious on their faces. Chun Jianjun watched this with anger, his fists clenched tightly. These shameless people, how long has it been since Mom left? And they're already talking about raising ducks as if they're heading into a battlefield. He was about to scold her, but Chun Guilin quietly turned her back and patted his hand. Chun Jianjun was surprised and swallowed his words. Chun Guilin sighed deeply, her voice full of care and guilt. She bent down, wanting to act more sincerely by helping Chen Suifan, but seeing her face covered with tears and snot, she silently withdrew her hand. She decided to keep acting. Thinking this, she spoke quickly. "Oh, my dear, get up quickly. The ground is cold. Look at you two, suffering so much. It's all my fault. I didn't have the ability, and you had to suffer because of me." She grabbed a cloth from the table and gently wiped the mud and tears from Chen Suifan's face. "Your filial piety, I see it all and remember it in my heart." Chen Suifan was disgusted by the smell and wanted to dodge. Chun Guilin pinched her face, showing her concern, and roughly wiped her with the coarse cloth. "I see all your efforts for this family." Hearing this, Chen Suifan and Li Chang's crying softened a bit, and they exchanged a proud look. "There's a show." Chun Guilin watched their small movements closely, sneering silently. The smell was just right. Her stage was perfectly set. She helped Chun Suifan stand up, and her expression suddenly became serious and respectful. She cleared her throat and looked at the three people present. This time, Mother went to Yangqing and has thought things through. She paused, then spoke clearly and deliberately. "My old bones, what I've saved up isn't much or little. From now on, these things will only belong to my own son and my own daughter." She emphasized the words "own son" and "own daughter," and cast a meaningful glance at Chun Jianjun. In her mind, she was referring to Chun Jianjun and the newly recognized Cheng Haizhu. But to Chen Suifan and Li Chang, her words meant something else entirely. "Own daughter? That's obviously her. Chen Suifan." The old woman was giving her reassurance in front of her brother. Chen Suifan and Li Chang, who had just been crying, suddenly burst into uncontrollable joy. They looked at each other, their eyes shining with greed. Chen Suifan even forgot her manners, proudly glancing at Chen Jianjun. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Did you see that? Brother, even if you're now the deputy leader, so what?" In her heart, her daughter was still the most important. That outsider, Lin Xiulian, could never take even a little from her. She didn't catch the hidden meaning in those words and automatically imagined herself in the scene, already planning how to get her hands on the gold bars and jewelry. Suddenly, a loudspeaker hanging in the yard crackled, and a clear voice from the announcer spread throughout the family compound. "Urgent notice. Urgent notice. According to the weather forecast from the higher authorities, due to a tropical cyclone in the Southern Sea area, our island is expected to experience continuous heavy rain over the next week. Please all units and residents prepare for wind and flood protection, reinforce doors and windows, and clear drainage channels." Before the announcement finished, Chun Guilin immediately seized the opportunity. She slapped her thigh loudly and earnestly grabbed Chen Suifan's hand. "Suifan, did you hear that? The rainy season is coming." Her expression was more serious than ever. "Our hundreds of ducks are the future of our family. They're still young and can't withstand strong winds and storms. The coop must be reinforced. This is very important. Besides you two, who know the situation best, I wouldn't trust anyone else with this." She tightly linked their contribution with this new task. Chen Suifan and Li Chang's smiles instantly faded. The hope sparked earlier because of the inheritance was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, completely extinguished. Reinforce the coop? More work? Li Chang's face turned green as he muttered softly, "Mom, our bodies are almost falling apart. Can we rest for a couple of days first?" Chen Suifan reacted faster, tears suddenly welling up, and she started wiping her eyes. "Yes, Mom, my body itches so badly and my bones feel like they're falling apart. I really have no strength left." Chun Guilin sighed with difficulty, pacing back and forth, looking conflicted. Then, as if she had made a firm decision, she gritted her teeth, turned around, and took out an old-looking wooden box from a package that hadn't been tidied up yet. In front of the two of them, she solemnly opened the box. Inside the box, there was a shiny, golden-looking hairpin. The top of the pin was carved with a blooming peony, and under the room's light, it shimmered so brightly that it made people dizzy. "This hairpin is my mother's most treasured possession," said Chen Guilin with a hint of reluctance. "It was passed down from your grandmother. It was originally meant for my most filial child." Chen Guilin picked up the hairpin and waved it in front of Chen Suifan. "It's said to be from the palace long ago, made carefully, with pure gold. Seeing how hard you two are working for this family, risking your lives, I feel bad. So, I want to give this to you first, as a small token of my feelings." Actually, the hairpin was just a cheap copper-plated item she bought at a clothing market in Yangqing for 1 yuan. The shopkeeper even gave her the old box. But in her words, it was a priceless family heirloom. To Chen Guilin, not wanting to part with the copper item was like missing out on a good opportunity. She saw spending a little as a carrot before the ox and horse. In her past life, company bosses did the same, pay a little salary, and workers would work tirelessly like horses and cattle. Chen Suifan's eyes were fixed on the golden hairpin, her breathing quickening.
Gold.
From the palace. Those were the only words in her mind. She suddenly snatched the heavy hairpin from Chen Guilin's hand and clenched it tightly in her palm. All her previous weakness vanished. She looked energized, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. She straightened her back and swore to Chen Guilin, "Mother, don't worry. If you trust me enough to give me something so valuable, I will not let you down. Whether it's just reinforcing a shed or facing a typhoon, Li Chong and I will stand in front of it and not let a single drop of rain fall on our little ducks." Li Chong, also excited, blushed and forgot about his twisted ankle. He pounded his chest and promised, "Mother, just watch us. We will complete the task." Chen Jianjun, standing nearby, tried to hold back his laughter. His face turned red and his shoulders twitched. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and quickly turned away to pour water. He looked at his mother, who had used a fake hairpin to control these two fools so easily, and felt deep admiration. They deserved it. That's how they should be managed. Who made them treat their mothers so harshly before? Chen Suifan and Li Chong found a treasure, and they were afraid that delays or others like Li Chunhua might steal their credit, which could affect their inheritance later. Li Chong spoke first. "Mother, the radio said the rainy season is coming soon. Suifan and I will go back to the shelter now, start early, and reinforce it quickly." "Yes. Mother, sister-in-law is pregnant and can't do it. Brother is the deputy regiment leader and can't leave. You can leave the shelter to us." Chen Suifan carefully tucked the fake gold hairpin into her bosom, keeping it close. The two went to the woodpile to get tools for building the shelter, full of pride and energy, as if they were about to claim a fortune, not doing hard work. They hurried out of the yard without looking back. As soon as they left, Chen Jianjun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he bent over, pointing toward the door, giving Chen Guilin a big thumbs up.
"Mom.
If you had joined our army's cultural troupe, you would have been a star." After catching his breath, he continued admiring. "If you went, you'd definitely be the main star." Chen Guilin was amused by his words, rolled her eyes at him, and patted his back. "Little rascal. Always teasing your mother. Come help quickly." Though she scolded, her hands moved swiftly, turning from another big bundle in the corner of the wall to take things out. Her quick and decisive manner returned. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Sort out these gifts for Xiulian and Sisterly. I need to deliver them quickly." Chen Jianjun leaned in to look. The items in the bundle were vastly different from the shiny fake hairpin earlier. There was a large piece of soft, smooth cotton cloth, clearly meant for pregnant women and the baby. Next to it were wrapped packages in oil paper. One contained malted milk, its rich, sweet aroma escaping through the paper. Another was dark red sugar, square and shiny. There was also a stack of new fabric with trendy patterns, delicate floral prints, and bright, solid colors. At the bottom were materials for making tiger head shoes, red cloth, yellow thread, and pre-cut shoe patterns, all complete. showing they were carefully prepared. None of these things are showy or fake. Each one is full of genuine care and warmth. Chun Jianjun felt warm inside. This is truly his mother. She is clear about her feelings. She cares deeply for her family and can be very thoughtful. To outsiders, she can also be clever and tricky. Mom, you really think ahead. Living life, you have to think ahead, Chun Guilin said as she sorted things without looking up. This indigo cloth is for Chunhua. She likes this color. The malted milk and brown sugar are for Xiulian to improve her health. And these small items and scarves are for Xiao Wang's wife and Aunt Zhang. She carefully packed everything into small cloth bags, working smoothly and organized. Chun Jianjun watched her busy figure and felt very at ease. On the muddy path leading to the seaside duck shed, Chen Suifan and Li Chong walked slowly, no longer full of energy and confidence. The sea wind was so strong it hurt their faces. Li Chong limped behind, feeling more and more uneasy. Suifan, wait a moment. He grabbed her arm. Chun Suifan was happily touching a gold hairpin in her pocket when he pulled her. She was a bit annoyed. What are you doing? Shouldn't we hurry to reinforce the duck coop? If the little ducks get cold and die, all our benefits will be gone. Benefits? Li Chong sneered and pulled her under a crooked tree, lowering his voice. You really think that was from Mom's heart, giving you that? Chun Suifan was stunned. Isn't it? She said it was a family heirloom, to be passed down to the most filial child. You're so naive. Li Chong angrily poked her forehead. Think about it. How has she treated us these days? When has she ever been kind? Today she suddenly gives you a treasure, and you believe it. He leaned close to her ear, his voice cold and manipulative. She's just watching us suffer, seeing if we still have use. She's using that thing to keep us hanging, making us work hard for her. This is bargaining, not family love. Do you really think she sees you as her real daughter? In her heart, only her son Chen Jianjun and that sly woman Lin Xiulian matter. Chen Suifan's face turned red and white from his words. Her little happiness and pride were instantly crushed. Yes, I still remember the hardships of these past few days clearly. The old woman's cold face is unforgettable, and I can't forget it even if I try. Li Chong saw her wavering and continued to speak firmly. In this family, only I truly care for you. I feel sad when you are wronged. Will your brother argue with Mom for you?
No.
But he might fight me over Lin Xiulian, that outsider. This hairpin isn't safe to keep on you. Think about it. What if it falls off while you're working? You're pregnant and forgetful. It's better if I keep it for you. As a man, I can store it safely here. While speaking, Li Chong reached out his hand toward Chun Suifan. Chun Suifan was overwhelmed by his words and fully believed him. She thought Li Chong was right. Her mother was unreliable, and her brother sided with outsiders. Only her husband, Li Chong, was truly on her side. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully took out the warm, fake gold hairpin from her bosom and gently handed it to Li Chong. Make sure to keep it safe. This is our future family treasure. Li Chong clenched the hairpin in his hand and smiled proudly. Don't worry, my good wife. Our family treasure is more important to me than my life. He put the hairpin into his inner pocket, planning to sell it when he returned to their hometown for money. Only then would he feel secure. Chun Suifan was touched. Li Chong, you're still the best to me. When I get my mother-in-law's property, I'll keep it safe for you too. In the family courtyard, Chun Jianjun was about to go to the army to get leave, and Chun Guilin carried her handmade cloth bag, heading toward Li Chuanhua's house. This trip to Yangcheng went smoothly thanks to Chuanhua's help in connecting them. She also helped take care of Xiulian, easing their worries. Such exchanges of kindness deepened their relationship. She remembered this kindness and planned to repay it. So, she prepared a gift for Li Chunhua, the most generous among everyone. She guessed that Xiulian wasn't home at this time, probably visiting her daughter-in-law at Chuanhua's house. As she reached the small yard enclosed by a fence at Li Chuanhua's home, she heard lively chatter from inside. Besides Li Chunhua and Lin Xiulian, it seems there are a few other military wives. Chun Guilin's face showed a smile as she was about to push open the slightly open courtyard door when she heard a voice say, Xiulian, I have to tell you something you won't like. Your mother-in-law is really biased. The voice was unfamiliar and carried a teasing tone. I heard that she came back from Yangcheng with a full truck of goods. She sold a lot even before reaching the family compound. But look at what she did first when she got home. She closed the door and counted her money. She didn't even think about bringing something nice to show you. The one who worked so hard to carry the twins. The voice paused and raised slightly, sounding more harsh. I think, in her heart, the most important thing is herself and her precious son. Xiulian, don't believe everything she says. In her eyes, you're still an outsider. You need to be more careful. Chun Guilin clenched her bag tightly, and her smile disappeared completely. Just as she was about to push the door, she heard Li Chunhua slap something on the table with a loud bang. Pan Xiaomei. What are you talking about? Li Chunhua's voice was urgent and angry. We get along well with my daughter-in-law. Why are you stirring trouble? If you keep talking nonsense, don't come to my house anymore. The woman called Pan Xiaomei clearly didn't take Li Chunhua's warning seriously and sneered dismissively. Oh, Sister Chunhua, I'm just trying to help Xiulian. We're all military wives. We should remind each other. Isn't what I said the truth? She paused and lowered her voice. Xiulian, don't be mad at me for speaking bluntly. You come from a wealthy family. Even if policies are better now, it's still a mark you can't erase. Your mother-in-law, who's come through hard times, may say nice things, but does she really see you as family? She's only nice to you now because you're carrying her grandson. Her son is a deputy regimental commander with a bright future. That grandson is the root of her family. You better hold on to your child tightly, or you'll regret it later. Her words were sharp and cruel, almost like a dagger to the heart. In the yard, several other military wives stopped talking and laughing, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lin Xiulian sharply placed her enamel cup on the small wooden table. Her voice was quiet, but drew everyone's attention to her. She looked up at the woman named Pan Xiaomei, her tone calm but firm and clear. Madam Pan, since you know you're straightforward when you speak, then don't talk. Don't blame me for anything. If I blame someone, I blame myself. Lin Xiulian wasn't very good at insulting people, but she had to show attitude. Today, I put my words here. My mother-in-law treats me well. She considers me her own daughter, and I respect her as my mother. If anyone says my mother-in-law is bad, I will go to the political officer to complain. Pan Xiaomei was stunned by her sudden retort and opened her mouth to speak. I'm only trying to help you. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. Why do you have to complain? Because I need to. If you say my mother-in-law is bad, I will definitely speak up. Lin Xiulian looked at the military family members sitting nearby. She changed her usual attitude of making small issues into big ones and avoiding conflicts, and spoke up for Qin Guilin. When I was pregnant, I didn't sleep or eat well. She traveled a long way from her hometown just to take care of me in many different ways. When she went to Yangcheng, it was for serious business. She worked hard for our family. You didn't see the hardships she endured. You didn't feel her exhaustion. You don't know how much she cares for us from the bottom of her heart. Her voice carried a hint of emotion, but she kept her back straight. You only saw her bring back a cart of goods, but you didn't see her sitting on the cheapest train to save money, bouncing on the sea for several days and nights. You only saw her come back and start calculating expenses, but you didn't realize she was thinking about how much she brought us. In my heart, she is like my own mother. Our family matters are not for outsiders to judge or criticize. Madam Pan, this is Aunt Chunhua's home. I won't say much, but if it were my house, I would say, our little temple can't hold a big Buddha like you. After she finished speaking, the entire yard fell silent. Pan Xiaomei's face turned red and white alternately. She was a gossipy person who liked to talk about others' affairs and had often mixed with Zhou Dajiao and her mother-in-law. Previously, people said Lin Xiulian was always overshadowed by the wealthy young lady, staying silent and not speaking up. Today, unexpectedly, she dared to embarrass her in front of so many people. Li Chunhua felt very pleased listening nearby, almost clapping her hands in approval. She had long disliked Pan Xiaomei, who, relying on her son being a company commander, often caused trouble in the yard, always stirring up chaos. If her son weren't in the same class as her own son, she wouldn't want to deal with her. She talks too much, even bothering passing dogs. She planned to tell her daughter-in-law that such a person should be avoided in the future. Only someone like Aunt Chin knew how to make true friends. Just as Pan Xiaomei was about to insult Lin Xuelian and regain her dignity, a cheerful voice came from the door. "Oh, what a lively scene here today." Everyone looked over and saw Chen Guilin walking in happily, carrying a bulging cloth bag. She didn't even glance at the stiff Pan Xiaomei and went straight to Lin Xuelian, warmly patting her hand. "Mom?" Lin Xuelian called affectionately. Her straight posture relaxed a little upon seeing her mother-in-law. Li Chunhua also sighed in relief and quickly stood up. "Guilin, you're back. Come, sit down." Chen Guilin smiled warmly and then turned her gaze slowly to the unhappy Pan Xiaomei, as if just noticing her, and examined her from head to toe. "Isn't this Comrade Pan?" Chen Guilin's smile remained, but her words were sharp. "I wonder why there's such a salty smell." "So, you've been going to the seaside to drink seawater? Your mouth is so talkative?" Hearing this, a few military wives in the yard, who had wanted to smooth things over, swallowed their words and lowered their heads, holding back their laughter. Everyone could tell she was mocking Pan Xiaomei for being overly concerned and meddlesome. Pan Xiaomei trembled with anger, pointing at Chen Guilin. How can you talk like that?" "What did I say?" Chen Guilin spread her hands innocently. "I'm just caring about my comrade. Look at you. Your face is red. Have you been drinking too much seawater? Are you upset? Do you want me to find some cooling tea for you?" Pan Xiaomei suddenly felt tight in her chest and almost couldn't breathe. "I see now that you two women-in-law are both very fierce today." Chen Guilin hugged Lin Xuelian to support her. She said, "What's the matter? You only talk behind people's backs, but won't say it to their faces. You don't get along with your daughter-in-law and are jealous of me and Xuelian. Why don't you look at your own problems?" A young military wife saw this and quickly tried to calm things down. She said, "Oh, Aunt Guilin just came back from Yangcheng and must be tired. Sister-in-law Pan is also concerned about Xuelian. We are neighbors, so let's not let a few words ruin our good relations." Pan Xiaomei took the hint and didn't say anything. But Chen Guilin didn't respond to her. She smiled warmly, placed her cloth bag on the table, and opened it. "Spring Blossom Girl and all the sisters-in-law and younger sisters, this trip to Yangcheng was made easier thanks to everyone helping take care of Xuelian. I didn't bring anything expensive, just some small souvenirs from the south. Let's share and have fun." She reached into her bag and pulled out some items. Brightly colored silk scarves, small jars of ginger oil, and some candies and cookies wrapped in oil paper. They weren't expensive, but they were rare items from outside. "Oh, these scarves are so beautiful, Aunt Guilin. You're too kind." The atmosphere in the yard instantly became lively again. The military wives gathered around, thanking her one after another. Chen Guilin handed out the gifts while smiling and chatting happily, as if the earlier unpleasantness never happened. "Little Wang's wife, this one is for you. Your skin is fair and this color will suit you. Thank you, Annie. You picked it so well." "The color is really nice." Zhang's wife, "Take some fruit candies to give to the children." Okay, I don't want to be too much." Pan Xiaomei stood to the side, ready to leave. But when she saw the new, interesting small items, she sat back down. She thought, since Chen Guilin was doing this in front of so many people, she wouldn't be embarrassed to leave her out. She should at least give her something to make a good impression. Chen Guilin saw her actions, and her eyes flashed with coldness. She handed out gifts to everyone, but Pan Xiaomei was left empty-handed, standing there with her face turning red and white. She couldn't stay any longer. She glared fiercely at Chen Guilin and Lin Xuelian, looked upset, and quickly got up, finding an excuse to leave. As she reached the door, she looked back. In the yard, Chen Guilin was surrounded by a group of military wives, with Lin Xuelian and Li Chunhua sitting beside her, chatting happily and enjoying themselves. A sharp, sour feeling suddenly flared up inside her. It was just going to Yangqing to sell a few old clothes and make some money. What's there to be proud of? If she could sell, so could she. Once she also made money, she'd see who still fawned over this country bumpkin old lady. Pan Xiaomei clenched her fists in anger and hurriedly left. In the yard, a few other military wives sat for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, they all found excuses to leave. Soon, only Chen Guolan, Lin Xiulian, and Li Chunhua's family remained in the small courtyard. Li Chunhua looked at the indigo fabric on the table, fondly touching it again and again, but said, "Sister Guolan, you're being too generous. It's good she's back, and you brought so many things." "It's nothing," Chen Guolan said casually, then took a small package wrapped in new cloth from the bottom of her cloth bag and handed it to Li Chunhua. "This is the real gift for you." Li Chunhua opened it and saw a piece of soft cotton fabric and a jar of malted milk.
Oh,
"This is too much. Too precious." Li Chunhua quickly pushed the items back. "Sister, this is too valuable. Malted milk is so expensive now. You should take it back to help Xiulian regain her strength. Xiulian has her own, and this one is for you." Chen Guolan held her hand to stop her from pushing it away. "Besides, it's not just for you, but also for your future grandson. If you're polite to me, you're looking down on your older sister." When she heard it was for her future grandson, Li Chunhua's face lit up with a smile. Carefully, she stored the items away, muttering, "Then I'll thank you on behalf of our little Nyo first, Sister Guolan." "That's right." Chen Guolan nodded happily. Li Chunhua's daughter-in-law, Gao Feng, saw Chen Guolan giving so many things, and her face lit up with a smile. She greeted, "Auntie, Xiulian, Mom, you all chat first. I'll go inside and prepare lunch. Today we'll eat at our place. Later, Wei Hua will call Deputy Commander Chen to come over." Chen Guolan, "That's very kind of you." Feng Gao wiped her hands on her apron and said, "There's nothing to be shy about. It's settled like this." Li Chunhua also smiled and said, "Yes, if you don't stay for dinner, I won't dare accept your milk essence." "That's great. I've heard Feng Gao is a good cook. Today, I get to taste her food." Chen Guolan's words made Feng Gao even happier. "Then, Auntie, you all chat first. I'll handle the kitchen." Feng Gao thought she must show her real skills and not let Chen Guolan down. Chen Guolan said, "Then, thank you, Feng Gao." The three of them talked in the yard about their trip to Yangcheng. Li Chunhua hurriedly moved closer, lowered her voice, and looked worried. "Guolan, tell us, how is everything in Yangcheng? And about Nyo? Is there any news?" Lin Xiulian also nervously held her mother-in-law's hand, holding her breath. Seeing their worried faces, Chen Guolan felt warm inside. She patted her daughter-in-law's hand and looked at Li Chunhua, her eyes slightly teary, and nodded. "We found her. She's doing very well. She was adopted by a kind couple and now works as a senior technician at a factory. She even went abroad." Chen Guolan was very proud when she said this. "Oh, heaven has smiled upon us." Li Chunhua clapped her thigh and stood up excitedly, her voice rising. Then she quickly covered her mouth, looked nervously outside the yard, and lowered her voice. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. This is such great news." Lin Xiulian's tears started to fall. She was happy for her mother-in-law, and also happy for her little sister-in-law she had never met.
Mom, this
is really great." Chen Guolan helped her wipe her tears, a look of relief on her face. "This is something only you two need to know," she warned carefully. "Absolutely must not let Chen Suifan and Li Chong find out." I understand. Li Chunhua nodded repeatedly, looking angry. "Sister, don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. Those two heartless people should stay in the dark and keep working for you like oxen and horses." When she said this, Li Chunhua suddenly remembered something funny. Her face changed instantly as she made a funny face and leaned in to say, "Sister, you should have seen those two. I thought I could share more of your property, but I work harder than a donkey in the collective farm. 2 days ago, it rained a little and the wind picked up. When we brought people over, 2 of them acted like crazy, carrying wood and holding thatch, rushing onto the mudflat. They ran faster than rabbits. They didn't need us to help. 2 people surrounded the duck shed from all sides, making it look like a fortress. Yesterday, a small duck accidentally ran out of its pen. Chun Suifin was so anxious, she shouted loudly, chasing the duck across half the beach. Finally, she fell into a mud pit and caught the duck. When she got up, she was covered in black mud, with seaweed hanging from her hair. She looked like a sea monkey just pulled out of a mud hole. Li Chunhua told the story vividly, and Lin Xiulian couldn't help but laugh. Chen Guilin also couldn't hold back her smile, but inside, she felt cold. In her past life, she worked hard for them, but they treated her like a fool and bullied her. This life, she only drew a few vague, empty promises, while they desperately pretended to be interested. Some people are born with a mean streak and don't realize when others are kind to them. Sister, you're really amazing. Drawing a big pie, Li Chunhua said admiringly, it works better than the political commissar's speeches. Let them fuss around. Chen Guilin waved her hand and started sharing her experience from her trip to Yangcheng. By the way, I want to tell you about the market in Yangcheng. It's really... Whenever she mentioned it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, it's so crowded, like a fair, maybe even more crowded. The streets are full of vendors. The clothes are colorful, bell-bottom pants, dresses, so many styles I can't keep track. There are radios and watches displayed in rows, so many things I've never seen before. She described the bustling business scene, the feeling of opportunity everywhere, and the lively atmosphere. Li Chunhua and Lin Xiulian listened intently. Li Chunhua felt excited, but her quick mind immediately thought of something else. Guilin, sister, she said with a worried look, you're definitely going to make money selling what you brought back this time. But the village probably won't keep it a secret. That Pan Xiaomei, I saw her eyes. They looked like a wolf spotting meat, almost like she's eyeing your money bag. She's probably after your business. Lin Xiulian nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Mom. Aunt Pan is well known in the neighborhood for being talkative and always trying to get benefits for herself, so I have to be careful. Chen Guilin listened but only smiled faintly, showing no worry on her face. I never planned to hide this when I came back, and I can't hide it, she said, picking up her tea and sipping slowly. If Xiao Mei wants to learn, let her try. I want to see what she can really do. Li Chunhua was surprised. Sister, aren't you worried she might steal your business? Steal? Chen Guilin was confident. If she had that ability, she would be earning that money. Chunhua, do you think running this business is so easy? Chen Guilin pointed her finger and explained calmly. Our island is small, and there aren't many families in the community. Military wives like to look good, but a piece of clothing costs 10 or 20 yuan. Who can buy new clothes every day? I got in early and took the first advantage. People just wanted something new. Once that excitement is gone, the business won't be so easy, and I can buy at a low price, but can Xiao Pan Mei? She's new here, went to Yangcheng, and probably got cheated if she's not careful. If her buying price is high, she has to sell high, and no one will buy from her. Chen Guilin's lips curved into a meaningful smile. If she's smart, she'll buy less. But then, after paying for transportation and living expenses, she won't make much money, maybe even lose some. If she's greedy and tries to buy a lot at once. She paused, a sly look flashing in her eyes. With our small island's capacity, her goods will just get damp and moldy at the bottom of the box, turning into useless junk. Her words left Li Chunhua and Lin Xiulian stunned. They only saw the money in selling clothes but didn't realize all the tricks and risks behind it. Wow. Li Chunhua finally recovered and nodded at Chen Guilin. Sister, your mind is amazing. Turns out, you're not just selling clothes. You're setting a trap for Xiao Pan Mei to fall into. Chen Guilin shook her head with a confident smile. I don't have time to set traps for her. It's her own greed that's leading her to dig her own hole. I made the path, and if she wants to follow, she can only blame herself for not seeing what's ahead. At this moment, Gao Feng peeked out from the kitchen with a big smile and called out, Auntie, Xiulian, Mom, the food is ready. Come in and eat. Wei Hua has gone to call Deputy Chen. All right, Li Chunhua responded loudly. Big sister Chen, Xiulian, let's go inside. Inside the house, the aroma of the food was so strong it was almost irresistible. A square bashang table was set in the middle of the main room, with several dishes already placed on it. The braised pork and soy sauce was piled high in a bowl, shiny and oily. A plate of stir-fried green vegetables looked fresh and appetizing. Another plate had golden scrambled eggs sprinkled with chopped green onions. In the center was a large bowl of steaming hot soup. The milky white broth floated with chunks of chicken and slices of red dates and goji berries. A sweet coconut aroma mixed with the fresh scent of chicken filled the air, making everyone's nose tingle. Gao Feng, wearing an apron and smiling happily, was adding the last dish, some peanuts, to the table. Everyone sit down. Don't be shy. Just like at home. Soon, Chen Jianjun and Lu Weihua, Li Chunhua's son, returned together. Lu Weihua, about the same age as Chen Jianjun, was dressed in a military uniform. He looked sturdy and had a sincere smile. Hurry up, hurry up. We're just waiting for you too. Come on, sit at the table before the food gets cold, Li Chunhua cheerfully called out. Chen Guilin helped Xuelian sit down, placing a thick cotton pad under her, and carefully moved the bowl of coconut chicken soup in front of her. Gao Feng saw this and explained with a smile, Auntie, don't worry about Xuelian eating. I specially improved this coconut chicken. I didn't add any strange seasonings, just old coconut meat and tender coconut water. It's naturally sweet and perfect for pregnant women like Xuelian to nourish the baby without gaining weight. This soup looks really good, Chen Guilin said as she picked up the already filled bowl of coconut chicken soup. As she tasted the soup, a gentle sweetness spread across her tongue, followed by the rich flavor of the chicken. The two flavors blended perfectly. Drinking it made her feel warm from her throat to her stomach. Very comfortable. Delicious. Chen Guilin's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but take another sip, her face full of praise as she looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng, your cooking skills are truly amazing. I've never had such sweet and fresh chicken soup in my life. Your skills are incredible. Gao Feng's cheeks turned red from the compliment, and she felt very happy inside. She wasn't very skilled at much, but she loved thinking about food. Usually, she would tell the other military wives in the yard, who thought she was just wasting time, that no one could compare to Chen Guilin, who praised her sincerely and perfectly. It was as if she found a kindred spirit. She immediately opened up, sharing all her tips and experiences like pouring beans out of a jar. Auntie, it's not that hard. Let me tell you, the secret to this coconut chicken is all in the coconut. The coconut needs to be used separately, and for the soup, you should use the water from green coconuts. That water is sweet and flavorful. The chicken should be from our free-range Wenchang chickens, tender and easy to cook without becoming dry. Fry the coconut meat from an old coconut until the water evaporates, then add it to the pot to stew. That way, the chicken stays tender and fragrant, with a soft, bouncy coconut meat flavor. If you want a stronger coconut flavor, you can wash the coconut shell thoroughly and use it as a container to cook the chicken inside. Also, the chicken shouldn't be blanched in boiling water. It needs to be gently scalded. This way, the soup will be clear and bright, and all the flavor stays in the meat. Gao Feng spoke animatedly, her eyes shining. Chen Guilin listened with nods and occasionally asked questions about the details, making Gao Feng feel so happy she wished she could share all her secret skills. Next to them, Li Chunhua watched her daughter-in-law happily chatting, and seeing Chen Guilin and her chatting so joyfully, she also felt very pleased. Our Gao Feng has finally found a kindred spirit. Lu Weihua looked at his wife with a happy, bright expression. His wife's smile was truly beautiful. They enjoyed a meal together, full of joy. The relationship between the two families grew closer amid the cheerful chatter and the aroma of the food. After the meal, Chen Guilin and the others stood up to leave. At the gate of their yard, they saw two figures slumped on the stone steps, looking as listless as two withered beans under the sun. It was Chun Suifan and Li Chong. They had no keys and couldn't get into the house. They had been waiting since noon, under the blazing sun, without a sip of water or a bite of food. They were so hungry they felt dizzy and lightheaded. Seeing Chen Guilin and the others return, the two looked like drowning fish seeing water. Their eyes suddenly brightened, and they hurriedly scrambled over to greet them. Chun Suifan's voice was full of tears and weakness, saying, We're almost starving. Li Chang also leaned on the wall, looking faint and helpless, pitifully watching Chen Guilin. "Mom, do you have anything to eat?" "Just a little bit, like porridge or pickles." Chen Guilin looked at their poor state without any emotion. She took out her keys, opened the yard gate, and turned sideways to let Chen Jianjun help Lin Xuelian inside first. She stayed at the door, not letting the two of them come in. "Mom." Chen Suifan looked at her confused. "You two wait here." After saying that, Chen Guilin turned and went into the yard. Soon, she came out carrying a bulging cloth bag and a broken ceramic pot. Inside were some millet flour and brown rice. She handed them to them and said, "Take this. I'll go with you to the tidal flats. From now on, you can cook and eat there." Chen Suifan and Li Chang were stunned. "Mom, there's no stove on the tidal flats." Before they finished speaking, Chen Guilin continued, "It's okay. The shed on the tidal flats has been reinforced. I'll go with you and teach you how to build a stove next to the shed. From now on, you can prepare your 3 meals there yourself." "Prepare your own meals?" "In that leaky, drafty shed, using these coarse rice and corn flour to build a stove and cook?" This news made them feel more hopeless than the hunger and scorching sun earlier. Li Chang and Chen Suifan's faces instantly fell, looking more bitter than eating bitter herbs. They had thought that if they pretended to be pitiful enough, this old lady would soften her heart and let them in to drink some porridge or eat a warm bun. But instead of warm porridge and buns, they got a bag of coarse grains and heavier work. Chen Guilin saw their changing expressions clearly, sneering inwardly, but her face remained calm. "Mom is doing this for your own good. The rainy season is coming, and it's not easy to run back and forth on Jiao Island when it rains. I feel for you." Seeing them still standing there, Chen Guilin urged, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you hungry? The stove is already built, so you can eat sooner." Chen Suifan and Li Chang had no choice. They looked at the cozy yard, then sadly followed Chen Guilin. The muddy path to the seaside duck shed was even more slippery and difficult to walk after last night's rain. As the tide pool approached, suddenly there was a loud commotion coming from the duck shed nearby. Quack, quack, quack. Hundreds of little ducks, as if frightened by something, were making sharp, urgent calls. Their cries sounded especially harsh on the open beach. These were not the happy sounds of feeding time, but were filled with fear and panic. "Stop making noise. Just a few ducks quacking. Why are you making such a fuss?" Li Chang, exhausted and sweating, impatiently scolded. Chen Suifan also agreed, saying, "Yes, they're always making noise every day." "It's so annoying." However, Chen Guilin's face suddenly changed. She had raised chickens and ducks before and knew exactly what that sound meant. It meant they had encountered a predator or danger. She grabbed the iron shovel on the ground and hurried toward the duck shed without hesitation. Chen Guilin moved quickly and reached the shed in just a few steps. Li Chang and Chen Suifan were still slowly lagging behind, looking reluctant. "Mom, take it easy. It's just a few ducks quacking. Why make such a fuss?" Li Chang called weakly. Chen Guilin ignored him. She circled around the shed and saw the scene that made her blood boil. The flock of ducks was in chaos, running around in panic. At the edge of the group, a thick sea snake, wider than an adult's arm, was coiled there. The snake was lying in wait, flicking its tongue and staring with cold, piercing eyes at the plump little ducks. Near its mouth, there was some yellow fluff and bloodstains. 2 small ducks lay on the ground, stiff and clearly dead from a bite. This was a sea snake, a highly venomous one. Although Chen Guilin had never lived by the sea, she had learned about sea snakes during a recent fishing trip from Chunhua and Xiao Wang's wife. When Chen Suifan and Li Chang finally arrived and looked closer, they were so scared their spirits almost left their bodies.
"Snake."
"Snake." Chen Suifan screamed sharply, her voice piercing. She collapsed onto the muddy ground. Li Chang's face turned pale with fear.
He stammered, Mom, run."
"Run quickly. That thing can bite people." He shouted to run, but he was frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Guilin looked at these useless people and was furious.
There was no hope for them.
She took a deep breath to calm herself down. The sea snake was clearly startled and began to thrash anxiously, as if looking for its next target to attack. She couldn't wait any longer. Although she had never fought a sea snake before, she had dealt with many snakes in the mountains. Knowing where to strike is key. Chun Guilan's eyes sharpened as she waited for the right moment. Just as the sea snake turned to chase a small duck that had run away, she suddenly stepped forward, raised her iron shovel with both hands, and used all her strength to hit the snake at its vulnerable spot, with a loud smack. Thud! The iron shovel hit the snake firmly. The sea snake hissed sharply in pain, twisting its body wildly, its tail whipping the ground and splashing mud everywhere. Chun Guilan struck quickly and decisively, lifting the shovel again and again, as if she was smashing a watermelon. Her fierce effort stunned Li Chong and Chen Suifan from afar, who stared with wide eyes. After a few more swings, the once fierce sea snake lay limp on the ground, no longer moving. Chen Guilan was still cautious. She carefully poked the snake's head with the edge of the shovel to make sure it was dead, then finally relaxed. Chen Suifan and Li Chong finally reacted, looking at the dead snake and then at Chen Guilan, speechless for a long time. Is this old lady a hero? She just used a shovel to kill such a big poisonous snake without blinking an eye. Chen Guilan recovered and turned to glare at them, scolding impatiently. What are you standing there for? Come help clean up. She then walked over, picked up the dead snake with her shovel, and weighed it. This thing is valuable. Snake bile can be used to make wine, and the meat is good to eat, great for health, she muttered to herself, as if she was holding a fine piece of pork rather than a deadly sea snake. Li Chong and Chen Suifan exchanged glances, both seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. One of them snatched the shovel from Chen Guilan. Mom, weren't you going to teach us how to build a stove? Let me do it. You sit on that stone and rest. Just give the orders. Li Chong was afraid that Grandma would disapprove of his work, so he used a shovel to hit him like a sea snake, becoming a bit more eager and attentive. They only now realized that this old lady had truly changed. She had become so unfamiliar that they even felt a little scared. To be precise, Chen Guilan used to be very kind to them, so they never saw this side of her before. Chen Guilan threw the dead snake aside and started giving orders. Li Chong, go over there and pick up more big stones. Build the stove sturdy, or it will collapse when it rains. Chen Suifan, stop sitting. Go chase those ducks back into the pen. Count them carefully. None should be missing. Her voice was soft but carried a strong, commanding tone. The two didn't dare slack off. They quickly got up. One went to fetch stones, the other to herd the ducks, moving much faster than before. Under Chun Guilan's supervision, a simple stove was soon built next to the shelter. She pointed to a bag of coarse grains. We'll eat this tonight. Can you cook and make fire yourself? The two didn't dare say they couldn't, so they nodded eagerly like little chicks pecking at grains. After arranging everything, Chen Guilan carried the dead snake and 2 dead ducks home. Before leaving, she specifically told them to watch the ducks carefully and repair the shelter to prevent another sea snake attack. She remembered bringing some medicinal herbs and planned to prepare snake-repelling powder to sprinkle around the shelter later. On the way back, Chun Guilan first visited Li Chunhua's house to talk about the sea snake. Although 2 small ducks were lost, selling the snake earned enough to cover the loss, so it wasn't a bad deal. However, Chun Guilan didn't sell the snake. After discussing with them, she kept the snake and planned to add 2 ducklings later. When she returned home, Chen Jianjun and Lin Xulian were surprised to see the sea snake in Chun Guilan's hands. Mom, where did such a big sea snake come from? Chen Guilan carefully placed the snake down. I caught it. It was sneaking around eating ducklings, so I caught it on the spot. I just cleaned it up. She spoke casually, but it scared them quite a bit.
Mom,
are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Lin Xulian asked nervously, circling around Chen Guilan and examining her carefully. Chen Jianjun looked worried too. Mom, that was so dangerous. That's a sea snake. You can't do this alone. I'm fine, isn't it? I haven't been out much. And you forgot I used to run up mountains and deal with these kinds of guys every day. Chen Guilan waved her hand to signal them not to worry. Besides, in that situation, if I didn't go, who else could? Those two good-for-nothings. This sea snake is a good thing. By the way, keep the snake gallbladder for me. Don't break it. I have a big use for it. Chun Jianjun leaned in. Mom, do you have another idea? He was growing more and more impressed with his mother. It's not really an idea, just a new way to make money, Chen Guilin said, her eyes shining under the light. Make money? Chun Jianjun was surprised. Sell snakes? He thought for a moment and shook his head. Although snake meat is very nourishing, not many people dare to eat it, and it looks a bit scary. It probably won't sell well. Who said I want to sell snakes? Chen Guilin rolled her eyes at him. She stood up, walked to the corner of the wall, kicked the dead snake with her toe, and confidently spoke. I'm going to sell snake wine made from snake gallbladder, and also, she paused, smiling mysteriously. Snake oil ointment. Snake oil ointment. Chun Jianjun remembered the snake oil ointment his mother made when he was a child.
How did he forget about that?
Did you forget? Chen Guilin reminded him. The mosquito bites on Suifan and Li Chong are red and swollen, looking pretty scary. Our island is humid, with lots of mosquitoes, especially in summer. Every military wife and kid has a few mosquito bites. It itches so much, and scratching can cause infections and scars. Last time I saw Xiao Lian's mosquito bites, I thought about making something. Unfortunately, I haven't found a good method yet. The snake oil ointment made from this sea snake will be kept for Xiao Lian. I'll catch another sea snake later. Chen Jianjun and Lin Xiao Lian thought it was too dangerous and disagreed. Mom, we have many ways to make money. If you go catch sea snakes, we're worried. It's better to forget it. Mom, Jianjun is right. This sea snake is too dangerous. If you think you need more money, we have some here. Chen Guilin thought they were right. Then forget it. I'll go to the procurement station later and buy some snake oil to make snake oil ointment for our own use. Once the decision was made, Chen Guilin remembered another important matter. She patted her thigh and hurried into the inner room. Soon, she dragged out the largest woven bag and opened it like a treasure chest. Xiao Lian, come quickly and look. These are all for Mom for you. The bag was full of colorful clothes and fabrics. Chen Guilin took out each item one by one, muttering, this floral dress, you have fair skin, it will look great on you. And these khaki pants, sturdy and durable. After you have the baby, I'll take in the waist so you can wear them. And this piece of good fabric, I'll make 2 shirts for you to change. She held up the clothes against Lin Xiao Lian, her happiness so big it was like she had received new clothes herself. Lin Xiao Lian looked at the small mountain of clothes on the bed, her eyes wide with amazement. Each piece was so fashionable and beautiful. She hadn't worn such pretty clothes in many years.
Mom, this
is too much, too expensive, she said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Silly girl. What's this? It's nothing. Chen Guilin took out a small box from the pile of clothes and handed it to her. This is the real gift. It's imported from the port city, just for you. Lin Xiao Lian opened the box. A delicate, small women's watch lay quietly on velvet. The silver band and elegant face shimmered softly in the light. Before her family fell on hard times, she had worn a watch. Later, she sold it. In recent years, she hadn't dared to buy one, worried about standing out because of her status. Now, after all these years, she was used to not having one. When she suddenly received the watch, her first reaction wasn't happiness, but a feeling of being burned, and she quickly waved her hands. Mom. No, I can't take this. It's too flashy. Thinking of people criticized for dressing too showy, she felt scared. Chen Guilin saw the fear in her eyes and felt very sad. You can't refuse. Xiao Lian, now that the country is opening up and things are better, your family has been cleared. You can take whatever you want. She put the box back into her hands. You're a teacher. It's so convenient to have a watch for class and breaks. And this is from Mom, so just keep it. I also bought one for myself. She took out her own Shanghai brand watch. We'll wear them together. No one will say anything. Looking at her mother-in-law's unyielding expression and then at the watch in her hand, Lin Xiaolian's nose twitched and tears suddenly fell without warning. At first, she just silently shed tears, Then she started to sob softly, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. This frightened Chen Guilin and Chen Jianjun greatly. "Oh my, what's wrong?" Chen Guilin hurriedly wiped her tears. "Did I scare you? You don't like this watch? If you don't like it, we won't keep it. I'll buy you another one." "Xiulian, don't cry." Chen Jianjun also became anxious, pacing around his wife, unsure of what to do. "Are you feeling unwell? Let's see the doctor." Lin Xiulian shook her head, clutching Chen Guilin's sleeve, crying even harder. Between tears, she said intermittently, "No, Mom, I am so happy. I have never received a gift since my parents passed away." As soon as she said this, the room fell silent. Chen Guilin's heart clenched, as if something sharp had pierced her deeply. She looked at her crying daughter-in-law, feeling heartbroken. What a good girl she was. She lost her parents in her teens, lived alone in the barn, endured so much hardship and suffering just to take care of herself. Her heart ached, and she reached out to hold Xiulian in her arms, gently patting her back. "Silly girl, why are you crying? From now on, with me here, no one can bully you. Whatever you want, I will buy for you. I will make up for everything you missed before." After a while, Xiulian's emotions gradually calmed down. However, Chen Guilin suddenly became furious. She turned sharply, her eyes like blades, glaring at Chen Jianjun beside her. "You." She took a quick step forward, grabbing Chen Jianjun's ear and twisting it hard.
"Ouch, Mom."
"It hurts. It hurts." Chen Jianjun cried out, grimacing. "You blockhead. You woodenhead." Chen Guilin was so angry her hands trembled. "I ask you, after being married to Xiulian for so long, have you ever given her a gift? Every time I get something, including my monthly salary and allowances, I give it all to Xiulian. Can't that be considered a gift?" Chen Jianjun said quietly. Chen Guilin almost fainted when she heard this. "That's called handing over your salary. That's called fulfilling your husband's duty. Can it be called a gift?" She angrily poked her son's forehead. "Living life should have some fun. Do you understand what fun is? It's those little surprises and romantic moments. A bouquet of flowers, a piece of candy. These can make your wife happy for a long time." Chen Guilin simply couldn't understand how her son, so clueless, managed to bring home such a good girl like Xiulian. He was incredibly lucky. When Chen Jianjun's mother said this, he suddenly realized and went over to hug Lin Xiulian, giving her a quick kiss. "Wife, does this count as a gift? Does it count as fun? If not, I'll kiss you a few more times." "Disgusting," Chen Guilin said with a look of disgust. Lin Xiulian blushed deeply from Chen Jianjun's sudden and shameless action. Her face, which had just been teary, suddenly burned hot. She was both shy and angry. She gently pushed Chen Jianjun and said, "What are you doing? Mom is right here." But Chen Jianjun held her tighter, grinning with his big white teeth, proudly looking at his mother like a child asking for praise. "Mom, look, Xiulian is smiling. The gift works." Chen Guilin looked at her son's silly expression, feeling both annoyed and amused. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly and loosen her grip on his ear. Such a rascal, she scolded him but felt relieved inside.
Fine, fine.
Although her son was a bit dull, he was honest and sincere. He truly cared for Xiulian. Although Xiulian was shy, her feelings of slight grievance and sourness were mostly swept away by Chen Jianjun's antics. Instead, she felt a sweet happiness inside. She leaned into her husband's arms, secretly glanced at her mother-in-law, and then touched the watch box in her hand, feeling more secure than ever in her life. Chen Guilin watched the young couple being sweet together and didn't bother them. She simply tidied up the pile of clothes and fabrics. "Keep these clothes and wear them slowly. That piece of fabric is really nice. I like the pattern. You can make 2 new shirts with it. Don't throw away the leftover pieces. Give them to Jianjun to make 2 pillowcases, just right." She folded the clothes while chatting, each word showing her care for the young couple. "Mom, that's too much. I can't wear all of it. Keep some for Haiju." Lin Xiulian looked at the pile of clothes that almost formed a small mountain, feeling a bit guilty. "Haiju's, When she comes, I'll buy her some. These are for you. Chen Guilin waved her hand. As a woman, your wardrobe should have a few decent clothes. You're a teacher, a cultured person, so you need to dress properly. I'll buy more for you later. Seeing her mother-in-law's confident attitude, Lin Xuelian felt warm inside. Her mother-in-law truly doted on her daughter. That night, before bed, Chen Guilin came to the door of Chen Jianjun, and Lin Xuelian knocked softly and asked in a low voice, "Jianjun, are you asleep?" "Not yet. I still have some files to finish. Don't rush. Come to my room. I need to talk to you, okay?" Inside, Chen Guilin lit a dim kerosene lamp. Under the faint light, half her face was bright, half shadowed. "Sit down," she pointed to a small stool by the bed. Chen Jianjun sat obediently. "Mom, what's the matter? Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I know you're a soldier. Defending the country is your duty. You give all your salary to Xuelian because you want her and the family to live better. To you, that's the best way to show your love." Her tone softened. "But, Jianjun," she continued, "living day to day isn't the same as leading soldiers in the army. Women aren't your soldiers. You can't just give orders and responsibilities. Their hearts are like water. They need you to warm and comfort them with care." Seeing her son's confused look, she sighed and decided to be practical. "Come here." She took some brand new tapes from a small cloth bag by the bed, Deng Lijun songs, bought from Guangzhou. "You like listening to this, right?" She handed the tape to Jianjun. "Tomorrow night, take the radio to your room." "Why? Don't you want to listen?" Jianjun looked puzzled. "Fool." Chen Guilin was about to pinch his ear again. "Of course, it's for your wife to listen to. Your wife is a teacher and a cultured person. She probably likes songs about love and romance. You should listen to them with her, and after listening, share your feelings about the lyrics." "Isn't that called romance?" Chen Jianjun held those tapes, feeling his palms get warm. It felt heavier than carrying a bag of rice. A grown man like him discussing sweet honey with his wife? Just thinking about it made his face burn with embarrassment.
Mom is.
"Is that okay?" "That's too cheesy." "Cheesy?" Chen Guilin glared at him. "Between husband and wife, if it's not cheesy, then what is it?" "Keep listening," she whispered mysteriously, leaning close to her son's ear. "Women like to hear nice words. From now on, you should praise your wife at least 3 times a day. For example, 'That dress looks great on you. You look like a fairy.' Or, 'Your cooking is better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant.' Or simply, 'Honey, you've worked hard. I love you. Chen Jianjun's face turned red to his neck, and he couldn't speak clearly. He wouldn't even blink if he had to fight an enemy. But saying these words? That was even harder than risking his life. Chen Guilin looked at him, both annoyed and amused. "Look at you. Still so timid," she continued to give advice. "And actions speak louder than words. In the wild, if you see a pretty flower, pick it and put it on her head. She'll feel happier than eating honey." She counted on her fingers, listing tips. "Give gifts, say sweet words, surprise her sometimes. Also, care about her health, ask if she's tired or hungry. She's pregnant now, so her mood can be unstable. You need to be gentle and understanding." Chen Guilin spoke until her mouth was dry. She took a sip of water, then looked seriously at her son and patted his shoulder. "Jianjun, remember, being good to your wife isn't just about giving her money. It's about making her feel that you care about her and think of her all the time. That's true kindness. Sometimes, women don't want riches or fame. They just want a man who understands and cares for them." Chen Jianjun lowered his head and stayed silent for a long time. His mother's words hit him like a hammer, breaking down the old ideas he had held for over 20 years. He never thought there could be so many secrets between a husband and wife. He always believed that working hard to protect the family, giving his salary to her, and making sure she was well-fed and warm was the best way to show his love. But today, when he saw Xuelian's tears, he realized how wrong he had been. What Xuelian wanted was probably not money, but a feeling of being cared for deeply. "Mom, I think I understand now," he said, lifting his head. His eyes were no longer blank, but clearer. Chen Guilin nodded happily. He was teachable. She yawned and waved her hand. All right, I've explained everything. The rest is up to you. Now go back to sleep. Chen Jianjun stood up, walked to the door, then stopped and looked back at his mother. Mom, what's wrong now? Thank you, he said sincerely, bowing deeply. This bow was not only to thank her for what she taught him today, but also for bringing Xiulian into their family. Chen Guilin felt warm inside, but she said bluntly, "No need to thank me. Just go away and sleep." Watching her son close the door and leave, Chen Guilin lay on her bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, she remembered something and sat up quickly. No, this silly boy just started to understand things. What if he gets too excited and makes a mistake? Xiulian's pregnancy is very precious. Thinking of this, she put on her clothes, tiptoed to her son and daughter-in-law's door, and pressed her ear against it. Inside was very quiet, only faint breathing. Chen Guilin waited a moment, listening carefully. When she didn't hear anything unusual, she let out a sigh of relief. It seemed her silly son hadn't gone completely off track. Just as she was about to turn back to her room, she heard inside her son's voice, deliberately lowered, a bit awkward and nervous. "Xiulian, are you asleep?" Then came Lin Xiulian's muffled reply with a stuffy nose. What's wrong? That. Chen Jianjun seemed to be struggling to find words, stammering for a long time before finally managing to say, "Today, your pajamas look really nice." This silly boy is learning quite quickly, but his way of praising is too straightforward. However, he has finally taken the first step. After a while, Lin Xiulian's cheerful voice came through, saying, "It's just about this. Go to sleep now, okay?" Chen Jianjun replied, and the room returned to silence. Chen Guilin smiled happily and confidently went back to her own room. The next morning, Chen Guilin woke up feeling refreshed. Chen Jianjun unusually did not go to morning exercises. Instead, he was in the yard, holding a borrowed pair of scissors, carefully trimming a bunch of wild chrysanthemums he had somehow found. He looked very serious, as if carrying out an important military task. When Lin Xiulian woke up, she saw the scene. Then, a bunch of wild chrysanthemums, trimmed in a somewhat awkward way, was presented to her. "Xiulian, I give this to you," Chen Jianjun said, his face tense, with his ears blushing bright red. Lin Xiulian paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. She took the flowers, even though they were cut messily, but her heart felt sweeter than honey. "Thank you, Jianjun," she said, smelling the flowers. "They smell so good." Seeing his wife's happy face, Chen Jianjun felt his heart melt, and he chuckled foolishly. Chen Guilin watched the scene from inside, feeling pleased and nodding happily. It seemed her efforts last night had worked well. It was still early, so Chen Guilin asked Chen Jianjun to accompany Lin Xiulian to the public toilet. She prepared breakfast herself. When they hadn't come back yet, she took out the sea snake to deal with it. Fortunately, recent rain kept the temperature low, so the sea snake hadn't spoiled. She first took the snake's gallbladder. After removing it, she found a glass jar that once held yellow peach jam, poured some high-quality white liquor into it, and soaked the gallbladder. Then she started to process the snake's skin. Chen Guilin sat on a small stool under the eaves of the new house, with a wooden basin beside her, containing sea snake skin soaked in lime water, half-processed. She held a small scraper, lowered her head, and carefully scraped the remaining fat and membrane from inside the snake's skin. Her movements were slow but methodical. With each cut, a thin film of oil was removed, revealing the clean underside of the skin. This is very good stuff. When properly prepared, it is soft and tough. It can be used to make a belt for the army or a wallet for Xiulian. Both are excellent uses. The snake gallbladder was carefully taken out and placed into a clean glass jar, then soaked in high-proof white alcohol. As for the remaining snake meat, this sea snake is highly poisonous, and since there is a pregnant woman at home, she decided not to eat it. Next, she moved on to the snake's fat, which is the most important ingredient for making snake oil ointment. Chen Guilin found a clay pot, put the snake fat inside, and slowly simmered it over low heat. Soon, clear snake oil was produced. A special fishy smell spread through the yard. Once the snake oil was ready, she added some powdered herbs and continued simmering. After it was done, Chun Guilin took out a small, prepared clay jar, filtered the oil into it, and let it cool and solidify slowly. This stuff is a treasure. In summer, it helps prevent insect bites, and in winter, it protects against dry skin. It works very well. While she was busy, she saw Gao Feng walk into the yard, carrying a large steaming bowl. "Auntie, I just baked some pancakes. I brought a few for you to try," Gao Feng said happily, handing over the bowl. "Oh, you're so kind, child." Chun Guilin quickly took it, and a fragrant smell of scallion oil wafted out. "These pancakes smell so good." Gao Feng peeked into the yard and, smelling the aroma, asked curiously, "Annie, what's that smell in your yard?" "I'm making snake oil," Chun Guilin replied honestly, pointing to the small clay jar on the stove. "Snake oil." Gao Feng looked surprised, then her eyes lit up. "Auntie, you can make that? I heard it's very effective against mosquito bites. Our Nyonyo's skin is so tender, and in summer, his legs get all scratched up from mosquito bites. It looks painful." "Exactly. I just finished making this snake oil ointment. I'll give you some to try on the kids when you go back." "That's wonderful." "Auntie, I won't be polite then," Gao Feng said happily, thanking her repeatedly. Chun Guilin went inside and took an empty clam oil box, poured the snake oil into it. "This snake oil isn't solid yet. Wait until it cools and hardens. If you find it useful, you can make more and keep some." "Annie, how do you make this snake oil ointment? Do you just use snake oil alone?" Gao Feng squatted by the stove, watching Chun Guilin work eagerly, and even helped turn the bellows. "That won't do," Chun Guilin said as she worked, sharing her experience. "Just using snake oil is slow. You need to add some herbs too." She took out the prepared mint, honeysuckle, and purple root, showing them to Gao Feng. "These are good for clearing heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, and stopping itching. When boiled with snake oil, the ointment works really well. If you want to try making it later, come find me. I have plenty of these herbs, and I can give you some." "Thank you, Annie," Gao Feng said, looking at Chun Guilin with admiration. "Auntie Guilin, you're like a treasure. You know everything," Gao Feng said. Chun Guilin smiled and replied, "As I get older, I learn more. It's all experience gained over time." They were chatting happily when Qin Jianjun and Lin Xulian returned. Chun Guilin asked, "Why did you take so long?" Qin Jianjun said, "There was a family in the staff building who got food poisoning. The smell was too strong, so no one dared to go in. They waited in line for almost half an hour." "Wow, that took so long." Chun Guilin became more determined to fix the toilet. The public toilet was too far away. When Xulian's period came, it was very inconvenient to go outside. Lin Xulian saw Gao Feng and greeted her with a smile, then naturally took over her mother-in-law's work to help. "Mom, is peeling too garlic enough?" Chun Guilin, while tidying up, glanced and said, "Yes, that's enough." Gao Feng watched with envy on her face. She had a good relationship with her mother-in-law, Li Chunhua, but it wasn't as close as Auntie Guilin and Sister Xulian. The two women seemed more like mother and daughter. "Auntie, you go ahead with your work. I'll head back first," Gao Feng said, picking up an empty bowl. Chun Guilin washed her hands and said, "Wait, I steamed some plain buns this morning. Take a few home to eat." She took the empty bowl, went to the kitchen, and packed a big bowl of buns, handing it to Gao Feng. Smelling the soft, white buns, Gao Feng praised, "Auntie, your buns are so good, full of aroma, soft, and delicious. We're lucky to have this." When she got home, Li Chunhua saw her carrying a big bowl and some extra buns, and asked curiously, "What is this?" Feng Gao recounted everything he saw this morning at Chen's house in detail. In the end, he summarized with a heartfelt remark. "Mom, I finally understand. Aunt Guilin really treats Sister Xulian like her own daughter." Li Chunhua listened and sighed softly. "That's true. Sister Guilin is a good person. If you do her a favor, she will return it tenfold. Sister Xulian is a good girl." Their close relationship is a blessing for both of them. The mother and daughter-in-law looked at each other, then thought about the warm interactions between Guilin and Xulian. They smiled at each other. Actually, their family is quite nice too. After dinner, Chen Jianjun went back to the army. Lin Xilian's pregnancy was more stable now, and she was worried about the children at school. Mom, I feel much better now. I should go back to school to attend classes. Chen Guilan was a bit worried. Mom will take you to see the doctor. If everything is fine, I'll take you back to school. Lin Xilian nodded. After packing up and locking the door, they headed toward the hospital. The doctor who treated them was named Luo. He was an excellent traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After checking Lin Xilian's pulse, he nodded. The pregnancy looks stable. You've been taking good care of yourself recently. Just avoid overexerting yourself. Going to class is fine. Chen Guilan was happy. That's great. Thank you, Dr. Luo. Chen Guilan originally wanted Lin Xilian to return to school the next day, but because she was worried about the children's studies, she wanted to visit the school first. All right, I'll take you there. I'll bring you lunch at noon. What would you like to eat? Chen Guilan linked her arm with Lin Xilian, and they walked toward the school. Lin Xilian thought for a moment. Mom, I want to eat steamed prawns, with a bit of the soybean sauce you make. I can eat a big bowl. Chen Guilan was amused by her little gluttony. Okay, I'll go buy it at the fishing market later. When they reached the school gate, Lin Xilian looked at the familiar entrance and felt a bit emotional. She had only taken a 3-month leave, but it felt like a long time had passed. Xilian? Oh, it's really you. A surprised voice came from nearby. A woman wearing a floral shirt and 2 braids hurried over, smiling brightly. Teacher Lu. Lin Xilian also smiled. The woman was her colleague, Lu Hanxiang, who taught Chinese. Their offices were next to each other, and they had always gotten along well. Lu Hanxiang immediately took Lin Xilian's hand and looked her over from head to toe, exclaiming in surprise, Wow, Xilian, what kind of magic potion did you take? We haven't seen each other in a few days, and your complexion is so good now. Your face is rosy, and you look even more lively than before. Hearing this, Lin Xilian's face warmed with embarrassment, and she instinctively touched her cheek. She also felt it herself, being well-fed and cared for by her mother-in-law lately, sleeping peacefully at night, and feeling much more energetic. That's not so exaggerated, Lin Xilian said shyly with a smile. Chen Guilan watched from the side, feeling as happy as if she had eaten honey. Seeing her daughter-in-law praised made her even happier than if she were praised herself. She stepped forward willingly and smiled as she said to Lu Hanxiang, Hello, Teacher Lu. I am Xilian's mother-in-law. Hello, Auntie. Lu Hanxiang quickly greeted her and curiously looked at Chen Guilan. She had heard that Xilian's mother-in-law had come to the island with the army. People said she was a formidable old lady. When she first arrived, she got into a fight with a neighboring military officer and was thought to be difficult to get along with. But now, seeing her, Lu Hanxiang realized that wasn't true at all. Although Chen Guilan was dressed plainly, she stood straight with confidence, her face smiling warmly, looking friendly and easy to talk to. This girl is worried about her students in the class. I came along to see her because I was concerned, Chen Guilan said affectionately. That's right. Health is the most important. Lu Hanxiang nodded repeatedly, then asked with concern, Are you feeling better now? The principal asked about you a couple of days ago. He said the children are all looking forward to Teacher Lin's return. I'm fine now. This morning, we even went to see the military doctor. Dr. Luo said the pregnancy is stable, and I can come back to class. Chen Guilan said proudly with a smile. Xilian's health was good, her complexion rosy, and she wouldn't have the accidents from her past life again. Really? Lu Hanxiang's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at Lin Xilian's belly. Congratulations, Xilian. That's wonderful news. When you were first pregnant, your face looked quite bad, but now you've changed so much. Nowadays, pregnancy and childbirth are very important events. Lu Hanxiang was happy for her, and also a little envious. Chen Guilan was warm and sincere as she said, Teacher Lu, please help me look after her more at school in the future. Thank you so much. You're too polite, Auntie. Lu Hanxiang replied with a smile. Even if you didn't say anything, I'd keep an eye on her. You should hold her tightly and make sure not to miss a single hair. That's great. When you have a holiday, you can visit Aunt's house. Seeing her daughter-in-law have such a reliable colleague at school, Chen Guilan finally relaxed. She reminded Lin Xiaolian a few more times, mainly saying don't overwork yourself, drink more water, and Mom will bring lunch at noon, then turned to leave. She needed to hurry to the fishing market at the dock to buy the freshest big shrimp for her beloved daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaolian and Lu Huanxiang watched Chen Guilan's confident figure walk away. Lu Huanxiang couldn't help but feel emotional. Xiaolian, your mother-in-law really is amazing. I just looked at her. That look, that tone. People who don't know might think you're her own daughter. I was worried before, but now you can relax completely. I didn't expect that either. Lin Xiaolian felt sweet inside and wore a gentle smile. My mom. She's really kind. That word, mom, was said naturally and smoothly. Chen Guilan carried her basket of vegetables and hurried to the fishing market. It was the time when the catch was coming in. The market was lively, filled with voices, and the air was thick with the salty smell of the sea and the fresh scent of fish and shrimp. Every stall was crowded with people bargaining back and forth. Chen Guilan had sharp eyes and quickly spotted a corner stall with several baskets of freshly unloaded sea shrimp. They were uniform in size, with shiny green shells that glistened in the morning light, top-quality goods. She walked quickly over. The vendor was a middle-aged man with dark skin, busy weighing fish for customers. Boss, what kind of shrimp are these? They look so pretty. These are spotted prawns. They taste great. Just boil them in plain water, and they'll be sweet and delicious. No need to add anything. How much for the shrimp? 1 yuan 20 per jin. No bargaining. The vendor didn't look up. The price wasn't cheap, but it wasn't too expensive either. Chen Guilan wasn't in a hurry. She reached out and gently poked the shrimp in the basket, seemingly casual but actually checking their freshness. The sea shrimp jumped lively when she poked them. The vendor grinned. I told you my shrimp are fresh. Would you like some, ma'am? Yes. Chen Guilan nodded immediately. Give me 2 jin, pick the lively ones. She watched the vendor quickly pack her shrimp, thinking to herself that she would use some for steamed shrimp for Xiaolian at noon, and the remaining small shrimp, with the heads left on, to make shrimp oil for noodles or cold dishes, which would be very tasty. The shrimp meat could also be used to make scrambled eggs with shrimp or shrimp dumplings. Chen Guilan rarely came to the fishing market, so she wasn't in a hurry to go home, and decided to browse around a bit more. The fishing market on this island was very different from the markets back home. The salty, fishy smell in the air was strong and hard to ignore. The ground was wet, with seawater mixed with fish scales flowing everywhere. But the stalls displayed such interesting things that she couldn't look away. Besides common fish like yellow croaker and hairtail, there were many she couldn't name. Some fish had strange shapes, with very big mouths. Some shells were colorful and had strange tentacles. There was also a bright red crab with claws thicker than her wrist. Chen Guilan watched with great interest. Just as she was looking, her eyes lit up. At a stall run by an old fisherman, she saw a few big creatures. She was lucky. It was an octopus. The octopus lay soft and limp on the wooden board, its suckers on the arms still slightly contracting, clearly fresh and just caught. The last one she caught on the mudflat, cooked with her homemade sauce, was so delicious, fresh, fragrant, and chewy that she was completely enchanted. Xiaolian and Jianjun also couldn't resist eating it. Now that she had found one, she definitely wouldn't miss the chance. Old master, how much for this octopus? Chen Guilan asked as she walked over and squatted down. The old fisherman looked up at her, raised 3 thin, dark fingers, and said, 3 mao per jin.
No bargaining.
This is freshly caught from the boat, alive. Chen Guilan poked the octopus's head with her finger. It was slippery, and the meat was thick. She nodded. The price was fair. Okay, I'll take the biggest one, she said, pointing to one that looked about 3 jin. The old fisherman grinned, showing yellowed teeth from tobacco. He quickly grabbed the octopus, tied it securely with grass rope, and hung it on the scale. 3 jin 2 liang, so 3 jin. 90 cents, he said. Chen Guilan paid happily, carrying her shrimp in one hand and the octopus in the other, feeling satisfied as she prepared to head home. As soon as she turned into the yard, Chen Guilan put down the heavy octopus and shrimp in her hands, massaging her slightly sore wrists. This trip to the fish market was worth it. Looking at the shrimp and octopus, she thought about the meal she was preparing for Shilian, which now had 2 more hearty dishes. She checked her watch. It was just past 10 o'clock, so she still had plenty of time. First, she needed to handle the large octopus, which would take some time. Chun Guilin took out the big octopus and threw it into a large wooden basin. She sprinkled 2 handfuls of coarse salt over it. Then, like washing a thick, dirty cloth, she used both hands to knead and scrub vigorously. The slimy, sticky liquid was quickly squeezed out, creating white foam in the basin. She rinsed it repeatedly with clean water until the skin of the octopus felt slightly rough and no longer slippery. Only then was the first step complete. Next, she picked up the cleaned octopus and, facing the stone slab in the yard, she forcefully slapped it with a loud smack. 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 This sound was especially loud in the quiet yard. This was a traditional method taught by Gao Feng, which could break the tendons in the octopus meat. When stir-fried, the meat wouldn't be tough like rubber but would be tender and crisp. After preparing the octopus, she quickly cut it into sections and blanched them in boiling water for later use. She then selected half of the 2 gene of spotted prawns, removed the shrimp shells and antennae, and used a toothpick to pick out the vein from the second segment of the back. She decided not to touch the remaining half, instead placing them in well water to keep cool for the evening, when she would give Shilian a different flavor. This was when the advantage of having a refrigerator showed. If she had one, she wouldn't worry about storing meat and seafood. Soon, the kitchen became lively. The iron pan heated up. She poured in oil, added minced garlic and ginger to stir-fry until fragrant. A sizzling sound and a spicy aroma quickly filled the air. Then, she added the blanched octopus pieces, stir-frying on high heat so each piece was evenly coated with hot oil. She scooped a large spoon of her homemade soybean paste into the pan. The rich aroma of the sauce combined with the heat made the flavor deep and full. She drizzled a little cooking wine over it, covered the pan, and let it simmer briefly. When she lifted the lid, the red-brown octopus was coated in thick sauce, looking so tempting that it made her mouth water just to look at it. After the octopus was cooked, the water in the steamer on the stove had also boiled. She neatly arranged the prepared shrimp on a plate, topped with finely chopped garlic, then drizzled a bit of soybean paste and oil over them. She steamed everything on high heat for about 7 or 8 minutes. A pregnant woman needs a balanced diet. Just eating meat is not enough. She added some firewood to the stove, then went to the yard to pick fresh green vegetables. After washing them, she stir-fried them quickly with pork fat and sprinkled a little salt before serving. The bright green color looked very appetizing. Once the vegetables were ready, the rice in another pot was also cooked. She found a 3-layer insulated lunchbox. The bottom layer held plain rice, the middle had spicy octopus and stir-fried greens, and carefully placed on top was the freshly steamed large shrimp. The red shrimp, brown octopus, green vegetables, and white rice made a colorful and tempting meal. Chun Guilin checked the time. Oh no, it was already 12 o'clock. She needed to leave quickly. Shilian was probably waiting anxiously. She screwed the lid on tightly, picked up the insulated lunchbox, locked the door, and cheerfully headed toward Jiao Shi Elementary School. Inside the office of Jiao Shi Elementary School, the atmosphere was a bit tense. The lunch break bell had already rung, and the teachers were taking out their meals. The office was filled with the mixed smell of various dishes. Next to Lin Shilian's desk, a female teacher dressed in a neat, short-sleeved shirt and with a bob haircut, Chi Honglan, was opening her aluminum lunchbox, and the aroma of braised pork wafted out. "Oh, my mom made me braised pork again today. She said I've been working hard in class lately and need to restock my energy," Chi Honglan said softly, loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. She picked up a piece of meat with a good balance of fat and lean, waved it in the air proudly. "Shilian, what are you having for lunch today?" she asked, turning to Lin Shilian, who still had an empty plate. Her tone was caring, but her eyes held a subtle challenge. Lin Shilian smiled and replied, "My mom said she sent it over." "Oh, your mother-in-law specially brought you lunch?" Chi Honglan raised her voice a bit. "That's quite special. You just got pregnant, and your belly isn't big yet, but you're making such a fuss. Unlike us, who are tough and just bring some food to get by. Her words sounded like praise, but everyone could hear the underlying sarcasm. Chi Honglan was known in the school for her competitiveness. Her family was average, but she always wanted to be better than others. In the office before, she was considered the most attractive, and everyone pampered her. As soon as Lin Xuelian arrived, she immediately stole the spotlight. She found Lin Xuelian very annoying. When she heard that Lin Xuelian's mother-in-law had come to the island and was a strict rural old lady, she was waiting to see Lin Xuelian's embarrassment. But unexpectedly, after Lin Xuelian took leave and returned, she looked radiant and glowing, with skin so fresh and smooth that it was even better than when she was young. This made Chi Honglan's anger burn even hotter. I say, Chi Honglan, it's just a bowl of braised pork. Why are you showing off so much? Are you trying to show off to everyone? Whether Mrs. Xuelian's mother-in-law is here or not, it's none of your business. Chi Honglan, Lu Hanxiang, you're not saying anything. Why are you jumping around? Lu Hanxiang, with her hands on her hips. Xuelian is my sister. If I say she's my sister, then she's my sister. Chi Honglan couldn't argue with her, so she turned to Lin Xuelian. Teacher Lin, I'm only thinking of you. You just got married, and you don't know that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can be tricky. As a daughter-in-law, you should respect your mother-in-law. You shouldn't be bossy. Lin Xuelian heard the sarcasm in her words, but now her mood was very different. The confidence given by her mother-in-law made her very calm when facing such provocation. She replied gently but firmly, I am different from you. My mother cares about me and is willing to bring me food. If you're jealous, you can ask your mother-in-law to bring you some. Lu Hanxiang said, Xuelian is right. Some people just can't get what they want and say it's bad. Jealousy is useless. Some people are born to work hard and don't have this luck. Unlike us, Xuelian, who is spoiled by her husband and mother-in-law. Everyone in the office couldn't help but lower their heads, trying not to laugh. Everyone knew that Chi Honglan's mother-in-law was famously sharp-tongued and mean, just like Zhou Dajiao from the residential compound. They were both unpleasant, and even passing dogs would spit at them. There was no way she would bring food to Chi Honglan. Chi Honglan's face stiffened, then she seemed to remember something. She looked at the clock on the wall. It's already after 12. Why hasn't the food been delivered yet? She pretended to be worried as she looked at Lin Xuelian. It only takes about 10 minutes to walk from the residential compound to here, right? Your mother-in-law. She probably forgot on the way, or is this all just you lying to save face? This won't do. You're still pregnant now. How can you not eat? You should stop pretending to be strong. It's just a bad relationship with your mother-in-law. It's not a big deal, no need to make a fuss. Other teachers in the office remained silent. Some were quietly eating, while others pretended to organize files, but everyone's ears were alert. Lin Xuelian's face showed a hint of worry. She wasn't worried that her mother-in-law would forget, but she was a little afraid that something might have happened to her on the way. Just as she was about to stand up and go check, the office door was pushed open from outside. Xuelian, Mom brought you lunch. Chun Guilin carried a brand new 3-tier insulated lunchbox. Before she reached them, a strong smell of seafood and rich sauce filled the office, invading everyone's noses. Chi Honglan, who was eating braised pork, suddenly paused with her chopsticks. The aroma from her lunchbox was tiny compared to this powerful smell, like a small stream meeting a big river, quickly swept away. Everyone's eyes were naturally drawn to the insulated lunchbox in Chun Guilin's hand. Mom, you're here. Lin Xuelian's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up to greet her, and her earlier annoyance disappeared instantly. Sit down quickly, the food is still hot. Chun Guilin affectionately patted her hand, then walked to the table. In front of everyone, she slowly unscrewed the lid of the lunchbox. As the lid opened, the strong aroma intensified several times, as if an invisible hand was grabbing everyone's sense of smell. The top layer was neatly arranged steamed prawns. The prawns were bright red, evenly sized, topped with golden garlic and amber-colored sauce. The steam rising from them made the smell irresistible. A wave of saliva sounded around the office. Chun Guilin smiled as she took out that layer, revealing the next one. There's more. The second layer was half filled with thick, glossy stir-fried octopus pieces, garnished with a few green peppers. The other half was a fresh, green stir-fried vegetable dish, looking very refreshing. Chi Honglan's eyes were fixed on the spicy stir-fried octopus. Her lunchbox seemed incredibly heavy at this moment. Her braised pork, though also a good dish, was dull in color, yellowish-brown, and cooled, greasy. Compared to the hot, fragrant, and colorful dishes that looked and smelled delicious, her food suddenly seemed less appealing. Lu Hanxiang sat directly across from Lin Xuelian, her eyes wide with amazement. Just smelling the food makes me hungry. Chen Guilan's face lit up with a big smile, feeling very happy inside. Auntie brought a lot. If you don't mind, I'll share some with you later. Lu Hanxiang didn't expect to get any, so she cheered happily. She carefully placed her lunchbox on Lin Xuelian's table, taking out the bottom layer of rice. She kept talking as she did. It's a busy noon, so I only made 2 simple dishes. Eat while it's hot. The spot prawns were just caught this morning from the fishing boat. Fresh. The octopus was bought alive, and I cooked it with sauce to go with rice. Simple? Only 2 dishes? If this is simple, what do they call their meals, animal feed? The office was silent, only the sound of swallowing saliva. Chi Honglan's face kept changing from red to white, like she was at a dye shop. She looked at the few pieces of braised pork in her lunchbox, then at Lin Xuelian's meal, which looked like it came from a fancy restaurant. Her face felt hot, and she didn't know where to put her chopsticks. Chen Guilin seemed to notice her and greeted her with a smile. Oh, you're also eating? That braised pork smells pretty good. Just the color's a bit off, dark and yellow, a little overcooked. Chi Honglan's face was a mix of green and red. She didn't want to eat, but also didn't want to leave it. Chen Guilin ignored her and handed her chopsticks to Lin Xuelian, looking at her kindly. Eat quickly, or it'll get cold and taste bad. After giving her food, Chen Guilin reminded her not to overwork herself and then prepared to leave. Lu Hanxiang, feeling soft-hearted, said, Auntie, don't worry. I'll watch out for her. I won't let Xuelian get tired. With someone watching over her, Chen Guilin felt reassured and stood up to leave. As soon as Chen Guilin left, others in the office gathered around. Xuelian, I heard your mother-in-law is really impressive. She cleaned up that Zhou Dajiao in the family compound so well. We thought she might be difficult to get along with. Turns out, today she looks nothing like the rumors. She looks very energetic. She's so kind and smiling, especially to Xuelian. It's like she's treating her own daughter. That doting look, I'm so jealous. Your mother-in-law is really kind to you. Honestly, my mom isn't this good to me. You truly have good luck. Lu Hanxiang took a bite of spicy octopus. The octopus was crispy and chewy, with a rich sauce mixed with the sweet taste of seafood. It was so delicious that she squinted her eyes happily. So tasty. She mumbled happily, then grabbed another shrimp. Xuelian, your life is so wonderful. I tell you, with your cooking skills, if your auntie opened a small restaurant here, it would be full every day. A few teachers nearby nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with envy as they looked between Xuelian and her food. Xuelian, does your mother-in-law need a daughter? Do you think I could do? I don't ask for much, just to eat the food your auntie makes. You eat too much, I eat less. If your mother-in-law needs a daughter, she can choose me. A young teacher joked, making everyone in the office laugh softly. Hearing these kind jokes and compliments, Xuelian felt warm inside, more comfortable than drinking a bowl of hot soup. My mom is 1,000 times better than you see, Xuelian said proudly. When I was pregnant, you saw my face was so pale, I was afraid to look in the mirror. I was weak all over, had no appetite, and couldn't eat anything. Later, Jianjun took me to see Dr. Luo. He said I had been weak before and my body was too fragile. I needed to take good care of this pregnancy. She pointed at the food on the table with her chopsticks, her tone full of happiness. Since my mother-in-law came just over 3 months ago, look at me now. Lu Hanxiang leaned in closely, carefully examining her face, nodding constantly. Really? Your face is so rosy. It looks like it's about to drip water. Even better than us who aren't pregnant. All thanks to my mother-in-law, Xiao Lian said proudly, straightening her back. She makes all kinds of delicious and nutritious food for me every day. She also takes me out for walks every day, saying I need to stay active. It's good for me and the baby. This morning, Dr. Luo even checked my pulse and said my pregnancy is going very well. My body is much stronger than before. The female teachers in the office listened and couldn't help but sigh with envy. These days, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are like a mysterious art. Most families seem to be reciting a difficult prayer. Like Chun Guilin, who treats her daughter-in-law with great care, it's really hard to find someone like her, even with a lantern. My mother-in-law not only cares for people, but is also very capable. She knows everything, Lin Xiulian said, her eyes shining with admiration. She knows everything, a young teacher asked curiously. How is that possible? Lin Xiulian put down her chopsticks, as if about to share a big secret, and looked very serious. Listen to me, don't disbelieve. My mother-in-law. She used to be a tough girl in the militia, and she fought against the enemies. What? As soon as she said that, the whole office became quiet. Everyone stared with wide eyes, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Lu Hanxiang's chopsticks dropped onto the table with a loud snap. Xiulian, are you joking? Auntie looks so small and thin, and she fought against the enemies. Really? I was very surprised when I found out too. Lin Xiulian nodded firmly. These stories were told to her by her husband, Qin Jianjun, and she looked proud when she spoke. Jianjun said that during the war, their village was remote, and enemy patrols often came to raid. When she was just a teenager, his mother led a group of women soldiers laying landmines, digging traps, and standing guard. One time, 2 enemies sneaked into the village to steal food, and his mother spotted them while on patrol. She lowered her voice, a little nervous, and continued. She alone grabbed an axe she usually used for chopping wood, hid behind a haystack, and when the enemies got close, she suddenly rushed out and struck one down with her axe. The other enemy tried to draw his gun, but she fought him hand to hand and knocked him out cold. Everyone in the office gasped in shock. A few female teachers looked at each other, stunned and unable to believe it. It's hard to believe, but Annie is really that amazing. That's not all, Lin Xiulian added, seeing their reactions. My mother-in-law is also good at running in the mountains, knows many herbs, can hunt, and is an excellent shot. Jianjun said that when he was young, his family was poor. His mother-in-law often carried a homemade gun into the deep mountains alone, hunting wild boars and roe deer, which provided meat for their family for more than half a year. Lu Hanxiang couldn't believe it. Wow, Anchen is truly a legendary person. Exactly. Lin Xiulian's face was full of pride. That's why I think meeting a mother-in-law like my mom is a blessing I've earned in 8 lifetimes. The others in the office nodded in agreement, feeling the same. Amid this harmonious praise, an unexpected, unpleasant voice suddenly broke in. Humph. Acting like it's all true. Chi Honglan looked cold, poking at her cold braised pork in her lunchbox with chopsticks, a sneering smile on her face. She's just an old woman from the countryside. She can cook a little, tell some old stories, and suddenly everyone is stunned. She fought off enemies, went up the mountain to hunt. Why not say she can fly to the sky and dive into the earth? Her voice was sharp and harsh, especially loud in the quiet office. You don't need to think too hard. If she were really that powerful, she would have become an official and moved to a big city long ago. I think she's just bragging without thinking, making up stories to fool you folks who haven't seen much of the world. The lively atmosphere in the office instantly cooled down. Lu Hanxiang frowned, wanting to speak up and argue, but Lin Xiulian stopped her with a look. Lin Xiulian slowly put down her chopsticks, looked up, and calmly stared at Chi Honglan. Teacher Qi. Lin Xiulian gently interrupted her, her voice still gentle but with a firm tone. Whether my mother-in-law is a hero or not doesn't need to be proven to anyone. The reason she has spent her whole life in the mountains isn't because she's incapable, but because she has given her best to her family and children. She guards that land as if she's guarding her roots. Lin Xiulian stood up, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the office, finally resting on Chi Honglan again. Some people have a bright heart, so they see everything as good. Others have a dark heart, so they always think others are bragging or showing off. She paused, then said clearly, I am proud to have such a mother-in-law. Whether you believe it or not, that's not important. Lu Hanxiang clapped her hands and said, Xiao Lian is right. Who do you think you are, meddling in other people's affairs? Others agreed. Yes, Teacher Qi, we saw the old lady earlier. She does seem capable. Xiao Lian doesn't need to lie. I just wanted to kindly remind you, because I think you've been fooled by her. Now it looks like I'm stirring up trouble, Qi Honglan said, her eyes turning red. She looked at the delicate and beautiful Lin Xiao Lian and gritted her teeth. Lin Xiao Lian, don't be so proud. Your mother-in-law treats you well, because she thinks you can have a son. Your belly is so round, it must be a girl. Once you have a daughter, your mother-in-law won't be so nice to you. Just wait and see. Humph. After saying that, Qi Honglan picked up her lunchbox and left. Lu Hanxiang said, Xiao Lian, don't worry. She's just lying. I can see your belly is quite round, so you'll definitely have a son. Teacher Lu is right. Teacher Lin, don't take what Teacher Qi said to heart. I heard that Teacher Qi is upset because she only has a daughter and isn't well treated by her in-laws. She's probably jealous and saying these things. She's not well treated because of herself, not because of Teacher Lin. Besides, I haven't seen her treat her daughter very well either. Lin Xiao Lian looked up with innocent eyes. I'm not worried. My mother-in-law said it doesn't matter whether I have a boy or a girl. Women are the backbone of the family. Qi Honglan is just jealous because I have such a good mother-in-law. She doesn't, so she's saying these things on purpose. Yes, Xiao Lian, I'm relieved to hear you think that way, Lu Hanxiang said happily. Lin Xiao Lian smiled shyly. It's all because my mom is so good. She's the one who gave me confidence. Try this green vegetable. My mother-in-law cooks it especially well. Really? I must try it carefully.
Wow. How does she do it?
It's amazing, truly amazing. Teacher Lin, I really envy you for having such a good mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Chen Guilan returned home. The big yard was quiet and peaceful. Her son was in the army, and her daughter-in-law was at school. This rare quietness made her feel very comfortable. She poured out the warm food from the stove, but wasn't in a hurry to eat. She slowly walked into the house, opened an old-style 5-drawer cabinet, and reached into the corner to find a small wine jug. It was high-proof liquor she had asked Jianjun to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative. She often took a small sip when she had free time. She poured half a glass of white wine, the strong aroma mixing with the rich scent of grains, making her feel energized. She sat under the eaves of the yard, enjoying the sea breeze, watching the distant seagulls fly, eating some octopus and sipping her wine. The spicy, savory flavor of the octopus combined with the sharpness of the white wine, blending in her mouth, from her tongue down to her stomach, feeling very soothing. In her past life, she worked so hard that she never had such a relaxing day. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Guilan cleaned up her dishes and went inside to take a good afternoon nap. When she woke up, the sun was already leaning west, and the intense heat of noon was gone. She stretched lazily, feeling her bones as if they had been taken apart and put back together, feeling incredibly relaxed. Looking at the sky, she thought it was still early. She found her hoe and shovel, ready to work in the newly cleared vegetable patch in the yard. But before going out, she didn't forget to bring her small stool, place the radio on top, tune it to her favorite opera channel, and hum along while working. After a while, outside the yard gate, a young soldier responsible for communication peeked in, panting heavily. Aunt Chen, you have a phone call. Chen Guilan was surprised.
Who would be calling her at this time?
The young soldier caught his breath, with a look of excitement and mystery on his face.
It's
an urgent call from Yangcheng. The person on the line said her name is Cheng Haizhu.